Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Web Audio TV. If you enjoy my content, make sure to subscribe to my channel and hit the like button.
Outside Yen City, in the mountains, there was a temporary mountain stronghold. Qiao Mu carefully placed his body in a coffin, without rushing to say goodbye. Instead, he chatted with Wang Songhe about Guoyan for a bit. When Qiao Mu mentioned his plan to kill Guoyan in a few days, he wasn't just saying it casually. In a few days, he would have the chance to resurrect himself 5 times. With his current power at the peak of the 7th rank, he believed he would have no problem defeating a wounded city lord Guoyan in a one-on-one fight. If there was any problem, he could always continue on with another life. Although that's what he said. There was only one chance to storm the city lord's manor. If they failed last time, there would be no second chance. Last time, before Qiao Mu died, he delivered a final blow to an ordinary servant. He already anticipated this and knew it couldn't happen again. After the lord's mansion was alerted by disturbing the grass, it would definitely be heavily guarded in the short term. If you want to forcefully break into the Lord's mansion, you will only end up being besieged to death like last time. The path to break into the Lord's mansion is no longer viable. Since it would be difficult for Qiao Mu to kill Guoyan by his own strength, perhaps another method can be found. For example, the leader of these bandits, Wang Songhe. This is not casting blame on Wang Songhe, because as a bandit, Wang Songhe is naturally opposed to Yen City's city lord Guoyan. So, Qiao Mu looked at Wang Songhe with determined and earnest eyes. Brother Wang, Guoyan, and his father have been tormenting the people in Yen City for a long time. Although my son is dead, Guoyan is still alive. My son mentioned to me before that many of your bandits are actually refugees who escaped from Yen City, right? Are you willing to continue watching Yen City deteriorate? A true man should not hide in the mountains and forests. He should accomplish something and live without regrets. Brother Wang, even though you are known as a bandit, your heart encompasses the world. Would you be willing to leave the mountains with me and achieve something great together? Wang Songhe. Let's not talk about whether this Qiao Sen is a bit presumptuous. After all, Wang Songhe himself previously also approached Qiao Lin as soon as they met, and this line is also a bit familiar. Brother Qiao Sen has good judgment. You saw right away that I have ambitious goals and I'm not just an ordinary bandit. Wang Songhe pondered for a moment. He and Yen City Lord Guoyan were enemies to begin with. In the past, both sides injured each other, which was actually intentional on Wang Songhe's part. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. He was skilled in medicine and confident he could recover faster than Guoyan. After his injuries healed, if he wished, he could also try to eliminate Guoyan. Dealing with Guoyan's matter requires careful consideration, but we should not forcefully invade the city lord's mansion, Wang Songhe said slowly. He had a group of mountain men behind him, so even though he was involved in rebellion, he was cautious in his thinking and would not immediately agree. In comparison, Qiao Mu is more reckless than him. Then you take your time to think. If you make up your mind, you can come find me. Qiao Mu quickly bid farewell with his own corpse. If Wang Songhe refuses, he won't force it. He will seek revenge in his own way. But now, instead of killing city lord Guoyan, Qiao Mu has something more important to do. Qiao Kangxiu. The karma between Qiao Mu and Old Huang has been settled, but there is still unfinished business with Qiao Kangxiu. Before Qiao Mu left, Qiao Kangxiu gave him the final secret technique book, trying to persuade him not to be enemies with the city lord's mansion anymore and to leave Yen City with her. At that time, Qiao Mu agreed on the surface to appease Qiao Kangxiu. Qiao Mu shamelessly accepted the book Ripple Stacking Wave Strength and secretly arranged for Qiao Kangxiu to leave the city, agreeing to meet again in a small town outside Yen City. This was only a temporary solution to help Qiao Kangxiu leave Yen City. Because Wang Songhe took care of Qiao Mu for several days, this incident also caused a delay of several days. I wonder what the situation is like on Qiao Kangxiu's side now. Panshan Town is a relatively remote town outside Yen City. The town is located in a remote area, close to the mountains, and many villagers are hunters. However, recently, an extraordinary storyteller came to the tea house in the town, and the business became very prosperous. Common storytellers dress in long robes, like scholars, but this storyteller wears a green robe and carries a sword, like a swordsman. This sword-carrying storyteller is about 30 years old and has sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. He has an extraordinary appearance. Every time he tells stories, at least half of the tea house is filled with audience members, both men and women. However, male customers often cheer for the stories told by this storyteller, while female customers often gaze at the handsome face of the storyteller, thinking that his stories might be true and he could be a traveler with interesting experiences. After catching the city lord's son, Qiao Lin didn't demand money, jewels, or high rank. He only asked for fairness. The city lord refused to believe and secretly called for his servants and sent the city guards to surround Qiao Lin from inside and outside. But Qiao Lin remained fearless in the face of danger and publicly denounced the sins of the city lord and his son. Instead of being intimidated by the city lord's threats to his life, Qiao Lin boldly laughed and said, I only hate the wicked who take lives for their own pleasure. I only yearn to show my true spirit. I only fear not dying with honor. Finishing his words, Qiao Lin thrust his long spear forward, piercing the wicked man's heart. The city lord mistakenly thought Qiao Lin had a demand for him and was using someone as leverage. Little did he know that all Qiao Lin wanted was justice. The narrator of the story spoke with great enthusiasm, and the audience applauded and cheered. Only a mysterious figure wearing a hat in the corner trembled slightly. Wow, was I really that handsome? Qiao Mu exclaimed. He carefully remembered the scene at that time and gave a good rating to the storyteller with the familiar sword on the stage. The meeting point for Qiao Mu and Qiao Kangxiu was right here in Panshan town. Just arrived in this small town, he accidentally heard that there was a storyteller telling the story of the brave Qiao brothers from Yan City, so he came in. At the beginning, when he heard the storyteller telling his own story, Qiao Mu's feeling can be summed up in 3 words. Awkward, awkward, awkward. He felt so awkward that he got goosebumps all over his body. At that moment, he almost rushed up to cover the storyteller's mouth. However, as he continued to listen, he unknowingly became more and more absorbed. After the awkwardness passed, there was an indescribable feeling of relief. Is this the feeling of showing off? Qiao Mu realized. It is widely known that showing off is a basic human need. People are like iron, showing off is like steel, can't go a day without showing off. No, can't say showing off, too vulgar? While listening to the storyteller and seeing the amazed and admiring expressions of the tea drinkers around him, Qiao Mu unknowingly developed a bit of idle burden. It should be called looking saintly in front of others. Showing off is vulgar, looking saintly in front of others is elegant. Qiao Mu started to seriously think about a question. When I assassinate Guoyan in a few days, how can I look more saintly in front of others? Qiao Mu wanted to improve his death assessment, not just show off in front of people. While deep in thought, he suddenly spotted an elderly blind woman with closed eyes at the entrance of the tea house. The old blind woman at the entrance of the tea house looked very elderly, with loose skin and age spots on her face. She walked in with a blind cane, without saying a word, just silently listening to the storyteller. How can Qiao Kangxiu, a blind person, possess such advanced level of makeup skills? The transformation into an old person looks so natural, Qiao Mu wondered in his heart. Qiao Mu muttered to himself. Generally, blind people are unable to apply makeup well because they can't see, right? The reason he could recognize her was because he had seen a similar makeup on Yan City's streets before. His gaze lingered on Qiao Kangxiu for a few seconds, and he noticed that the old woman subtly tilted her head in his direction without making a sound, causing him to quickly look away. The only survivor of the Qiao family who managed to survive from martial saint's hands is indeed an extraordinary person. At this time, Qiao Mu was already an extremely skilled martial artist at the 7th rank. His vision and sense of smell were exceptional, and he had even practiced a special skill called Martial Saint's Spiritual Technique. His intuition was also remarkably sharp. However, it cannot be said that Qiao Mu, as a 7th-ranked martial artist, can rely on his hearing or intuition with his eyes closed to sense their gaze. He is not yet capable of that. Qiao Mu didn't approach Qiao Kangxiu to introduce himself. In fact, he is currently hesitant and doesn't know in what capacity he should meet her. Qiao Kangxiu is the only person who knows that Qiao Mu is Qiao Lin, but Qiao Lin has already passed away. Qiao Mu is now 42 years old in body age, which is old enough to be her father. Of course, for blind Qiao Kangxiu, the difference may not be significant, as she cannot see Qiao Mu's physical changes at all. Qiao Mu picked up a cup of clear tea and took a sip, silently pondering. The changes in appearance were actually a small problem. L.B//JNN. Let's review the things that happened before. After entering Yan City, Qiao Mu and Qiao Kangxiu decided to investigate City Lord Guoyan. So, for the first time, they encountered Guoyan and his father on the main street of the inner city. Later on, things escalated, and Qiao Kangxiu was also threatened by the city lord's son showing up at her door with a coffin. In Qiao Mu's future life, it was destined that he would die many times, and the Qiao family would continue on endlessly from generation to generation. Someone who fears neither life nor death, breaks the rules, and sacrifices themselves is destined to be feared and threatened by those who hold the vested interests of the 9 provinces. Qiao Mu is not afraid of death, and even wishes for it. However, he must consider the possibility of Qiao Kangxiu or Old Huang, these weaker individuals, being dragged into the situation after it escalates. Since he can live forever, he should live openly, freely, and happily, and naturally should not let others die because of this. In the past, when I was young and reckless, relying on the ability to live forever, I bravely stood up against injustice, but actually I was a bit impulsive. Qiao Mu thought to himself. Now that I am over 40, even though only my physical age is over 40, I shouldn't be as restless as when I was young. Qiao Mu started to reflect. The ancients said, at 40, one is no longer confused. Now that I am over 40, I should also have the appearance of an elder. From today onwards, I will be a gentle, rational, neutral, and objective person. I will no longer be youthful and reckless, and no longer be impulsive and stubborn. I will blend in with others and be as gentle as jade. Oh, by the way, there is someone named Guoyan that I still have to kill. Qiao Mu suddenly remembered something. Starting from the day after tomorrow, after I kill Guoyan, I will start to be a gentle, rational, neutral, and objective person. I will no longer be youthful and reckless, and no longer be impulsive and stubborn. I will blend in with others and be as gentle as jade. He didn't approach the old woman at the entrance of the tea house. Instead, he left through another side door. Since Qiao Mu's presence itself would bring danger, it is better to forget about it. As Qiao Mu left from the side, Qiao Kangxiu at the door unconsciously turned her head slightly and looked in the direction of his departure. She didn't notice anything, it was just a whim, a sudden feeling. Subconsciously taking 2 steps forward to chase the fading footsteps ahead, but behind her, the storyteller with a sword, Qiao Lin, was narrating the climax of his story. Hesitating, the footsteps ahead had already gradually disappeared. Only hearing the storyteller with a sword say, in order to avoid the humiliation of the Lord's corpse, at the last moment, Qiao Lin crashed headfirst into the edge of the well, shattering it, and fell into the well, never to be seen again. Is Qiao Lin dead? Or is it such a tragic ending? The tea house was filled with chatter, and no one expected the storyteller's tale to end like this. Some kind-hearted young ladies secretly wiped their tears with a handkerchief. Then they discussed with their close friends, shed a few tears, sighed, and ended it like that, leaving contentedly. For these tea house visitors, this was a thrilling story told by the storyteller with a sword. But for Qiao Kangxiu, who was standing at the tea house entrance, it was something personal. She remained silent, holding a walking stick, and walked away step by step. Is Qiao Lin really dead? Looking back now, she realized that Qiao Mu's actions were only a lie to help her escape from Yan City. On purpose, she made her spend several days traveling to this remote town where few people had been before. It seemed like she wanted to prevent her from going back to Yan City, instead of actually wanting to reunite with her here. He did so much for me, the first time barely escaping death, and the second time disappearing without a trace in a well. Since I've been with him, Qiao Mu has always behaved properly towards me, so clearly he's not just interested in my body. So besides his strong aversion to evil and love for justice, there surely must be another reason. He must definitely like me. Ah, he was so deeply in love with me, why did it take me until now to realize it? Qiao Kangxiu walked silently, her tears blurring her vision without realizing it. Wait, vision? Qiao Kangxiu was slightly astonished, opening her blank left eye and looking at the small hill in front of her. Ever since the Qiao family tragedy half a year ago, her eyes have been restless. If back then the progress bar reached 90%, now it has finally taken the last step. Can I see now? Qiao Kangxiu opened her bright, empty eyes, feeling lost inside. Unfortunately, it was a bit too late. From the moment I met him until his death, I never had a chance to see what kind of face he had. She let out a slight sigh, walking forward with a gradually determined gaze. She was truly gifted, standing out from the rest. Since all of this was not just a delusion from her teenage years, she was determined to take revenge with her own hands. Seek revenge against Martial Saint, as well as against Guo Yan, the city lord of Yan City. If the martial path doesn't work, then take the immortal path. If the immortal path doesn't work, then create a thorny road. Today is the first step on my journey to immortality. Thinking this, Qiao Kangxiu took her first step forward. Then she stepped into thin air and tumbled to the ground, rolling twice. After falling, she didn't immediately get up, instead, she stood frozen in place. Why did she step into thin air? Wasn't she already able to see? The scene her eyes saw seemed different from reality. Time arrived at the 6th day after Qiao Lin broke into the Lord's mansion. In the courtyard of the Lord's manor, Guo Yan was sitting in the study. The door of the study opened, and he stared fixedly at the well in the courtyard, with a gloomy expression. Since that day, City Lord Guo Yan had become increasingly gloomy, his face still as pale as before. These days, Guo Yan had been thinking a lot, feeling worried and unable to eat or sleep. Although he hadn't fought with Qiao Mu 7 days ago, he had been so angry about his son's death that he coughed up blood. His injuries were actually worse, and he hadn't been resting well these days, so he didn't look very well. Suddenly, a white dove with black and red eyes fluttered its wings and flew into the courtyard, landing in front of the study door. Guo Yan immediately felt happy and walked forward to untie the note tied to the dove, but suddenly a breeze passed behind him. When he turned around, a figure covered in shadows, wearing a black robe with a pitch-black star-shaped mask on its face, had suddenly appeared in the study, and the dove with black and red eyes was perched on its shoulder. Guo Yan squinted his eyes, unable to hide his astonishment. The Star Xian envoy of the Wuji Association? Such a figure should be active in a big city like Hiang City. Why would they come to Yan City? Why did the envoy come in person? Guo Yan's eyes twitched, quickly closing the study door. In the past 7 days, he had paid a great price and used the Wuji Association's network of connections to investigate the Qiao family's matter. However, he never expected to alarm someone as important as the Star Xian envoy. The Star Xian envoy is the leader of the Wuji Association's internal intelligence network. In fact, these intelligence agents were not known for their martial prowess. However, the Wuji Association, being the second most powerful martial arts organization in the world, established by a martial saint, ensured that its high-ranking members were not weak. Since its inception, the Wuji Association has dominated most of the sects and martial arts families across the world in a matter of decades, collecting countless martial arts manuals. Its foundation and strength far surpass those of famous sects from the previous era. Therefore, the Star Xian envoy of the Wuji Association cannot be judged by common sense. It's just on the way, you don't have to think too much. Star Xian envoy's voice was cold, and it was hard to tell if it was male or female. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. While it was said not to think too much, Guoyan couldn't help but think. Is the news about the upcoming Great Yan Emperor true? Otherwise, why would someone like Star Xian Envoy come to such a small town? Guoyan once thought optimistically, believing that the Emperor's travel plans wouldn't be so easily exposed to the Wuji Association. But now, he could only sigh. Guoyan, there's a preliminary result for the Qiao family you wanted to investigate, but Star Xian Envoy didn't care about Guoyan's thoughts and continued talking. I thought the Qiao family you were looking into would be related to the Hiang City's Qiao family, a prominent martial arts clan at the time. That's why I spent some effort investigating, but the results were disappointing. Throughout Nanzhou, there is no trace of the Qiao family you mentioned. Guoyan was taken aback. What does the envoy mean? He asked, pursuing for more information. There are two possibilities, said Star Xian Envoy. First, this Qiao family may not be a family from Nanzhou but from a faraway place. Otherwise, I would not be completely unaware of such a unique and independent family. Guoyan nodded, lost in thought. Star Xian Envoy continued. Second, this Qiao family may just be an insignificant small family, or a common family, or it might not even exist. Fake. Guoyan was taken aback. It was completely different from what he had imagined. He investigated the Qiao family behind Qiao Mu and Qiao Lin primarily to eradicate the roots and completely remove this family that had become his enemy. However, he had never considered that there could be such a possibility. Are you saying that Qiao Mu and Qiao Lin are only pretending to have a so-called Qiao family behind them? Guoyan couldn't help but ask. You can think about it yourself. Star Xian Envoy neither agreed nor disagreed. Obviously, he was quite disappointed with the results of the investigation. Hiang City's Qiao family was a martial arts clan that had produced grand masters, so when Guoyan first heard about this matter, it startled him. With a creak, the door of the room opened. The figure of Star Xian Envoy blurred for a moment and disappeared from Guoyan's sight. Only Guoyan was left sitting there in a daze. After a while, a smile suddenly appeared on his mouth, followed by loud laughter. If Guoyan had used his own power to investigate and found no trace of the so-called Qiao family, he would suspect that this Qiao family might be even more influential than he had imagined, which is why he couldn't find anything. But if even the Star Xian Envoy of the Wuji Association couldn't find anything, surely this so-called Qiao family couldn't be so mysterious that not even the Martial Saints Wuji Association could figure them out, right? Impossible? Absolutely impossible? According to the Star Xian Envoy, if this Qiao family is a distant family, then I don't need to worry about the Qiao family seeking revenge for now. If this Qiao family is just an ordinary family that is not recognized by the Wuji Association, then there is even less reason to worry. I knew it. There are no major families in this world that would pass down a motto like die where it fits. Thinking about this, his furrowed brows gradually relaxed. Even though Qiao Lin had scared him with false threats, his mood improved. It makes sense when you think about it. If this Qiao family was really some martial arts powerhouse, then Qiao Mu and Qiao Lin wouldn't have gone to their deaths alone, especially when confronting Qiao Lin who infiltrated the Lord's mansion. With Qiao Lin's strength, it was certain death to break into the Lord's mansion. If the Qiao family truly had powerful individuals, why would they let Qiao Lin die alone? The seventh day, Guoyan, sitting quietly in the study, received an important message brought by a servant. Sir, Qiao Lin's body has been found. Where was he found? Tell me in detail. Guoyan stood up suddenly. Although he knew that Qiao Lin was gravely injured and most likely dead, not seeing the body still caused a trace of worry in his heart. It was found in Panshan Town outside the city, the servant explained. A physician named Wang from Panshan Town said that Qiao Lin was found unconscious and near death, drifting downstream along the river while his family was washing clothes by the riverbank. Out of kindness, the physician brought him home to treat him, but his medical skills were mediocre, and he ended up tormenting Qiao Lin for several days, causing him immense pain, only to ultimately fail to save him. Later, upon seeing the wanted portrait issued by Yan City, the physician realized that this person was a wanted criminal who had forcefully entered the Lord's mansion, so he promptly reported to the authorities. Guoyan asked, where is Qiao Lin's body? It has been taken outside the manor. Guoyan immediately walked out of the Lord's manor, opened the coffin lid, and saw a familiar body. He carefully identified it and nodded. It's not a fake, this is indeed Qiao Lin's body. At this moment, he finally felt relieved. The Star Xian Envoy of the Wuji Association overcame his fear of the Qiao family. With Qiao Lin's body found, a big burden lifted from his heart. Check if the physician is involved, if not, then this matter is settled. Guoyan silently watched Qiao Lin's body in the coffin, his face darkened. Initially, I swore to hang your body, Qiao Lin, at the city gate for 10 days to honor my fallen son's spirit. Though a few days late, it's not too late. Tomorrow, after finding out about the doctor's situation, he prepared to fulfill his promise on that day and hang Qiao Lin's body on the city gate tower of Yan City, exposing it for 10 days. Sometime after leaving Panshan Town, Qiao Mu, holding a long spear, is fighting and practicing with Zhang Kui, a mountain bandit who holds a spear in each hand, between the mountains and forests. Both sides are using spears, and Zhang Kui is using 2 large spears, one in each hand. But every time their long spears clash, the tremendous force transmitted through the spear shaft makes Qiao Mu's hand shake. Zhang Kui's internal strength is obviously weaker than mine, but his physical strength is much greater than mine. Then dash. Heavenly Demon Disintegration Method. With a long spear in his hand, there was a sudden burst of internal strength, creating a loud piercing sound. Qiao Mu swung down a spear, using the wooden shaft to hit Zhang Kui's waist, sending the big man flying 2 to 3 meters away. Holding the spear, Qiao Mu stood still in his place, appearing calm and relaxed. In reality, he was enduring the painful aftermath of the Heavenly Demon Disintegration Method, feeling a burning sensation in his internal meridians. After reaching the age of 42, Qiao Mu's Heavenly Demon Disintegration Method had reached a basic level. After 10 years of hard training, he now had a deeper understanding of the Heavenly Demon Disintegration Method. Generally speaking, martial artists who have mastered the Heavenly Demon Disintegration Method can tap into their potential and unleash multiple times their normal internal strength in a short period of time. With his basic mastery of the Heavenly Demon Disintegration Method, Qiao Mu now had greater control over his abilities. The Heavenly Demon Disintegration Method suddenly burst forth in an instant, without any warning, and in the blink of an eye, it unleashed internal strength that exceeded Qiao Mu's own capacity by 3 to 4 times. Faster eruption, with slightly less physical damage. Self-harm doesn't affect Qiao Mu much, as he can refresh his condition by sacrificing himself. Furthermore, Qiao Mu gained a better understanding of how to exploit his potential with the Heavenly Demon Disintegration Method. This means he can squeeze out more potential when using the method, but the cost is a shorter duration and stronger side effects. After all, the stronger the fire burns, the faster the firewood runs out. Now, Qiao Mu has a mysterious self-confidence. No one understands the Heavenly Demon Disintegration Method better than him. This self-harming secret technique can only be used once or twice in a lifetime. Others don't have the opportunity to repeatedly use it and improve their proficiency like he does. However, Qiao Mu is still a little unsatisfied. The side effects of this Heavenly Demon Disintegration Method are not big enough. It's simply not up to par. Isn't it called the Heavenly Demon Disintegration Method? Why doesn't my body fall apart and disintegrate completely after I use it? Qiao Mu pondered. If it were that convenient, I wouldn't have to worry about dealing with my own body every time. It's so bothersome. If the Heavenly Demon Disintegration Method could also disintegrate the body or even turn it into dust, wouldn't that be more convenient? While contemplating, Zhang Kui climbed up from the ground and walked over with a sheepish smile. Brother Qiao, your inner strength is so strong, indeed more powerful than mine. He didn't realize that Qiao Mu had just unleashed the Heavenly Demon Disintegration Method in an instant, thinking it was just Qiao Mu's unexpectedly strong inner strength. Qiao Mu also had a question in his mind. By the way, why is your strength so great? Just now, he held a spear with both hands to deal with Zhang Kui, whose hands were also holding a spear, but his hands were slightly numb from the impact, and it was obvious that the opponent's inner strength was not as good as his. Zhang Kui explained, Brother Qiao-san, haven't you encountered any external martial artists? Martial arts can be divided into internal and external. Internal martial arts focus on developing internal strength, while external martial arts prioritize physical power. I practice external martial arts, which emphasizes physical training, and luckily, I also have naturally greater physical strength. The burst of internal strength became stronger, and the physical strength became more enduring. It can only be said that each has its own strengths. Speaking of this, Zhang Kui sighed softly again. Power, strength, and skill are the 3 paths of martial artists, each with its own strengths. The internal strength and martial techniques of martial artists will continuously accumulate and improve with age and experience. It can be said that they become stronger as they grow older. I heard that there was once a martial arts master who was over 80 years old, with declining vitality, but his swordsmanship had reached an extraordinary level. He defeated a second-rank martial artist in their prime using only a wooden sword. The accumulation of internal strength is like building a sand tower. It becomes more profound as the years go by. Only physical strength, once past its prime, will decline. I am strong now, but in another 10 or 8 years, if I am unable to continue to break through, my vitality will quickly decline, and my strength will weaken. Vitality is the foundation of a martial artist. If one's vitality is completely depleted due to old age and bodily decline, no matter how strong their internal strength and martial techniques are, they will be like castles in the air. We martial artists cannot live forever. Our lives are limited. It's a pity that we cannot go further in the paths of skill and strength. Otherwise, perhaps we could truly match that in human. Yes, mortal martial artists have limited lives. After 100 years, they ultimately become a pile of dirt. Qiao Mu also sighed beside him. Except for me. Although Qiao Mu will also age, he will not die of old age. At the same time, his accumulated martial arts skills and internal strength will not disappear. Not to mention, he also has a solution for the decline of qi and blood during old age, such as the Long Life Fist Sutra. While the two were talking, Wang Songhe came walking from afar. After Qiao Mu separated from Xiao Kangxiu in Panshan town, he returned to this bandit's den to discuss their plans against City Lord Guoyan. The sparring with Zhang Kui just now was only a private exchange of skills. At that time, Wang Songhe came over and asked about what happened earlier. Brother Qiao, the matter we discussed earlier has been taken care of. The body of your son, Qiao Lin, has already been reported to the authorities by a clean background doctor under my command. By now, it should have been delivered to the Yan City Lord's residence. With this, Wang Songhe hesitated for a moment before continuing. But after all, the deceased deserves respect. Wasn't this a bit too much? Wang Songhe was shocked when he just heard that Qiao Mu wanted to use Qiao Lin's corpse to fish. After all, respect for the dead is important. When City Lord Guoyan made a statement, vowing to hang Qiao Lin's body on the city gates and expose it, Wang Songhe couldn't understand why Qiao Mu, being Qiao Lin's father, was rushing to deliver his own son's body. This action completely puzzled him. However, Qiao Mu had no reservations in his mind. After all, this was not really his son's body, but his own. If it wasn't necessary, Qiao Mu wouldn't leave behind his own body. If needed, he can fight alongside his own dead body and ashes without any hesitation. Qiao Mu said, "No need for more words. The deceased is gone. As a living person, I shall carry on with the unfinished matters of the deceased. If I could kill Guoyan, I would willingly use my current body as bait instead of my son. Unfortunately, it's not possible." Wang Songhe and Zhang Kui remained silent. Although they still couldn't fully understand, they all thought, Qiao Sen is truly a ruthless person, truly worthy of being the father of Qiao Mu and Qiao Lin. But speaking of that, how confident is brother Qiao Sen? After Qiao Lin's body is delivered to Yan City Lord's mansion, will Guoyan fall for the trap and leave that heavily guarded residence? Wang Songhe asked again. Guoyan, who was hiding in the City Lord's mansion, is invincible. The chance to infiltrate the City Lord's mansion was only once, and now they have already alerted the guards. Qiao Mu naturally cannot launch another strong attack on the mansion. But if Guoyan is not in the heavily guarded Lord's mansion, maybe we can try. I'm pretty sure, said Qiao Mu. Actually, he only had a 50% certainty in his heart. From his previous encounters with Guoyan, he was certain that this person valued his wastrel son greatly. Now that child Guo was dead, it was also normal for Guoyan to do something like hanging Qiao Lin's body on the city gate to vent his anger. It's impossible to have a foolproof plan. There is no one as wise as Zhuge Kongming, and Qiao Mu cannot read minds. 1,000 plans are not as good as one reckless action. If it were someone like Wang Songhe, carrying the lives of many bandits on his back, it would be difficult to not hesitate and worry about things. But Qiao Mu is different. Other people's lives are valuable, but he is willing to risk his own life at any time to fight. So even if this mission fails, it's no big deal, they can just start over. He acted recklessly. The morning light is faint. The gates of Yan City are tightly closed, and a group of soldiers is guarding them. A merchant caravan wanted to enter the city, but they were stopped at the city gates. No matter how the leader of the caravan smiled and begged, or secretly bribed, the gates remained closed. Qiao Mu and Wang Songhe, along with a group of bandits, were on a small hill, observing the situation at the gates of Yan City. Wang Songhe said, "Since Qiao Lin broke into the City Lord's mansion, Yan City has been sealed off for a full 7 days. It's been difficult for outsiders to enter the city. Only brother Qiao Lin's coffin was allowed in. If this Guoyan wants to move the body of the heroic Qiao Lin, it will probably happen in the next 2 days. But how do we get in? It seems like this Guoyan is wary of outsiders like brother Qiao Sen entering the city." Wang Songhe felt a bit helpless. The plan couldn't keep up with the changes. They were originally planning to secretly enter Yan City and wait for Guoyan to leave the Lord's residence before making a move on Qiao Lin's body. But now they can't even enter Yan City. Killing one Qiao Mu brought about in Qiao Lin. Now that they've killed Qiao Lin, this Guoyan has also become cautious and directly sealed the city. Even if the Qiao's family wanted revenge, it would be difficult for them to enter. Then you can try using the underground passage beneath the Lord's residence, Qiao Mu suggested. There is an underground river passage beneath the Lord's residence that leads to the mountains outside the city. That's where my son drifted out from. Aside from that, there should be a hidden study chamber within the Lord's residence. If nothing unexpected happens, there should be something from the Wuji Association inside the secret room. Wang Songhe stared at Qiao Mu, feeling a bit shocked. He was not only amazed by Qiao Mu's knowledge of the Lord's manor, but also surprised by what he heard, that Qiao Mu had no intention of joining them in their action. "I have my own way to enter the city, but you won't be able to follow this path. I'll be blunt, no need for politeness," Qiao Mu said calmly. "When it comes to killing Guoyan, no one can compete with me. I'll go kill Guoyan, and after he leaves the manor, you can sneak in from the well to create chaos. No one can compete with Qiao Mu when it comes to throwing their life away. He won't be polite with anyone when it comes to this kind of job." Wang Songhe and others immediately showed respect. Although they joined forces to deal with Guoyan, assassinating Guoyan was undoubtedly the most dangerous part, and Qiao Mu unexpectedly suggested they step back. From what he said, he even wanted to face Guoyan alone. As the saying goes, actions speak louder than words. Taking the most dangerous part upon himself in such a proactive manner was more touching than 10,000 righteous lines. Does Qiao Sen have a grudge against Guoyan? So he's eager to kill Guoyan? These bandits have families to take care of, and most of them come from Yan City. Their grudges might not be any less than Qiao Sen's. Especially Wang Songhe himself, who was injured in a fierce fight with City Lord Guoyan. Seeing the bandits' strange reactions, Qiao Mu thought they might find him too righteous, which was abnormal. So he sincerely explained, "In my entire life, I have no other interests except showing off in front of good people and having excellent martial arts manuals. If you don't compete with me for the chance to show off in front of others and help me steal some secret books from the Wuji Association, it would be the greatest help for me. Qiao Mu's lack of explanation was better, as this explanation only made things more obvious. Showing off in front of others? Who would risk their own life to do that? And as for trying to take those possibly non-existent martial arts secret books, it's simply ridiculous. Finally, Wang Songhe put an end to the quarrel among the bandits who were hesitant to speak. The two teams went in separate directions. Qiaolin turned and walked along a familiar mountain path, arriving at a cliff edge. This cliff was where Qiao Mu had bid him farewell, and where they both jumped off with the grey-clothed old man. Without hesitation, he leaped and fell straight down, shattering his bones upon impact. The loud sound on the ground startled the wolves in the valley. The wolves opened their shiny green eyes and looked at Qiao Mu's body, then looked up at the sky. The weather is nice today, and it's starting to rain again? Thank you again for the blessings from above. When Qiao Mu opened his eyes again, he found himself back at the empty house in the outer city revival point. This kind of meaningless suicide is considered as E-level death in the judgment of the immortal lock. It wastes 6 months to a year of lifespan without any increase in martial arts skills. But for Qiao Mu, this was a great thing. His body refreshed once again, completely recovered from the damage caused by the heavenly demon disintegration method, and returned to the best state. And more importantly, he had already infiltrated Yan City. The more the city was locked down by Guoyan, the less he could imagine that someone could secretly enter Yan City. If Qiao Mu takes action, it will surely be unexpected for Guoyan. Qiao Mu patiently waits for his chance in an empty house in the outer city area. After 7 days of being on high alert in the Lord's Manor, the tense atmosphere finally eased after Qiao Lin's body appeared and City Lord Guoyan laughed heartily for the first time. Although nobody believed that Qiao Lin could survive such serious injuries, finding the body still brought some peace of mind. The Qiao brothers died tragically, and the so-called Qiao family is not a concern, and may not even exist. During this time, the threat to the Lord's Manor finally disappeared completely. The next day, the sun was shining brightly. City Lord Guoyan, who hadn't left his house for many days, finally stepped out of the City Lord's mansion. He rode a strong horse at the front, with a sturdy body and a serious expression. Behind him were hundreds of servants, just like the grand procession he used to have when riding through the streets. The City Lord's grand appearance naturally caught the attention of the people on the streets. The crowd quickly made way, curious to see the coffin in the middle of the procession. Is the City Lord attending a funeral? Is it for the young lord who was assassinated? Nov. L. B/JNN. But why isn't anyone wearing mourning clothes? It doesn't seem like a funeral. Guoyan listened to the people's comments without any expression on his face. His lips curved downward slightly, and his face darkened. He wasn't attending a funeral, but rather going on a public display. He was going to carry Qiao Lin's body from the inner city to the gate of the outer city, crossing the entire Yan City. Then, he would hang the body on the city gate tower, making everyone in Yan City see the fate of the wicked Qiao Lin. Open the coffin, let them have a good look. City Lord Guoyan ordered decisively. Open the coffin. Open the coffin. Qiao Lin's coffin was being pulled by a carriage from the City Lord's team. As soon as the City Lord gave the command, 2 strong servants jumped onto the carriage and roughly kicked the coffin lid open. What are they doing? The coffin lid has been kicked open? This can't possibly be the City Lord's son. We must respect the deceased. How can they disrespect the dead like this? It's not a funeral procession. Why are they bringing out a coffin with a dead person? Who exactly is in the coffin? The crowd gathered more and more. The actions of the Lord's servant were very unusual, which aroused the curiosity of the people. The people on both sides of the long street were both astonished and curious, stretching their necks and leaning in to see who exactly was in the coffin. The servant Cheng was also among them. He was a servant sold to the Lord's mansion. Although he was a servant in the Lord's mansion, given his position, he naturally didn't have the qualification to know about this matter, nor did anyone tell him what was inside the coffin. He was only 13 or 14 years old, not very tall, and could only stand on his toes at the back of the crowd, but he was blocked by the people in front and couldn't see clearly at all. Ah! The person at the very front of the crowd exclaimed. The deceased in the coffin looks quite tragic, almost no part of their body is intact. Was it a wound from a knife or a sword? There are still marks of a doctor sewing it up. Otherwise, it might have fallen apart. Where? Let me have a look too. So what kind of person was he? Was he a person who committed a great crime? But he's already dead, why go through all this trouble? The crowd didn't immediately recognize the identity of the body. After all, there was some distance between them, but they all stood on tiptoe, straining their eyes to see. City Lord Guoyan seemed to know that these people were looking very hard, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he ordered. Hang the body up. Soon, the servants brought out the prepared wooden frame and bound the Qiao Lin's body taken out of the coffin onto it, then raised the wooden frame high on the carriage. As a result, there were waves of exclamations along both sides of the street. I saw it, I saw it, I saw it too. The person who died had a terrible ending. They looked strange and creepy. Could it be the leader of the mountain bandits who died in the battle against the enemy? The crowd watching the spectacle became even louder with their discussions. Finally, after the body was hung up, they could finally see it. However, Cheng at the back of the crowd instinctively took 2 steps back. That body seems to be Qiao Lin. On that day in the kitchen of the Lord's mansion, he had a vivid memory of the formidable man who dared to threaten child Guo. After the incident, Chang also ran out of the kitchen and witnessed Qiao Lin's death in battle. Qiao Lin. Qiao Lin. After Chang saw the appearance of the body, he felt disgusted and took 2 steps back, despite the scorching sun, feeling a sudden chill. At this moment, he no longer had the desire to push forward. When he looked towards the crowd in front of him, all he saw was a group of people craning their necks, like ducks being held by an invisible hand. The crowd around him was bustling, but he felt very far away from the surging crowd. That person is Qiao Lin, the one who broke into the Lord's manor. He clenched his fist and whispered in the crowd. The noisy crowd suddenly quieted down for a moment, and then erupted in commotion. The brother of the brave Qiao Mu. I heard that he broke into the Lord's manor and killed child Guo. Is it him? Did the Lord find his body? Both of them were brave men, but it's a pity. What nonsense are you talking about? Shouted the armored soldier nearby. That Qiao Lin is a wicked criminal who unlawfully entered the city lord's residence in broad daylight and killed someone. According to the laws of Great Yan, he should be sentenced to death. How can he be considered a hero? Most of the people actually didn't know the whole story of Qiao Mu's intrusion into the city lord's residence that day. Because the Yan City army arrived quickly and surrounded the city lord's residence inside and out, the people only knew that Qiao Lin had killed the city lord's son, but they were not very clear about the specific details. But I heard people talking at the tea house. The soldier interrupted loudly. Are you talking about that storyteller with a sword from a few days ago? He is Qiao Lin's accomplice? How can you believe what he says? N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. The argument on this side became increasingly noisy. In the front of the crowd, City Lord Guoyan seemed to sense something and glanced briefly at the people here. Guoyan, tall and imposing like a tower, had a prominent reputation in Yan City. With just a simple glance and without saying a word, he silenced the noisy argument on this side. Even if they felt unhappy in their hearts, nobody would speak ill of Guoyan in front of him. At this moment, both sides of the long street were crowded with people, but the voices gradually quieted down, enveloped in a profound silence. On the long street, only the crisp sound of the city lord's team slowly marching and the creaking of the wheels could be heard. Guoyan withdrew his gaze, his face remaining calm, but there was a hint of satisfaction in his heart. Based on the people's reactions, he knew that his authority as the city lord remained intact. Guoyan had governed Yan City for many years, and he knew how to silence the people, how to make them say what they should say. Some clever individuals would even realize it without him saying anything. He knew that as long as the Qiao brothers incident passed and time went on, nobody would remember the Qiao surname anymore. Ultimately, Yan City belonged to his Guo family. And as soon as Guoyan almost disappeared from sight, the murmurs in the crowd gradually resurfaced. The city lord still has a commanding presence. It's understandable that City Lord Guo is angry. After all, his only son has died. City Lord's son was indeed spoiled, but setting aside that matter, City Lord Guo is not a bad person, just lacking in discipline when it comes to his beloved child. In front of the crowd, a scholar spoke, his forehead covered in a bead of sweat. Just now, City Lord Guoyan glanced at the crowd from afar. Although he didn't feel they were targeting him, a strong desire to survive prompted him to speak. Speaking of which, those two brothers Qiao Mu and Qiao Lin are quite reckless. The others in the crowd began to feel the same will to survive. The deceased are gone, but the living must continue on. Qiao Lin killing child Guo was satisfying for them, but now that the matter is over, if they want to survive in Yan City, they still have to consider the Guo family's face. I admit their actions were indeed righteous, but weren't they a bit reckless? They only know how to kill. Can killing solve problems? In the end, they all died, and they died very tragically. Both brothers acted without much thought. Qiao Lin killed child Guo, and it was indeed the right thing to do. But did it have to escalate to this extent? Wasn't there a better solution? These so-called knights only care about their own satisfaction, their own sense of righteousness. They may have died, but we still have to go on living. As a result, Yan City was put under strict lockdown. Neither the trade caravans nor the common people were allowed to enter or leave. The supplies couldn't be brought in. Yan City already suffered from a famine last month, and now, with this happening, the prices of firewood, rice, oil, and salt have skyrocketed. Did Qiao Lin not consider the difficulties faced by ordinary people like us? Fortunately, Qiao Lin's body has also been found. The lockdown in Yan City will soon be lifted, right? Life will soon return to normal. In the back of the crowd, the young servant Cheng widened his eyes and was left speechless. Suddenly, he remembered Qiao Lin who had broken into the Lord's residence, and he had spoken to the people of Yan City in front of the Lord. The people are afraid to speak the truth and can only watch from the sidelines. It isn't their fault. If they have the ability, they should strive for justice and good deeds. If they don't have the ability, then they should focus on protecting themselves. Now, the ordinary people, who have no means to fight, have started speaking ill of the martyr Qiao Lin while stepping on his face. The servant Cheng felt a little tight in his chest. He couldn't quite understand. The voices in the crowd were just cheering for the Qiao Mu and Qiao Lin brothers. How did the wind change so quickly? Was he just not smart enough? Or were others too clever? Absurd, a person in the crowd with a straw hat said lightly. You dare not blame the city Lord Guoyan for ordering the city to be closed and the strict security measures, but you blame Qiao Lin for recklessly killing child Guo. A brave person gets angry and draws their sword against someone stronger. A coward gets angry and draws their sword against someone weaker. You dare not criticize the lord of the city, but since the Qiao brothers are already dead and can't defend themselves, you think it's okay to speak ill of them while trampling on their bodies. It's not wrong to think of self-preservation when faced with a situation. However, right and wrong are not always straightforward. One must always have a balanced scale in their heart, said the person with the straw hat, their eyes as cold as electricity. People can be as insignificant as ants, but they shouldn't be as twisted as maggots. The words of the traveler stirred up a commotion among the crowd. Many eyes in the crowd silently turned towards the scholar, making his face start to feel a bit hot. The scholar frowned in disagreement, using strong words to snatch reason. I never said it was wrong for Qiao Lin to kill City Lord's son, just that there could have been a better way to handle things. Both brothers were just too reckless. For example, what other solutions are there? The traveler asked in return. The scholar in front of the crowd choked for a moment, then said, for example, City Lord Guo is cunning. He just dotes on his only son. If someone could clearly inform him of what child Guo did back then, he would surely handle it fairly. Another example would be resorting to the laws of Great Yan. If the bureaucrats in Yan City cannot handle it fairly, then appeal to Hiang City, and even all the way to the capital. Oh, that sounds like a possible solution. The traveler exclaimed and went forward to ask. You are a local of Yan City, right? The scholar saw that the traveler's attitude seemed to soften, so he snorted coldly and said, don't try to get close to me. Of course, I am. I have lived in Yan City for about 40 years. Are you a foreigner? Do you have the right to talk about Yan City? What do you know? The traveler asked again. Then you've been living in Yan City for so many years. You must have tried those solutions you mentioned earlier, right? The scholar was speechless for a moment. The crowd began to grow noisy, and many pairs of eyes glanced at the scholar and the traveler. The traveler spoke earnestly. If the sky is dark, then survive in the darkness. If making sound is dangerous, then remain silent. If you feel incapable of shining, then curl up in a corner. But don't get used to the darkness and defend it. Don't take pride in your compromise. Don't mock those who are braver and more passionate than you. We can be humble like dust, but we must not be distorted like worms. The scholar's face gradually turned red, veins began to pop on his neck, and he pointed his finger directly at the traveler's chest. You think you're so great and noble. Your high and mighty words may sound beautiful, but who can't say them? You, a foreigner, what have you actually done? Lord Guo is now ahead of that team, aren't you capable? If you can, why don't you go up? However, the traveler's reaction went beyond his imagination. The traveler didn't argue fiercely like him, but nodded lightly. Okay, I can, so I'll go. He squeezed through the crowd and walked towards the Lord's team, without hesitation or looking back. Behind the crowd, Ah Cheng, the servant, watched the traveler's figure and suddenly trembled slightly. The crowd's figures were like ducks being lifted by the neck, but that traveler walked away from the flock, like a rock striding towards the waves. At this time, the Lord's team had reached the entrance of Yan City. Guoyan was riding a horse at the front of the team, looking serious. As the lord of the city, he was clever and capable, acting cautiously and always considering things carefully. But now, he was starting to plan something in his mind. There's no need to worry about the Qiao family, they might not even exist. It's all because I was fooled by that Qiao lineage. I shouldn't have involved the Wuji Association, especially since the Star Xian envoy actually discovered something. I should be grateful to him. Thanks to him, the Star Xian envoy was alarmed. As for the Immortal Gate, cooperating with them is like dealing with a tiger for its skin. It's easy to invite them, but difficult to send them away. If the people from Xiantian sect come, the Lord of Yan City might have to be replaced. It's all because of Qiao Lin's lies. Guoyan furrowed his brow deeply. As the lord of the city, it was very difficult for him to navigate between the big powers. He needed to think and consider carefully about this matter. While he was thinking, they reached the city gate. Hang Qiao Lin's body, Guoyan was saying, but there was a commotion from the crowd behind him. Among the crowd, a masked guest picked up a long spear. Heavenly Demon Disintegration Method. He tightened his grip on the long spear in his right arm. His already muscular arm swelled up and even the pores on his skin started bleeding, and the aura on the long spear skyrocketed. A few days ago, it was Qiao Lin who didn't throw the long spear, but now it was Qiao San who would throw it. Guoyan hadn't had a chance to turn around when suddenly there was a loud sound of breaking wind behind his ear. Whoosh! The long spear flew out quickly, like a streak of red light piercing through the air. The red rainbow seemed to have swallowed up the long spear, and the people could only catch a fleeting glimpse of a flash of blood. In the midst of a loud explosion and the sound of horses in distress, Guoyan, who was at the very front of the group, tumbled off his horse. Guoyan, old thief, dared to bully the Qiao family when no one was around. In the midst of a thunderous roar, the hat-wearing stranger threw off his hat and stepped forward. He swiftly twisted and assembled two pieces of a long stick, and a new long stick appeared in his hand. City Lord, Master of the City. Suddenly, a dramatic change occurred, and everyone was caught off guard. Just moments ago, Qiao Mu was passionately debating with the crowd, but in the next moment, he swiftly emerged from the crowd and attempted to assassinate Guoyan, causing a sudden and unexpected shift. Guoyan also didn't react in time. He was still contemplating how to deal with the Immortal Gate when he was unexpectedly attacked by Qiao's family. In a split second, he barely had time to dodge, only to be struck down by the immense force of the spear that was thrown, bringing both him and his horse down. There's an assassin. Protect the lord of the city. In the midst of noisy shouts, the servant guards were about to run over. But right after, they saw Qiao Mu throw off his hat, revealing a familiar face. This face was noticeably more mature than the one hanging on the nearby wooden shelf labeled Qiao Lin, and it was also more powerful and majestic. Qiao Lin. No, this is another elder from the Qiao family who is even older. Amidst the piercing sound of horses, Guo Yan crawled up from the ground, his face as dark as water. His left shoulder had already been pierced by a long spear, and his feet were still underneath the fallen horse, leaving him covered in blood and flesh. It was just when he saw Qiao Mu's face that his own face couldn't help but tremble. Another man from Qiao family? Didn't the Star Xian envoy of the Wuji Association say that the Qiao family is not worth worrying about, and may not even exist? The Star Xian envoy deceived me? Guo Yan felt the urge to vomit blood again. If it weren't for the fact that the Star Xian envoy of the Wuji Association informed him of this news, he would never have been so unprepared. Guo Yan's face turned dark. This Qiao family, just like the other two he encountered, is fearless. Although the gates of Yan City are closed at the moment, there are still soldiers guarding the walls. How dare he, Guo Yan, attempt an assassination at this time? Why is the Qiao family not afraid of death? Guo Yan murmured to himself. No one enjoys fighting against those who are unafraid of death. Even rich and important people, with bodyguards as many as 100, don't want to be bothered by fearless mad dogs when they go out. Qiao. Guo Yan just uttered his first word, but Qiao Mu's action startled him again. Qiao Mu took out a bow and arrow from behind and shot it into the sky. The arrow quickly shot into the sky, making a sharp and loud sound that spread far, far away. Cloud-piercing arrow. A cloud-piercing arrow, to meet thousands of troops and horses? Does this Qiao's family have accomplices? Are there other Qiao's families hidden in this Yan City? City Lord Guo Yan's pupils shook directly. How many darn Qiao's families are there, after all? Before, a small one was killed, and now a big one has come. After killing a big one, now an old one is not enough, should just come in a group? Even though Guo Yan was extremely calm, he couldn't help but feel agitated at this moment and his expression changed on the spot. Get him, kill him. Guo Yan frowned and stepped back behind the guards. He had already been hit by the sneak attack just now, and coupled with his unhealed injuries, he had no intention of competing with Qiao Mu in the slightest. He didn't even want to fight the previous Qiao Lin, let alone the current Qiao Senior. In one word, delay. As long as the defending soldiers on the city wall come down or the soldiers in the camp come over, it will be like catching a turtle in a jar? Why do I need to face this fearless brute when I have the advantage? Guo Yan stepped back, while Qiao Mu held a long spear and bravely chased after. However, just as he took a few steps forward, hundreds of guards and servants by Guo Yan's side caught up and blocked Qiao Mu's way. Do you want to die? Qiao Mu held a long spear, and the tip of the spear emitted a sharp air, like a dragon. The spear technique he practiced was a battlefield technique, with almost no defense, only simple and quick stabs. Stab, stab. With the combination of being at the peak of the 7th rank and the heavenly demon disintegration method, Qiao Mu was invincible among the group of guards. Every strike took away the life of a guard. It's too similar. Such a scene, such a grandeur, couldn't help but remind Zhou Wen and the other guards of the bloody battle that took place at the Lord's mansion 7 or 8 days ago. Qiao's family never feared death, no matter what. In an instant, Qiao Mu took 5 or 6 steps forward, and there were already more than 10 corpses under his feet. The only 7th rank guard, Zhou Wen, could only block Qiao Mu for a few rounds before clutching his wrist and retreating in embarrassment. Lord, you know my condition. My injuries from that day haven't fully healed. If I go up now, it's just giving myself away. Qiao Lin, who fought to the death that day, left a deep impression on these guards. Most of the guards who dared to fight to the death died in the battle that day. The surviving guards were either protective of their own lives or had a cautious fear and respect for Qiao Mu, and the remaining ones were newly recruited into the Lord's mansion, so they naturally lacked loyalty. This group of over 100 guards, when Qiao Mu charged at them with just a spear on his horse, they seemed to struggle to stop him. The number of battles that Qiao Mu has experienced is actually not that many. After all, not long ago, he was just a 15-year-old boy. The number of battles he has experienced is not very high, but the quality is astounding. From charging alone into a valley facing thousands of bandits, to single-handedly fighting against a 7th-rank grey-clothed old man, and battling to the death in the city lord's mansion. Every battle is a fight to the death, risking his life, dancing on the edge of the blade. At this moment, he, alone, gripping the spear, his aura even making the faces of many guards turn pale. How much money did Guo Yan give you? Enough to buy your lives. Qiao Mu held his spear and charged forward, shouting loudly like thunder, with a powerful momentum. A matter of life and death? Yes, how much money is enough to buy a life? Why do the guards who protect the house fight so hard? The defenders of Yan City, who are also the official soldiers protecting Yan City, are not just Guo Yan's private army? It's okay for the Bureau of Favorable Wind to fight. After all, Guo Yan is still the lord of this city, and they still rely on him to eat. But to provoke enemies like Qiao Mu's fearless Qiao's family? I'm sorry, I have to leave. So, Qiao Mu, holding a long spear, quickly dashed into the crowd, entering an empty area. And the soldiers on the city gate behind Guoyan seemed to move a bit slower. In the blink of an eye, Qiao Mu has arrived in front of Guoyan. The obstacles that Qiao Lin couldn't overcome until death are no longer considered difficult in front of Qiao Sen, who has died again. This is not only the gap in strength between Qiao Lin and Qiao Sen, but also because Qiao's family, who fought to death several times in a row, have left an indelible impression on the hearts of the guards in these city mansions. Guoyan. Qiao Mu's shout made Guoyan's face change dramatically. Unconsciously, as the lord of the city, with countless people responding to his call, there was no one in front of him at this moment. At this moment, thick smoke unexpectedly rose in the direction of the inner city in the distance. Guoyan was extremely familiar with that direction. It was his home, the mansion of the city lord. Is it really not just a bluff? Are there really other Qiao's family members sneaking in? Guoyan's heart was shaken. The so-called Qiao family, it was even more prosperous than he had imagined. In a moment of distraction, Qiao Mu's long spear in his hand flashed like a cold star, directly aiming at his throat. Ding! Guoyan's sword at his waist instantly unsheathed, blocking the spear aimed at his throat. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Guoyan's voice was icy cold. But after speaking, he coughed lightly, a surge of blood and qi rising in him. He was already injured and shouldn't engage in a fight, so this was the first time Qiao Mu had actually seen Guoyan take action. Swish, swish, swish. His sword moves were exquisite and swift, much more refined than Qiao Mu's straightforward military spear skill. Guoyan was skilled in sword play, swiftly swinging his sword like lightning. After a few rounds, he had already stabbed 2 small holes in Qiao Mu's body. It must be said, Guoyan's own strength was quite extraordinary. After all, Wuji Association was a martial arts organization. As a member of the Wuji Association, he was much stronger in his techniques compared to martial artists of the same level. Even with injuries and being successfully ambushed by Qiao Mu, with a shoulder pierced by a long spear, only able to fight with one hand, he could still suppress Qiao Mu in his heavenly demon disintegration method state. However, after a few rounds of fighting, Guoyan felt a surge of energy and blood rushing up. Unable to hold it in, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He could only take 2 steps back to catch his breath, but in the next second, Qiao Mu with 2 bloody holes in his body charged towards him again. Guoyan immediately shouted, "Hold on. Brother Qiao, our strengths are similar. I am the lord of a city, and as the elder of the Qiao family, I believe you are not an ordinary person either. Since everyone here is decent and respectable, why do we have to fight like a rude martial artist on the street? Why can't we sit down and talk about it?" Guoyan put down his sword and stood, quietly watching Qiao Mu. In his opinion, he had already shown his strength. Even if he was alone without any guards, he was not someone to be taken advantage of. So, what comes next? Do you want to talk with me? Qiao Mu held a long spear and looked at Guoyan with confusion. For a moment, he was also perplexed. We've reached this point, and you still think we can talk? Why not? Guoyan's demeanor was surprisingly pleasant at this moment. By invading Yan City, are you trying to take Xiao Lin's corpse with you? If you can represent your Qiao family behind you, then we can have a good talk, seeking peace instead of war, after all. Guoyan couldn't finish his sentence before Qiao Mu burst into a long laughter. Ha ha ha, I get it now. What do you understand? Guoyan frowned, wondering if this Qiao family really didn't want to negotiate with him. I think I understand. Qiao Mu laughed loudly. Why could you restrain yourself from killing my son Qiao Lin when he stabbed that reckless fellow in front of you? So it's because you're afraid of death. Qiao Mu's eyes widened in anger as he grasped the long spear and struck like lightning. How ridiculous. You, as a brave martial artist, have lost your courage. You fear for your life and spend your days plotting and negotiating. Qiao Mu shouted loudly. We martial artists should be fearless. Do you even deserve to be a martial artist? Heavenly Demon Disintegration Method. Boom. Having already achieved some skill in the Heavenly Demon Disintegration Method, he was able to unlock more of his physical potential. In an instant, his whole body was filled with energy, unleashing an additional 15% of strength. This strike was faster and stronger than any previous strikes. Guoyan hurriedly drew his sword, but he was still too slow. Just as his sword touched Qiao Mu's abdomen, Qiao Mu's spear had already pierced through his throat. A burst of strength pierced through Guoyan's throat in an instant. He suddenly lost all his strength, his hand gripping the sword weakly, his mouth open and muttering something. Then he collapsed to the ground with a loud crash. In his final moments, his eyes remained wide open, as if he couldn't comprehend why, as the ruler of a city, he had ended up in such a tragic fate, fighting and dying in the streets against a rough martial artist. Oh, how the Star Xian envoy of Hiang City has deceived me. With his last thought fading away, he lost all signs of life. Psi, n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Qiao Mu was gasping harshly, his whole body covered in oozing blood. If earlier his body was just leaking droplets of blood from every pore, now he was practically spraying blood out, looking extremely gruesome, like a person made of blood. He was already exhausted, barely able to stand with the long spear in his hand, and the lifeless city lord Guo Yanlei at his feet. He turned around. The servants and guards from the lord's mansion behind him quickly stepped back, avoiding his gaze. Qiao Mu turned his head again. The soldiers from Yen City who had just come down from the city wall instinctively averted their eyes. The Qiao family's men, they were too fierce. It made them completely unable to consider the idea of opposing them. If Guoyan was still alive, they could have fought against Qiao Mu. But with Guoyan dead, who were they loyal to? Qiao Mu's gaze passed over the guards and soldiers, looking into the distance. Most of the onlookers on both sides of the street had dispersed. Only a small number of fearless individuals were still peering from a distance. Qiao Mu glanced around and spotted the Confucian scholar who had been engaging in a heated argument with him just moments ago. A subtle smile appeared on the corner of Qiao Mu's mouth as he softly said, "I can do it, therefore I will go. So, what about you?" This scholar locked eyes with Qiao Mu and immediately turned pale, running away in fear. At this moment, in the distance, several figures are displaying light skills, quickly running towards this direction, approaching the city gate tower at a fast pace. It was Wang Songhe and several of his bandit subordinates. They sneaked into the Lord's mansion and caused chaos by setting fires, diverting the attention of the army camp. Then, they hurried to the Yen City gate tower. Wang Songhe didn't bring many people, but they were all skilled experts with their own methods. They were exceptional in light skills and quick in their movements. In order to quickly assist Qiao Mu, he selected several skilled bandits who were proficient in light skills. However, when they arrived, what they saw was an unexpected scene. The long street is stained with blood. Every few steps, there lies a dead body of a guard on the street, and Qiao Mu's path is marked with blood and corpses. The soldiers at the city gate tower look in one direction with fear and awe in their eyes. About 20 steps away, a man covered in blood is barely standing, with the lifeless body of City Lord Guoyan at his feet. Holding a spear in his hand, he stands there and uses the blood of City Lord Guoyan as ink, writing a few words on the wall at Yen City's gate with his long spear, depicting a dance of dragons and snakes. The killer is Qiao Sen from the Qiao family. It's over already? So fast. Wang Songhe's eye twitched. They originally came to support Qiao Mu, but they didn't expect that when they arrived, the battle had already ended. Looking at the devastation on this street, and Qiao Mu covered in blood, he could also guess that Qiao Mu had just experienced a very fierce battle. His gaze finally landed on the corpse at Qiao Mu's feet, Yen City's Lord Guoyan. Although he was injured, I didn't expect him to actually die at Qiao Sen's hands. Like this, is also good. Wang Songhe's eyes sparkled. Guoyan was a person with some cleverness and wit. As the lord of a small town, he maneuvered between top forces such as the Wuji Association, Great Yen Imperial Court, and Immortal Gate. Not only did he not make a mess of things, but he also gained quite a bit. Just like Wang Songhe's past identity was also discovered by this person. Now that he's dead, Wang Songhe is relieved. Therefore, the two of them fought each other, battling until they were both injured. However, Wang Songhe didn't expect that Guoyan, who was so scheming, would die so easily. Wang Songhe and the others were very surprised. The commanding officer of the soldiers guarding the city gate was even more shocked than Wang Songhe and the others. He almost couldn't hold on to his spear. There are still so many members of Qiao's family. Wang Songhe and his group came out of the secret passageway in the water well. There were only 5 or 6 of them, not many. Led by Wang Songhe, all the bandits in this group had their faces covered, hiding their appearance. Only Qiao Mu didn't wear a mask. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. He wanted everyone in Yen City to remember his face. So the captain of the city gate guards instinctively saw Qiao Mu as the leader of this group, the representative of the Qiao's family. What Qiao's family? Does brother Qiao Sen have other family members helping him? Zhang Kui, the mountain bandit, stared blankly, feeling confused. He's talking about us. Wang Songhe said helplessly. Wang Songhe's original surname is Wang. Some people think he should be surnamed Song, so they call him Songhe. Now, some people think he's surnamed Qiao. Strange enough, he had a new surname, which really puzzled him. But it wasn't the right time to think about these things. Wang Songhe quickly rushed towards Qiao Mu. Brother Qiao Sen, it's time to go. Wang Songhe looked worriedly at Qiao Mu, who was covered in blood, and reminded him. Since Guoyan has been executed, we should leave now. Although we set fire to the Lord's mansion, attracting the attention of the local garrison, it won't be long before the main forces from the military camp arrive. Wang Songhe's several bandits under his command were all skilled in lightness skills, and they arrived quickly. But they didn't have much time left. Before the words even fell, in the distance, there came a rumbling sound of horse hooves, and the ground of the street beneath my feet trembled slightly. There appeared a large group of soldiers in the distance, swiftly approaching. Guoyan, the ruler of the city, was assassinated in broad daylight. This was a major event that could make the entire Yen city shake, so it was natural for these soldiers to arrive quickly. Why leave? It would be better if I died here. Qiao Mu nodded and looked up at the commanding officer of the soldiers on the city gate tower. Open the city gate, Qiao Mu uttered. Qiao Mu was heavily injured at this moment and had little strength left. These words didn't sound like coercion, but rather like a natural command. Though not loud, this word made the commanding officer of the soldiers startle. Even though there were many colleagues rushing for reinforcements from afar, it's hard to put out a fire that's close by. If he doesn't listen to Qiao Mu's words, he can certainly hold him back, but he will surely be killed by Qiao Mu and others before the reinforcements arrive. Open the city gate, he shouted loudly, giving the order. It's not that he's afraid of this Qiao Mu, but mainly because Yan City has been sealed off for too long, and he also wants to breathe some fresh air. Amidst the rumbling sound of the rotating axle, the gate of Yan City opened. You go ahead, I'll stay behind. Qiao Mu grabbed a fine horse, but didn't gallop out of the city. In this critical moment, he turned his horse around at the city gate and faced the densely approaching Yan City guards. Brother Qiao, Mountain Bandit Zhang Kui and others were deeply moved. It is said that true colors are revealed in times of hardship, and every minute and every second is a matter of life and death. Yet, Qiao Mu actually wants to stay behind for them? These bandits sneakily infiltrated the Lord's mansion and had a little skirmish with the remaining guards, but they didn't suffer serious injuries. Qiao Mu, who volunteered to cover the rear, got the heaviest injuries, right? Brother Qiao Sen is truly a heroic man. Zhang Kui and the others couldn't help but praise, then they quickly rode off on the swift horses. In this critical moment, nobody played out those melodramatic scenes like you go first, no, you go first, I won't go, you go first, if you don't go, I won't go, then let's go together. Since Qiao Mu made the decision, they wouldn't be melodramatic either. So the bandits rushed out of the city at the fastest speed. Before leaving, they didn't forget to take down Qiao Lin's body from the wooden rack and carried the corpse with them. Meanwhile, Qiao Mu faced a sea of dark soldiers and showed a brave smile, ready to embrace death. He was about to die again. Hooray! However, what he saw next made his face turn dark. The masses of soldiers running towards him seemed to slow down when they saw Qiao Mu and the body beneath his feet. Even though they were running with great force, causing the ground to shake, Qiao Mu waited and waited, but this group of soldiers never came to kill him with their swords. Hurry up! Qiao Mu shouted in his mind. Hurry up! These soldiers also shouted in their minds, saying, the city gates are open, why aren't you running? Qiao Mu waited for a long time, looking up at these soldiers with confusion. How dare he kill the lord of the city? Today I vow to kill this thief. Attack! The leader, a military officer named Zhang, was filled with killing intent, but when he saw Qiao Mu's gaze, he instinctively looked away. And so, Qiao Mu understood. He understood them very well, he was familiar with their gaze. A group of cowards. Gutless rats. Qiao Mu hated and was angry, he was really furious. They don't even have the courage to kill a dying man. At this point, he had no choice left. To die forcibly at the hands of a demoralized army, this meaningless sacrifice, without thinking, is not considered a high-quality death. Therefore, Qiao Mu turned his horse around and galloped out of Yan City. Beside him, Wang Songhe sighed softly. Brother Qiao Sen, it's not that they are weak. Don't you think about what the three of you, the father and son of Qiao family, have done in this Yan City. Qiao Mu slapped Child Guo in the street, angrily confronting City Lord Guo Yan. Qiao Lin bravely entered the Lord's mansion, and in front of Guo Yan, he stabbed Child Guo to death with a spear. Then he fought alone until his death. What about Qiao Sen? He directly led a group of people to sneak into Yan City and assassinate City Lord Guo Yan. Guo Yan is already the ruler of the city. He is considered the top figure in Yan City in terms of strength and influence. Now that such a person is dead, who would dare to provoke Qiao Sen from the Qiao family? There are people who dare to provoke the Qiao family, such as Guo Yan and his son. Now they have reunited as a complete family. Though Qiao Sen was severely injured and appeared to be dying, who would dare to touch him? Behind Qiao Mu, there are a few members of the Qiao's family, like Wang Songhe, observing nearby. Qiao Mu, Qiao Lin, Qiao Sen. The Qiao family, consisting of 3 people, left a strong and impressive mark in the city of Yan with their blood. Even if they killed the dying Qiao Sen, the soldiers would not have much credit, given that Guo Yan was already dead. They would not risk their lives for nothing. It's not that they are weak, it's just that your Qiao family is too much for them to handle, Wang Songhe said, feeling a bit dizzy. It's hard not to admire a daring man who sacrifices himself without fear of death. What's even more astonishing is that it's not just one brave man, but 3. They keep coming, making people tremble in fear. However, Wang Songhe's praise didn't make Qiao Mu happy. In fact, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He couldn't tolerate it any longer, the anger was building up inside him. You're the one who can't be dealt with, your whole family can't be dealt with. Qiao Mu retorted, turning his head to vent his frustration. He said a sentence and then a mouthful of blood sprayed out directly from his mouth. Feeling both angry and tired, he fell off his horse just as he was leaving the city, his vision going black. Qiao Sen has fainted. Wang Songhe acted the quickest, catching Qiao Mu who fell off his horse, his face filled with an inexplicable emotion. This father and son, Qiao Lin and Qiao Sen, are truly cut from the same cloth. They are brave, courageous, and dare to be the first. They are true heroes. Like father, like son. The 3 members of the Qiao family, father and son, are all righteous men who value honor over life and death. As he looked at Qiao Mu in his hands, he felt a deep sense of admiration and secretly made a vow in his heart. Previously, Qiao Lin bravely stormed the Lord's residence alone and was on the brink of death, suffering severe injuries. He boasted beforehand, but ultimately failed to save him, unable to change fate. Such a thing cannot happen again. How could he just watch this righteous man be critically injured and die? After such a fierce battle, you managed to overcome everything. City Lord Guo Yan was killed by you. How can we let you die on your way back? I, Wang Songhe, will never let you die like this. Last time, I failed in treating Qiao San, causing him to lose his beloved son. But this time, Wang Songhe will definitely not fail again. Outside Yan City, among the mountains. Inside the mountain hideout of the bandits. As soon as Wang Songhe returned to the hideout, he gathered all the doctors from the hideout to assist him. They worked tirelessly to save the critically injured Qiao Mu. This treatment lasted for 3 days. By the 3rd day, Qiao Mu's condition finally stabilized, although he still hadn't woken up. Wang Songhe felt a little relieved, and while resting inside the medical center, Zhang Kui came in. This Zhang Kui was a skilled subordinate of his, skilled in wielding dual spears, and was a master in martial arts with extraordinary powers. At the time, Zhang Kui also took part in the assassination of Guoyan in Yan City, and now he was entering the medical center. Brother. Zhang Kui hesitated for a moment and said seriously, "You see, should we divide the spoils first? 3 days ago, we entered the Yan City Lord's mansion and found many valuable things, especially in the secret room. There were martial arts manuals from the Wuji Association, which were quite rare treasures. Qiao San has been unconscious for 3 days, should we divide the things first? When Qiao San wakes up, we can discuss it again." Zhang Kui was truly jealous. Clearly, they obtained good treasures, but they couldn't enjoy them, which made them feel really difficult to bear. This is not right. Wang Songhe said seriously. Even though brother Qiao San is not part of the Lord's mansion, we can secretly enter the Lord's mansion and use the secret passage and secret room. It's all thanks to him. He is the biggest hero. Let's not talk about dividing the spoils before brother Qiao San wakes up. The two of them were in the middle of a discussion. Qiao Mu, who had been unconscious, finally opened his eyes. Secret manual? What secret manual? Just as he opened his eyes, he saw the unfamiliar ceiling and the old face of Wang Songhe beside him. Really unlucky. Qiao Mu looked away with a disgusted expression. Okay, this time I didn't die, but I didn't lose either. Let's just say I stacked some buffs. Anyway, Qiao Mu always wins, he never loses. After experiencing this event, Qiao Mu had a deeper understanding of stacking buffs. Qiao Mu is a brave young hero, and Qiao Lin becoming famous so quickly in Yan City is also because of the reputation Qiao Lin established. Qiao San is even more obvious. If Qiao San was just an ordinary righteous person, he would end up like Qiao Mu and Qiao Lin, being killed by the crowd. Qiao Mu and Qiao Lin. Qiao San. Qiao Mu was already in Yan City and had made a name for himself in Qiao's family, and the fame of these three also continued to grow. It is imaginable that if Qiao San were to die heroically in another occasion now, the news would definitely cause a sensation in Yan City. At that time, the quality of death will surely be high. Brother Qiao San, wake up, said Wang Songhe with a slight smile, relieved. This time, finally, there was no accident. The earlier established character of being successful in medical studies must not collapse. I don't want to talk to you. Zhang Kui, let's talk about the secrets of the Wuji Association, said Qiao Mu. He moved his body, feeling the pain throughout, but his condition was clearly stronger than the last time. His body could move, but there was barely any internal strength within the Danshan and Qi, and the meridians throughout his body were greatly damaged. Don't worry for now. We can talk about the secret later. The most important thing now is your health, Wang Songhe explained with a gentle expression. This time, Qiao Mu's physical injuries were not fatal, although they were still quite severe. After 3 days of rescue by Wang Songhe, he finally woke up successfully. The more serious injuries were actually internal, caused by the self-destructive method called the heavenly demon disintegration method, which put a great burden on the body. Almost all of your meridians are destroyed, and your internal strength is nearly gone. The injuries you have are mainly self-inflicted, not caused by enemy attacks. As Wang Songhe spoke, he felt more and more puzzled. In his understanding, the father and son from the Qiao family were masters of the long life fist. It was obvious that they were survivors of the Qiao family from Hiang City, perhaps from another branch. When did the Hiang City's Qiao family, who practiced the long life fist, become so fierce? This seems to be a bit inconsistent with his impression of the once prestigious martial arts family in Hiang City. My injury is minor, let's talk about the secret manual of the Lord's Manor first. Qiao Mu eagerly rubs his hands. The external injuries on Qiao Mu's body, under Wang Songhe's treatment, were not particularly serious. It can only be said that with about a month of rest, he would fully recover. The real problem lies within his body. The meridians in your body are almost completely destroyed. Your internal strength is next to nothing. It can even be said that your path in martial arts has been severed. Wang Songhe shakes his head and sighs. The side effects of the heavenly demon disintegration method cannot be easily resolved through medical techniques. This is a famous self-harming and explosive secret method. If it could be easily saved with medical techniques afterwards, then what's the point of calling it a self-harming secret method? It is precisely because of the enormous cost that very few people use and master it. However, to Wang Songhe's surprise, Qiao Mu remains calm. It's okay, he nodded. Since Guoyan has already been defeated, what's a little price to pay? Qiao Mu didn't mind because if he died again, his body would immediately reset to its optimal state. So, he didn't really care about his serious injuries. But his indifferent demeanor made Wang Songhe and the others respect him even more. After training for decades in martial arts, having it all destroyed in an instant would normally leave a martial artist devastated, even contemplating suicide. Actually, there might be a solution, Wang Songhe pondered. The damage to your meridians can't be repaired overnight, but I can prescribe a medicine that, if taken consistently for years, might slowly heal your meridians. Even so, it will probably take at least 10 to 8 years, and the medicine required for this prescription can only be obtained in larger cities. Yan City probably won't have it. If it's Hiang City in the north, you should be able to buy it. Hiang City. Qiao Mu's heart skipped a beat. He didn't really care about any damage to the meridians, but when he heard about Hiang City in the north, his interest suddenly piqued. After the assassination of the Lord in Yan City, Qiao Mu understood. Even the Lord was killed by his Qiao Sen, so there probably aren't many people left in Yan City who dare to touch him or could kill him. So, if he wanted to seek a high-quality death, Yan City was already too small for Qiao Mu. And mentioning Hiang City in the north, Qiao Mu furrowed his brow and looked out through the window of the small house, only to see vast mountains and dense forests. Brother Wang, is this direction the north? He pointed outside the window. Yes, what's wrong? Wang Songhe replied. Qiao Mu was curious. Ever since he practiced the mysterious martial saint spiritual technique, he sometimes had a vague feeling in his heart, as if something in the north was attracting him. Is that the direction of Hiang City by any chance? Hiang City, I remember it's also Qiao Kangxu's hometown. It seems like I've made up my mind to go to Hiang City, Qiao Mu nodded. Of course, he also kept thinking about the information he got from Child Guo, that the emperor would come near Yan City in a month, so maybe he would come back to Yan City in the future. Wang Songhe quickly wrote down a prescription on paper and handed it to Qiao Mu. If you really plan to go to that Hiang City, I can write a recommendation letter for you. Brother Qiao Sen seems to be a person without a home, right? Nowadays, there are frequent natural disasters and famines, and there are refugees everywhere. If Brother Qiao Sen goes directly to Hiang City, you might be treated as a refugee. I have an old friend named Shen Qinghe who works as an official in Hiang City. It shouldn't be a problem for him to arrange a job for you. In Wang Songhe's eyes, Qiao Sen's meridians were greatly damaged, making him almost disabled. His internal strength was nearly depleted, and there wasn't much martial arts ability left in his body. For Qiao Sen, who only has a small amount of remaining internal strength, it is a big problem to make a living and acquire medicine for treating his damaged meridians. That's why he took the initiative to propose. After all, Qiao Sen also helped him kill Yan City's lord, Guo Yan. Qiao Mu had no choice but to accept after expressing his gratitude. After his body is refreshed, he won't need to worry about making a living or buying medicine. But having this recommendation letter can indeed save him a lot of trouble. However, there is something that Qiao Mu is a bit curious about. You, a mountain bandit, actually have connections with government officials? And you can recommend others. They were just colleagues I knew when I was young. Wang Songhe didn't elaborate and quickly moved on. Meanwhile, Zhang Kui couldn't wait any longer. Big brother, since Brother Qiao Sen is already awake, why don't we divide the treasures we seized from the Lord's manor? Yes, it's time to divide. Qiao Mu became interested as soon as he heard it. I'm not really interested in gold and silver treasures. After all, they are just material possessions that we can't take with us when we die. But if there are any martial arts manuals, I'm quite interested. Because Qiao Mu couldn't move yet, the bandits quickly brought the things they had seized from the secret room in the Lord's manor for Qiao Mu to look over. Among them, there were many antiques, collectibles, and jewelry, shining brightly. But Qiao Mu didn't care and started flipping through a secret manual. If Brother Qiao Sen is interested in the secret manual, there is a top-notch ancient method martial arts technique here. Zhang Kui eagerly handed a secret manual to Qiao Mu. The hardcover book had 5 words written on it. Nov, L, B //JNN. Pure Yangwuji skill. This thing is really impressive, praised mountain bandit Zhang Kui. Pure Yangwuji skill is the exclusive skill of the Weidang sect, the most advanced martial arts technique and mental cultivation method. It is said that it was created by the legendary Zhang Zhenren, who achieved enlightenment through martial arts. This technique is extraordinary. Although Guoyan only obtained the first half of the Pure Yangwuji skill, it is still amazing. How did the exclusive skill of the Weidang sect end up in Guoyan's hands? Qiao Mu was quite surprised. And what do you mean by ancient method martial arts that you just mentioned? It's all because of what the martial saint caused. Wang Songhe shook his head and said, several decades ago, there were still many martial arts sects in the world, such as the famous sects like Weidang and Shaolin, and martial arts clans like Hiang City's Jiao family. They were prosperous, but these are all things of the past. After the appearance of Martial Saint, the martial arts of these various sects became ancient martial arts, while what Martial Saint founded is a modern method. Since the establishment of Wuji Association by Martial Saint, almost all the famous sects and martial arts families in the world have had their gates broken. Whether it's Shaolin, Weidang, Kongtong, Huashan, or martial arts families like Hiang City's Jiao family, Martial Saint single-handedly shattered their narrow-mindedness. It is because of this that Weidang's Pure Yangwuji skill, the supreme skill of this once prestigious sect, has been passed down to the 6th-ranked martial artist Guo Yan. If not for that, perhaps the only ones in the whole world who can practice Pure Yangwuji skill would be the dozens of true disciples at the core of Weidang section. Volume 8 will be translated within 2 weeks. The aim of Wuji Association is to seek the utmost in martial arts in the world. Martial Saint, with his own power, annihilated numerous famous sects and martial arts families, seizing countless top-notch martial arts skills over the years. The members of Wuji Association under his command can purchase the pure Yingwuji skill, which was once the most advanced martial arts technique, with a certain internal contribution, without necessarily spending money. Even someone like Guoyan, a local official of the 6th rank, the ruler of a small town, can obtain this top-notch technique from the Wuji Association, even if it's only the upper half. In the past martial arts world, this matter is simply unimaginable. Qiao Mu carefully looked through this pure Yingwuji skill and quickly discovered something strange. It says in this pure Yingwuji skill that if one cultivates it with an untapped Yang energy in a child's body, it can achieve twice the results with half the effort? So, isn't this pure Yingwuji skill just an enhanced 4K version of the childlike Qigong? As the most advanced martial arts technique in the world, even if one is not actually a child, they can still practice it. However, the progress of cultivation is slower, and it requires high martial arts talent, making it difficult to train. Upon seeing this, Qiao Mu finally understood why this pure Yingwuji skill, which is clearly the best technique, only elicited admiration from Zhang Kui and the bandits, but not extreme excitement. This skill is making me curious, Qiao Mu immediately said. However, Zhang Kui and the others then looked at him with a slightly strange expression. After all, this pure Yingwuji skill is considered a skill for children. But Qiao Sen, who has two sons, Qiao Mu and Qiao Lin, is obviously not a child. But Qiao Mu knew in his heart, in this world, he was an old child at the age of 40. After all, just a while ago, he was a 15-year-old teenager. My meridians are severely damaged, and I'm afraid my path in martial arts has already been cut off. Naturally, I can't practice this pure Yingwuji skill. But perhaps other members of my Qiao family can give it a try, Qiao Mu explained casually. Wang Songhe and the others suddenly showed respect, realizing that Qiao family, with its mysterious aura, had chosen this top-notch childlike skill that didn't benefit them personally but was very useful for their family. Curiosity about the Qiao family grew. Clearly, this mysterious Qiao family had a strong sense of unity. But I still have a small question, Qiao Mu asked. Master Zhang from Wudang practices martial arts and his techniques may represent the peak of ancient martial arts. How skilled is this martial saint? Can he categorize martial arts like the pure Yingwuji skill as ancient techniques, and his self-created martial arts as modern methods? Qiao Mu has always been curious about the martial saint. Although Qiao Kangxiu has decided to seek revenge on her own and not let Qiao Mu help, he won't stop because of that. Brother Qiao Sen underestimated that martial saint. Wang Songhe smiled slightly. When mentioned the martial saint, Wang Songhe's eyes were filled with admiration. The martial saint gave himself this title, imitating the wisdom of ancient sages and the meaning of a saint of Confucianism. The sage of Confucianism educates and enlightens people, being revered by all. The martial saint compares himself to a sage of Confucianism, considering himself a saint in the martial arts world. He aims to educate martial artists, explore the ultimate of martial arts, create a new generation of martial arts, and counter against immortals. The members inside the Wuji Association can easily read the ancient and precious skills from famous sects. That's why we can obtain this pure Yingwuji skill from Guoyan. The modern method he created is much more magical than the ancient techniques. If Brother Qiao Sen has witnessed the martial arts established by the martial saint, you would understand what it is all about. Qiao Mu thought of the martial saint's spiritual technique that cultivates intuition and nodded thoughtfully. Wang Songhe continued, the actions of the martial saint are unprecedented. If the martial saint lived in a different era, he would definitely be the pioneer of martial arts. Wang Songhe suddenly remembered that this Qiao Sen is the survivor of the Qiao family, which was exterminated by the martial saint, so he quickly changed his words. Of course, the actions of the martial saint are too ruthless and cruel, destroying entire families without mercy. He is an unforgivable wicked person. The term breaking through the barriers actually refers to breaking through the barriers of famous sects and martial arts families, making other martial artists have to follow his instructions. Wang Songhe seemed to feel a bit embarrassed, as he was boasting about the martial saint in front of a victim. He quickly searched through the stolen goods and found some secret manuals. Shadow Transformation Sword Technique. This is a sword technique practiced by Guoyan, known for its complex and swift moves. Since Brother Qiao Sen has fought against Guoyan, he must have some impression of this sword technique, right? Qiao Mu nodded. Guoyan's sword technique was complex and swift, leaving a deep impression on him. At that time, he felt somewhat suppressed by Guoyan, losing the upper hand, and he was stabbed twice, causing blood holes on his body. If it weren't for Guoyan's loss of courage and lack of the bravery to fight to the death like a martial artist, it was still uncertain who would have the upper hand. The strength of Guoyan mostly relied on his exquisite sword technique. The martial saint imitates the official system of the imperial court, dividing martial arts into 3, 6, and 9 ranks, totaling 9 grades. For members like Guoyan from the Wuji Association, if they want to obtain martial arts of different grades, they naturally have to pay different prices and make contributions. The pure Yingwuji skill is naturally the top-notch one, not to mention the fact that it is only half a book. Guoyan's Shadow Transformation Sword Technique is a 4th rank martial art, which is considered as the 4th level in the eyes of the martial saint. As the lord of a city, Guo Yan's wealth and resources naturally surpass those of other 6th-ranked martial artists, which is why he is able to purchase these precious martial arts within the Wuji Association. It's quite a bargain for us now. Wang Songhe flipped through the manuals in the pile of miscellaneous items, casually bringing up other topics to ease the awkwardness just now. Flipping through the pages, he suddenly paused and took out another book, smiling. Brother Qiao-san, please have a look. This book, titled Flesh-Changing Skill, is the modern method created by Martial Saint. Flesh-Changing Skill. Qiao Mu was surprised again. The name was similar to the previous Martial Saint spiritual technique, but the style was completely different from ancient method martial arts. The members of Wuji Association were like a treasure trove. Killing Yin City's city lord Guo Yan, they actually found so many impressive techniques in the secret room of the city lord's mansion. The drop rate today is really high. Qiao Mu felt quite pleased. Because of Qiao Kangxiu, he had been in conflict with the Wuji Association and was also attempting to obtain the book called Long Life Fist Sutra N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. Although Guoyan didn't have it in his hands, he did have half of Wu Dang's top-notch martial arts. This wave of gain was considered a big win. Come, tell me in detail what this flesh-changing skill is all about. Since Qiao Mu couldn't move, he eagerly watched Wang Songhe and the others explain. Qiao Mu has been unconscious for 3 days. Although Wang Songhe and the others didn't divide the spoils formally, they basically went through all the books in the secret room of the Lord's mansion, and even made handwritten copies. That's why Wang Songhe and the others also have some understanding of the flesh-changing skill. In strict terms, this flesh-changing skill is not considered a martial art. Wang Songhe explained. This book is divided into multiple different stages, starting from the basic level and progressing to more advanced levels. The beginning part can be seen as a unique technique that combines the arts of makeup, disguise, and bone shrinking. When practiced to an advanced level, it can change body shape through bone shrinking and alter appearances through disguise. So, it's a technique to change one's appearance? No, if it's just a technique to change one's appearance, there shouldn't be a division between ancient methods and modern methods, Qiao Mu pondered. If what Martial Saint created was just simple disguises, how can it compare with the legendary martial arts of Wu Dang? Wang Songhe continued. That's right, the art of disguises and bone shrinking is just a simple trick. It's a skill used by some performers in the martial world. Although it is indeed effective, it is not considered refined and cannot be called a modern method. The key lies in the later part of the flesh-changing skill, which explains how to use a powerful spirit to control the body's flesh and blood, to change one's appearance. If taken further, it aims to adjust a martial artist's physical body to the best and most suitable state. The so-called flesh-changing skill is an attempt to use the spirit to control the changes in one's flesh and blood. Of course, this skill is still in its early stages of development by Martial Saint. The later stages can only be considered as a direction of progress. Qiao Mu was amazed by what he heard. He initially thought it was just about disguises, but now it seems like they are heading towards the realm of mythical shapeshifting. This sounds completely different from the ancient method martial arts of those prestigious sects. From the book Martial Saint's Spiritual Technique to a Flesh-Changing Skill, you can see that this Martial Saint is indeed talented and not just famous in name. Qiao Mu carefully counted and put those secret books together. Guo Yan's clever sword technique called Shadow Transformation Sword Technique can overpower Qiao Mu's well-practiced military spear skill. The most advanced ancient method martial arts called Pure Yangwuji skill, and the peculiar skill that is difficult to categorize called Flesh-Changing Skill. If we want to calculate again, actually there is another book called Martial Saint's Spiritual Technique that was obtained from Child Guo. This book teaches modern method martial arts. Just by killing City Lord Guo Yan from Yen City, Qiao Mu gained such a huge reward that his mood became somewhat turbulent. We can comprehend these secret books together, suddenly said Wang Songhe. Especially this flesh-changing skill, we actually need it. I've already written a handwritten copy within these 3 days. The flesh-changing skill? That does sound useful. As bandits, you and Wang brother are wanted by the government. If you have this flesh-changing skill, you wouldn't need to hide your faces when going to Yen City, casually remarked Qiao Mu. That's not the case, actually we have another purpose. Wang Songhe smiled slightly. Hiding in these forests and setting up a mountain stronghold can only protect the villagers of one village. If we want to achieve something big, we can't just stay hidden in these forests. This technique called flesh-changing skill can allow us bandits to leave the forests and enter Yen City, and even Hiang City, in disguise. As for what this big matter is. Speaking of that, Wang Songhe looked at Qiao Mu, as if waiting for him to ask a question. Since it's a matter of great importance and secrecy, I won't ask. Qiao Mu turned his gaze away, pretending not to see. He didn't want to get too involved with Wang Songhe. Wang Songhe was known as a bandit, but he was actually the leader of a rebel army. Getting involved with him would usually result in a quick death. If that's the case, then it's fine. The main reason is that this person's character is not good, always likes to rely on his medical skills to save people's lives without permission, causing him to have a bad ending. Therefore, after dividing the spoils, Qiao Mu immediately prepared to separate from this group of bandits, without any hesitation. Now this body's internal strength is almost non-existent and still very weak. It is very uncomfortable. Qiao Mu plans to end his life as soon as possible, secretly refreshing it to return to full strength. The next day, Qiao Mu, who had slightly recovered from his injuries, immediately left the mountain stronghold using crutches, without any hesitation. Wang Songhe's gaze followed the direction of his departing figure and sighed softly. Truly an extraordinary person. No, this father and son, all three of them are extraordinary. Zhang Kui, a mountain bandit nearby, also nodded in agreement. Xiao Sen left a deep impression on them, being able to infiltrate the city lord's mansion so easily, take down city lord Guoyan, and then leave. Xiao Sen must have put in a lot of effort. This brave knight, who is willing to risk his life, indeed earns the respect of these bandits. If it weren't for Xiao Sen, they would have secretly infiltrated Yan City and ended up trapped, possibly being attacked and killed by Guoyan's army, just like what happened to Qiao Lin. Big brother, are we just letting him go so easily? Shouldn't we try to keep him? Zhang Kui said. Trying to keep someone won't work. Both Qiao Lin and Xiao Sen have stubborn personalities, Wang Songhe said calmly. It's not possible now, maybe in 10 or 8 years, there might be a chance to see him again. Xiao Sen despises evil and has a strong temperament, but being too rigid can lead to breaking easily. That's why I recommended him to go to Hiang City and meet Shen Qinghe. I don't want to recommend him for an official position in the capital. I want him to become a low-level law enforcement officer, so that he can temper his overly strong temperament. With Qiao Sen's current physical strength, he is almost powerless. It's impossible for him to recover without at least 10 or 8 years of effort. Let him see the dirty things in the city. At this time, he is weak and can't change anything, so he can only endure it. After all, he is not a young person like Qiao Lin anymore. Xiao Sen paid a heavy price to kill Guoyan. He may not realize it now, but the loss of his vitality will haunt him for the next 10 years. After 10 or 8 years, when his strength is barely restored, he will understand the principle of being too rigid and easy to break. It won't be too late to recruit then. 10 years? That's too long, isn't it? Zhang Kui expressed surprise. Wang Songhe laughed silently. What do you think we bandits do? To be enemies with the great Yan Imperial Court and Inhumans, it's impossible to achieve overnight. Without the mentality of hibernating for 10 years, how can we change the world and break through those mountains? Let's wait quietly. Wang Songhe squinted his eyes, looked in the direction of Qiao Mu's disappearing figure, and was full of anticipation. Brother Qiao Sr., after 10 years, when you break through and return to the 7th rank, maybe we can conspire for something big. Bang! With a punch, Qiao Mu burst out internal strength, breaking a tree trunk as thick as a human head in the mountains. Yay! My strength is restored. It was really uncomfortable being weak and sickly earlier. Feeling the surging power in his body, Qiao Mu felt satisfied. Consciousness sank into the sea of his heart, where the long life lock still shone with a faint glow. This time's situation is different from when Wang Songhe killed him last time. Qiao Sen, who attempted to assassinate City Lord Guoyan of Yan City, didn't die. Since Qiao Sen didn't die, the death assessment cannot be settled, so it is still in the stage of stacking buffs. Qiao Mu regained consciousness in the present. His severely injured body from earlier was now lying on the ground, about 7 to 8 meters away, being consumed by a grey wolf. Qiao Mu was not bothered by his own corpse. He even wished for the wild wolf to hurry up and destroy his body completely. After leaving the bandits' hideout, Qiao Mu had been seeking death and subconsciousness led him to the same mountain where he had jumped off to commit suicide before. However, this time, before even reaching the mountain, he encountered a strange grey wolf. This wolf was peculiar, resembling a husky in appearance, although it was clearly a wild wolf. It had a plump body with a fleshiness to it. It didn't show any fear towards Qiao Mu and directly ran over to lick his hand. What a strange dog. At first, Qiao Mu thought he had encountered a husky among the wolves, but then the grey wolf unexpectedly bit his hand while licking it. At that time, Qiao Mu was still recovering from his injuries and had very little strength left. But he wasn't someone that a lone wolf could bully. He immediately gave the grey wolf a beating. Even more strangely, after Qiao Mu hit the grey wolf, it had a look on its face as if it had seen a ghost. It was unbelievable that Qiao Mu fought back after being bitten by the wolf. It was something unimaginable. After coming to his senses, Qiao Mu didn't harm this foolish and silly wolf. He suddenly remembered the story of Buddha sacrificing himself to feed an eagle, so he waved his hand, inviting the grey wolf to come and have a buffet. At the same time, he used his fingers to unleash his remaining strength, inserting it into his own temple, resulting in his own death. This death assessment, D. Sacrificing oneself to feed a wolf. Lifespan consumed by death, 1 year. Remaining resurrection chances this week, 4/5. Current age, 44 years old. Skill. Skill of changing flash, beginner level, pure Yingwuji skill, beginner level. So sacrificing oneself to feed the wolves is considered as a D-level evaluation. Qiao Mu was in a good mood. He just finished inspecting his danshan and discovered that it had expanded by 1 circle. At this moment, he had already broken through to the 6th rank. After experiencing the assassination of City Lord Guoyan, Qiao Mu was determined to improve himself. He trained tirelessly day and night for a year, finally making a breakthrough and advancing to the 6th rank, which was very reasonable. Not only that, but during this year, Qiao Mu also found time to practice the flesh-changing skill and quickly mastered the Wudang Sex Advanced skill, pure Yingwuji skill, at the age of 43. This silly wolf is actually my lucky star. I never expected that simply encountering a wolf would be considered as a D-level evaluation, and on top of that, they both quickly learned 2 new martial arts that I just acquired. After breaking through the 6th rank, Qiao Mu was in a good mood and didn't kill the wolf that was eating his body. Instead, he turned around and walked away. Just as he took a few steps, the wolf that had finished eating his body wagged its tail and followed him, excitedly sticking out its tongue and rolling on the ground, showing its belly when Qiao Mu looked over. Qiao Mu casually reached out and patted the grey wolf, but the wolf immediately started licking his hand like crazy. Go away. I don't have that many bodies for you to eat. Qiao Mu pressed down on the wolf's mouth, ignored it, and continued on his way. Qiao Mu ignored him and continued on his way. Apart from giving him a recommendation letter, Wang Songhe also told him the route to Hiang City. Several days later, Qiao Mu went through mountains and rivers and finally arrived at Hiang City. They traveled all the way, camping and sleeping under the stars. Apart from a foolish wolf that looked like a Siberian husky following them from afar, there was nothing eventful along the way. Hiang City was the largest city in the area, bustling with activity and filled with tourists. It was much livelier than Yan City, which had experienced famine. Qiao Mu, however, didn't have much interest in sightseeing. After a simple rest at the inn, he followed Wang Songhe's previous instructions and went to find his old friend Shen Qinghe's mansion. Shen Qinghe wasn't a high-ranking official. He was a 7th-rank civil servant, serving as a local judge in Hiang Prefecture, handling legal matters. A 7th-rank official, if placed in Yan City, would naturally be a notable person, only a few ranks below Guoyan. But in Hiang City, they were only considered low-level officials. The governor held the 4th-rank official position, a prominent figure comparable to a modern-day mayor. Shen Qinghe, on the other hand, was just a 7th-rank low-level official. His mansion was located in the western part of the city, and it wasn't very large. Following Wang Songhe's instructions, Qiao Mu spent some time finding Shen Qinghe's mansion and delivered Wang Songhe's recommendation letter. There's another letter? All right, I'll give it to the master to see. Please wait outside the mansion for now. The butler in the mansion took the letter, with a smile that seemed unsure, and stared at Qiao Mu for a while before turning away. Even though their master, Shen Qinghe, was just a low-ranking official, ranking 7th, everyone knew that he had a bad temper and was stubborn. He couldn't stand people using connections to get ahead. Otherwise, why would he have been demoted and sent to Hiang City as a low-ranking official? Master, there's a letter here. It says it's from an old acquaintance and they want to recommend someone they know to you. The butler said respectfully. I, Shen Qinghe, won't tolerate anyone who dares to use connections to get to me. Shen Qinghe was a middle-aged man, slim in figure, with short beard. His eyes were sharp and expressive, giving off a sense of authority. Should I return this recommendation letter? The butler asked again. No rush. Let me see first who this old acquaintance is, trying to get close to me. Such audacity. Shen Qinghe smirked as he opened the letter and casually skimmed through it, but his expression immediately changed. He puts down the letter and hurries out of the door to welcome Qiao Mu inside. Is it true that Wang Songhe recommended you? Shen Qinghe doesn't say much. He reads the letter while carefully looking at Qiao Mu from head to toe, his eyebrows furrowed. According to the letter, this person recommended by him has a strong character, detests evil and is an exceptional martial artist. However, recently he suffered a serious injury and his strength is greatly diminished. Wang Songhe, with the intention of testing his mettle, hopes to have this person serve as a small constable in this town and shape his character. Shen Qinghe's eyebrows furrow deeply as he watches. Just from reading this letter, it seems to make sense and the reasoning is logical. But when combined with the person in front, Qiao Mu, there is a big problem. This person is heavily injured and his strength is greatly diminished. Shen Qinghe's eyebrows furrow even deeper. His strength is not even close to being there, yet he is still a 6th-ranked martial artist? How powerful was he before he got injured? And they even want a mere 6th-ranked martial artist to be a lowly constable. Nov. L.B//JNN. Shen Qinghe was already in a mess. Shen Qinghe looked at the man in front of him, Qiao Mu, with a worried expression on his face. Before entering the city, Qiao Mu followed the instructions in the book Flesh-Changing Skill and quickly disguised himself. He simply groomed his eyebrows, tied up his hair, and shaved his beard, completely transforming his appearance. After all, Qiao Mu had publicly assassinated the Yan City Lord in broad daylight, leaving behind a message that said, Qiao Sen, the killer from the Qiao family. His face and name were already revealed at that time. If he didn't disguise himself, he wouldn't be able to enter even this Hiang City. Even though getting captured and executed wouldn't be a bad thing. But this simple death is not good enough. Since he has gained the buff, Qiao Mu is pursuing a passionate and high-quality death. If the Ouroboros long life lock in his mind is the boss of the fun list, then Qiao Mu is an actor who wants to figure out how to make Qiao Sen die brilliantly. This is the best way to cash in his chips. So, Qiao Mu, who entered Yan City, should not use the name and face of Qiao Sen, but should be someone else. Qiao Pifu? I have never heard of this name before, but since Wang Shi admires him in the letter, he must not be an ordinary person. Shen Qinghe frowned and thought to himself. He looks energetic and strong, clearly a successful 6th-ranked martial artist, but Wang Shi says he has been seriously injured and his strength is almost non-existent. Wang Songhe would not lie to me, but we haven't seen each other for many years, and he wouldn't just force someone on me without a reason. First of all, the contents of the recommendation letter will not be wrong. Wang Songhe's logic is clear and doesn't seem like he's trying to deceive him. Under this certain situation, Shen Qinghe gradually started to have an idea. It seems that the injuries on Qiao Pifu's body may not be physical. Could it be damage to his soul? Shen Qinghe gradually figured it out. In the realm of immortals, the soul is important, while in the realm of martial arts, the physical body is emphasized. If this person has soul damage, it is likely caused by a cultivator. Shen Qinghe can somewhat tell if the physical body is injured, but he doesn't have the ability to see problems with the soul. He can only guess that Qiao Pifu's physical body is uninjured, but since Wang Songhe wouldn't lie to him, it's obviously damage to the soul. In that case, it all makes sense. Shen Qinghe's furrowed brow gradually relaxed. Injuries to the soul are significant, so it's normal for his strength to be greatly diminished. It also takes a long time for soul injuries to heal, and it's reasonable for someone to take many years to recover their mental state. Shen Qinghe has sorted out his thoughts. It seems that Qiao Pifu is a highly skilled martial artist who was wounded by a cultivator. A martial artist who dared to confront a cultivator and consequently suffered damage to his spirit and soul is truly extraordinary. No wonder Wang Songhe attaches such importance to him and specifically wrote a letter to recommend Qiao Pifu to come over. Even though Qiao Pifu's spirit and soul are damaged, he is still a martial artist of the 6th rank. If a 6th rank martial artist serves the court and joins the military, they can easily obtain the title of a 6th rank military officer. Isn't that higher than being a city constable? It seems like this cannot be easily understood. Did he misunderstand something? Qiao Pifu. Shen Qinghe inquired about Qiao Mu's background while pouring tea. I will definitely give Mr. Wang face. But you have to be honest with me. After all, your abilities determine the rank you will hold. Qiao Mu naturally wouldn't reveal his true identity and background. But seeing Shen Qinghe, who is a close friend of the bandit Wang Songhe, he probably isn't a rigid bureaucrat. Qiao Mu responded with a serious expression. My name is Qiao Pifu, and I am not from this area. I got angry because I couldn't stand the local bullies oppressing the people, so I killed them. I killed the powerful people. It's been about 5 or 6 years now, so he was a person who did something wrong. Shen Qinghe suddenly understood. Even though he could easily become a low-ranked martial artist, like the 6th ranked one without real power, there was still one big condition. That means he had a clean background, with no stains. If any mountain bandits or murderers could become officials just by learning some martial arts, even if they were low-ranked officials without power, that would be ridiculous. If the local bullies were oppressing the people, then killing them would naturally not be a bad thing. Shen Qinghe said, but then he felt that something was off. From Qiao Mu's words, it seemed like he was a knight who hated evil, and there was nothing wrong with that. But the problem is this Qiao Pifu a highly skilled martial artist with a damaged soul? It seems like these so-called local bullies are not ordinary ones. Could they be cultivators from the Immortal Gate? The Great Yin Imperial Court was wary of cultivators and called them inhuman. But Qiao Pifu, as someone who had committed a crime, was worried about exposing his guilt, so he referred to cultivators as local powerful people, which wasn't entirely wrong. After all, rebelling against inhumans was a great sin. Leaving that aside for now, do you know where Mr. Wang, who recommended you, is right now? I haven't seen him in years, Shen Qinghe asked again. While asking the question, although there was no change in Shen Qinghe's facial expression, his body leaned forward slightly in the chair. Although he quickly adjusted, Qiao Mu noticed this subtle movement. With enhanced eyesight, Qiao Mu could notice various subtle changes. Is Shen Qinghe more interested in Wang Songhe than recommending me? They seem to be more than ordinary friends. He really wants to know about Wang Songhe but subconsciously tries to hide it. From the sound of it, does he not know much about Wang Songhe's current situation? After thinking for a while, Qiao Mu didn't elaborate and instead chose to say something vague. Mr. Wang Songhe's whereabouts are mysterious. In fact, I'm not quite sure either. It seems like he has retired to the mountains. Wang Songhe was causing trouble, and Qiao Mu didn't know much about Shen Qinghe's details, so he naturally wouldn't say anything careless.n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Went into hiding? Where did he hide? Shen Qinghe asked several times, but Qiao Mu evaded the question and didn't give a direct answer. After a bit of back and forth, Shen Qinghe lost interest and gave up on asking further. Since that's the case, Shen Qinghe nodded. Then in a couple of days, you should go to the 6 gates and report. With your abilities, you'll be more than capable of being a detective in Hiang City. Shen Qinghe was a judge of the 7th rank and was in charge of handling detective cases. Although the position wasn't considered high in the capital, it was easy to arrange a mere detective. Detectives and heads of detectives weren't even considered officials, they could only be called minor officials. Shen Qinghe was an upright person, and he strongly disliked any kind of favoritism or using connections. But usually, using connections to get a job is for people who don't deserve it, to be a workplace troublemaker. And someone as skilled as Qiao Pifu, a high-level martial artist, becoming just a lowly police officer? Can that be considered using connections? Using the main entrance, even the official gate might not be able to accommodate such a great god. The master must have ulterior motives, but unfortunately, he didn't explain them in the letter. There must be something he can't talk about. Shen Qinghe silently thought. He stood up and personally escorted Qiao Mu out the door, seeing him off. Qiao Mu also didn't pay much attention to the identity of being a police officer. He wanted to live in Hiang City, and having such an identity would save him a lot of trouble. After all, Qiao Mu himself was an illegal resident and a wanted criminal for assassinating the Yan City lord. He didn't really care about the identity of being a police officer, it was just a temporary measure. Qiao Mu came to Hiang City firstly because of a gut feeling, and secondly because Yan City could no longer tolerate him, so he came to the capital city to seek a high-quality death. But these are short-term goals. Talking about long-term goals, he still wanted to assassinate the emperor and create a huge epic death. Back then, Child Guo said that the great Yan emperor would be coming to Yan City within a month. Since I am here in Hiang City, I won't be able to stay for long. So, there's no need to worry about this mere position as a capturer. Shen Qinghe personally escorted Qiao Mu out of the door. However, as soon as he left, the mansion butler quietly walked in. He picked up the recommendation letter from the desk, quickly scanned it, his face changed slightly, and then carefully put the envelope back in its original place. When Shen Qinghe returned to the mansion, he saw the envelope and was taken aback. He quickly lit the recommendation letter on the candle and burned it. After completing this task, he entered the study in the mansion and started reading the books there. Is there a kind of injury that can affect a martial artist's energy without obvious loss, but still weaken their strength and make it difficult to perform well? He didn't know much about injuries, so this time he was in the study, searching through books to confirm his thoughts. And all of this was quietly observed by a pair of eyes. After half a day, east of Hiang City, the butler of the Shen family walked through a dark alley and entered an ordinary courtyard, where a middle-aged man with raised temples and a deep gaze was inside the house. Sir Chu, something major has happened, the butler reported. Shen Qinghe, who never listens to advice, actually arranged for an acquaintance to become a lowly government official, so I kept an eye on him and secretly looked at that recommendation letter. The signature on that recommendation letter turned out to be from Wang Shanhe, who resigned many years ago. After listening to the report carefully, Chu Xing's face suddenly changed. A martial artist who had been seriously injured, with barely any strength left, but obviously full of energy and not weak. After the conversation, Shen Qinghe immediately went to the study to search for information on books related to inhumans and souls. Is this mysterious person named Qiao Pifu the same person Wang Shanhe recommended back then? Looking at Shen Qinghe's actions, is this person named Qiao Pifu related to the injuries, souls, and inhumans? But why is he full of energy? Perhaps, one must personally meet Qiao Pifu and find out more about him in order to come to a deeper conclusion. Various questions flashed through Chu Xing's mind, and he started to have thoughts. Shen Qinghe, you've been hiding for so long, and finally your true colors are revealed. Qiao Pifu, Shen Qinghe, and Wang Shanhe, whom the emperor has been worried about. This is indeed a serious matter. Since the emperor is in the capital city, it must be reported immediately. Chu Xing thought for a moment and hurriedly went out. West Side Inn, Drunken Immortal Residence. Inside a private room on the second floor, a man in a yellow robe stood by the window, overlooking the busy street below. Hiang City is considered a big city in the southern region and is quite bustling. People come and go on the streets. However, when a person with a mysterious appearance passes by occasionally, nearby pedestrians would quietly move away, leaving a small empty space in the originally lively street. Meanwhile, behind the man in the yellow robe, Chu Xing, who had just entered, knelt down and addressed him as Your Majesty, reporting what had just happened. Shen Qinghe, who used to be a 7th-ranked local county magistrate, was transferred to the capital city due to his outstanding achievements. Over the years, he has held many official positions, with the highest rank being 5th, as a deputy of the Ministry of Justice. As for what happened later, he was demoted and expelled from the capital city, becoming a low-ranking official, which is a different story altogether. The reason why Shen Qinghe received extra attention, and even had the Flying Fish Guard appointed as his steward in his residence, was not only because of himself, but also partly due to Wang Shanhe. Finally, there's news about Wang Shanhe. The man in the yellow robe turned around, showing a hint of interest in his eyes. Yes, Wang Shanhe recommended a person named Qiao Pifu. This should be the first time since resigning that he has contacted his former student, Shen Qinghe, Chu Xing replied. Wang Shanhe? He certainly has great patience. He disappeared completely for about 30 years, didn't he? The man in the yellow robe expressed a sense of emotion in his eyes. In the past, he spoke directly to the late emperor when carrying the coffin, stating that the inhuman actions were the source of chaos in the world. The late emperor ordered the imperial guard, Zhang Gong, to shoot him with arrows. Despite being unskilled in martial arts, he was immediately heavily wounded by multiple arrows, but still insisted on crawling towards the emperor's throne. I was young at that time, but I was deeply impressed by him. Later, there were rumors that after resigning, he turned to the immortal gate for cultivation, but that seems unlikely. He despised immortals so much, how could he possibly cultivate? Yet, here we are today, hearing news about him. Many years ago, when the previous emperor ruled, the great Yan imperial court was filled with talented officials and brave heroes willing to sacrifice for their country. However, after the Inhuman War, the martial saint, who was once the leader among the military officials, suffered a disastrous defeat. The fortune of Great Yan started to decline, and they had to bow down and compromise before the cultivators. Those who stubbornly resisted the inhuman rulers, even the high-ranking officials, mostly met a tragic end. The martial saint was in his prime at that time, holding the highest military rank. He was undoubtedly the most shining star in the imperial court. On the other hand, Wang Shanhe was the Minister of Justice, holding the second highest rank among the civil officials. Although he wasn't as prominent as the martial saint, he was still an important figure in the imperial court. The martial saint survived the war through fierce battles, but later he chose to leave his position and title. Wang Shanhe risked his life by speaking out against the rulers, and he narrowly escaped death in the palace. Among the many officials, those who had a strong sense of integrity either died in the chaos or, like Wang Shanhe, survived by luck but eventually left the imperial court with disappointment. The backbone of the warriors and the integrity of the scholars were both shattered by the cultivators during these decades. People who have the courage to sacrifice themselves for their country are mostly extinct now. In the Great Yan court today, it is full of corrupt officials, and even the Great Yan emperor himself has to compromise in front of cultivators. So he greatly misses that era from decades ago. It was a time when the country faced great difficulties, but warriors displayed strong backbones and intellectuals maintained their integrity. N/O/vel/b/n.c//om. People like Wang Shanhe are a representation of the previous era. Every time he hears this person's name, it fills him with regret and sighs. I really don't know how many loyal subjects are left in this court who are willing to sacrifice themselves for the country and die for the emperor, the man in the yellow robe sighed. As the Great Yan emperor, he certainly wants to have more people like Wang Shanhe in his court. Chu Xing, who kneels before him, can only keep his eyes lowered and thoughts to himself, unable to respond to this statement. After the man in the yellow robe recovered from his emotions, he asked about what happened this time. Chu Xing replied, Wang Shanhe's recommendation letter didn't mention his specific situation, so Shen Qinghe probably doesn't know either. If there's a breakthrough point, it might depend on this Qiao Pifu that he recommended. The man in the yellow robe nodded slightly. Wang Shanhe, who had been missing for over 30 years, finally made contact with his former disciple. It seemed that he had a plan in mind. After all, he used to be a high-ranking official, and now he suddenly recommends a Qiao Pifu to become a petty constable who is not even an official? It would be different if this Qiao Pifu was just an ordinary person. But according to the information Chu Xing obtained, it's clear that this Qiao Pifu is not an ordinary person either. This Qiao Pifu seems to be weakened in spirit. According to his words, his strength is almost non-existent, and he is currently in a weak state. But according to the informant's information, this person is clearly strong and skilled in martial arts. It's hard to imagine that his strength is almost non-existent now. Introducing him to the city as a small constable is clearly underestimating his talent. Something doesn't feel right. After visiting Shen Qinghe, he immediately went to the study to search for information about inhumans and souls. This is worth deeply pondering. Hearing Chu Xing's report, the man in the yellow robe was quite surprised and became somewhat interested. Originally, it was only because of his childhood experiences that he looked upon Wang Shanhe, who spoke out against the raising of coffins, with admiration. So, when Wang Shanhe recommended Qiao Pifu, he couldn't help but have some thoughts. Now, after listening to the report, he also became somewhat curious about Qiao Pifu. After 30 years of disappearance, they are finally taking action. It seems that Wang Shanhe's recommendation of this person is not just a casual move. Then, let's take a good look at who this Qiao Pifu is. The man in the yellow robe said with his eyes closed. He didn't have much time left in Hiang City. Before leaving, take a look at the people recommended by Wang Shanhe, which is quite interesting. Yan City Gate. In the shadows, a figure wearing a pitch-black star-shaped mask silently appears, gazing through the mask at the words on the wall of the city gate. The murderer, Qiao Sen from the Qiao family. Star Xian envoy suddenly feels a wave of heat on his face. After a thorough investigation, he couldn't find any trace of the so-called Qiao family. So he confidently told Guoyan that the Qiao family is not a concern, and may even not exist. And what is the result? As a result, 2 days later, the Qiao family came to the door and Guoyan was murdered in broad daylight. Unfortunately, City Lord Guoyan of Yan City passed away just as the emperor was on his tour. Wuji Association has lost an important member, and we hope this won't affect the martial saint's assassination plan. Qiao family. Qiao Sen? I need to remember this name. The gaze of Star Xian envoy gradually turned cold. In Guoyan's perspective, perhaps he had some contribution to his unfortunate assassination. If it wasn't for him personally reminding Guoyan, Guoyan wouldn't have died so easily. But he wondered why he couldn't find any trace of this mysterious Qiao family. This incident indirectly led to the tragic death of Yan City Lord, which was a huge mistake for Star Xian envoy, who was in charge of intelligence. We can't leave Yan City unattended. Let's return to Hiang City and investigate this Qiao family thoroughly. Star Xian envoy disappeared into the shadows. The entrance of Yan City. The bloodstains of Guoyan on the wall by the city gate had long dried up, leaving only faint marks. The words engraved by Qiao Mu with his long spear were still vivid. When passers-by walked past this spot, most of them would glance up at the inscription and sigh. The recent assassination of the city lord was a major earthquake for Yan City. Considering Guoyan's many years of managing Yan City, he could be called the Soil Emperor of Yan City. However, on that day, he tragically died on the street, followed by his son. All his efforts went up in smoke. Good riddance, Guo Yan. A scholar sat in a tea house at the city gate, occasionally glancing towards the city gate tower, engaging in lively discussions with other customers. I witnessed Guo Yan's tragic death right here on this street. Think about how powerful Guo Yan was in his daily life. Who would dare to criticize him? The most Yan City residents could say is that he spoiled his only son, but the blame was all taken by his son while he himself came out clean. Evil deeds will backfire. At that time, Guo Yan died under Qiao Sen's spear, like a stray dog on the side of the street. What? Were you there watching at that time? Please tell us more in detail. At the tea house, everyone was talking about the recent assassination of the city lord in Yan City, which is still a topic of great interest among the people. N/O/vel/b/n.c//om. When the wall falls, everyone pushes, and when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. In the past, Guo Yan was the dominant figure in Yan City, and he had only one son. Now that both father and son have died tragically, and those loyal to Guo Yan have also passed away, the once powerful Guo family in Yan City is now in a precarious situation. In the past, no one dared to speak in Yan City. Just a glance from Guo Yan was enough to command obedience. Smart people knew how to adapt and change their stance accordingly. Now that the wall has fallen, everyone is pointing fingers, and the former city lord has quickly become a topic of gossip among the common people. In the tea house, a scholar was speaking passionately, causing saliva to fly, and catching the attention of many tea drinkers. Soon, someone urged, "Tell us more about Guo Yan's death. What's there to say about Guo Yan's death? Tell us about Qiao Sen from the Qiao family." And the scholar, being watched by so many people, also subconsciously became slightly excited and gradually got into character. On that day, I really was at the scene, and even had a chat with Qiao Sen, who killed Guo Yan, for several sentences. At that time, I was passionately debating with Qiao Sen on the street, and after the debate, he became emotionally stirred up, so he brazenly took action and assassinated City Lord Guo Yan. I can also be considered a witness to the death of City Lord Guo Yan, and half a participant. I have no credit, but at least I have half credit. Among the discussions of the tea house crowd, someone sneered. It's one thing to discuss Guo Yan, but Guo Yan is already dead, and the Guo family is also in turmoil. You dare to discuss even Qiao Sen from the Qiao family? Do you really think just because he's not here, you can freely discuss him? So many people were watching on the street that day, do you dare to take credit for yourself? Amidst the noisy discussions, the scholar felt his face getting hot and hastily fled. Below the city gate tower, old Huang looked into the disturbance from a distance, with a slight smile on his lips. When Guo Yan died, everyone scattered like monkeys when a tree falls. The Qiao family had 3 noble heroes, and they have all passed away, but their influence remains. Big brother, lift your head and take a good look. Old Huang stood beneath the city gate and instructed his eldest daughter to look up at the inscription on the gate tower. The words that Qiao Mu carved with a long spear in the past are still there, still clear, only the dried blood has faded away. Lord Guo Yan has built up his power in Yan City for many years, and no one dares to oppose him, including me. The father and sons of the Qiao family were all noble heroes. In the end, it was these 3 outsiders who toppled the lofty Guo Yan family. Admirable, but also lamentable. We admire the fact that the Qiao family, together as one, detests evil and values righteousness over life and death. We lament the fact that Qiao Mu and Qiao Lin, the brothers who acted with chivalry, have already died tragically. Their father had to come to Yan City and take action to kill Guo Yan. Daughter, remember it well, old Huang sighed. In the future, even if you can't become a brilliant knight, don't become a boring scholar either. Be a clever person who can adapt to different situations. I understand. While the father and daughter were talking, there were more people entering through the city gate. In the past few days since Yan City lifted its ban, there have been many more people coming in and out of Yan City than usual. Some were merchant caravans, while others were idle people who came to see the excitement after hearing about the assassination attempt on Yan City Lord. Wang Songhe was one of those idle people. With a changed appearance, he swaggered into the crowd and entered the scene. How come these words are still here? He was surprised as he looked at the words on the city gate tower. After the killer assassinated the lord of the city, he left behind such a trace of words. This trace of words is still here, isn't it showing the might of the Qiao family's Qiao Sen? Why not destroy it? Destroy it? Who dare? Old Huang laughed when he heard this. Who will give the order? Who will take responsibility? You are an outsider who doesn't know the story, you're just going by hearsay. Old Huang shook his head and said, the Qiao brothers are dead, but Qiao Sen and those Qiao's family members, they left Yan City confidently on that day, they are still alive. In this world today, the bold fear the strong, and the strong fear those who have nothing to lose. The Qiao's family has power and they are willing to risk their lives. Who knows if this trace of words will be destroyed just now, and they will die a tragic death on the street the next day, just like Guo Yan. The father and son of the Qiao family have left a remarkable mark in Yan City, using their own lives and the lives of Guo Yan and his son. Wang Songhe's eye twitched slightly. During the assassination of Guo Yan, everyone's attention was focused on Qiao Sen. They all thought he was part of the Qiao family because he and his band of bandits were wearing masks. He thought to himself, now the rest of the officials in Yan City don't even dare to erase the words left by Qiao Senator. They must be scared, afraid that the Qiao family will come back with another spear attack. When Guoyan was alive, he was cunning and had a firm grip on power. He was the only influential figure in Yan City, while the other officials were ineffective. Now that he's dead, the influence of the Qiao family can still temporarily keep the officials in check. But only temporarily, it can't last forever. As time passes, Yan City will eventually have a new lord. The new lord is good or bad, it's hard to say, you can only rely on luck. As long as the world remains the same, even the righteous heroes like the Qiao family's father and son can only kill Guoyan with their lives, but they can't change the world. It's not something that a few scattered heroes can do. And so, he came. In the space between heaven and earth, how could one shrink within the mountains and forests? Wang Song, he quietly thought, looking at the desolate small town in front of him. The bandits could only hide in the mountains and protect the people of a village, but their scope was ultimately limited. Since the local leader of Yan City isn't capable, then let him take on this role of being the leader. Nanzhou has many mountains. Among the various mountain ranges, the Qingming mountain range to the west of Yan City is the most famous, with the towering Qingming peak reaching into the sky. The Qingyun temple on the mountain is flourishing, with a constant stream of incense-burning visitors. However, what Qiao Kangxiu arrived at was not the famous Qingyun temple, but a small Taoist temple at the foot of Qingming mountain to the south. The owner of this small Taoist temple, named Lingling Taoist priest, was a plump and kind-hearted nun. Although the temple was small and had fewer worshippers than the famous Qingyun temple, Lingling Taoist priest was still respected by the passing pilgrims. Lingling Taoist priest has been in a very good mood lately. Recently, a person she had been waiting for many years came to this small Taoist temple. Kangxiu, the last time I saw you, you were just a little child. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 years have passed, and you have finally arrived here. Only waited for 10 years, it's nothing. For us practitioners, 10 years is just a fleeting moment. It's our destiny to meet like this. I have long known that we are destined to be together. Inside the Taoist temple, the plump nun Lingling Taoist priest squinted her eyes, looking very friendly. And in front of her, there were 3 or 5 young female disciples sitting on the ground, quietly listening. After the plump nun talked for a long time without Qiao Kangxiu responding, she asked, Kangxiu, why aren't you saying anything? Qiao Kangxiu was still sitting there, not moving, her eyes tightly closed. JNN. Master, it seems like the junior sister is asleep, a young female disciple said. Nonsense, your junior sister is blind, she can't see anything. Closing her eyes doesn't mean she's asleep, she's probably deeply focused in her meditation, Lingling Taoist priest frowned and said. Just as the words fell, Qiao Kangxiu, who was sitting with her eyes closed, made a sound, zzzzzzz. The chubby nun was at a loss for words and then changed her statement. Your junior sister has a natural talent for cultivation. 2 days of refining qi and 1 day of practice may not be equal to your 10 years of hard work. Besides her innate talent and exceptional perception, she must also practice day and night, which is why she appears tired during the day. During the qi refining period, cultivators still have physical bodies, so it's inevitable to feel tired during the day. Just as the chubby nun finished speaking, she noticed another young female cultivator gradually closing her eyelids and nodding off. She immediately shouted, Master is talking to you, and yet you dare to fall asleep. This cultivator was startled awake by the shout, turned around, and saw that Qiao Kangxiu was still sitting there with her eyes closed, motionless. It turned out that the chubby nun used a technique similar to a martial artist's transmission via sound method. She only transmitted her voice into Qiao Kangxiu's ears, causing a buzzing sound in her ears. At this moment, Qiao Kangxiu, who had kept her eyes tightly shut, suddenly twitched her eyelids, revealing a small patch of bright white before closing them again. She turned her head and looked towards the entrance of the Taoist temple. At this time, several pilgrims were entering this small Taoist temple that had few worshippers. As they walked, they were discussing something. Have you heard? The Yan City Lord from the east was killed in broad daylight by a man named Qiao Senator. I wonder who this Qiao Sen is and how strong he is to be able to break through the Lord's guards, kill him in public, and still manage to leave freely. Hey, you're behind on the news. I heard that this Qiao Sen has 2 sons, Qiao Mu and Qiao Lin, who are both righteous heroes. They died one after another because of that Yan City Lord. The pilgrims chatted briefly about the recent hot topic before entering the temple to burn incense. Qiao Kangxiu, on the other hand, listened in astonishment, feeling as if thunder was roaring inside her heart. I never expected Qiao Mu to still have a living father who personally killed that Yan City Lord, Guoyan. This news was incredibly good for Qiao Kangxiu. Originally, Qiao Mu died because of him, and she couldn't find a way to repay him, so she had the idea of killing Guoyan for revenge. But since Qiao Mu still had a father alive, she had more ways to repay him. Although Qiao Mu has already passed away, it's a bit slow to show gratitude now, but it's different from before. Her emotions gradually stirred up, and her eyelids slightly opened, revealing a vast whiteness. I originally wanted to wait until I had achieved great skills, and then personally kill Guoyan for revenge. Since he still has family members alive, that makes it easier. Grandfather killed the Yan City Lord, which will likely cause trouble. When my divine skills are perfected, I will protect grandfather's safety. The plump nun next to Qiao Kangxiu suddenly saw her eyes open slightly, and her aura surged 3 times in a row. Epiphany? Is she already at the 4th level of qi refining period? The plump nun first widened her eyes in shock, then happily narrowed them into slits. With such a cultivation speed, she surpasses the disciples of the major sects who rely on the power of incense and practice with incense symbol of divine fire. Perhaps this girl can truly forge a path in this world that is different from the 9 immortal gates. Hiang City. Inside the tea house's Dawn Emerald Pavilion, a storyteller in a green robe and a sword at his side was energetically pounding on the wooden stage, telling a story. Just listen to the heroic Xiao Sen shouting, "We martial artists shall always charge forward." After saying that, he immediately pierced the Yen City Lord with a spear and left triumphantly. The tea guests would cheer and applaud from time to time. In a corner of the tea house, several soap-clothed constables with swords on their waists were also sitting at the 8 immortals table, seemingly listening to the storyteller tell stories. "Captain Qiao, this doesn't seem right," one of the constables whispered. "We received orders that Qiao Sen, who had committed murder and assassination in Yen City, has just become a wanted criminal of the court. That's why we have to drive away the storyteller in this tea house. But why on earth did you come here to listen to the storytelling? Why is it not right? If we don't listen to him finish, how would we know the twists and turns of the matter? We'll take action after he finishes." Qiao Mu sat lazily, sipping tea and listening to the storytelling. Ever since that day when he accidentally bumped into the storyteller praising himself, he had somewhat fallen in love with this feeling. Little did he expect that after arriving in Hiang City that day, he would encounter that familiar sword-wearing storyteller, who happened to be telling his own story. "Yes, this storytelling is indeed quite interesting," said the tea drinker at the neighboring table. He was a middle-aged man wearing a long robe, looking around 40 years old. He smiled and struck up a conversation. "But since you are the chief of Hiang City, don't you have official duties to fulfill? Is this really the time to listen to stories? There are priorities and urgencies in all matters, aren't official duties important?" Qiao Mu frowned and turned to look at the middle-aged man in the robe at the next table. This stranger who struck up a conversation, his way of speaking is strange. Though he's clearly a stranger, there is a faint sense of condescension and inquiry. "Matters have their own priorities," Qiao Mu casually replied. "Trivial matters can be handled casually, but if there are major matters, I won't hesitate to risk myself. It seems you enjoy teaching others how to do things. Why don't you give Emperor Yang He some guidance on fighting the inhuman war?" The middle-aged man who struck up the conversation wore a long robe and had a short beard. When he spoke to people, he would slightly raise his chin, exuding a certain air of dignity. As soon as Qiao Mu spoke, the middle-aged man with a short beard who was talking with her showed a look of surprise. It seemed that he didn't expect Qiao Mu to respond like this and was momentarily speechless. It was Guard Chu, who was sitting at the same table with him, who couldn't help but twitch his eye corner and glanced at Qiao Mu. He knew the great Yin Emperor beside him because the former Minister of Punishments, Wang Shanhe, who had been in seclusion for many years, recommended him to meet this Qiao Pifu. But this was just a sudden urge, which didn't mean that the great Yin Emperor valued Qiao Pifu very much. Speaking in this way, directly mentioning the disastrous inhuman war of the great Yin Imperial Court, could anger the Emperor and bring about fatal consequences, which was not impossible. After a while, the middle-aged man who had been talking suddenly regained his senses and frowned. "Why are you talking to me about the current emperor?" he asked. "Wasn't it you who gave advice on ruling the country first?" Qiao Mu casually sipped tea and said, "It's not uncommon for the common people in tea houses and pubs to passionately debate and give advice on ruling the country." The middle-aged man with a short beard was momentarily speechless. He was about to react, but then his furrowed brow relaxed. In the past, there was a government official named Wang Shanhe who worked in the Department of Punishments. He had a strong personality and didn't tolerate any nonsense. Temperament is one thing, but the important thing is whether someone has true talent and knowledge. If this person, Qiao Pifu, is like a second Wang Shanhe, maybe he can endure for a while. Then, a middle-aged man with a short beard said, "Since you want to guide the country, why not tell us about the current emperor? What kind of person is he?" This question was not only testing Qiao Mu, but also showed a willingness to listen to the people's opinions. The great Yin Emperor usually stays in the palace, but this time he secretly went out to listen to the voices of his people. Without hesitation, Qiao Mu said, "This emperor deserves to be." He suddenly stopped talking halfway and frowned, looking at the middle-aged man. Because he had discussed the assassination of the emperor with Qiao Kangxiu in Yen City, Qiao Mu has been obsessing over this matter ever since. Just now someone asked him this, and he almost blurted out that the emperor should die. The present-day Qiao Mu disguised himself and ventured into Hiang City, speaking without restraint. But speaking without restraint and courting death are two different concepts. Qiao Mu's brow gradually furrowed. What's the deal with this stranger who struck up a conversation? Intentionally trying to engage him in talk, intentionally seeking his opinions on ruling the country, and discussing the current emperor? How wicked is this person's intentions, wanting to harm me? Harm me? Qiao Mu suddenly remembered, he is cheat-enabled. Is he afraid of death? What Qiao Mu is afraid of is a low-quality death, and what he longs for is a high-quality death. If it's something like ranting the current emperor should die in a tea house, clearly dying would be meaningless. But if he could spout reasoning and speak at a high level, even if he were to die for his words, Qiao Mu could earn a reputation. Death assessment shouldn't be lacking in that regard. Are you talking about Emperor Yang He of the current reign? Emperor Yonghe is naturally a good emperor, and that's all there is to it, said Qiao Mu. The middle-aged man with a tight frown on his short beard relaxed. Who doesn't like disguising oneself and listening to others praise them? Qiao Mu likes it, and he also likes it. Now he is in disguise, secretly visiting to listen to the people's voices. And Qiao Mu was a small-town constable, a low-ranking government official, who naturally belonged to the common people. Rounded up or down, this is what the common people of Great Yan are saying about him being a good emperor. How could he not feel happy? You say the current emperor is a good emperor? What specifically makes him good? The middle-aged man with a short beard suppressed a hint of joy in his heart and asked again. Please continue speaking, tell me more, I love listening. Only Qiao Mu continued. The good thing is that he chose a good reign title. Forever harmonious, Yonghe. Forever harmonious, Yonghe. The current imperial capital surrendered without a fight to the inhumane, paid tribute and licked their feet. They didn't even dare to engage in warfare, so how could it not be forever harmonious? As long as we surrender before the enemy takes over, war cannot break out. Isn't this forever harmony? When these words were spoken, the middle-aged man with a short beard, Guard Chu, instinctively looked down and didn't dare to look at the expression on the face of Emperor Yonghe next to him. The several clothed catchers next to Qiao Mu were also shocked with wide eyes. Captain Qiao, it's one thing for you to eavesdrop and slack off at the tea house, but now you dare to criticize the current emperor. Aren't you afraid of death? The strong will to survive made them instinctively take a few steps back and look around, afraid that this treasonous remark would be overheard by others. Fortunately, the storyteller was reaching the climax of the story, and the tea house was full of customers who were captivated, seemingly paying no attention to Qiao Mu and his companions in the corner. The middle-aged man with a short beard took a deep breath and took a while to barely calm his emotions before slowly saying, the strength of the inhuman is overwhelming, something that the Great Yan Imperial Court cannot match. After all, even the martial saint of the previous emperor was defeated miserably, and the entire army of 100,000 elites perished. Is there a possibility that the current emperor is prioritizing the overall situation? Are you implying that the emperor is making a big strategic move, Mr. Dong? Qiao Mu interrupted him and casually said. The middle-aged man with a short beard paused, not understanding Qiao Mu's words. My surname is Yan, not Dong. Why should I care about your surname and name? Qiao Mu said casually. By the way, I have a friend with the surname Guo. Others say he is very strategic and smooth in handling things. He never shows his emotions and rarely gets angry. Even when confronted by a bad person, he restrains himself because he knows that if he acts impulsively, it will disrupt the larger plan. At that time, it wasn't the best moment to make a move, better to play it safe. The bad person killed his family members in front of him, but he endured it because he knew that a wealthy person's child cannot easily fall. His years of hard work could not be ruined by a moment of impulse. The middle-aged man surnamed Yan waited for a while, but when he didn't hear Qiao Mu continue, he asked again. What happened next? Afterward, nothing. The person was gone. Qiao Mu casually replied. He was killed by that bad person. If there were really strategies and calculations, then it would be a different story. What I'm afraid of is those so-called strategies and calculations, which are simply excuses for not wanting to face danger, cherish life, and fear death. The middle-aged man surnamed Yan's face quickly turned red, then to the color of pig liver. He felt like the person across from him was indirectly insulting him, but he had no proof. Your friend is a person, but behind the current emperor is a whole country, so we can't generalize, he said again. Yes. Qiao Mu nodded. So, in order to prioritize the greater good, we should follow the example of Emperor Yonghe and spare no effort from the Great Yan Imperial Court to support those superior beings above us, establishing their residences in each major city and always welcoming their presence. At this point, the atmosphere had already changed. There were no longer any plain-clothed constables beside Qiao Mu. Those few constables had moved away, appearing completely absorbed in listening to a story, standing about 10 steps away from Qiao Mu without making any eye contact. Who is this person? They didn't know or recognize this person. The other tea customers at the neighboring table also changed their expressions and hurriedly got up to leave. The middle-aged man surnamed Yan couldn't hide his sinking face anymore. His gaze unintentionally went past the other soap-clad constables who were further away from Qiao Mu's, and he spoke in a deep voice. Aren't you afraid of death for criticizing the current emperor? Finally, the truth was revealed, and I've been waiting for you to say this. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Qiao Mu had always suspected this person had evil intentions and wanted to harm him, which played right into his hands. Qiao Mu said, I have always liked a saying from the late emperor. Or rather, it was a wise decree issued by the late emperor. The late emperor? The middle-aged man surnamed Yan hesitated again. The inhuman war was fought during the late emperor's reign. How could Qiao Pifu dare to speak so boldly and claim to like the late emperor? He felt curious unconsciously and didn't react immediately. Just listen to Qiao Mu continue saying. I heard that, after the inhuman war, a stubborn court official almost hit his head on the Golden Palace. After that, the late emperor issued a famous decree. Qiao Mu said seriously. Anyone who criticizes me to my face will be tortured, those who dare to advise me through written letters will be burned by hot iron, those who spread rumors about me in public will be beheaded after autumn. I heard that before the order was issued, right after the Inhuman War, many ministers were passionately arguing, and there were a lot of people coming and going. After the order was issued, there were times when people could voice their opinions, but a few months later, there was no one left to speak up. Anyone who dared to speak either died or pretended to be sick and quit their official positions to go back home. I have to say, the late emperor's order was actually quite wise. Qiao Mu's gaze also swept across the fiercely determined constables around him, exclaiming, even if one was punished for speaking out, it wouldn't harm innocent people around them. At most, it would just be a slow and painful death. Such an order allows knowledgeable people like me to speak freely without worries of harming others, eliminating any concerns for the future. How wonderful it is. Guard Chu's face darkened as he heard. Was the late emperor's order really allowing people to speak freely? Is this person's mind different from others? And the other soap-clad catchers beside him also had a slight change in their expressions. They noticed the gaze of the newly appointed catches just now. This is a reminder to them, not to be afraid. I will first bring up the words of the former emperor, and I will defend myself. Even if I am executed after autumn, or even die a slow death, it will not harm your lives. This new appointed catch seems rough and arrogant, but there seems to be a level of detail in him. And the middle-aged man surnamed Yan also had a slight emotional response. He is not a foolish person, and he also understood the hidden meaning behind Qiao Mu's words. Although this decree was issued by the former emperor, after Emperor Yonghe ascended the throne, he didn't explicitly cancel it. He brought up the words from the time of the former emperor, so even if our current emperor, Qiao Pifu, wants to punish him, it wouldn't be right to harm others. Just like Wang Shanhe back then, aren't you afraid of death? The middle-aged man named Yan frowned slightly, feeling that something was not right. In tea houses and eateries like this, many people do give their opinions, but it's important to have a balanced perspective and not go too far with it. And this Qiao Pifu, he pointed at the emperor's nose and called him cowardly and afraid of death. Did he already figure out my identity and purposely deceive me with false information? Emperor Yonghe frowned, realizing that the situation was not as simple as it seemed. The emperor disguised himself and went on a secret visit, which was definitely not a small matter. There were people specifically trying to conceal it, making it impossible for ordinary people to see through. And by his side, there was also a bodyguard named Chu Xing who had achieved a high level in the spiritual refining method. The spiritual refining method focuses on cultivating one's intuition in the mysterious realm. If this Qiao Pifu had malicious intent, Guard Chu by his side would quickly notice it, instead of the current situation. The man with the surname Yan frowned as he sat there, with 1,000 thoughts swirling in his mind. He couldn't make a definite judgment on Qiao Pifu's actions yet. It must be said that Qiao Pifu was a brave warrior unafraid of death. It reminded him of his childhood, witnessing the ministers, led by Wang Shanhe, who would offer courageous remonstrations during court hearings. The tea guests had already left, and the surrounding tables were all empty. Qiao Mu seemed completely unaware and was still casually drinking his tea. He glanced around and saw that it was completely empty with no sound, which made him feel even more relaxed and at ease. It's good that there's no one around, no one to disturb him. The lone wolf is always fearless. At this moment, the stern middle-aged man with a serious face also spoke up. It's rare for someone like you to speak without fear of death, but that doesn't mean you're right. You don't understand the matters of the country and the military. Inhuman is strong while Great Yan is weak, so there are certain things that can only be compromised. Qiao Mu responded, it's common sense in the world that those who are backward will be beaten. If there are no other choices, naturally we can only compromise. But there's a difference between compromising to bide your time and completely submitting. The emperor's compromise may sound easy, but it costs the lives of the people below. The Great Yan Emperor claims to be chosen by the heavens, tasked with taking care of the people. But if he sees the world as his own and treats the people like cattle, disposing them as he pleases for his own inhumane desires, then is this world the emperor's alone or the people of Ju province? Qiao Mu was getting more and more excited as he spoke. Originally, he only suspected that this middle-aged man with the surname Yan had a good character, and he wanted to trap him into criticizing the emperor, so that he could benefit from it. But now, he remembered his close friend with the surname Guo, who had been through life and death together. At first, he thought City Lord Guo Yan was extremely cunning and difficult to deal with. Later, he discovered that Guo Yan, even after witnessing the killing of his own child, could restrain himself from taking action. It showed that he had extraordinary self-control. Finally, he realized that this person seemed to spoil his only son, but in reality, he valued his own life above all else and didn't want to take any risks. This was probably the main reason why Guo Yan compromised and negotiated all the way, unwilling to resort to real violence. And so, Qiao Mu foolishly killed him. The only question was whether the Great Yan Imperial Court was another person like Guo Yan, who appeared to be cunning but actually feared death. After he finished speaking, the guard at the neighboring table, Guard Chu, started trembling slightly. He was trembling out of fear. The middle-aged man with the surname Yan also trembled slightly, but his trembling was fueled by anger. If Qiao Mu had been questioning the weakness of Emperor Yonghe and the previous emperor before, now he was questioning the very foundation of the Great Yan Imperial Court's existence. If the Great Yan Emperor considered the world as his own possession, then pleasing the inhumane was simply offering one's own family's belongings to evil people. Although it was painful, it was not really cutting one's own flesh. The common people suffered and the court was worn out, but the emperor still remained above everyone else. It is a great betrayal. The middle-aged man with the surname Yan was having trouble finding the words. When he was young, he had also seen ministers who risked their lives to deliver blunt admonitions, but those ministers still had some sense of propriety when speaking, unlike the person in front of them, who was simply acting recklessly. Meanwhile, Qiao Mu remained calm. He raised a cup of clear tea from the table and took a gentle sip, moisturizing his throat. Since he came to Yan City, everything he saw and knew was desolate and broken. In recent years, whenever there is a natural disaster, there will be a famine. In the small town, many houses are empty, and the people are scattered and forced to sell their farming animals. Some even turn to banditry. The greedy eat people's food without feeling guilty, and the hungry steal without realizing the consequences. These are the prices the people have paid. Qiao Mu looked at the middle-aged man named Yan with a hint of doubt. Why are you so excited? Just because you have some money and status, you think you're not one of the people but a carnivore? Are you a bit twisted? Qiao Mu thought this person spoke with an arrogant tone, looking down on others. He guessed that this person might be a bureaucrat in Hiang City, but he didn't think much about it. After all, even if the other person is a bureaucrat in the city, in the end, it's just a matter of getting in trouble for speaking out, and it's just death. What is there to be afraid of? At this point in the story, the tea house was filled with a silent stillness. The tea drinkers who were eagerly listening to the storyteller had already left halfway through, and on the stage, the sword-wielding storyteller Zhang Chen was left speechless. Boss, why don't you come up and tell the story? He knew that Xiao Sen, who had attempted to assassinate the Yan City Lord, was now a wanted criminal by the court. He also realized that his own storytelling carried certain risks, but he didn't expect one ordinary audience member in the crowd to be even bolder than him. The risks he took in telling the story were only to be chased away, but this tea drinker below him was speaking of matters that could cost him his life. At this time, another middle-aged constable in black robes hurriedly walked towards the entrance of the tea house. He entered without noticing the unusual atmosphere in the tea house. Captain Xiao, why are you still here? Listening to stories in this tea house. He glanced at the mute storyteller on the stage, furrowing his eyebrows slightly. The chief constable has summoned us. Come with me quickly. Sheriff Qian, I was just passing by the tea house, taking a rest. Qiao Mu smiled slightly and stood up. He thought to himself that the words he had just said would probably get him killed 3 or 5 times. So he felt satisfied and in a very good mood. Before leaving, he didn't forget to say goodbye cheerfully to the middle-aged man named Yan at the neighboring table. I'm leaving, I won't argue with you anymore. Actually, you're lucky too. You encountered me at this age, when I've reached middle age and understand the principle of going along with the flow. If you had encountered my hot temper when I was younger, this matter wouldn't have been resolved so easily. After speaking, Qiao Mu bid farewell to Sheriff Qian and left. At the end, Guard Chu next to him was really frightened. Does this person think the fire he set is not big enough, and wants to provoke the emperor's anger before leaving? He couldn't help but look up and met Qiao Mu's gaze for a moment, but then quickly looked away. After Qiao Mu left, the atmosphere in the tea house became even more silent. The middle-aged man surnamed Yan and Guard Chu got up one after another and left. The former straightened his back slightly, showing his own momentum. Chu Xing, what do you think? Did that person see through my identity and intentionally speak in front of me? He asked. Guard Chu's forehead sweat, and he could only say with a stiff face. Qiao Pifu is a 6th-ranked martial artist, with abundant energy and no signs of weakness. And, as he was about to leave, he noticed my gaze. It truly seemed like he had already embarked on the spiritual refining method, but his soul was still weak. A 6th-ranked martial artist, heavily injured and with a damaged spirit, is definitely not an empty rumor. As for whether he had the insight to see through the identity of the emperor, I guess he probably didn't. Emperor Yonghe nodded slightly and continued walking silently ahead. So, should we test him a little more? Ordinary constables wouldn't say those things. He was recommended by Wang Shanhe. Do his words represent the opinion of the former Minister of Justice? Emperor Yonghe muttered to himself. The atmosphere became even more gloomy. L.B//JNN. Based on his years of serving Emperor Yonghe, Chu Xing knew deep down that the emperor was probably considering an act of violence, but he still had some hesitation and hadn't made a definitive decision. Including Qiao Mu, many constables were gathered at the front gate of the yamen. The chief constable of Hiang City, a woman in her early 30s with a pair of narrowed phoenix eyes, occasionally glanced at Qiao Mu, perhaps noticing his absent-mindedness while speaking. The chief constable of this capital city was talking about a recent strange case called the case of impermanent monster. But Qiao Mu was indeed absent-minded. Because he was about to be imprisoned soon, it was not impossible for him to die as a result. He said about the incident at the tea house in front of the official named Yan, and once the news spread, he, as a newly appointed constable, would immediately be punished and imprisoned. He didn't take his current identity as a constable too seriously. After all, his goal was to kill the emperor, and it was unlikely that this identity would last for more than a month. Coming to this city, I just want to find a high-quality death before killing the emperor. Hiang City is the largest city in this area, so Qiao Mu thought to himself, there are probably members of the Wuji Association in this city. He can try to get in touch with them to gather more information about the emperor's travels. Then he can find a way to blend in and earn a good death. At this very moment, he suddenly had a feeling again, the vague intuition that guided him to this city. This intuition isn't very reliable, sometimes it's there and sometimes it's not. Especially after he entered Hyang City, it became even more unclear. At first, he thought that after coming to the city, he might trigger some main quests. But later he realized that this mysterious intuition started when he practiced the Wuji Association's martial saint spiritual technique. So obviously, this intuition must be related to the Wuji Association. If there is the Wuji Association, it means there is fatal danger. It means there is information related to the plan of assassinating the emperor. Qiao Mu was starting to feel intrigued. He looked north and felt suspicious. He pulled Sheriff Qian next to him and asked, "Sheriff Qian, are there any famous people or attractions in the north of this city? I'm in a meeting." Sheriff Qian replied, slightly annoyed. Qiao Mu casually took out some small silver coins and handed them over. "We are all colleagues, why do you have to be like this?" Sheriff Qian smiled and whispered. There used to be a famous martial arts clan in the north of the city, also named Qiao. The Qiao family used to be quite well known, but they disappeared 6 months ago. Now, there is a Taoist temple called Xiantian Temple built on that land. By the way, Xiantian Temple is the headquarters of an inhuman sect. You may be a law enforcement officer, but you should remember, there are certain places that are not suitable for you to visit. Qiao family of Hyang City was destroyed half a year ago. After the Qiao family's downfall, the Immortal Gate Xiantian sect settled in Hyang City and established their headquarters. It took 6 months for the residents of Hyang City to understand about these strange and powerful people called cultivators. Even someone like Sheriff Qian, a minor government official, had some knowledge about the Xiantian sect in Hyang City. Why can't we go to the Xiantian sect? Qiao Mu asked quietly. We are law enforcement officers representing the Great Yan's laws. Are you saying that even if the Xiantian sect's cultivators break the laws of Great Yan, we can't arrest them? When these words were spoken, Sheriff Qian gave a strange look to Qiao Mu. Captain Qiao, aren't you already quite old? How can you still say such naive things? Sheriff Qian originally wanted to say childish, but after considering the silver coins in his hand, he changed it to naive. Sheriff Qian confidently said, the so-called inhuman are immortals, powerful beings beyond common people's reach. Great Yan's laws govern the people of Great Yan, how can we govern the immortals of the Xiantian sect? Qiao Mu's heart skipped a beat as he listened. Are you saying that even us law enforcement officers could invite danger upon ourselves by entering the Immortal Gate headquarters? Captain Qiao, let's not pretend to be confused. There are some facts that we don't need to say out loud, said Sheriff Qian with a slight smile. Sheriff Qian is pretty easy to talk to. It saves me a lot of trouble. After this meeting is over, I'll ask him a few more questions, thought Qiao Mu. Sheriff Qian's real name is Jian Qian, and he is actually only in his 30s, younger than Qiao Mu. The only thing is that he has a slightly receding hairline, making him look older than the current 44-year-old Qiao Mu, but he is quite friendly. Qiao Mu believed that he wouldn't stay in this deputy position for too long. Since he was determined to die, getting too close to Sheriff Qian might involve him, so he didn't intend to have a good relationship with his colleagues. It's fine not to have a relationship, as long as there is silver to open the way. Sheriff Qian is quite detailed in his words. Qiao Mu currently has no shortage of silver coins. Previously, the bandits looted the mansion of the city lord in Yen City and took away a batch of antiques, collectibles, and jewelry from a secret room. Although the bandits have their methods to sell the stolen goods, it still takes some time. After learning that Qiao Mu would soon leave for Hyang City, Wang Songhe took the initiative to give him some gold and silver money, while leaving the antiques to be gradually sold by the bandits. The amount of silver money in Qiao Mu's hands is not that much, but for now, he doesn't really have to worry about food and expenses. Sheriff Qian, please tell me more about this Xiantian sect. Captain Qiao, isn't it inappropriate? The chief constable is still talking about the case of impermanent monster. Qiao Mu thought for a moment, then took out some silver coins. Oh well, actually Captain Qiao can ask me after this meeting. It's not too late. Qian discreetly accepted the silver coins, but his gaze towards Qiao Mu became a bit warmer. Nov. L.B//JNN. This Captain Qiao is said to be from out of town and suddenly became a chief constable. It's rumored that he had connections and someone in higher positions. Now it seems that the rumors are indeed true. He is so generous in giving out information. It's worth getting to know him. The chief constable can only be considered a minor official, not even reaching the 9th official rank, and his salary is not high. Qian, who was once a strong martial artist ranked 9th in internal strength, served as the head of the catching department. However, as he grew older, his energy and blood declined. Though he still had internal strength, he could no longer compare to the youthful martial artists ranked 9th. That's why he could only become a low-ranking official. Since the head of the catching department didn't earn much, it was obvious that Captain Qiao was either wealthy or powerful. Since Captain Qiao seemed to have some family wealth, Qian smiled mysteriously and said, Captain Qiao, you've come to the right person. If it were someone else, they may not know these inside information like me. More inside information? Tell me quickly. Qiao Mu's heart raced. Half a year ago, the Qiao family of Hyang City was wiped out overnight. It's said that even the martial saint personally took action. Since then, the Qiao family became a notorious and abandoned place, with no one daring to enter. Even the surrounding property prices plummeted by as much as 30 to 40%. The northern part of the city was already a prosperous area of Hiang City. To have property prices drop by 30 to 40% is terrifying. Qian said with a slight smile, wearing a confident expression. But, others fear what I desire. I'm Qian, not very powerful, but I have good vision. When the land prices dropped to their lowest point, I bought a house near the Qiao family courtyard to settle down. And guess what? The Immortal Gate brought their immortal leader from the Xiantian sect. They made the Qiao family courtyard and the surrounding area their headquarters, causing the prices to skyrocket. Now it's 2 or 3 times higher than before. Qian felt quite proud when it came to this. Actually, this statement of his is a bit of self-praise. He wasn't afraid of martial saints or haunted houses, he was just poor. In recent years, the court's taxes have been heavy, and he's already in his 30s. For ordinary people and ordinary martial artists, their physical peak is usually in their 20s or 30s. Once they pass that age, their vitality declines every year. Qian was daring and fought bravely when he was young. Although he only had basic skills in external martial arts, he developed internal strength. However, as he grew older, his vitality declined year by year. This old guy found it difficult to compete with the young constables in the government, so he gritted his teeth and bought a house in the north of the city. As the ancients said, when you're close to red, you turn red, when you're close to black, you turn black. Now our Qiao family is close to the immortals, which means not only can we hope for spiritual advancement, but also let our daughter bask in some immortal aura and be influenced by it. Qian laughed and said. But Qiao Mu frowned secretly and said, you've said so much, but what about the inside story you mentioned? Qian mysteriously said, the inside story is that I know there is a nearby empty house near the Xiantian sect's headquarters in the north of the city. If Captain Qiao needs it, I can help make connections. This person mistakenly thought I wanted to buy a house. Qiao Mu was a bit amused and helpless. Just as they were about to talk about something else, the Chief Constable Chen, who was in charge, finished talking about the case and walked towards Qiao Mu. Qian immediately fell silent. Qiao Mu, on the other hand, remained calm. He had already killed the 6th-ranked city lord, so why would he be afraid of a city's chief constable? Captain Qiao seems to have some thoughts on this case. The discussion was quite intense just now. Why don't you share your thoughts? Chief Constable Chen raised her chin slightly, squinting her phoenix-like eyes as she looked down at Qiao Mu. She appeared to be around 30 years old, with a mature charm. Even though she was glaring down at him, there was a faint hint of coquettishness, making Sheriff Qian next to him unable to help but think, can she give me a glance too? Actually, I don't really have any particular thoughts. Qiao Mu said calmly. He didn't pay any attention at all, so naturally he didn't have any thoughts. Chief Constable Chen frowned slightly, looking down at Qiao Mu with a hint of undisguised contempt in her voice. If you have no thoughts, then just keep quiet. I am curious about who sent you to the 6 gates, but once you're through this gate, you have to listen to me. Chen Yingxiu, as a woman who climbed to the position of the chief constable of the city without any outside help, naturally despised someone like Qiao Mu, a middle-aged man who relied on connections. Qiao Mu didn't have any emotional fluctuations upon hearing this. After all, he didn't come here to compete with these constables for a job. So he said solemnly, Lady, please don't be curious about me. Curiosity often leads to trouble. Uncle has been killing fish in the market for 10 years. My heart has become as cold as the fish I killed. Please don't come near me. Chief Constable Chen. She frowned at Qiao Mu, completely bewildered by his strange words, and instinctively walked away. Actually, this is exactly what Qiao Mu wanted. As a man who had embarked on the path of seeking death, after experiencing the storms of Yen City, Qiao Mu had come to understand one thing. Women only slow him down in his pursuit of death. Men are the same. When there is no one around, he has no worries or weaknesses, making him the strongest. Captain Qiao, you. Qian finally dared to speak beside him. The chief constable is strict and upright. Although she won't give you a hard time, she's still your superior, after all. Strict? Then I better stay away from her, Qiao Mu said seriously. I am always against evil and treat life and death lightly. But to someone with a strong sense of justice, I must seem insignificant, like a firefly in the dark. I'm afraid she might actually be attracted to me. As the words reached this point, Qiao Mu looked on with satisfaction as the chief constable, who had already walked far away, trembled ever so slightly. Relieved. Meanwhile, a huge paper crane flew in from the sky, carrying a young woman with a bun on her head who appeared to be in her 20s. The paper crane quickly shrank to its ordinary size and the young woman reached out and tucked it into her embrace. Immortal Mingyu from Xiantian sect has arrived. Even a folded paper crane can make people fly, truly magical. The nearby constables all praised and admired. Why did people from Xiantian sect come to the government office? Qiao Mu wondered. Apart from Wang Songhe who only practices magic and not cultivation, this is the first time he has seen a cultivator. However, this female cultivator looked friendly and approachable with a warm smile. Though Qiao Mu had thoughts of death, he didn't want to pick fights easily. After all, she was not the completely evil butcher Zhang. Hey, Captain Qiao, it seems like you didn't hear at all, Qian said helplessly beside him. Then explain it in detail, Qiao Mu said, habitually reaching for his silver, only to be stopped by Qian. It's a small matter this time, no need for that. The fairy from Xiantian sect has come to work with us to solve the case of the monster that doesn't stay the same. Lately, there have been many evil creatures causing trouble and hurting people inside Hiang City. According to immortal Mingyu from Xiantian sect, this evil creature is called the impermanent monster and it feeds on death energy. It's a strange and dangerous beast. Every time it appears, it takes someone's life, just like the messengers from the underworld in ancient legends, known as the impermanent ones. That's why it's called the impermanent monster. Life and death can change so quickly? Is that really lucky? Qiao Mu originally just wanted to be a lazy worker, but now he's feeling a bit curious. Wherever there is danger and death, there you will find Qiao Mu. But, as a member of the police, should I also catch these evil creatures causing trouble? Qiao Mu was a bit confused. At the moment, he is a very skilled martial artist, ranked 6th. He is now at the same level as the former Yan City Lord and has learned powerful martial arts like the Long Life Fist and Pure Yangwuji skill. He has good judgment. He could tell that most of the constables in this yamen were at a basic stage of training. Catchers like Qian are only at rank 9 in their training, and even martial artists like Sheriff Qian, who are ranked 9th, have declined in their energy and blood, and their actual combat ability is not that great. The only one worth Qiao Mu taking a second look at is Chief Constable Chen, who has a martial skill of about 7th or 8th rank, but it's only a second look. Ordinary catchers usually only deal with small matters like local thugs, and they don't have the chance to handle big thieves or evil monsters. Our regular catchers can't handle this, so the immortal from Xiantian sect came, Sheriff Qian said with a smile, and looked at the face of the female cultivator with a faint longing. It is said that immortals can live forever, who wouldn't long for that? The female cultivator from Xiantian sect, known as Bright Moon, smiled and said, in this operation, we will need the help of all the catchers from the yamen. You don't need to deal with this impermanent monster, it is quite powerful and might harm you. If you discover any traces of these monsters, just inform me. The immortal is truly kind-hearted and compassionate. The immortal still worries about the safety of us ordinary people. The constables all breathed a sigh of relief. They were all mortal beings and didn't want to deal with those so-called monsters. Female cultivator Mingyu continued to smile and said, this monster feeds on death energy, so it often appears near dying people, such as in clinics and prisons. Please pay attention, everyone. But in case you really encounter that monster, remember not to kill it. Bring it back instead. Why is that? Asked one of the constable leaders. Because, heaven has the virtue of being merciful. Killing this wicked creature is too easy, so I will bring it back to our sect and punish it separately. It will serve the immortal gate with its guilty body, slowly repaying the sins it has committed over the long years, the female cultivator answered. The constables fell silent for a moment. Indeed, heaven has a kind favor. The immortal speaks rightly. At this moment, a brave constable cleared his throat and stepped forward. According to the laws of Great Yan, the one who kills is surely subject to death penalty. May I ask, immortal, how is it that this monster, who has killed, can continue to live within the immortal gate? So, does the life of this mixed creature, capable of smelling death, hold more value than the lives of my fellow Great Yan citizens? Female cultivator Mingyu looked at Qiao Mu, who had stepped out from the crowd, and the warm smile that had been on her face unknowingly faded. Just as she was about to act out, a series of rapid footsteps could be heard outside the yamen, government office. A group of officials holding swords and knives pushed open the gate, barged in, and surrounded the constables inside. This made the constables very surprised. What was happening? The soldiers surrounded the 6 gates? Which one is Jiao Pifo? Asked the leading soldier. That's me. Qiao Mu guessed what was going on and smiled calmly. Someone reported that you were discussing politics and slandering the current emperor in the tea house. Arrest him. Capturing fugitives is usually the duty of the constables, but Qiao Mu himself is the chief constable, so this time he specially dispatched soldiers. However, as soon as these words were spoken, Sheriff Qian, who had been friendly before, quickly realized the situation and rushed over to apprehend Qiao Mu. Qiao Mu didn't resist and was quickly captured on the spot. However, the first person to take action was Sheriff Qian, who had just been talking happily with him, which surprised him. This guy changed his face a bit too quickly. Captain Qiao, please don't blame me. Qian looked serious and leaned in closer to Qiao Mu, lowering his voice. Speaking ill of the government and slandering the world, this is probably a definite death sentence. We were just having a pleasant conversation, that's why I need to draw a clear line. I have an elderly father in his 60s who went missing. Stop, let's not talk about this kind of thing. Qiao Mu remained calm. He was calmly escorted by the group of officials, preparing to be led into prison. This sudden turmoil came and went quickly, making people unable to help but mutter. It was mainly because Qiao Mu was too calm, too composed, not at all like someone about to eat prison food or even face death. One would think the officials were inviting him to a meal. Captain Qiao has only just arrived, hasn't he? What did he do wrong? Did a constable dare to criticize the government? What exactly did he say to attract the attention of the officials and soldiers? The unaware constables whispered to each other, while the few constables who had followed Qiao Mu into the tea house remained silent. They were aware of the situation, but the words spoken by Qiao Mu earlier were truly treasonous. They even hesitated to talk privately about it. It had only been a few days since Qiao Mu took office, and his way of speaking was somewhat rebellious and not very likable. So, the constables didn't have much emotional fluctuation. After being surprised, they quickly shifted their attention back to the case. Female cultivator Mingyu continued discussing the case with these constables, but after being confronted by Qiao Mu earlier, the warm smile on her face disappeared and she became indifferent. This even made the constables somewhat blame Captain Qiao in their hearts. In summary, this impermanent monster is not easy to deal with. Its true nature is unknown, and it might be a tiger-like demon. If you encounter it, don't rely solely on your bravery, notify me as soon as possible. After speaking, female cultivator Mingyu raised her hand and tossed a paper crane into the wind. It elongated, and she leaped onto it swiftly, riding it to a distance, leaving only her back view for the others. Such magical skills. Unlike us martial artists who only know how to punch and kick with bitterness, the constables were filled with envy. Their eyesight was not strong enough to see the flying paper crane clearly, so they didn't notice the trembling shoulder of the female cultivator Mingyu on the paper crane. To appear saintly in front of others, what a wonderful feeling. This female cultivator Mingyu had a satisfied expression on her face. Inside the Xiantian sect, she was actually just a disciple who raised spiritual beasts. Although she was Saintess Wu Qingxin's disciple in the sect and was highly favored by the Holy Maiden, she was ultimately just a servant. Although she had cultivated the immortal path, her cultivation level was not high, and she was still in a mortal body. The only thing she could boast about within the sect was her skill in raising spiritual beasts. But if she came to this mortal realm, she would become a celestial being. Mortals can't distinguish between these cultivators, they are all celestial beings, all immortal elders. Just now, I did something a little inappropriate. Initially, I treated these mortals with a smiling face, but it turns out it wasn't appropriate. She thought that by treating them with a smiling face, with her identity as a celestial being from Xiantian sect, these mortals would probably be pleasantly surprised and work harder. I didn't expect these mortals to not appreciate it and have no sense of propriety, and dare to contradict me. Forget it. Anyway, that person has already been captured by the official soldiers, and is indeed on a dead end. Currently, the most important thing is to capture that impermanent monster. Mingyu thought to herself. If that monster really feeds on death energy, able to sense death energy, then this time I can be considered to have made a contribution to the section. Death energy is invisible and intangible, ethereal, but it does exist. It is a breath that only dissipates from beings in this world when they are about to die and vanishes in an instant. Only a few special creatures with extraordinary abilities can smell the deathly aura of these living beings. Originally, these creatures were not particularly rare. Many years ago, a sorcerer killed and skinned this creature, using its essence to create a sinister treasure. This cruel act led to the slaughter of countless innocent creatures and earned the disapproval of righteous cultivators. This incident even angered the martial saint of the mortal realm. Not only did that sorcerer meet his demise at the hands of the martial saint, but the martial saint also ordered his Wuji association to exterminate these creatures that can sense the deathly aura. As a result, they have become nearly extinct. If I were to obtain one of these creatures, perhaps I could keep it together with the saintess blue-eyed flying tiger. When the cub grows up, it might give birth to offspring that can perceive the aura of death. The thought of female cultivator Mingyu drifted further and further away as she rode the paper crane into the distance. Inside the city's prison. Be honest. Qiao Pifu, as a government official, when you go to prison, please behave and maintain some dignity. He is a newly appointed martial artist, known as a government bounty hunter. Put on the iron chains. Qiao Mu also didn't resist, cooperated like he couldn't afford not to, letting them lift his right hand and not moving his left foot, letting them do whatever they wanted. As he cooperated with the jailer to put on the iron chains, he asked with a hint of anticipation, "Brother, do you know when they will kill me? It probably won't be after autumn, right? It's still spring, too long to wait. Don't wait too long, seize the day. I think we shouldn't waste the taxpayers' money. Are you finished yet? Are you in a rush to be reincarnated?" The jailer got annoyed and roared like a tiger. "Yes, it's urgent. We should do it while it's still hot. No, we should do it now, no need to pick the right timing. When the execution comes, I hope it's a big scene. I love excitement. Otherwise, let the governor of Hiang come and see, shall we?" The jailers looked at each other, unable to figure out this person's intentions. If we talk about his determination to die, this person is too calm and composed. Entering the prison is as natural as going home. It's too strange, completely abnormal. Could it be fearless? He was certain that he wouldn't die, that's why he jumped like this. I heard that this person is from another place, just arrived in Hiang City and became a catcher. It seems like someone higher up is involved. If someone higher up is involved, then they must be someone important. He committed offenses like criticizing the imperial government and insulting the current emperor. Which background is strong enough to not worry about getting caught? The prison guards talked about it, but they couldn't figure out why. They spoke politely and cautiously, so as not to provoke Xiao Pifu, who might be someone they couldn't handle. The prison door closed, the guards left, and Qiao Mu was bound with iron chains in this tiny cell. There was a small square window on the prison wall. It was nighttime, and the faint moonlight shone through the window, illuminating a small grass mat on the floor. Dust particles floated in the beam of light. Nov. L. B //JNN. The air was humid, with a faint musty smell. Qiao Mu took a few steps, pulling the iron chain behind him, creating a clear sound that echoed through the empty cell. It's so quiet. Qiao Mu closed his eyes slightly. His official title was just a newly appointed constable, so even if he criticized the government, only a few soldiers would be sent to capture him, and there wouldn't be any highly skilled experts coming after him. So no one had discovered that he was a 6th-rank martial artist. They just treated him as a beginner who had only reached the 8th or 9th rank, and put him in chains. Can the internal strength of the 6th-ranked martial artist break this iron chain with a burst? Qiao Mu didn't have the intention to try. Mostly because the prison cell was quiet, it was quite nice, and he didn't really feel like leaving. Being born immortal, Qiao Mu was able to feel at ease no matter where he went, and his emotions were stable. Ahem. Soon, a voice broke the brief calmness. Brother, judging by your appearance, you must have been here more than once. The person speaking was an old man in the adjacent prison cell. His hair was slightly gray, making him look around 60 or 70 years old. He was thin and pale, with a yellowish complexion, indicating that he had been in this prison cell for quite some time and was clearly not in good health. Brother, what did you do to end up here? Publicly insulting the emperor. Old man, don't deceive me. Being accused of insulting the emperor is a serious crime, and you might not survive it. You seem quite calm about it. The old man looked doubtful. Will I be executed after autumn? Upon hearing this, Qiao Mu finally sighed with regret in his voice. I only regret that I cannot directly challenge the emperor's actions. That way, I could be sentenced to a slow and painful death. Let me tell you, do you know what a slow and painful death is? I heard it's a very rare and skillful execution method. If I were to undergo that, I'm sure many people would come to watch, right? The old man remained silent. Has he been in prison for too long that he can't keep up with the times? Why does he struggle to follow the conversations of the people outside? He awkwardly changed the subject. Brother, those jailers earlier seemed to mention that you're the newly appointed chief constable. Yes, what's the matter? Do you have someone in charge? Are there influential elders in your family? The old man lowered his voice and asked. Qiao Mu paused for a moment and thought. His Qiao family lineage was extensive, so it wouldn't be wrong to say that future Qiao family elders could have an influential status. It's not exactly as you imagine, but you could say so, he said ambiguously. Indeed, my young friend is not an ordinary person, the old man exclaimed. He paused for a moment and continued. Actually, in my younger years, I was a righteous thief who robbed corrupt officials and distributed the wealth to the poor. However, there was one time when I was caught by a wealthy family. That wealthy family had heard that one of their children was inhuman, and that's how I ended up here. Did the inhuman person harm you? Qiao Mu became interested. He is quite interested in the difference in strength between cultivators and martial artists. There was no need for inhuman intervention. After that powerful family produced an inhuman, there were more soldiers patrolling around. I didn't have time to escape. Then I was thrown into jail. Although I was in jail, I still had some stolen goods outside that I hadn't sold yet. They were some antique items that were inconvenient to give to the poor. The total value is at least a couple thousand. Brother, if you have a way to escape, if you can take me with you, I will give you all these valuable items worth a couple thousand. Oh, Qiao Mu neither agreed nor disagreed. It seemed like this guy was just trying to gain sympathy and offer bribes by claiming to be a righteous thief with stolen goods. Most people wouldn't be able to reach my method of escape, Qiao Mu casually stated. Go ahead and tell me, don't judge me based on my age, I still have some skills, the old man said, slightly excited. Qiao Mu then said seriously, first of all, you have to commit a very serious crime. Next, when going to the execution ground, kindly greet the executioner and ask, have you eaten? The old man felt even more suspicious in his heart. Eating? Is this some kind of secret code? This newly arrived prisoner has already made arrangements with the executioner. As long as he says the code word, he can escape. But if they're already going to the execution ground and can still talk to the executioner, wouldn't they be executed immediately? How can they possibly escape? And then, he asked eagerly. There's nothing more, I've already said everything. Qiao Mu closed his eyes and ignored him. The old man pondered for a moment before suddenly realizing. Could it be that the person was talking about a way to escape by losing their head? Could it be that this person is just teasing me? The old man couldn't help but feel amused and frustrated. He wanted to test if the new prisoner had any connections, but it seems that even if there was a way, he couldn't succeed. In a courtyard in the capital city, Emperor Yonghe paced in the courtyard with a deeply furrowed brow. He was still thinking about the experience of being scolded by Qiao Mu in the tea house earlier. He was of such a high status, yet in all these years, he had never been insulted like this before, especially towards the end. When Xiao Pifo was questioning, it wasn't about the difference in strength between my great Yin imperial court and the inhuman. He doubted that I, for fear of my own safety, handed over the country and the people to the cultivators. After understanding this point, his face became even more serious. If that man named Xiao Pifo were just an ordinary person, he might not be able to leave the tea house and would die. But he is not just a person. He is a talented person recommended by the former Minister of Justice, Wang Shanhe, during the reign of the previous emperor. If Wang Shanhe were still alive at this time, he would be in his 70s, an age close to death. By recommending a talented person to become the head of Hiang City, it is likely that he has the intention of nurturing and polishing this person. And Qiao Mu's political views mostly represent the political views of Wang Shanhe after he retired. In his heart, he is still willing to give some face to Wang Shanhe. After all, Qiao Pifu is not just Qiao Pifu, and Wang Shanhe is not just Wang Shanhe. Wang Shanhe represents a bygone era of ministers sacrificing themselves for the country, as well as Emperor Yonghe's ideal of becoming a wise ruler who can turn the tide when he was young. While pondering, Guard Chu quickly walked into the courtyard. Your Majesty, Qiao Pifu has been captured by soldiers and taken to prison. It seems that someone in the tea house reported him for speaking falsely about government matters, and he was apprehended and convicted by the officials in this city. Emperor Yonghe squinted his eyes. Even if this person deserves to be killed, it should be my order to do so. Then, should I inform Governor Liu of Hiang City? Ask him not to act recklessly. No need. Emperor Yonghe narrowed his eyes and said impatiently. Capital crimes can be pardoned, but escaping punishment for serious wrongdoing is difficult. Insulting the emperor, if such a crime is not punished, how can the emperor's dignity be maintained? Even if we don't execute him, he will suffer greatly in prison for a few days, and we can retrieve him later. The moonlight entered the house, and the window frames divided the incoming moonlight into 4 pieces. Under the glow, Qiao Mu stretched his body and the iron chains that bound him made a clear sound. Why am I not dead yet? Qiao Mu fell into deep thought. It was already the 3rd night since he was imprisoned. For some reason, the prison guards looked at him differently. It wasn't exactly special treatment. However, in this prison, as long as his daily meals were not taken away, he wasn't bothered too much, and there was no dirty business of the guards beating and insulting him. That alone was already a great favor. This made the old man in the neighboring cell think that Qiao Mu had an amazing background. Even if he insulted the emperor, he could still live so comfortably in the prison. With nothing happening in the prison cell, time passed slowly, and Qiao Mu spent most of his remaining time quietly practicing exercises and chatting nonsense with the old man in the neighboring cell, passing the days by bragging. Ahem. The old man coughed lightly several times. He had been imprisoned for many years, and his face had turned yellow. He didn't look well. Brother, actually I am not an ordinary thief. I am the descendant of the legendary thief king from 100 years ago. In the past, that thief saint had unsurpassed agility, and his senior's manual for exceptional agility was actually hidden outside. As long as you take me out, Qiao Mu casually said. Well, I'll tell you a secret too. Actually, I am not an ordinary constable, but the founder of the previous dynasty. Old man? This founder of the previous dynasty must have been dead for thousands of years, right? Qiao Mu said seriously, that's not important. What matters is that if you give me 50 golden coins, I will make you a grand general once I am released from prison. Are you still teasing me? Wasn't it you who teased me first? Qiao Mu didn't believe it at all. It's not a coincidence that next to the prison, one would encounter someone like the heir to the thief saint. Besides, the old man next door looks weak and doesn't seem to understand the advanced breathing technique. He should have been a martial artist of around the 8th or 9th rank in his prime, not someone important. You young one. My child is probably around the same age as you. It would be great if she had your cleverness. Unfortunately, he was not a clever person and couldn't understand jokes like you do. The old man was both angry and amused. He shook his head and didn't talk to Qiao Mu anymore. He was old and weak, unlike Qiao Mu who was bound by iron chains, so he could freely move around in the jail cell. Suddenly, there was a meow sound. He looked up and saw a little window above his head. There was a small wild cat that had somehow squeezed through the window without anyone noticing. This wild cat had a mixed coat of white, yellow, and black. Although the window was as small as a bowl, the cat managed to squeeze in. Qiao Mu couldn't help but marvel. Cats truly are a unique kind of liquid. Little one, this is not where you belong. Hurry up, go away. The old man waved his hand to drive the wild cat away. The prison was dark, damp, dirty, and smelled of mold. A wild cat came in, and even if it wasn't chased away or scolded by the prison guards, it was not safe for it to eat something that wasn't clean. He was old and weak. He just waved his hand to shoo away the little cat, and he felt a bit tired. He continued to walk a few steps in the prison cell, and suddenly his feet gave way, and he fell onto the icy cold floor. Did I accidentally run into something this time? Seeking sympathy, Qiao Mu, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, was distracted by the noise and looked up. The old man remained motionless on the ground. Qiao Mu, being a 6th-ranked martial artist with exceptional eyesight, noticed that there was no blood under the old man, indicating that he hadn't suffered any visible injuries from the fall. This old man. He stood up and took a few steps towards him, but before he could get close, the iron chains behind him were pulled tight, straightening out. Where is the prison guard? Someone come. Qiao Mu made the iron chains on him clank loudly, creating a noisy disturbance. Soon, the prison guards rushed over, grumbling and complaining. When they saw it was Qiao Mu, a hint of anger disappeared from their faces. Qiao Pifu, don't cause trouble. You used to be a person of authority as well, let's maintain some dignity between us. However, Qiao Mu didn't pay any attention to what the prison guard said. He just pointed to the old man lying unconscious in the neighboring cell. There's a prisoner who fainted. The prison guard followed Qiao Mu's direction and glanced over. Oh, why aren't you rescuing him quickly? Why are you in such a hurry? Is he your father? The prison guard called a few colleagues, opened the prison door, quickly checked the old man's condition, helped him up from the floor and onto a mat, brought him a bowl of water, then closed the prison door and left. Throughout the whole journey, the old man didn't move at all, clearly still unconscious. Is that all? Qiao Mu looked at the backs of the prison guards as they left. What else can they do? Old Qian isn't some serious criminal. The voices of other prisoners came from inside the cell. He's just a thief, even though he's been locked up for many years, no one has ever paid to release him. What else can be done? When you get old, this is what happens. Life is rare after 70, he's already in his 60s. It's remarkable that he has survived in prison for so long. His luck is good. His health has never been great anyway, and it's about time n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. The prisoners chatted in groups of 2 or 3. Suddenly, an old prisoner collapsed. Although it saddened them to see someone from their own kind hurt, it didn't evoke much other emotion. Qiao Mu stayed silent for a moment, then stood up again and walked towards the old man's cell. The iron chains behind him rattled and were slowly pulled straight. The 6th-ranked martial artist's powerful internal strength surged, forcefully pulling the iron chains tight in an instant, making them groan under the strain. This sudden commotion also interrupted the prisoner's idle chatter. What are you going to do? Someone asked in astonishment. Yeah, what am I going to do? In truth, Qiao Mu didn't have a clear or definite idea in his mind. After all, he and the old man next door had only just met. They couldn't be called friends. They had only exchanged a few meaningless chats these past few days. But this didn't stop him from taking action. He saves people or not, it doesn't matter whether he is familiar with the old man or not. The key is that he wants to save. Because he is immortal, he has no taboos. While others cherish their lives and fear death, he doesn't fear. Let me handle this today. Qiao Mu took a deep breath. Heavenly Demon Disintegration Method, activate? The iron chains binding him cracked and instantly broke apart. Amidst the astonished gazes of the other prisoners, Qiao Mu kicked open the cell door, but instead of taking the opportunity to escape, he kicked open the old man's cell as well and rushed inside. Since Qiao Mu didn't know medicine, he simply observed the old man's condition and felt that his breathing was weak and his vitality was depleted. Do any of you know medicine? Qiao Mu stood up and asked loudly, his voice echoing in the prison cell. No one replied, as they were still in shock. No one knows medicine. Qiao Mu frowned, picking up the old man on the straw mat, ready to leave. Although Qiao Mu could break free from the shackles and escape the prison easily, it didn't mean he could fight his way out with brute force. That would underestimate Hiang City too much. If he were to really walk out like that, he would soon be surrounded by soldiers and be killed. Moreover, he had to carry an unconscious old man with him, which would make it even harder to succeed. At this moment, finally, one of the prisoners spoke up. I know medicine. Without hesitation, Qiao Mu kicked open the cells of the prisoner and asked him to check the old man's pulse. The pulse is weak, the energy and blood are depleted. In my opinion, this is not a serious illness, just that he is old, the prisoner disguised as a physician said. These days, he can still talk to me as usual, asked Qiao Mu. The old man is afraid of falling. Once he falls it's over, shook his head the prisoner. Life and death are unpredictable. A person's lifespan is rarely 70, especially for someone trapped in prison. It's considered rare for him to live to this age. So, there's no medicine left? Qiao Mu asked again. The prisoner thought for a moment and replied. If he had someone to take care of him outside and receive medical treatment, perhaps he could live for another 10 days to half a month. Qiao Mu didn't say anything more. At that moment, the noise from above gradually started, followed by the sound of the door opening and the footsteps becoming more intense. The guards heard the noise inside the prison cell and rushed in together. How did this prisoner escape? Did the iron chain break? Did we make a mistake? Tie him up again. Qiao Mu didn't resist. Aging, sickness, and death are common in life. Although he was an exception, it was difficult for him to save an elderly person in need. He had already tried to help, but he couldn't forcefully break out of prison alive. He could only say he did his best. So, the guards drove him back into the prison cell. This time, as an escaped convict, his treatment was not as good as before. The guards were afraid he would escape again, so they put on a thicker iron chain and tightly bound him from head to toe. In the past, I could walk 4 or 5 steps in this cell, but now it's difficult even to take 1 or 2 steps. Why do you have to go through so much trouble? For no good reason. The prisoner doctor shook his head and didn't say much. The other prisoners who witnessed Qiao Mu breaking free from the iron chains and escaping couldn't help but wonder. If Qiao Mu was an ordinary prisoner, they would laugh at him for doing such a difficult and pointless thing. Not only did he fail to escape successfully, but he also ended up being bound by several layers of iron chains. His future days wouldn't be as comfortable anymore. However, after witnessing the enormous strength of Qiao Mu breaking even the iron chains, their hearts were filled with more awe. The strong are destined to earn respect, even if they do something that seems foolish, it only makes people respect and fear them. The old man, who had been in a daze, opened his eyes and glanced at Qiao Mu, smiling. You, young lad, are unexpectedly kind-hearted. I must have misjudged you, but is it worth it for an old man like me? He looked at Qiao Mu, who was tightly bound with iron chains. Based on his many years of imprisonment, a prisoner who fails to escape will surely receive special attention from the prison boss. Qiao Mu's gaze remained calm. What's worth it or not? In this life, why bother calculating so much? As long as our thoughts are clear, that's enough. If your thoughts are clear, you're quite interesting, the old man said with his eyes half closed. He took a sip of water, but a hint of fear slowly grew in his heart. Even in his semi-conscious state, he heard Qiao Mu discussing the illness with the prisoner. I can't die. I still want to live. After spending so many years in prison, I wonder if my children have grown up. Even when you're older, it's not easy to be indifferent when it comes to matters of life and death. Who doesn't want to live a long time? Who doesn't want to live a long life? The night grew darker little by little. The old man, half asleep and half awake, suddenly found the faint moonlight sprinkled on him being blocked. He turned his head and saw a colorful stray cat squeezing in through the small window on the prison wall, peering at him. The cat jumped lightly and landed on the cold ground silently. Although it was a small, scruffy stray cat, it walked with a strange elegance, taking one step at a time, unhurriedly, and then jumped onto the old man's straw mat. Go away, this is not where you should be. The old man tried to shoo it away, but he was already a bit weak, his throat was dry and he couldn't make any sound. Yet, the little stray cat wasn't afraid of the old man. It climbed up and nestled against his chest. The old man could only feel a warm sensation in his chest, a furry little thing pressing against him, gently rubbing and emitting a soft purring sound. This little thing can't be chased away, is it foolish? The old man casually patted the wild cat on its back. Unknowingly, the fear and dread of death in his heart gradually faded away. Trapped in the prison, the old man had been lonely for so long, but having this little thing by his side at the end of his life wasn't too bad. Finally, he fell into a deep sleep, accompanied by gentle snores. The little cat quietly snuggled up to him. Perhaps finding the prison floor too cold, it extended its tail in front of it and positioned its front paws on its fluffy tail, leaning against the sleeping old man and closing its eyes slightly. A night passed. When the prison guards came for their daily inspection the next day, they quickly discovered the old man's lifeless body. Did the old man die? Didn't survive through the night. It was also his time to pass away. Stop talking, let's deal with the prisoner's body. Did a black shadow just flash by? The wild calico cat woke up abruptly when the prison guard opened the door, and quickly ran into the shadows of the neighboring cell. Once the guards left, the prison cell became quiet again. Just as the wild cat was about to jump onto the small window to escape, it suddenly heard the sound of rattling chains beside it. It lifted its small head and in the faint morning light, it saw a tall man bound tightly by iron chains, gazing down at him. The little wild cat became cautious and suspicious, taking 2 steps back. Then it seemed to notice something, lifted its nose gently and sniffed, its pupils dilating. Then it took 2 steps, its previously elegant steps becoming slightly hurried. It continued walking forward, and when it reached the man's feet, it suddenly collapsed to the ground, its eyes lifeless, its tongue hanging out, showing a cat's dazed expression during anesthesia. What a silly cat, it's acting so weird. Qiao Mu stretched his body and glanced at the empty straw mat in the adjacent cell. What? Xiao Pifu is in prison. Inside the mansion in the west of the city, Shen Qinghe looked at his butler in surprise. The master has been in the study reading these days, completely focused. When I left this morning, I found out that this matter was causing quite a stir. The butler looked at Shen Qinghe. These past few days, Shen Qinghe has been reading books about cultivators and spirits. Once he starts studying, he gets completely absorbed. It was the butler who reminded him of this matter. It was my fault, Shen Qinghe said, feeling a bit embarrassed. His official position is a 7th-rank judge, responsible for handling criminal cases. Since Qiao Mu was imprisoned, he shouldn't have been unaware of this matter. But why does that Qiao Pifu always stir up trouble? The emperor can't just let him say whatever he wants, even in a crowded tea house, right? Shen Qinghe is an upright official who only cares about right and wrong. He doesn't pay much attention to social connections. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been demoted from a 5th-rank court official to a 7th-rank local official in Nan province. He assigned Qiao Mu to the 6 gates as a detective. One reason is that he trusts Wang Shanhe, and the other reason is that Qiao Mu is skilled enough. Being a detective isn't enough for him, it's a waste of his talents. So, it doesn't contradict his principles as an official. Master, what should we do next? Should we go to the prison? This butler is a spy planted by the Flying Fish Guard. This reminder was actually to see how Shen Qinghe would react, as requested by Emperor Yanghe. You mean go and rescue him? Shen Qinghe was calm and there was no obvious change in his facial expression. When Master Wang recommended him to come to the city, it was to polish his character. So why should I go and rescue him? If he says the wrong words and does the wrong things, he will have to pay the price. Experience is gained through hardship. After saying that, Shen Qinghe changed into his official uniform and prepared to leave. Since you're not rescuing anyone, where are you going, sir? The butler asked. Without hesitation, Shen Qinghe replied, I'm going to take a look at the case file. Of course I have to see what exactly Qiao Pifu did wrong, right? 15 minutes later. Shen Qinghe looked at the case file in his hand and couldn't help but slap his thigh on the spot. Good. Just as he was halfway through saying good, he saw the surprised look on the other officials' faces, so he deliberately dragged out the word. So bold. After saying that, His thoughts were in turmoil and he struggled to control himself. He originally thought Qiao Pifo had a lot of courage, daring to discuss political matters and insult the emperor, but he didn't expect him to say it so convincingly. The emperor sees his subjects as mere cattle and horses, so will he easily give way to immortals? Huh. He dares to say that. I underestimated him. Shen Qinghe silently repeated Qiao Mu's words in his heart, and the more he repeated them, the more his emotions churned. When Wang Shanhe was the chief of the Ministry of Justice, he was a deputy of the 5th rank in the Ministry of Justice, and he greatly admired Wang Shanhe's courage to speak out against the emperor during the funeral procession. Now, seeing Qiao Pifo angrily insulting the emperor in a tea house, he felt very pleased. It's such a shame if this person were to die here. He had a thought in his mind. If Qiao Pifo was just a talented person recommended by Wang Shanhe, he wouldn't have bothered to save him, as it goes against his principles. But this time, he had a new idea. He immediately left the house and headed straight towards the residence of the governor of Huiyang. Governor Lu was also his old classmate from the past. However, now they held different ranks, with one being a high-ranking local official of the 4th rank, and the other being a low-ranking official of the 7th rank under his command. Shen Qinghe was a person who cared about his reputation, so he didn't try to establish a relationship with this old classmate of his. But this time, he didn't care about these things. He walked all the way to the mansion's entrance, just about to tell the gatekeeper that he came to visit, but suddenly stopped his steps and choked for a moment. Shen Qinghe had been in office for many years, pleading and even bailing out serious offenders from the prison. This was the first time he couldn't figure out how to speak up. After hesitating outside the door for a while, he caught the attention of the gatekeeper. It was then that Shen Qinghe let out a sigh, put on a smiling face, and approached to speak. Shen Qinghe. Governor Lu was practicing calligraphy in his study, dipping the brush in ink and writing a character forever on the spread-out rice paper. When he heard the news brought by the servant, he couldn't help but stop his brush and chuckled. Hasn't he always been stubborn? Now he knows how to lower his head. He knew Qiao Pifo's matter, mainly because the words spoken by this person were really rebellious, which left quite an impression on him. As a governor, he found out later that Qiao Pifo was recommended by Shen Qinghe for this matter. These past few days, intentionally keeping Qiao Pifo in prison without immediately killing him, was also partly to satisfy his curiosity and see if Shen Qinghe, who doesn't listen to advice, would be willing to back down. I won't see him, he said, waving his big hand. Let him wait outside the mansion for a few days, he said. He picked up the brush again and continued writing. He wasn't in a hurry, after all, the person locked in the prison wasn't him. Continuing to write, time passed quickly, and the sun had already set. At this moment, another servant arrived at the study room's doorway. What's up? Is Shen Qinghe still waiting outside the mansion? Governor Lu put down his brush, smiled, and looked up. He saw a man with a raised temple and cold eyes, besides the subordinate. Lord Lu. Guard Chu showed the waist token of the flying fish guard. I came this time carrying the emperor's decree. Pardon the chief constable, Qiao Pifo, who was imprisoned for discussing politics. Governor Lu looked up at the visitor, with a slight twitch at the corner of his eye. The sun had set, painting half the sky red. Shen Qinghe had been standing outside the mansion for quite a while, his face gradually turning gray. The governor used the excuse of feeling unwell and taking a nap to make him wait until sunset. He wasn't a fool and naturally understood the message from this old acquaintance. Never mind, this matter didn't work out, and I've done my best. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, the grand entrance of the mansion behind him suddenly burst open. My dear friend Shen, you've finally come to my mansion, Governor Lu said with a smile as he walked quickly towards Shen Qinghe, shaking his hand and leading him into the mansion. Lately, I've been feeling a bit under the weather, falling into a deep slumber by dusk. The servants in the mansion have been rude and disrespectful to my dear friend, please don't take offense. Oh no, it's me who has troubled the master of the mansion. Shen Qinghe forced a smile. Although he was puzzled and confused in his heart, he had come seeking help, so naturally, he wouldn't ask questions at this moment. The title of the governor is not an official position, but rather a respectful term. According to the customs of the Great Yan Imperial Court, someone who holds the position of both a mayor and a martial artist, with considerable strength and responsibilities in both military and political affairs, is generally referred to as the master of the mansion. His official title is mayor, but as the master of the mansion, he essentially holds the power of a local emperor. He entered the hall with the governor, patiently exchanged greetings for a long time, and then Shen Qinghe finally revealed Qiao Pifo's situation. There's no need for Brother Shen to worry about this matter, Governor Lu smiled warmly. Brother Shen may not know, but Qiao Pifo is a righteous and fearless person who dares to speak the truth. I actually admire him. However, this matter goes against the laws of Great Yan, so I only plan to keep him in custody for a few days and then release him with a suitable reason. Oh, Shen Qinghe suddenly showed a look of surprise. Does the governor think that the current emperor is afraid of death? Pfft. Governor Lu almost choked on his tea, his heart pounding as he looked at Shen Qinghe. That official from the Flying Fish Guard by the emperor's side had just left not long ago. The Flying Fish Guard is not only the emperor's personal guard, but also responsible for monitoring the officials. If what was just said gets reported, he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. This Shen Qinghe, indeed cannot be deeply trusted. Governor Liu awkwardly changed the topic and continued chatting for a while, then casually asked. So Qiao Pifu seems to have just arrived in Hiang Prefecture, and his household registration identity was also arranged by brother Shen, right? I wonder what the background of this brave truth-teller is. Shen Qinghe's heart skipped a beat. The strange feeling he had before finally became clear at this moment. This Governor Liu, the master of a prestigious prefecture, seemed to be cautiously trying to find out about Qiao Pifu's identity? Could it be that Qiao Pifu, this martial artist with damaged soul, has a more distinguished background than what Shen Qinghe had imagined? Inside the county prison, Qiao Mu, who was tightly bound by heavy iron chains, struggled to stretch his body. The silly cat from before had disappeared without a trace and escaped through the window. That silly cat dared to flirt with me in front of me. If it weren't for these chains restraining me, I would definitely teach it a lesson. Qiao Mu complained, frustrated by his limited mobility. While Qiao Mu muttered to himself, the door to the prison suddenly swung open. This time, there were about 10 people standing in front of him. Besides a few familiar prison guards, the others were wearing official uniforms, officials that Qiao Mu had never seen before. With such a grand gathering, does this mean I am finally going to die? Qiao Mu jokingly asked with a light-hearted tone. Could you please tell me in detail how you plan to kill me? Where will it take place? How about the market? I like crowds. Qiao Mu exclaimed, enjoying the lively atmosphere. N/O/vel/B//in.C//OM. Captain Qiao, you're just joking. The leading prison official wiped his sweat, his body stiffening up. When Qiao Mu went to prison, they only thought he was a bit strange, but now they understand. The backstage is very strong and scary, completely confident and already sure that he will be released. Insulting the emperor, and the prefect himself ordered to fetch him. They can't imagine how strong their backstage support is. So, were they all being sarcastic with them before? The official could only smile and apologize. This whole thing is a misunderstanding, Captain Qiao, please don't be angry. Then he turned around and scolded the nearby jailer with a cold face. What are you standing there for? Don't you know what to do? Unlock the chains and release Captain Qiao. The prison cell became restless, and the other prisoners stared in amazement. Qiao Mu had tried to escape from prison before, but now he was unexpectedly released, and there were so many officials flattering him. Why am I not dead? Qiao Mu sighed softly. His sigh made the prison officials' hearts beat rapidly. No matter how you listened, it sounded like he was sarcastically blaming them for capturing and imprisoning him. Oh well, it's fine. Just wait and see. He was winning no matter what. Although he had escaped from prison today, the name of Sheriff Qiao Pifu of Hiang Prefecture was sure to spread within the city. The death of an unknown nobody and the death of a famous person were completely different. Qiao Mu whispered some strange words that nobody understood and walked out of the farewell from the officials, looking majestic and triumphant. After these prison guards bid farewell to Qiao Mu, in the quiet and eerie prison, there suddenly erupted a loud chatter. Who is this Qiao Pifu, exactly? The crime he committed is insulting the emperor. Who can rescue him? Who dares to rescue him? Is there a possibility that he is the emperor's illegitimate child? Someone started to think outside the box. Come on, at his age, Emperor Yonghe might be his illegitimate child. Taking advantage of the lack of supervision, the prisoners started a conversation without any taboos. After bathing and changing clothes, Qiao Mu put on the prison guard uniform, looking refreshed and lively. Even if he received extra attention from the prison guard, this jail is not a suitable place for long stays. With nothing else to do, Qiao Mu, dressed in plain clothes, went to the official office again. As soon as he entered, Sheriff Qian came up with a smiling face. Congratulations, Captain Qiao, for returning safely. Sheriff Qian has sharp ears. Hearing the news so quickly, Qiao Mu casually said. With those words, Sheriff Qian's smiling face immediately fell. Captain Qiao, please don't be upset. I have an elderly father in his 60s and a young daughter at home who is dependent on me. Enough, let's not mention this. Qiao Mu actually doesn't mind Sheriff Qian's previous attempt to capture him. After all, if there were more people like him, then he could die more efficiently. And Sheriff Qian's smile became even more ugly. Captain Qiao, later we can go to the moon viewing tower to welcome you and help you clean up. It's on me, he said with a bit of pain. No need, Qiao Mu waved his hand. Then, how about the drunken immortal residence in the west of the city? Sheriff Qian forced a smile, unconsciously squeezing his thigh. The moon viewing tower is quite high class, a single drink there could cost him a month's salary. As for the drunken immortal residence, it would be even more, at least 2 to 3 months' salary. Stop talking, I have important matters to attend to. Qiao Mu didn't really want to pay attention to him. Then, how about going to the Unu Pavilion to listen to music? Sheriff Qian furrowed his brow in deep thought. Qiao Mu turned his head to look at him. He knew that if he didn't nod, Sheriff Qian would probably think he still held a grudge and would become even more uneasy. After all, a constable who can insult the emperor without any harm, he must have offended someone he couldn't afford to offend. Then let's go to the drunken immortal residence. I, Qiao Pifu, don't have any particular hobbies in my life, except for my love of martial arts manuals. If you happen to have any martial arts manuals at home, you could lend them to me for a glimpse. Drunken Immortal Residence is a fancy restaurant west of Hiang City. Although the number of daily guests is not particularly high, everyone who comes and goes is either an official or a wealthy merchant. It is quite famous within Hiang City. On this day, the waiter was resting in the lobby when suddenly he saw two men in simple clothing, who were law enforcement officers, at the entrance. Isn't this Sheriff Qian? What's happening in the neighborhood this week? The waiter went forward, clearly puzzled. Drunken Immortal Residence is not an ordinary wealthy merchant. It is said that the owner behind the scenes has a connection with the mayor of the city. Therefore, it is rare for law enforcement officers to visit this restaurant. The waiter subconsciously thought that there might have been a murder case in the neighborhood, and Sheriff Qian had come to inquire about the situation. Why so suspicious? I came to drink with Captain Qiao, Sheriff Qian said impatiently. Please follow me, the two detectives. The waiter at the tavern was slightly surprised, but quickly smiled and led Qiao Mu and the others to a corner of the main hall. This kind of tavern waiter wouldn't do anything disrespectful. Although his expression changed quickly, Qian still noticed the fleeting look of surprise. Drunken Immortal Residence. It's indeed a place I can't afford, so it's no wonder others are surprised. Qian sighed inwardly, but quickly smiled and ordered a few dishes and drinks. Captain Qiao, please enjoy this specialty dish from Drunken Immortal Residence, the three-colored deer meat soup. This three-colored deer meat soup is quite precious. The three-colored deer is a mystical creature that lives in the Qingming mountain outside the city. It has abundant vitality and is a great nourishment for martial artists like us. Sheriff Qian chuckled generously, scooped a bowl of soup for Qiao Mu, and mumbled to himself without thinking. It worths 1 month of salary. What month? Qiao Mu was about to drink his soup and casually asked. It's nothing, just talking to myself, don't mind, Captain Qiao. Qian scratched his head. You might as well explain it a little clearer. Qiao Mu put down his chopsticks and looked at Qian. Although he wasn't afraid of death, he still had a basic sense of caution in his interactions with others. Although he didn't think Sheriff Qian would poison him, it wouldn't hurt to be a little more cautious. Actually, it doesn't mean anything else. Qian smiled awkwardly. This three-colored deer meat soup is one of the signature dishes of the Drunken Immortal Residence, but it's not cheap. Once a bowl of meat soup is served, it takes up my entire month's salary. Please forgive me, Captain Qiao. After speaking, Qian scooped a spoonful of meat soup and made a delighted expression. Nov.L.B//JNN. It turns out he was worried about the cost. Qiao Mu didn't think much of it and took a sip of soup, finding it delicious indeed. Qian continued, Captain Qiao, this is the Drunken Immortal Residence's Drunken Immortal Brew. It's said that even immortals get drunk after drinking it. It's even more precious than the three-colored deer meat soup. More precious? Do you mean it's more expensive? Qiao Mu teased. He heard Sheriff Qian muttering quietly again, saying that his half-month salary was gone. Every time a dish was served, Sheriff Qian couldn't help muttering quietly about the cost, making Qiao Mu a little annoyed. Let's just eat the dish, there are always people nearby chattering away. Qiao Mu then spoke, Sheriff Qian, money is just material wealth after all. You've come all this way, it's not very meaningful to keep counting it, right? Qian was taken aback for a moment, and could only smile bitterly. I apologize. Qian, come from a humble background, and I'm already past 30. My vitality is declining, and indeed, I can't compare to Captain Qiao's astonishing background and generosity, so I can only be meticulous about these things. He realized the inappropriate nature of his words, and remained silent for the rest, only taking out 2 secret manuals from his pocket. The 2 secret manuals, one is the external martial art Golden Bell Shield, and the other is the light skill Shadow Step. Qian introduced, this art form called the Golden Bell Shield is my chosen path in life. In the past, I relied on this practice to strengthen my body, develop inner strength, and achieve remarkable accomplishments. At the age of 28, I nearly attained the rank of 8th in inner strength, just shy of becoming the chief constable of Hiang Prefecture. During my years as a constable, the Golden Bell Shield has saved my life many times. It truly is remarkable. Qiao Mu nodded in agreement. Currently, he is practicing martial arts, including advanced techniques like the pure Yangwuji skill. While the Golden Bell Shield is not considered top tier, it is still valuable to have a variety of skills. And then there's the Shadow Step. Qian hesitated. Actually, our ancestors were skilled thieves, and this Shadow Step is a technique passed down through generations. It teaches us how to move silently, hiding in the shadows, and even scaling walls with ease. This technique is even more advanced than the Golden Bell Shield, but it is quite difficult to master. I can only claim to have a basic understanding of it. Qiao Mu was slightly surprised. Currently, he has not formally practiced the art of light-footed movement. He relies solely on his strong physical abilities as a martial artist and his explosive internal strength. If he were to acquire light-footed movement and agility skills, it would certainly compensate for any weaknesses. Anyway, he is immortal and has plenty of time. Others may want more, but he just needs to spend more time and die a few more times to master it. These 2 secret books have helped me a lot, Sheriff Qian. Let's forget about what happened before, said Qiao Mu seriously. Actually, these words were intentionally spoken for Qian to hear. After all, Sheriff Qian didn't offend him much, it was a small matter. If it wasn't to put him at ease, Qiao Mu wouldn't have come for this meal. Hearing this, Sheriff Qian felt relieved indeed. After eating and drinking enough, Qiao Mu took the 2 secret books and excused himself, saying he needed to study them. Sheriff Qian looked at the table full of leftover food and felt a bit regretful. 3 months' worth of salary. He took out a food container he had prepared and packed all the leftover food, including the soupy leftovers, taking them all away. Qian lives in the north of the city, right beside the old Qiao family courtyard. Of course, now the Qiao family courtyard has become Qiantian Temple. There are always many pilgrims coming and going, crowded together. Qian avoided the pilgrims and returned to his own courtyard. When he opened the door, he saw a cute little girl running towards him and hugging his leg. Sweetie, don't be naughty. Daddy brought you something delicious this time. Qiantian Temple is the main residence of Qiantian sect, but it is not the only residence. Starting from the Qiao family courtyard in the center, the surrounding blocks, about half of the north of the city, are designated as the main residence of Qiantian sect. Even the small mountain behind the Qiao family courtyard is included. Qiantian Temple is located at the foot of the mountain and is a temple where pilgrims can burn incense and worship. The small mountain behind it is where the disciples of Qiantian sect live. Ho ho! The intense roar shook the air, causing several Qiantian sect disciples in their Dao robes to take several steps back, showing fear involuntarily. In front of them was a 3-meter-long, 2-meter-tall white giant tiger. This giant tiger had wings on its back, snow-white fur, and eyes that were as blue as emeralds. It was currently baring its teeth and roaring at the disciples of the sect. Each roar created a strong gust of wind, almost blowing them away. Senior Sister Mingyu, this blue-eyed flying tiger of the Holy Maiden is really fierce. Maybe you shouldn't go out for now, a young disciple requested. Yes, nurturing spiritual beasts is our duty. Senior Sister Mingyu, you have been going out frequently recently. If the Holy Maiden comes out of seclusion and there are punishments. After all, our sect's saintess is surnamed Wu. When they mentioned this saintess, these disciples all showed a look of awe. The Qiantian sect's saintess, Wu Qingxin. The surname Wu is not particularly special. Especially, there was a very skilled martial artist named Martial Saint who was second to none in the world. In her early years, Wu Qingxin was once a disciple of Martial Saint. However, she later betrayed him and sought refuge in Qiantian sect. As a result, Qiantian sect hailed her as their saintess, and she began her journey on the path of immortality. Shut up. We don't need your opinions. Female cultivator Mingyu scolded impatiently and then walked slowly towards the restless blue-eyed flying tiger, gently soothing it. In front of female cultivator Mingyu, the blue-eyed flying tiger quickly calmed down and became obedient instead of being agitated. What do these fools know? Mingyu comforted the blue-eyed flying tiger, a fierce look flashing in her eyes. This blue-eyed flying tiger is the pet of the saintess, already 2 meters tall and 3 meters long. It is actually still a young tiger, but it is already full of energy and can match a martial artist of the 5th or 6th rank. Cultivators in the Qi refining period are not yet extraordinary. If this blue-eyed flying tiger really goes wild, these weak disciples nearby may not be able to handle it. Because of her merits in nurturing spiritual beasts, female cultivator Mingyu has always been highly regarded by the saintess. This is mainly because she is very good at dealing with people. If this fierce tiger doesn't go crazy, how can I show that I have skills? How can I achieve merit in front of the holy woman? Ever since the saintess joined our immortal gate, she rarely goes outside and has been in seclusion to focus on her spiritual practice. It's not a big issue. During these days, because of the impermanent monster case, Moon Spirit had to go out multiple times, neglecting the blue-eyed flying tiger. Without her companionship, this spiritual beast became even more ferocious. As long as we capture that impermanent monster, all of this is just a small matter. After pacifying the giant tiger, Moon Spirit quickly took out a paper crane from her pocket, breathed gently on it, and the paper crane quickly grew larger. She hopped onto it and flew away on the wind. Half a day later, in the Hiang Prefecture Yamen, government office, the constables gathered together again, with Qiao Mu who had just been released from prison among them. These guards have obviously dealt with the prison guards before, and have obviously heard about what Qiao Mu did in prison before. Insulting the emperor is a crime punishable by death, and he even failed to escape from prison, yet he can still be released at the request of officials. It can only be said that this is beyond the understanding of these guards. They really can't figure out the background and connections of this person who can be so tough. The only thing that can be certain is that this new Sheriff Qiao is not someone they can mess with. As a result, Qiao Mu, who was released from prison again, was quickly greeted warmly by the guards, getting treated like the center of attention. Among the crowd, Chief Constable Chen alone seemed somewhat arrogant, and her gaze towards Qiao Mu became even more hostile. She looked around and suddenly asked, "Why hasn't Sheriff Qian come?" Soon, a familiar guard answered, "Sheriff Qian got a stomachache, so he called in sick today." The crowd paused for a moment, then began whispering to each other. Is he also a strong martial artist? How did he get a stomachache? Sheriff Qian is 35 this year? I remember he used to practice a strong external martial art when he was younger, but now that he's in his prime, his energy and blood have declined, and he's not as good as before. He's only 35? Why does he look like he's 45? Well, I heard he had a rare delicious meal, so he ate too much and got stuffed. Afterwards, the constables continued discussing the details of the case known as the case of impermanent monster. Ordinary cases don't usually involve the assistance of the Qiantian sect's immortals, so the government office attached great importance to this matter and appointed Chief Constable Chen to lead the investigation. Hasn't the case of impermanent monster been solved yet? It seems like the 6 gates are missing me, Qiao Pifu. It's really difficult to make any progress. Qiao Mu sighed. The policeman's eyes twitched a little, as if he didn't want to see this person's face anymore. The investigation had just begun, and he was thrown into jail, without making any contribution to the case at all. Moreover, this person had just started his job, never handled a case before. With or without him, it wouldn't make a difference, so why is he even here? So they were angry and exclaimed, Captain Qiao is right. Captain Qiao has returned. It seems that the case of the impermanent monster will be solved soon. While they were discussing, a white paper crane fell from the sky, and it turned out to be the female cultivator Mingyu of the Xiantian sect. Just as female cultivator Mingyu was about to speak, she suddenly felt something, and took out a green lantern from her pocket. The light from this lantern had a strange blue color. As female cultivator Mingyu walked towards Qiao Mu, the blue light of the lantern grew slightly. It started as a tiny flame, but by the time it reached Qiao Mu, the flame was the size of a fist. This is actually a lucky hit. Female cultivator Mingyu glanced at the green lamp in her hand. When I encountered that monster last time, I manipulated it a bit with a tracking spell. If this green lamp gets close to the monster, the flames will rise. There is a trace of that monster's presence on you. Tell me, in the past couple of days, where have you seen that monster, or have you seen someone who is about to die? Qiao Mu was momentarily startled. Could it be in the prison? Chief Constable Chen spoke up. She was quite astute and was the first to react. I have heard rumors of a prisoner dying in the prison recently. Qiao Mu immediately understood as well. Speaking of someone about to die and the creature resembling a monster, it must be that strange foolish cat. Qiao Mu calmly nodded. That's right, just as you all thought. I committed a crime in advance in order to break the case of impermanent monster. I secretly laid ambush in the prison, and I did indeed see that impermanent monster, and discovered its true form. Chief Constable Chen. She used to have some respect for Qiao Mu, but now she had completely lost it. Tell me, what does the true form of that monster look like? Chief Constable Chen asked, pursuing the question. Qiao Mu explained. It's a mixed-colored cat, with white, black, and yellow. As he said this, he felt a bit confused. Was that foolish cat from a day or two ago really the killer monster in the case? And wasn't it said before that it was a tiger-like creature? So it was a monster cat. Female cultivator Mingyu suddenly spoke up. This creature is very clever and its true form is unknown. I just found out that it's a monster cat. Thanks to this detective. Inside the dark prison cell, there was a faint smell of mustiness in the air. Through a small and narrow window, a beam of sunlight shone in, with dust floating in its glow. Qiao Mu, who had recently been released from prison, returned once again to this cell. The scene remained unchanged. Why has Qiao Pifu come back again? Did he curse the emperor again? At first, the prisoners were surprised and started discussing, but soon they stopped talking. Following behind Qiao Mu, there was Chief Constable Chen from the city, several police officers in uniforms, and a female nun named Mingyu, wearing a Taoist robe. Is that the fairy leader of Xiantian sect? Is this Qiao Pifu bringing back a fairy to be imprisoned? How daring, someone muttered in their heart. Soon, a jailer tapped on the iron bars, asking the prisoners to quiet down and not cause trouble. Qiao Mu wasn't interested in catching up with these prisoners. He led the group to the cell where he had stayed before. Back then, I saw the impermanent monster here, Qiao Mu reminisced. However, the demon cat didn't harm anyone in front of me. Chief Constable, were there any claw marks or bite marks from a monster on the other victims in this case? Chief Constable Chen furrowed her brow slightly and didn't answer immediately. Instead, a clever constable nearby quickly replied. Captain Qiao, that impermanent monster is like the legendary envoy of the underworld, black and white impermanence. It has the ability to snatch souls. Every time the impermanent monster appears, there will be casualties. Some of the deceased had no visible injuries, while others had fatal claw marks, like those caused by a cat or tiger-like creature. Chief Constable Chen had already explained these things when he first talked about the case, but Qiao Mu wasn't paying much attention at that time. Now, with this question, it's exposing the whole thing. However, Qiao Mu continued to stubbornly insist. Is it possible that the creature didn't actually kill anyone, but was just attracted by the so-called aura of death from the dying person? It only appears at the crime scenes, which led to the misunderstanding that it's the killer monster. Qiao Mu was the only one among the crowd who had seen the true form of the impermanent monster, hadn't read the case files, and didn't have preconceived notions, so he had his own opinion. Of course, this could also be another form of preconceived notion, so it's just speculation. Upon hearing this, the nearby constables showed expressions of surprise. Chief Constable Chen frowned and said, Captain Qiao, why are you speaking up for this creature? Creatures that harm and even eat humans, isn't that the norm in this world? Qiao Mu argued, do the spiritual beasts nurtured by cultivators also eat humans? How are they different from ordinary creatures? Do they just have a stronger support? As soon as these words were spoken, the people in the prison suddenly felt a chill. This person dares to speak so boldly, even in front of immortal Mingyu, he dares to say such things. Be cautious with your words, said female cultivator Mingyu, her gaze turning cold. There is a distinction between immortals and mortals. How can the spiritual beasts nurtured by our immortal gate be compared to ordinary creatures? This female cultivator Mingyu looks very young, only about 20 years old. But when she scolds Qiao Mu, who looks to be in his 30s or 40s, she exerts a sense of superiority. She didn't really pay much attention to Qiao Mu at first, until he just now spoke rudely, making her realize that he was the same person who had clashed with her before and was caught by the guards. The atmosphere gradually became tense, and a chilly feeling started spreading. The surrounding prisoners couldn't help but shiver. This female cultivator Mingyu was obviously a proud and hot-tempered person, showing no hint of backing down. It's starting, it's starting. Qiao Mu excitedly rubbed his hands together. He had heard about cultivators many times, but had never actually fought against one. Let me think, what kind of lines would be cool to kill her with, or to be killed by her? Qiao Mu started to ponder deeply. It's not that he likes to act cool, but because of the mistake in his mind with the Ouroboros long life lock, it tainted his reputation as a good young man. 1 minute on stage, 10 years of practice off stage. In order to appear saintly in front of others, Qiao Mu had always been thinking hard. And he didn't speak for a moment, which appeared to everyone as a silent confrontation with immortal Mingyu. The atmosphere became even more tense. Suddenly, immortal Mingyu, a clear female voice broke the silence. Chief Constable Chen calmly stood between the two, raising her hand high and holding a few thin cat hairs. These fur strands were found on the floor of this prison cell. Ordinary animals cannot enter this prison. These hairs, I believe, are from that impermanent monster. Chief Constable Chen's interruption ended the confrontation between the two and shifted immortal Mingyu's attention. Not bad. Her face clearly showed delight. You have done well this time. With these few strands of hair, I can ask the sex saintess to lend a hand, to create a tool for tracking, and then it shouldn't be hard to catch this fleeting monster. She was so happy that she couldn't contain herself, and she turned and walked away. Qiao Mu, who had just struggled to come up with lines, hadn't reacted yet when the female cultivator had already gone far. Running so fast? Qiao Mu's eye twitched slightly as he glanced at Chief Constable Chen, who was blocking his way. This annoying woman ruined my chance with that fairy sister? It was right to keep my distance from her after all. Chen Yingxiu seemed to sense Qiao Mu's gaze, but she didn't say anything and just started discussing the matter at hand. Captain Qiao, the deceased who had contact with the temporary monster, were they previously held in that prison cell? Chief Constable Chen pointed to the empty cell nearby. Good. Seeing Qiao Mu nod, Chief Constable Chen waved to signal the prison guard next to him. Who is that prisoner? Bring me his file to have a look. The prison guard was briefly taken aback, then smiled awkwardly. Chief Constable, that person's case has nothing to do with this matter. Moreover, his case is from many years ago, it won't be easy to find. If you won't get it, then should I go? Chief Constable Chen's gaze remained calm. So the prison guard quickly left and after some time, returned with a slightly yellowed file. Chief Constable Chen glanced at it and suddenly froze, asking. Sheriff Qian had stomach troubles today, so he was absent, right? Yes, the nearby constable nodded. After thinking for a moment, Chief Constable Chen put away the file and slowly said. There is nothing unusual about this file, it is indeed unrelated to this case. You all go back and rest for now, and when immortal Mingyu has truly forged the weapon, we will make a concerted effort to catch that impermanent monster. Once the constables had left, Chief Constable Chen unfolded the file and read through it carefully, occasionally furrowing his brow. 2 nights later, Qiao Mu and a group of constables received a green lantern from Chen Yingxiu at the entrance of the office. After obtaining the previous strands of hair, the celestial being from the Xiantian sect crafted a specialized tracking tool, Chief Constable Chen explained. This green lamp can detect the location of that moving monster within a distance of 100 meters from Feng Yuan. If you see the light of the green lamp drifting in a certain direction, immediately inform immortal Mingyu. After giving instructions, Chief Constable Chen divided all the officers into 8 teams to search in the 4 directions of the city. Qiao Mu and Sheriff Qian are in charge of the west side of the city. While patrolling the west side of the city, Qiao Mu felt a little unwilling. Why is immortal Mingyu not making an appearance this time? Instead, she handed over the magical green lamp to the Chief Constable. If she doesn't show up, how can he find an excuse to let her kill him? On the other hand, Sheriff Qian, who was next to him, was more observant and thought to himself. This chief constable is truly meticulous and perceptive, worried that Captain Qiao might clash with the celestial being, and has even taken this into consideration. He and Qiao Mu each led a team of constables, patrolling the streets in the west of the city, searching for the trace of the monster. Why is it always in the west of the city? If I were in charge of the north, I would also visit Xiantian Temple and light an incense. Qiao Mu complained on the side. Captain Qiao is really good at joking, hee. Sheriff Qian smiled awkwardly, with cold sweat dripping down. The north of the city is the residence of Xiantian sect. Our law enforcement officers cannot easily enter even if we are investigating a case. This Captain Qiao is someone who openly insults the emperor. If he forcefully enters Xiantian Temple, it wouldn't be too surprising. While the two were chatting leisurely, they suddenly froze at the same time. The flames of the lanterns in their hands started to shake violently. What's going on? The chief constable said that if we were close to the cat monster, the flames would float in a certain direction. But what's happening now? Just as they were puzzled, they heard a meow in the distance. A spotted cat, almost like a shadow in the darkness, quickly pounced towards them. This is not what was said before, right? Wasn't it said that this monster cat would flee and we would chase after it separately? Sheriff Qian was stunned. Under his astonished gaze, the cat rushed to Qiao Mu's side, then circled around him over and over again, while running and making a low growling sound. Indeed, it's this silly cat. Qiao Mu looked at the trembling green lamp in his hand and reached out his hand. However, his attempt to grab it actually startled the running cat, causing it to instantly leap backward, instinctively avoiding the grab. Immediately after, the cat turned its head to glance at Qiao Mu, then turned and ran away. Though small, this cat ran extremely fast, much faster than an ordinary stray cat. Even with Qiao Mu's martial artist eyesight, all he could see was a fast-moving black blur. Chase. Qiao Mu took the lead and ran at the front. Don't we need to inform the immortal? Qian paused for a moment and ordered a constable to contact immortal Mingyu, then ran after Qiao Mu. Strangely enough, this cat ran extremely fast and was agile, but couldn't completely escape from Qiao Mu and the others chasing it. It kept them at a distance, neither too close nor too far behind. As Qiao Mu and the others ran, they made several turns from the wide street and entered the deep alleys of the western part of the city. Captain Qiao, something doesn't seem right. Qian gasped as he followed behind and said, "It seems like this monster cat purposely led us here." Qiao Mu pondered for a moment. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Are you saying there might be an ambush waiting for us according to this plan? And dozens of big cats will suddenly appear, asking for petting? Qian didn't respond, and Qiao Mu wasn't in the mood for making any witty remarks, because they smelled a faint smell of blood ahead. Qian has been a constable for many years and naturally has a lot of experience with this smell of blood. Qiao Mu, on the other hand, is a 6th-ranked martial artist with a heightened sense of smell, so he noticed this earlier. In a courtyard to the west of the city, a middle-aged man in his 50s, with slightly grey temples, stood there with a pleased expression on his face. Zhang Long is the leader of the Red Water Gang, a newly established faction in Hiang City. He was originally a 6th-ranked martial artist from another place, with considerable strength. However, due to certain circumstances, he had to escape to Hiang Prefecture and wanted to establish a new foundation in Hiang City, becoming a powerful figure. However, Hiang City is deep, and there is even a residence for the Immortal Gate. As the 6th highest-ranked martial artist, he didn't dare to be too arrogant. So, he slowly recruited followers and currently only had a small gang. You guys stay here and don't move. Don't go near the inner courtyard, and don't let anyone approach. Zhang Long ordered a few gang members to guard the door, then he walked alone into the inner courtyard with his hands folded, making sure to close the door behind him. He turned his head and saw that a woman dressed in a Taoist robe named Mingyu had already appeared in the inner courtyard. Elder. Zhang Long immediately lowered his head. Have you thought it through? Mingyu asked softly. It is my honor to work for the Immortal Gate. Zhang Long suppressed his inner joy. He was already afraid of the Immortal Gate Xiantian sect in the Hiang Prefecture, so he didn't dare to act recklessly. Even though he was a 6th-ranked martial artist, he only acted low profile and mingled with some ordinary martial artist followers, fearing a catastrophic disaster. Instead of a catastrophic disaster, he earned the favor of the Immortals. Xiantian sect is one of the 9 Immortal Gates, with many cultivators, and it dominates Nan Province. Even though it is an Immortal Gate, there is still a need for some people to assist, doing the dirty and tiring work that cultivators don't want to do. Everyone dreams of the path to immortality, to live forever, and martial artists who are stronger than ordinary people are no exception. Therefore, martial artists join the Immortal Gate to assist cultivators, and it is actually a common thing. Red Water Gang leader, Zhang Long, also waited for such an opportunity. I am a martial artist ranked 6th. I have decent strength. I believe Immortal Mingyu must have noticed me, so shortly after I arrived in the capital city, they recruited me. Thinking this in his heart, Zhang Long remained calm, waiting for Immortal Mingyu's instructions. Leader, it seems that you are a 6th-ranked martial artist? Very good. Your strength is indeed impressive. However, rank only represents the internal strength level of a martial artist. I want to see your combat abilities, but only to a certain extent, said female cultivator Mingyu calmly. We can't make too much noise. If you truly want to become a spy for the Immortal Gate, you must be cautious in your actions and not let outsiders know, including your subordinates. I understand, smiled Zhang Long. He is over 50 years old and has reached the 6th rank, but he practices internal martial arts, so his energy and blood decline are not too severe. He feels that his strength is still strong. Of course, if he were a few years older, it would be hard to say. Right after that, he saw female cultivator Mingyu gently shake her beast pouch, and a huge blue-eyed flying tiger suddenly leaped out. After a moment, didn't we agree to stop at this point? Zhang Long fell into a pool of blood, his eyes widened, his life was in danger. At the critical moment of his life, he wanted to shout, but his voice seemed unable to escape. Immortal Mingyu was standing beside him, holding a soundless spell charm in her hand, letting the massive flying tiger gnaw at his body. Little tiger, be patient for a moment, don't kill him immediately. It would be better to keep him alive for a while. Moonlight said gently. That monster can smell death and only targets those who are dying. If someone is already completely dead, it would be difficult to attract that monster. Based on Moonlight's speculation, the impermanent monster is still in its youth, so in order to attract and capture it, using bait is essential. During this time, some of the cases were actually committed by female cultivator Mingyu, all to lure the impermanent monster and capture it. This martial artist, who was ranked 6th and came from another place, had abundant energy and was far stronger than ordinary people. Naturally, he had a greater chance of attracting the monster. However, as more cases were committed, things started to change a little. For example, this blue-eyed flying tiger belonging to the saintess. Little tiger, calm down a bit, don't bite him to death, he still has some use. Female cultivator Mingyu took a step forward, trying to stop him. In the next moment, the blue-eyed flying tiger suddenly turned its head, with a piece of flesh from the man still in its mouth, its fangs covered in blood, and it looked at her fiercely. This creature that doesn't understand human language is starting to protect its food. Cultivator Mingyu felt a slight tremble in her heart and quickly stopped in her tracks. She also didn't want to face this fierce tiger. The flesh and blood of the monster is a great supplement for martial artists, and the flesh and blood of martial artists is also a great supplement for the monster. So it's a bit difficult to convince this blue-eyed flying tiger to give up the flesh in its mouth. JNN. Things are getting out of control a bit. After biting and killing people, this blue-eyed flying tiger has become more aggressive. Even I am having trouble restraining it. Cultivator Mingyu frowned. Actually, Immortal Mingyu didn't want to commit a crime at this time either. Because the officials have already found the hair of the impermanent monster and are searching the entire city, it's only a matter of time before they find the monster's trail. She has the patience to wait for it. But the blue-eyed flying tiger doesn't have that patience. If she doesn't take it out for hunting again, Mingyu herself will be scared. Fortunately, as long as the constables who have seen the case files know how scary the impermanent monster is, and I have repeatedly told them not to go near the crime scene. If they notice anything unusual, they will inform me first, instead of taking action themselves. The constables of Hyang City are not officials, they are only minor officials. They usually deal with cases involving troublemakers, thugs, and ordinary murders, rather than skilled river pirates or even strange monsters. So asking these constables to investigate the case of impermanent monster is actually beyond their scope of duty. The constables are only responsible for tracking and tracing, not directly confronting the monsters. Once they find a trace, they are obliged to inform the Immortal Gate disciple Mingyu according to the rules, so she can take action. While she was thinking, an arrow shot up into the sky. This was the predetermined way for ordinary constables to communicate, indicating that the trace of the impermanent monster had been found. Then she heard the faint noise and the sounds of swords clashing outside the door. Her face changed slightly, and she opened her animal bag, urging forward. Little tiger, we have to go. The blue-eyed flying tiger remained motionless, continuing to nibble on the body of the Red Water gang leader, completely unfazed. Things have become a bit complicated. Mingyu thought to herself. At the entrance of the courtyard, the gang leader at the entrance, upon seeing Qiao Mu and the others approaching, immediately became alert and asked, "Who are you?" "We are official investigators. There is a smell of blood inside. Please move aside." Qiao Mu took the lead, shouting, "I don't know what you're saying, this is a private residence." Maybe out of guilt, or maybe following the leader's previous command, someone pulled out a knife and started attacking first. "Do you dare to obstruct our investigation?" Qiao Mu immediately drew his sword. His best weapon is a long spear, but as a government official, it is more appropriate to carry a sword or a blade. Additionally, using a long spear would attract too much attention in the capital, so he switched to a long sword. Even so, his skill far exceeds these gang members. Under the moonlight, the gleaming sword in his hand strikes down one gang member with each swing. The swordsmanship Qiao Mu is currently using is the shadow transformation sword technique taught by Yan City's former city lord, Guo Yan. In the past, Guo Yan used this sword technique and was able to overpower Qiao Mu, who was proficient in the military spear skill, leaving a lasting impression on him. This sword technique is complicated and constantly changing, making the long sword ripple like water. You don't even have the qualification to let me use the heavenly demon disintegration method. Qiao Mu took the lead and fought at the forefront of the crowd, breaking through on his own. Sheriff Qian and the other constables followed behind, fighting alongside the gang members. These gang members were not very strong. Qiao Mu singled out the limited few who were ranked 8th or 9th in martial arts. They often didn't have time to use their martial arts before Qiao Mu unleashed his internal strength and directly overwhelmed them. Before long, Qiao Mu had arrived at the gate of the courtyard and kicked it open with a fierce force. A loud bang. The scene in the courtyard appeared before Qiao Mu. Captain Qiao. Immortal Mingyu was riding a paper crane and landing, pocketing the mini paper crane, looking down at him with a cold eye. "You're a bit late, and I'm a bit late too." She turned her head and looked at the body lying in a pool of blood in the courtyard. This middle-aged martial artist's body was truly horrifying, with its belly cut open by sharp claws, clearly showing signs of being eaten by some fierce beast. "Immortal Mingyu, you came unexpectedly quickly." Qiao Mu held his sword and walked in step by step, frowning. Just now, the amazing eyesight of the martial artist allowed him to vaguely see the fleeting silhouette of a big cat. But upon closer inspection, there was only Immortal Mingyu in the yard who had just arrived. The female cultivator Mingyu turned her back to him and didn't even look at him. A dangerous monster caused trouble, and even this strong martial artist, ranked 6th, fell victim to its poison. Ming Yu looked at him with cold eyes. I already gave you a special device to track it. I told you not to chase after the monster if you encounter one, but to inform me immediately. And what happened? She pointed to the body next to her and said coldly, you took matters into your own hands, got into a fight with those people, disturbed the dangerous monster, and let it escape. This female cultivator Ming Yu didn't give Qiao Mu a chance to speak. As soon as he entered the door, she scolded him like a machine gun. You constables should think carefully and not act on your own next time. What a waste. I ran all the way here for nothing. The female cultivator named Ming Yu didn't care much about the body beneath her feet. After scolding, she took out the paper crane and quickly flew away. Qiao Mu held his sword and watched as Ming Yu, the female cultivator, left without any expression on his face. At this moment, the battle outside the door had also come to an end. Captain Qiao, immortal Ming Yu came and left so quickly? She really doesn't care about the dead person at all. Qian also walked up, with a knife wound on his waist and abdomen. The wound wasn't deep, but blood was seeping out. A young constable stood behind Qian, pale-faced, with his sword trembling slightly in his hand. This was his first time fighting and killing someone, and he was a bit frightened. He had almost been hit by a gang member just now. Thank you, Sheriff Qian. He looked at the wound on Sheriff Qian's waist and abdomen and quickly expressed his gratitude. He got very scared just now, but at a critical moment, Sheriff Qian stepped forward and took a knife for him. No need to thank me. You are my deputy, so I have to take care of you. Besides, I practice Golden Bell Shield, so this small injury is nothing. Sheriff Qian said with a righteous look on his face and subtly made a hand gesture, rubbing a few fingers together. The young deputy instantly understood and immediately handed him some coins. Sheriff Qian got hurt for my sake. You must take this money and take good care of yourself, otherwise I will worry, the young deputy said. This boy is not too dumb. Qian smiled faintly, suddenly noticing that Qiao Mu was looking at him. Qiao Mu didn't have any special thoughts. After all, actions speak louder than words. The fact that Qian was willing to take a knife for his subordinate made him slightly impressed. What he was thinking was something else. Sheriff Qian, did you happen to see the shadow of a big cat just now? Qiao Mu asked Qian behind him. Qian blinked his eyes. No, I don't have it. Then it's okay. Qiao Mu walked into the courtyard, leaned down beside the body, and carefully examined it. He had just been appointed as the new head of the police. He was skilled in fighting and killing, but he didn't know anything about solving cases. Although he didn't know, he still learned a little something by imitating others. Qiao Mu's gaze fell on the ground in the courtyard, and his fingers picked up a few long, white animal hairs. The true form of the impermanent monster is just a kitten. Its fur is not like this long, white hair. Qiao Mu pondered. Half an hour later, Qiao Mu and Sheriff Qian were in the yamen again, and they saw Chief Constable Chen. Qian had a bandage around his waist, the bleeding had stopped, and he was in decent spirits, not seriously injured. Chief Constable Chen glanced down at Qian's wound and suddenly asked, why is there no smell of medicine? Did you only use a bandage to stop the bleeding, without applying any external ointment? Qian smiled and proudly patted his chest. I practice the Golden Bell Shield. Although my energy has decreased now, I used to be at least 8th rank. This little injury is nothing, I don't need any medicine. In reality, he just didn't want to go to the clinic for treatment to save some money. This wound wasn't deep, even without a doctor's treatment. Based on his experience, it could heal on its own, it just required a bit more time. After turning around, I went back home and found some herbs to use. It should be almost done, no problem. Chief Constable, I've actually found a crucial piece of evidence, Qiao Mu said, taking out a few long white hairs from a small cloth bag. Let professionals handle professional matters. Qiao Mu doesn't know how to solve a case, but as long as someone else does, it's fine. Let others take care of solving the case. He'll be responsible for apprehending the real culprit. This time, I should be able to go to Xiantian Temple in the northern part of the city to burn incense, thought Qiao Mu. The hair of a white tiger? Are you sure? Qiao Mu looked at Chief Constable Chen beside him with doubt. Just now, he told everything that had happened, including when he entered the crime scene and saw the quickly vanishing figure of a big cat. Not certain, but this white fur is very different from the hair of the impermanent demon cat we obtained from the prison before, said Chief Constable Chen with a worried expression, as she had already figured something out. Immortal Ming Yu, who suddenly appeared at the crime scene and had suspicious behavior, as well as the animal fur found on the ground, it seemed like the case might be pointing to a dangerous possibility. If Immortal Ming Yu is an ordinary person, then what these detectives should do is go investigate immediately, comparing the long fur with the spiritual beasts raised by the Xiantian sect at their headquarters. But they were considered as celestial beings and high-ranking members in the eyes of ordinary people. Captain Qiao might be overthinking. Qian was shaking his head constantly, sweating coldly. Perhaps that impermanent monster has the ability to change its form, so it's not impossible for it to grow from a small size to a big one, right? Suddenly, Qiao Mu turned around and asked, Sheriff Qian, when we rushed into the inner courtyard earlier, didn't you see that figure resembling a big cat? Qian opened his eyes wide, without any doubt. No, there isn't. Captain Qiao, it's better for you not to blindly suspect. After all, Immortal Mingyu is a member of the Immortal Gate. This case cannot be associated with the Immortal Gate. And when we investigate, we also need physical evidence and witness testimony. Doesn't the fur of those animals all look the same? The cat fur that Qiao Mu found in the prison cell was taken away by female cultivator Mingyu. Qian's point was that even though the two types of fur look different, without a physical comparison, it's just empty words lacking evidence. Qiao Mu was about to say something, but Chief Constable Chen interrupted. It's already late today, let's discuss the case tomorrow. Sheriff Qian is also injured, so go back and rest for now. Qian immediately felt relieved and left, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. But Chen Yingxiu didn't mean to let Qiao Mu go. After Sheriff Qian left, she took the initiative to close the door and stayed in the same room with Qiao Mu. Qiao Mu's face immediately changed. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. Chief Constable, actually I am practicing a special martial art and have to avoid getting close to women. Chen Yingxiu was choked for a moment, but she continued with determination. Captain Qiao, what I want to tell you is about Sheriff Qian. Sheriff Qian. Qiao Mu's face looked even more strange. He is not young anymore, with a receding hairline, and he already has daughters at home. Chief Constable Chen no longer listened to Qiao Mu's nonsense, but spoke seriously. Captain Qiao, I know that you have an extraordinary background, not an ordinary person. But Qian, he is also not easy, unable to control his own fate. I hope you don't hold a grudge. After speaking, she took out a file and handed it to Qiao Mu. Captain Qiao, do you remember the old man who had already died in the cell next to you when you were sentenced? He was actually Qian's father. This file contains events from over 10 years ago. Take a look first. Qiao Mu was startled and carefully looked at it. The file was quite similar to what Mr. Qian and Qiao Mu's father had said in prison. Mr. Qian was a righteous thief, who used to do things like robbing the rich to help the poor. Of course, in the eyes of the authorities, a righteous thief is still a thief, there's no difference. 15 years ago, Mr. Qian was captured on the spot by the constables and soldiers during a secret mission to infiltrate the wealthy Luo family in the city, and was subsequently imprisoned. Luo family. Qiao Mu vaguely recalled something. The leader of Hiang Prefecture is surnamed Lu, Chen Yingxiu said tiredly. During these past few days, she was not only investigating the case of impermanent monster. After learning that the prisoner who died in the prison was Qian's father, she spent a lot of time investigating this event from 15 years ago. Some things were not recorded in the official archives, so she had to put in a lot of effort. She said hesitantly. The Lu family 15 years ago was just an ordinary wealthy merchant family, not considered a truly prominent family within Hiang City. At that time, Governor Lu had not yet risen to power, he was just a minor official. It wasn't the young Governor Lu who changed the fate of the Lu family, but a woman named Lu Yuxiu. She joined the Xiantian sect 15 years ago and became a celestial being in the eyes of the world. Qian's father spent a full 15 years in the prison, until he passed away. But in reality, the stolen property that Father Qian took was not enough to justify being imprisoned for 15 years. But who could have known that the Lu family had just produced a celestial being from the Xiantian sect? As for Lu Yui, you actually have met her before, Chen Yingxiu said slowly. After she joined the Immortal Gate Xiantian sect, she no longer used her worldly name and took the Dao name. Mingyu. Qiao Mu was startled. The meaning of Chief Constable is that, in those days, Immortal Mingyu was the one responsible for taking action against Qian's father, leading to his imprisonment in jail for 15 years until his death. Qiao Mu frowned deeply. Immortal cultivation can lead to longevity, with cultivators often living much longer than ordinary people. Some accomplished cultivators can indeed maintain their youthfulness for a long time, just like Wang Songhe, who has successfully cultivated. He looks to be in his 40s, but his actual age is probably much older. And female cultivator Mingyu clearly doesn't appear as young as she seems. That's not the case, Chen Yingxiu said with a faint bitter smile. Immortal Mingyu probably has no idea that Mr. Qian exists. The people responsible for this are officials from the government office 15 years ago. They saw Mr. Qian as a way to please the Lu family. Xiantian sect only established their temple and headquarters in Hiang City 6 months ago. Before that, Xiantian sect was even more distant from the people and more respected by officials. Qiao Mu remained silent. When he first heard Wang Songhe talk about immortals in the mountains, it was just hearsay for him, with no first-hand experience. But now he was gradually understanding that the existence of immortals was truly like a towering mountain above the great Yan imperial court. Many people even sought the favor of cultivators without the cultivators needing to act themselves. They went to great lengths to please them. In this incident, the officials were trying to please not the cultivators themselves, but a local family called the Lu family that had a connection to a cultivator. Mr. Qian was imprisoned for 15 years, right? Qiao Mu suddenly remembered that Mr. Qian had mentioned having a son who was a constable. When he was imprisoned, Qian was only 20 years old. Yes. Chen Yingxiu nodded, with a slight sadness in her eyes, a sorrow that seemed to touch her heart. She was a few years younger than Qian, and they had worked together for many years, so they knew each other quite well. Although she had never heard Qian mention anything about Mr. Qian before, after looking at the case files and conducting some special investigations, and considering their usual interactions, she could make a rough guess. When Qian was young, he was an honest and upright person. But since his father was imprisoned, he tried to seek help from the Luo family, and their response was, he could redeem his father's freedom for 1,000 silver coins. Captain Qiao, as you know, the monthly pay for a prefectural constable in Hiang is 5 silver coins. To gather this amount of money, it would take around 16 or 17 years without eating or drinking. Qiao Mu didn't bother asking a silly question like, did he manage to gather the money? From the results, obviously not. The amount of money received in a month as a salary is clearly different from how much can be saved in a month. Chen Yingxiu narrowed her long, narrow phoenix eyes and showed a hint of emotion. Captain Qiao, your background is amazing. Even if you go to jail, you can still live a comfortable life. You may not know what life is like for ordinary prisoners in jail, but Sheriff Qian understands it very well. During these 15 years, how much money did he spend to take care of the prison guards and officials, to make his old father's life a little easier? I can't guess the exact amount, but it must be a lot. Qiao Mu squinted his eyes. When he talked to the other prisoners in the cell, they all said that living to over 60 years old and dying peacefully was a great blessing. Now it seems that this blessing is not enough for Mr. Qian's luck. Instead, someone made connections behind the scenes, allowing old Qian to live for such a long time in that prison-like place. Qiao Mu pondered for a moment and asked again, if the constable's salary is not enough, what if we take it a step further? I heard Qian say that he became an 8th-rank martial artist at the age of 28. He also practices the Golden Bell Shield, which makes him even stronger than the ordinary 8th-rank internal strength martial artist. According to the laws of Great Yan, officials don't have to pay taxes on their salaries, but as a low-ranking constable, it is required. If he were to become an 8th-rank internal strength martial artist, he could become a powerless 8th-rank martial officer, receive an 8th-rank salary, and be exempt from taxes. How could he not save up that 1,000 taels? Chen Yingxiu let out a faint sigh. The key lies here. Even though the laws of Great Yan specify this, in practice, one's social background often matters as well. Social background is very important. Qiao Mu was able to become a constable in Hiang City because of the recommendation from the 7th-rank official, Shen Qinghe. Otherwise, he would just be considered an illegal resident, treated like a refugee. Qian's background is even worse than Qiao Mu, the illegal resident. Because even though he is a constable, his father is a thief. What's even worse than having a father who was a thief, is that the thief offended the powerful Lu family, who even the prison officials have to please. That's why Qian will never become a military officer in his life, whether it's the 8th rank or the 9th rank. The position of the chief constable in the capital city is the same. Chen Yingxiu continued. Qian developed internal strength at the age of 23, advanced to the 8th rank at 28, and then his energy and blood declined to the 9th rank at 32. This year, at 35, his energy and blood have declined again, and combined with the old hidden injuries, he is actually not as strong as an ordinary 9th rank. He used to be brave and unafraid of getting hurt. He made quite a name for himself in Hiang City, but because of his background, being able to become a constable in the government is already the limit. This is the resume of an ordinary constable in Hiang City. Qian's martial arts qualifications are actually slightly stronger than those of an ordinary constable. At the age of 28, he reached the 8th rank. But in front of cultivators, he is still insignificant. Immortal Mingyu doesn't even know about the existence of Qian and his father, and Qian has already sacrificed half of his life for this. Qian was absent a few days ago because of a stomachache. He probably doesn't know that his elderly father in prison has passed away. While speaking, Chen Yingxiu kept her phoenix eyes tightly fixed on Qiao Mu, observing his reaction to Qian's background. So let's not involve Qian in this case that may involve people from Immortal Gate. His elderly father has already passed away, but he still has a young daughter at home. I think Captain Qiao is also a reasonable person. Let's just leave it at this between you and Qian, okay? Only after she said this did Qiao Mu understand. She said so much to protect Qian from offending Qiao Mu, who has an astonishing background, and to avoid causing trouble. Also, this case is quite complicated, and she wants to remove Qian from it. Oh, I see now, Qiao Mu suddenly realized. Since the chief constable has considered so much, there must be a next step, right? Exactly. Chief Constable Chen took out a small cloth bag from the cupboard, filled with short yellow-black cat hairs. She was cautious and didn't give all the cat hairs she found in the prison to Immortal Mingyu. She kept some for herself in secret. The difference between these cat hairs and the white tiger hairs is quite big. You can tell them apart at a glance. Qiao Mu glanced at Chen Yingxiu with a bit of surprise, then nodded confidently. Since we have two different pieces of evidence, I can now go straight to Shantian Temple in the north of the city. He already understood that this Chief Constable Chen is not someone who can be easily deceived. By removing Qian, she must be trying to thoroughly investigate this case, right? Do you dare investigate, knowing that this case may involve someone from the Immortal Gate? She doesn't have a second life. Since traveling through time, Chen Yingxiu had never encountered a character like him before, which made her look at him with admiration. However, as soon as he said this, Chen Yingxiu showed a surprised expression. Captain Qiao, we are law enforcement officers, she said in astonishment. Law enforcement officers naturally abide by the laws of Great Yan. The residence of Xiantian sect is not under the jurisdiction of Great Yan. How can we trespass? Therefore, we should report this case and let the authorities decide. Qiao Mu paused for a moment and asked in a deep voice. Do you mean we should report to the government office and let Lord Lu make the judgment? That's right, said Chen Yingxiu, nodding firmly without sensing anything wrong. Hearing this reply, Qiao Mu could only fall silent. Thinking back to their previous experiences in Yan City, the people there had once trusted the renowned lord of Yan City. This Governor Lu, his last name is also Lu. At the same time, in a mansion somewhere in the city, Emperor Yonghe stood with his hands behind his back, listening to the report from Guard Chu behind him. Ever since the incident at the tea house, Emperor Yonghe had begun to see Qiao Mu in a different light, instructing Chu Xing to keep a close eye on Qiao Mu's every move with the flying fish guard. Among them, this also includes tonight's murder case. Qiao Mu was a step late and didn't catch immortal Mingyu on the spot. But Chu Xing, as a highly skilled martial artist, witnessed the whole process, including the moment when Mingyu released the ferocious tiger. Your Majesty, the spiritual beast nurtured by Xiantian Sect's saintess has committed murder. After Guard Chu finished reporting, he didn't hear Emperor Yonghe's response for a long time. After waiting for a while, he finally heard Emperor Yonghe's weary voice. I understand. The night had grown late. Chen Yingxiu was writing diligently in the yamen, and the only sound in the room was the scratching of her pen. She didn't know how long it had passed until she finally stopped writing and took a deep breath. Are you finished? Qiao Mu, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them at this moment. As her subordinate, he had no intention of helping Chief Constable Chen with the paperwork. He had been slacking off on the side until now. Finished writing, nodded Chief Constable Chen, glancing at the deep night outside the window. Once it's daylight, we'll deliver it to my boss. This case runs deep and involves people from Immortal Gate. It will take the yamen at least a few days to make a decision. By then, that's enough, Qiao Mu interrupted her. What? Chief Constable Chen was slightly surprised. Let's stop here with this matter, it's time to give up, Qiao Mu said expressionlessly. I was thinking all night just now, and finally understood. This case is very complicated. If we continue investigating, there won't be any good results. If you report it like this, it's too reckless. Chen Yingxiu slightly widened her eyes. You're saying I'm reckless? Suddenly, she felt a bit suffocated and her chest rose and fell irregularly. Just like when you're playing a video game and a younger teammate calls you a kid, but you can still type faster than them and give them a hard time, making them feel frustrated. Don't judge me. I'm not young anymore. When you're older, you think more before acting, said Qiao Mu, finally realizing that he was already a 44-year-old middle-aged person. So, he said with an air of maturity. When I was young, I was just like you. I couldn't see past my own desires. But now that I'm older, I understand the importance of going with the flow. Chief Constable Chen looked at him with confusion and asked, You, going with the flow? I don't understand n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. How could this detective, who had just been imprisoned for speaking against the emperor and spreading false rumors, be connected to the idea of going with the flow? I was able to speak freely about politics before, but now that I'm stepping forward to capture members of the Immortal Gate, it's a different matter altogether, explained Qiao Mu. Chief Constable Chen was taken aback by these words and, after some thought, blurted out. You were able to speak before because of your influential background. Even if you were imprisoned for your words, they would find a way to get you out of jail. Now that you have encountered someone from the Immortal Gate whom you know you can't provoke, are you backing down? When these words were spoken, it seemed like they hit a sore spot for Qiao Mu, causing his expression to instantly darken. Young man, this is called biding your time and having a broader perspective. Your vision is so short-sighted, only knowing how to act recklessly. No wonder you're just a chief constable in a provincial city. Chen Yingxiu was slightly surprised. Didn't you defy immortal Mingyu before? Without hesitation, Qiao Mu replied, defying immortal Mingyu is different from directly going to Xiantian Temple to arrest a suspect. By acting recklessly like this, do you think you can speak out for those who died a tragic death? You are only seeking your own demise. When Chen Yingxiu heard these words, she could only remain silent. After spending these few days together, she originally thought that the new sheriff was someone cold on the outside but passionate on the inside. He seemed wild on the surface, but he had a proud spirit and was not afraid of the Immortal Gate. He dared to challenge immortal Mingyu. This was also why she intentionally took Xian aside and discussed the case with Qiao Mu. She had originally thought they were of the same kind, but in the end, they still bowed down to the Immortal Gate. In fact, this is just human nature. It's more accurate to say that it's reasonable to bow down. She had been a chief for many years, and finally she met someone who seemed to not fear those in power, even more outspoken and resolute than her. So naturally, she couldn't help but have higher expectations. She looked a bit sad and tired, with a hint of melancholy on her face. Since that's the case, you should go back as well. You don't have to worry about this case anymore, just go back and rest. Qiao Mu frowned, with a face that showed frustration. Are you planning to continue investigating? Naturally, I have to investigate. Chen Yingxu's expression turned slightly cold, speaking seriously. Not everyone in this world is like you, decisive in small matters and protective in big matters. Even in the mighty Great Yan, even if this world becomes dark, there are still people with a conscience and a sense of righteousness, even if they may not achieve much. Qiao Mu listened silently, his expression gradually turning cold like Chen Yingxu's, until finally he had no expression on his face. Woman, if you don't drink the toast, you must drink the penalty. Just as the words fell, he quickly moved, already rushing towards Chen Yingxiu, his hand chopping at the back of her neck. You, Chen Yingxiu's eyes filled with shock and anger. She didn't expect Qiao Pifu to dare to attack her in this official residence, and his martial arts skills were beyond her imagination. Before she could fully comprehend it, Qiao Mu had already knocked her unconscious with a chop and her body went limp on the ground. Qiao Mu lowered his head expressionlessly and glanced at her. Stupid woman, after all the effort I went through, she still dares to compete with me for the chance to die? Take a rest, okay? Qiao Mu picked up the completed documents from the desk and also took the bag containing tiger fur and cat fur. He took out a few strands of tiger fur and carried them with him as he left. Chief Constable Chen, being a true official, thought about reporting to his superiors when encountering problems. In Qiao Mu's opinion, this was still a bit naive. He had previously met a high-ranking official surnamed Guo in Yen City. Later on, this person became his sworn enemy. Reporting layer by layer? It's appropriate for ordinary cases. But for this kind of case, I'm afraid it will be suppressed halfway. Even if it really reaches Governor Lu's desk, it might not necessarily be a good thing. After all, he shares the same surname. Thinking this way, Qiao Mu had already walked out of the Yamen gate. Is Captain Qiao busy until this late? A night shift Yamen clerk asked Qiao Mu with a smile. In this Yamen, everyone knew that the newly appointed Qiao Pifu had a remarkable background and was not an ordinary constable. That's why he greeted him warmly. Unexpectedly, Qiao Mu walked straight towards him when he saw him. Can you do me a small favor? After dawn, in about half an hour, please deliver these things to the residence of Sir Shen Qinghe in the west of the city. Let him know that I, Qiao Pifu, have urgent matters. Remember, don't go too early. Wait for dawn and then wait another half an hour. After Qiao Mu finished speaking, he also handed a few pieces of silver to the night shift Yamen clerk. Shen Qinghe was a 7th-rank assistant magistrate. According to the normal procedure, if Chief Constable Chen had reported layer by layer, the written case report would have been sent to Shen Qinghe. Qiao Mu skipped the intermediate process and directly submitted it to the 7th-rank official, Shen Qinghe, to avoid any potential trouble. As for Shen Qinghe, Qiao Mu didn't actually know much about him. But before, when Qiao Mu criticized the government, he was able to be released without trouble. Does Qiao Mu have any background? If he does, maybe it's just that Shen Qinghe, a 7th-rank official, helped him behind the scenes to get out of prison? Being able to get Qiao Mu, who slandered and criticized the emperor, out of prison, Qiao Mu thought that Shen Qinghe must be someone extraordinary. So this time, he did it like this. This isn't about trying to implicate Shen Qinghe, it's just leaving some evidence, so that at least someone in the government knows the truth of the matter, and so that Qiao Mu isn't vilified after his death. After daybreak, Qiao Mu was prepared to go alone to the Xiantian temple in the north of the city. And half an hour after daybreak, when Shen Qinghe received the documents and the animal fur as evidence, Qiao Mu should have already died. This matter is settled. After careful consideration, Qiao Mu returned to the residence he rented in the west of the city, closed his eyes to rest, and gathered his energy. In the first half of the night, he searched the entire city for clues, and in the second half of the night, he discussed the details of the case. He needed to maintain good mental health in order to take action. When he opened his eyes again, the sky was already getting light. Qiao Mu changed into the attire of a constable, took his sword, and brought along the previously prepared animal fur, ready in every way. Just before leaving, he also took a glance at the calendar. Today is the 15th. It is advisable to burn incense and show respect to the gods. Qiao Mu went out, and the sky was only slightly brightening. There were not many people on the street. From the west side of the city to the north side, the number of passers-by gradually increased. Xiantian Temple was located at the foot of a small hill in the north of the city. It was transformed from the former Qiao family courtyard, while the disciples' residence was on the mountain behind. Is it the former Qiao family courtyard in Hiang? After spending many days in Hiang City, he finally arrived at the entrance of Xiantian Temple. Just as he was about to approach, he heard a meow and felt a heaviness under his feet. He looked down and saw that the mixed-color cat had appeared silently beside him, holding onto his pant leg. As Qiao Mu took a step forward, the cat's forepaws remained on the ground, being dragged along by Qiao Mu's stride. Just arrived and already bumped into the cat demon? What a lucky start. But this impermanent demon cat is indeed quite something. I didn't even notice when it appeared. Qiao Mu lowered his head and looked at the little cat by his feet. This mystical cat didn't look much different from an ordinary cat, except for always being a bit strange. The more lifeless it became, the more excited and happy it seemed. Inhaling the invisible strong death energy, its fur seemed to glow with a mysterious luster. But too much deathly aura made it feel weak in all its limbs. Otherwise, as a monster, it wouldn't have been led by Qiao Mu's footsteps like an ordinary kitten. Qiao Mu continued to walk forward, and with every step closer to Xiantian Temple, the cat became more weak and feeble. Today is the 15th day, and there are slightly more worshippers coming to Xiantian Temple to burn incense as offerings. People come and go in a constant stream. Qiao Mu was also in the crowd, but as soon as he reached the gate of the temple, he was stopped by a young Taoist disciple at the entrance. Are you a law enforcement officer? Did you come to the wrong place? The young Taoist disciple said lightly. This is the residence of Xiantian sect. Law enforcement officers cannot trespass, let alone enter with a sword. All right, Qiao Mu said as he drew his sword, shocking the young Taoist disciple. What do you intend to do? Didn't you hear clearly? This is Xiantian Temple, don't act recklessly. The noise at the entrance of the Taoist temple has attracted the attention of some people, and some Taoist practitioners in the distance are starting to walk towards this direction. Hiang City is the largest city in this area, and the Xiantian temple in the city is related to incense. Naturally, it is not a small matter. Qiao Mu pointed to the many incense worshippers passing by and asked again. Can these pilgrims enter? But I can't enter. He wanted to die with dignity, leaving behind a renowned legacy. These pilgrims can go in, but I can't. The young Taoist at the entrance of the Taoist temple listened to this and became a little impatient and said, precisely because you are a government official, you cannot enter. With that said, the commotion at the entrance had already caught the attention of the surrounding crowd. Other Taoists from the temple frowned and came over, and some of the onlookers gradually got closer. Why can't a government official enter? Qiao Mu's gaze also glanced at the crowd coming to watch, and his voice became more loud. As a government law enforcer, the Great Yan's law enforcer, is this not Hiang City under the jurisdiction of Great Yan? Why can't I enter? However, what surprised him a little was, after hearing this, the people didn't show any obvious surprise or approval on their faces. Some pilgrims even frowned, clearly not agreeing with what he said. Xiantian sect has only been in Hiang City for half a year, but these people seemed to have already gotten used to the presence of the Xiantian sect immortals. This is different from when Qiao Mu stood up against the city lord's family in Yan City before. City Lord Guoyan was quite famous back then, and although the people of Yan City didn't speak, they always knew right from wrong in their hearts. But now it's different. Qiao Mu is facing the immortal gate, the immortals who are seen as untainted by the secular world. The Taoists at the entrance of the Taoist temple just found it funny when they heard this. Are you pretending to be ignorant while actually knowing everything, Constable? One of the Taoists laughed. The laws of Great Yan belong to Great Yan. This is the residence of Immortal Gate. What does the law of mortals have to do with Immortal Gate? Speaking of this, the faces of these Taoists also showed a hint of undisguised superiority. They were once members of the Great Yan Imperial Court, but now that they have entered the Xiantian Temple and put on a Taoist robe, they have transformed into members of Immortal Gate. Even if they are just gatekeepers at the entrance of this Taoist temple, they are still considered higher than the citizens of Great Yan. Qiao Mu calmly said, if a cultivator from Immortal Gate is suspected of killing innocent people and committing violent acts within the city, what would happen? Upon hearing this, the Taoists' faces slightly darkened. Just as they were about to reprimand, a young female cultivator walked over from a distance, also attracted by the small commotion. What happened? The female cultivator asked. Senior Sister Mingyu. Sister. These few Taoists quickly greeted each other. Female cultivator Mingyu is the servant of the Sex Holy Maiden and is highly favored by Saintess Wu Qingxin because of her ability to control beasts. Therefore, her status naturally rises. Although she is a servant, she is slightly higher than the average Immortal Gate disciple, not to mention those miscellaneous disciples at the entrance of their Taoist temple. Are you, that Sheriff Qiao Pifu? After female cultivator Mingyu examined him for a while, she recognized this person. Originally, she didn't pay much attention to the names of mortals, but this person had repeatedly provoked her and last night almost broke through her tiger hunting technique, so she had a strong impression of him. Now that the main character has arrived, I won't waste any more words. Qiao Mu spoke up. Immortal Mingyu, I have found the true form of that temporary monster. Oh, did you come here specifically to inform me? That's thoughtful. The moonlit face showed obvious joy. Without saying a word, Qiao Mu ignited the previous magical lamp, and the green flame that appeared trembled sharply, floating towards the small cat lying at Qiao Mu's feet. Is this the true form of that mystical cat? The moonlit face showed a slight astonishment. She had indeed dealt with this temporary monster before, but she failed to capture it. However, she never expected that the temporary monster she struggled to capture would be the small cat lying limply on the ground. Good, well done. She quickly concealed her surprise and walked up. This temporary monster has committed multiple homicides within the city, and such a beast must be brought into my Immortal Gate for punishment, to repay the sins it has committed with endless years. However, Qiao Mu remained motionless. So, Immortal Mingyu has also confirmed that this magical lamp points to the true form of the temporary monster. Qiao Mu asked. Of course. The moon gazed intensely at the cat at Qiao Mu's feet, sounding a little eager. Isn't this constable a bit silly? Why didn't he secretly give me the monster and why did he have to do it at the entrance of Xiantian Temple? If other disciples from different sects see this, they might try to take credit from me. Mingyu felt somewhat displeased. However, Qiao Mu remained motionless, not showing any intention to hand over the monster cat. If this is what they call an impermanent monster, then, what kind of creature was the one that appeared at the murder scene in the West Courtyard with Immortal Mingyu last night? Qiao Mu's gaze turned cold, and his speech sped up. Immortal Mingyu, your whereabouts were suspicious last night, unexpectedly appearing at the residence of the deceased, Zhang Long. And next to the lifeless body of Zhang Long, I found this kind of fur. Qiao Mu took out the prepared animal fur from the small bag and held it in his hand. With one hand holding the fur, he lifted the limp little cat in his other hand. The fur of this creature is visibly longer and thicker, and it feels harder. The most special thing is that the fur shows a faint shimmering white color under the sunlight. Even without using any magical means to detect, just by using their naked eyes, ordinary people can easily tell that this long fur didn't come from the small cat in Qiao Mu's hands. Speaking of this, Mingyu finally stopped in her tracks. She had already realized that Qiao Mu was not a friendly visitor. What do you want to say? She asked, feeling a bit restless. Qiao Mu said, in order to investigate the case of impermanent monster, I, as the chief hunter, must enter the residence of Xiantian Temple and compare the fur of the spiritual beasts raised by the Xiantian sect one by one, in order to find the killer monster in the case of impermanent monster. Before Qiao Mu could finish his words, the female cultivator Mingyu waved her hand to interrupt him. Stop, she commanded. As an esteemed member of the Immortal Gate, how dare you, a mere insignificant hunter, slander us? If you want to enter, can you just enter? Immortal Gate is a sacred place, not a place where you can act recklessly. Unknowingly, the crowd at the entrance of the Taoist temple had gathered more and more. Many pilgrims were attracted to this commotion. After all, a government law enforcement officer arguing with the Immortal Gate's deity at the entrance of Xiantian Temple. This was something that would never happen in the past? The deity of Xiantian sect letting evil beasts commit murder? Impossible, right? But that constable seems very sure and even brought evidence. If the deity of Xiantian sect is innocent, what harm is there in opening the temple gate and letting the constable take a look? It won't be troublesome. That's the deity of Xiantian sect. They have always protected the peace and harmony of Hiang City. The people were discussing and talking. Public opinion was almost entirely in favor of Xiantian sect. After all, Qiao Mu, dressed in a blue uniform, represents the government and the law enforcement officials of the Great Yan at the grassroots level. In the 40 years since the Inhuman War, the Great Yan Imperial Court has imposed heavy taxes on the people, causing hardship for many years. Naturally, the government doesn't have a good impression in the eyes of the people. The immortals of the Xiantian sect, on the other hand, are all highly accomplished individuals who have achieved immortality and are free from worldly concerns. They are truly the aspiration of the people. With these two factions conflicting, right at the entrance of the Xiantian temple, it is not hard to guess which side they lean towards. The constable over there, please don't cause any trouble. Shouts could be heard from a distance. A middle-aged man wearing an official uniform and with a big belly hurriedly approached, sweat visible on his forehead. Today is the 15th day, and he had originally come to the Xiantian temple to offer incense. However, he was surprised to hear that something had happened here even before he reached the temple. So, he could only rush over. Constable over there, step back, the official exclaimed. Are you trying to disturb the peace of Immortal Gate and tarnish its reputation? What investigation? I have never heard of this matter being related to Immortal Gate. Stop fooling around. Qiao Mu turned his head to look at the sudden appearance of the official and suddenly asked. May I ask, sir, what is your official position? The chubby official immediately understood in his heart, even this constable didn't recognize him. It seemed that he was indeed just a minor character. He coldly said, I am the Hiang Prefecture Magistrate, holding the 5th rank. According to the laws of Great Yan, government constables are not allowed to trespass into the residence of Immortal Gate. What is your intention? You, as a constable, have already made a serious mistake. If you cause trouble again in front of Xiantian Temple, I can immediately dismiss you from your position. In Hiang Prefecture, a 5th rank assistant is equivalent to the deputy of a 4th rank governor, and their position is highly respected. With his position in Hiang City, he didn't need to come forward to defend Mingyu, a disciple of the female cultivator and member of the Immortal Gate. It would lower his status. Mingyu, a female cultivator, isn't that important, but the blue-eyed flying tiger is the spirit pet of the saintess from the Immortal Gate. Now that Qiao Mu has exposed this matter in public, it affects the reputation of the Immortal Gate. Therefore, he has to step forward and scold little constable Qiao Mu. Upon hearing such commotion, Mingyu's heart became slightly certain. Just a moment ago, when Qiao Mu exposed the truth in front of so many people, she felt a bit panicked. But now, taking a closer look, the opinions of the people in Hiang Prefecture clearly favor the Immortal Gate. Even the officials of the Great Yan Imperial Court are scolding Qiao Pifu and demanding his dismissal. When even the citizens and officials of Great Yan stand on her side, why would she panic? Instead, it was Qiao Pifu, the detective who persisted in investigating the case, who was all alone at this moment, almost being overwhelmed by everyone's criticism. It was Qiao Pifu who should be worried. It was just him, a mere commoner, going against the rules of Hiang City. However, at this moment, Qiao Pifu remained calm. No matter how the officials scolded and threatened, no matter how the people gossiped, he stood alone, unwavering and unafraid. You want to dismiss me from my job? Suddenly, Qiao Mu smiled at this moment. As the chief constable of Hiang City, he naturally had to follow many restrictions and rules. Is it possible that it's not me who is wrong, but the laws of Great Yan? The fat official first looked surprised, then his face turned dark and the muscles on his face trembled with anger. he heard the constable continue. If even as a law enforcer, I cannot uphold justice, then what is the use of wearing this official uniform? As soon as he finished speaking, he stood in the middle of the street and, in front of everyone's eyes, he ripped off the police uniform he was wearing. Underneath the uniform, he was dressed in a martial artist outfit that allowed him to move freely. It was clear that he had prepared this in advance, rather than acting on impulse. A law enforcer? I am not one anymore. By taking off the official's attire, it also meant that Qiao Mu was no longer a member of the government and no longer represented the laws of Great Yan. Holding his sword, Qiao Mu stood alone at the entrance of Xiantian Temple, facing the roaring crowd, the furious expression on the fat official's face, and the towering immortal gate Suanatian Temple in the north of the city. He walked step by step towards the gate of Xiantian Temple, his voice becoming louder and echoing in the ears of the people around. Now I am no longer a government constable, just a common man without a job. Can immortals take lives and allow beasts to kill people? If the laws of Great Yan cannot control immortals, then I, Qiao Pifu, will take charge. The crowd was shocked. Even the Taoists guarding Xiantian Temple were momentarily stunned, unable to react immediately. The gazes of the people also subtly changed after Qiao Mu took off his official uniform. The official uniform of a constable represents the background of the government. The people didn't like the officials of the Great Yan government very much. They often feared them more than respected them. Most of them believed that these officials were only trying to take their money or get promoted. But if a constable bearing the pressure of a fifth-rank official were to publicly remove his official uniform and enter the Xiantian Temple, this is obviously unrelated to promotion and wealth. This constable who disregards his official uniform and enters the Xiantian Temple seems truly different from the officials they usually encounter, doesn't he? Suddenly, the little cat beneath Qiao Mu's feet suddenly perked up its cat ears. Originally limp on the ground, at this moment it seemed to sense something. Its pupils narrowed and it became cautious, hiding in the shadow behind Qiao Mu. Next moment, a roar as loud as thunder echoed from a distance, the rolling sound waves shaking the air. This sudden eruption of a roar made those pilgrims involuntarily cover their ears, and even those who were closer were blown back a few steps by the sound waves. The Saintess's flying tiger. The Xiantian Temple cultivator who had just tried to stop Qiao Mu suddenly had a change in expression. This fierce tiger of the Saintess has quite a reputation at the Xiantian Temple's base. Being underage and ferocious in nature, it gives trouble to these low-level cultivators who can neither hide nor fight back. The one with the biggest change in expression was the female cultivator Mingyu. Although the roar of the blue-eyed flying tiger could be heard from a distance, the source of the sound wasn't from the back of the Xiantian Temple, but rather near the foot of the mountain. Has this blue-eyed flying tiger escaped from its spiritual beast cage? Just last night, I specifically fed it 6th rank blood to keep it calm for a while. How could it go mad again so quickly? Mingyu's heart trembled. The side entrance of the Xiantian Temple directly faced a street, separated by a corner from the main street where Qiao Mu was. Qiao Mu was causing a lot of trouble over there, but this street was calm and peaceful. Today is the 15th, and there are more pilgrims on the street than usual. On the street paved with blue stones, there was a family carrying a table out of their house and placing it in front of their door. They then put candles, steamed buns, rice wine, and a statue of a graceful white-robed immortal on the table. There are too many pilgrims offering incense at Xiantian Temple today, and the smoke is too thick. It's not good for the child. Let's not go this time. We can worship right outside our own door, said Qian Qian. Qian Qian came out holding a delicate porcelain doll, and the rest of the family lit incense candles. In the midst of the smoke, each member of Qian Qian's family took turns kneeling before the table, closing their eyes and praying silently while burning incense. Little one, come and pray too. A woman held the hand of the little girl and taught her to kneel in front of the table like the adults and bow. The Qian family was not wealthy, and Qian Qian, whose vitality was declining, was thin. The little girl, on the other hand, had a slightly chubby face, with a round and smooth appearance. With her big blinking eyes, she looked adorable. Little one, don't just bow down. Say some blessings for immortal Xiantian, Qian Qian reminded with a smile. What should I say? The little girl asked, confused. Just say something, like wishing for good health, he replied. Okay. The little girl earnestly imitated the adults, kneeling down and closing her eyes, and said word by word. I wish immortal Xiantian good health and good luck in everything. Haha. Several adults by the altar burst into laughter. They never expected to hear such a prayer. The wrinkles on their faces relaxed. Did you teach her to speak like that just now? Qian Qian also laughed. These past few days, as he investigated the case of impermanent monster, he felt quite exhausted. But as he looked at his little daughter like this, the tiredness in his heart seemed to fade away without him realizing. He was about to collect the offering table when suddenly there was a loud noise behind his ears. Roar! All of a sudden, there was a thunderous tiger roar that shook the ground, almost tearing apart eardrums. He turned his head to look. A towering emerald-eyed giant tiger with wings stretched out, descending from the sky, trampling several unsuspecting worshippers on the street under its feet. The tiger moved swiftly and fiercely. While everyone was terrified, the tiger's claws effortlessly tore apart the bodies of the worshippers beneath it. Its pristine white fur quickly became stained red with blood, emanating a terrifying aura. This tiger. Qian Qian's eyes widened slightly. He wasn't seeing the fearsome appearance of this tiger for the first time, as he caught a glimpse of it last night. However, he was concerned about the cultivator and didn't reveal the truth. While he was in a daze, the giant tiger seemed to be attracted by the food on the altar. It spread its wings and pounced, stirring up a stench as it flew towards him. JNN. The immortal Xiantian on the altar was blown away by the strong wind and smashed to pieces upon hitting the ground. The giant tiger landed next to the altar, opening its jaws wide. The little girl in front of the table stood there, stunned, only half a meter away from the tiger. The little girl was so small that she didn't even reach the height of the tiger's mouth. Qian's eyes widened, and he took a step forward with a burst of energy, but the injury in his chest caused a sharp pain, slowing him down. At this moment, time seemed to slow down. He watched helplessly as the tiger opened its mouth wide and pounced towards the girl next to the altar. He was very close to his own daughter, close enough to smell the foul odor from the tiger's mouth. But in the end, their footsteps slowed down a bit. Every action has consequences. In this final moment, this thought crossed his mind. Suddenly, he remembered the injury he suffered last night while protecting the young constable. He clearly saw a fleeting giant tiger figure next to immortal Mingyu in the courtyard, but he lied and claimed not to know. In the blink of an eye, a familiar voice rang out like thunder. Heavenly demon disintegration method. A figure covered in blood-red light pounced on the giant tiger sideways, just like a hungry tiger attacking its prey, and actually sent the giant tiger flying several meters away. In the morning, the sun had just risen, and the sunlight was faint. Emperor Yonghe was sitting on the terrace of a small building, his eyes half-closed, feeling a bit sleepy. Ever since he left the palace, his sleep hasn't been very good. He woke up as soon as it was daylight, and now he was starting to feel drowsy. Downstairs on the street, more and more people were gradually appearing. Some familiar pedestrians stopped to chat and greet each other, while street vendors selling pancakes called out along the street. The voices were noisy but not sharp. This was a scene rarely seen by Emperor Yonghe, who had lived in the Deep Palace for a long time. I wonder how long days like this can last. Emperor Yonghe closed his eyes and gradually lost focus. Since the Inhuman War, the Great Yin Imperial Court has been in decline, and as the current emperor, he didn't have the mood or energy to come all the way to Hiang City in Nan Province for some undercover visit. Undercover visits are something only founding or prosperous emperors can do. But 40 years after the Inhuman War, with heavy taxes and deep-seated grievances in the Great Yan, why would Emperor Yonghe engage in undercover visits? Without any understanding, isn't he afraid that his precious life will be taken by some fearless assassin? He did have a different purpose for this journey, and the so-called undercover visit was just the calm before the storm. But all that was in the future. Even if he was in a hurry, he could still take a nap for now. Your Majesty. At this moment, Guard Chu appeared in front of him. Unless necessary, he wouldn't disturb Emperor Yonghe's nap. After all, he was the current emperor. Xiantian Temple had an incident. The person named Qiao Pifu was investigating the case of impermanent monster and ended up at Xiantian Temple. Emperor Yonghe, with his eyes almost closed, suddenly became wide awake, completely free of drowsiness. He immediately remembered the incident last night, when Sheriff Qiao Pifu was investigating the case of the tiger that killed someone, involving the saintess of the Xiantian sect. How dare he act in such a way? Emperor Yonghe's heart unexpectedly became heavier. The blue-eyed flying tiger that injured someone last night was a spirit pet raised by Saintess Wu Qingxin, a member of the Xiantian sect. Wu Qingxin was not an ordinary saintess. Her surname was Wu, and she was actually the adopted daughter of a martial saint and also a disciple of the martial saint. Once she escaped from the Wuji Association, she sought refuge in the Immortal Gate, where she was recognized as a saintess by the Xiantian sect. From that moment on, she began her journey on the path of immortality. Her existence itself is actually a symbol of the Immortal Gate. Wu Qingxin has a special identity, so Emperor Yonghe was hesitant and unable to make a decision last night. Go to Xiantian Temple to see the specific situation. Emperor Yonghe immediately stood up and walked downstairs. His previous laziness vanished. On the street in front of Xiantian Temple in the north of the city, suddenly, a figure covered in blood appeared abruptly and forcefully knocked the attacking giant tiger several meters away. This shadow step is even better than expected. Qiao Mu muttered to himself. His martial arts has reached the 6th rank, but he has actually never properly trained in light techniques before. He has always relied on his immense strength and sudden bursts of internal power to dash forward. However, this shadow step is a genuine light technique, with specific moves that unleash internal power. Its effects are much better than his previous brute force approach. Upon hearing the roar of the tiger, Qiao Mu, who was originally planning to forcefully enter the Taoist temple, immediately changed direction and rushed towards this side. With the eruption of internal power from the heavenly demon disintegration method, his figure had almost reached the point of creating afterimages. He rushed ahead of the people from Xiantian Temple and arrived here. I was just rushing too fast and bumped my shoulder. Qiao Mu stretched his shoulder and the pain made him grimace. Martial artists have strong bodies and abundant vital energy, but that is when compared to ordinary people. Any martial artist with a brain would not fight head-on with demons. After all, humans shouldn't compare their strength, claw sharpness, or bone hardness with wild beasts in the first place. Behind him, Qian quickly moved his daughter to the side and held her in his arms. Then he looked up at the figure of the man, who was dressed like a martial artist. The man in the martial artist outfit didn't turn around. He just left Qian with a view of his back, filled with intense energy. Are you Captain Qiao? Qian hesitated for a moment. Just now, when faced with blue-eyed flying tiger, Qian's mind was filled with memories flashing before his eyes. He never expected that it was Captain Qiao, whom he was somewhat afraid of at the local office, who saved him and his daughter's lives. You've mistaken me. The man in the martial artist outfit still didn't turn around, but spoke lightly. I am not a captain, just an ordinary man. I have always been shy and introverted, and I never talk to strangers. So please don't talk to me. Qian, holding his own child, was momentarily stunned. Roar! At this moment, the blue-eyed flying tiger shook its body, climbed up from the ground, opened its mouth wide, and let out a fierce roar again. The roaring sound waves twisted the air visibly. The tiger was not hurt much by the impact just now. Instead, it infuriated him and made him appear more fierce. Qian shivered instinctively and hurriedly ran into the house, holding the little girl in his arms. The pedestrians and pilgrims on the street also naturally fled in panic. While running wildly, Qian subconsciously looked back and saw the man in a strong suit suddenly step forward instead of retreating. With his internal strength bursting out, the man's feet shattered the blue stone slabs, and his figure turned into an afterimage, pouncing towards the tiger like a hungry tiger attacking its prey. Shadow Sword. Yen City Lord Guoyan's sword technique relied on its complexity and exquisite moves, while Qiao Mu was only a beginner, not having mastered those sophisticated sword techniques yet. However, with the eruption of the heavenly demon disintegration method, surging internal strength continuously flowed out from his limbs and bones. A sharp aura bloomed on his 3-foot-long sword. Even if his sword technique was messy for a while, it still made the fierce tiger retreat again and again, whimpering. Qian's attention was focused on Qiao Mu's footsteps, and his eye twitched slightly. My family's shadow step? Is this how you use shadow step? Shadow step is mainly about stealth and invisibility, moving lightly on rooftops and walls in the night, with agile movements. It is a skill of a skilled thief. And the Qiao Mu before his eyes was extremely violent. Every step he took caused the ground's cobblestones to shatter loudly, and every step closely followed the attacking giant tiger. His figure was exceptionally quick, leaving Qian only with a trail of afterimages in his sight and the sound of the cobblestones breaking in his ears. This shadow step seems to be even faster than my father used to be. Could it be that I've trained it wrong? Qian felt completely confused in his heart. This tiger was fierce, so fierce that Qian couldn't gather the courage to resist it just a moment ago. But the figure filled with boiling energy and blood was even fiercer than it. Each strike was an explosive display of internal strength, without holding anything back. Xiao Pifu, you must not act aggressively. This blue-eyed flying tiger is the spirit pet of the Saintess from Xiantian sect. At this moment, the moon and the chubby official from the main gate of Xiantian temple arrived late in the distance, and seeing this scene, they shouted loudly. What does the rule of the immortal gate have to do with me, a common man like myself? Qiao Mu just sneered, his actions not slowing down at all. He hadn't fought against a cultivator yet. Seeing the crowd of cultivators from Xiantian temple rushing over, he had no choice but to act first, to avoid dying too quickly and not having time to kill this ferocious tiger. Puff! Qiao Mu's sword pierced the neck of the giant tiger, blood gushed out, and the blue-eyed flying tiger also retreated in pain, almost standing up. Qiao Mu leaped onto the tiger's back, clasping his legs tightly around it, one hand gripping the tiger's head tightly, while the other hand reached for the sword stuck in the tiger's neck. An evil beast that rampages and kills on the street deserves to be beheaded. Qiao Mu held the sword tightly and swung it with all his might, unleashing his hidden strength that pierced through the tiger's neck. Surrounded by astonished eyes of the people at Xiantian temple, Qiao Mu swiftly beheaded the tiger. The headless body of the tiger, which had just stood upright, collapsed onto the shattered street, spurting out a pungent smell of blood like a fountain. The tiger's corpse lay on the street near the side entrance of Xiantian temple, next to several other bodies of pedestrians, scattered offerings, and the shattered immortal Xiantian statue. This scene petrified the pedestrians and the people at Xiantian temple. They were frozen in disbelief. The street fell into a brief silence. Qiao Mu looked down at the massive tiger corpse, slightly stooping down to lift its head with one hand. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. With his other hand, he took out a shiny white tiger hair from a small bag and held it up high under the sunlight. He clenched the tiger hair in one hand while raising the blood-stained tiger head with the other. Qiao Mu looked around and said loudly, "This fur indeed came from the blue-eyed flying tiger of the Xiantian sect. Qiao Mu is no longer a government's headhunter. And now, no one cares about the case of impermanent monster at all. Even the female cultivator Mingyu, who had spent a lot of effort catching the little kitten, didn't have the time to pay attention to it. She was trembling, her pupils contracted, and she was furious. This person ruthlessly killed the saintess's spiritual pet right there on the street." However, Qiao Mu still explained the reasoning and the details of the case seriously, from the sudden appearance and the droplets of tiger fur left behind by the female cultivator Mingyu last night, to the bite marks of various tiger-like monsters found on the bodies of previous victims. These detailed statements of the case were taken from the documents submitted by Chief Constable Chen, and Qiao Mu was just retelling them. Even though nobody cares about the case at the moment, and nobody wants to listen. The Taoists from the Xiantian temple were furious, their faces pale with anger. The chubby official trembled and scolded, and the rest of the people stood in place, their faces pale as they discussed fervently. And Qiao Mu pretended not to hear, and continued talking to himself. His eyes schemed over the tiger corpse at his feet, the messy streets, and the half-eaten bodies of the pedestrians. The damned beast that kills deserves to be killed. He stood next to the tiger corpse, holding the blood-dripping head of the ferocious tiger, and said calmly, "This is not the law of Great Yan, nor the rules of Immortal Gate, but the principles of society." Society's principles? When Qiao Mu held the blood-stained head of the huge tiger and uttered those two words, the surrounding crowd became somewhat confused. When Qiao Mu drew his sword and tried to confront the Taoist at the entrance of Xiantian Temple, the people around mostly sided with the Taoist, scolding the ignorant constable for disturbing the peace of Immortal Gate. When Qiao Mu faced the scolding and threats from the high-ranking official and took off his dirty uniform, they were even more surprised. They couldn't understand what Qiao Mu was doing. And when the giant tiger killed someone on the street and was shot dead by Qiao Mu, they finally showed some emotions when talking about the case of the impermanent monster. This constable seems to be really getting things done. Someone's confidence began to waver. He really saved someone just now. And those Taoists at the entrance of the Xiantian sect, were they trying to stop him? Not everyone had the courage to face the man-eating tiger, especially when it seemed to be raised by the immortal of the Xiantian sect. The bigger right and wrong they couldn't understand, but the obvious good and evil, the common people could still comprehend. They still stayed far away and dared not approach, but their gaze towards Qiao Mu had already changed to a certain extent. This person named Qiao Pifu indeed got rid of the man-eating tiger. Maybe there's a misunderstanding here. The monster tiger raised by the Xiantian sect immortals is still an animal, and animals can have wild instincts. It's not the immortals' fault either. The kind-hearted immortals protect the land of Hiang Prefecture. When a man-eating monster appeared under their guidance, it's not something they would like to see. After all, a monster is still a monster. The people pointed at Qiao Mu, who stood in a pool of blood, holding the head of a giant tiger, and discussed it heatedly. When Emperor Yonghe hurriedly arrived under the escort of Guard Chu, this is what he saw. How dare he! Emperor Yonghe's face also changed dramatically. His heart skipped a beat at first. Saintess Wu Qingxin's blue-eyed flying tiger just died so easily? In the short time it took to travel here, things have developed to this extent? He watched Qiao Mu's figure on the street, feeling a wave of incredulity in his heart. Why can this martial artist act so decisively on a matter that even the current emperor has to hesitate and ponder over? Worldly morality? Are you kidding? Your Majesty, this matter has become a bit chaotic, said Guard Chu respectfully. Should I intervene to stop it? As a loyal guard to Emperor Great Yan during this undercover visit, Chu Xing was a highly skilled martial artist in spirit refining. Of course, he was not the only guard. There were plenty of people willing to intervene and prevent this turmoil. But, what about afterwards? Thinking about this, Emperor Yonghe suddenly said, yes, Qiao Pifu is also a highly skilled martial artist with successful spiritual refining. Although his spirit is damaged and his power is greatly depleted, he is still not an ordinary 6th-ranked martial artist. Chu Xing, what do you think? Does Qiao Pifu's actions imply that he has another ace up his sleeve? Perhaps some kind of powerful secret technique that allows him to temporarily regain his peak strength, thinking he can deal with Saintess Wu Qingxin. The secret technique of a highly skilled martial artist. This is a reasonable explanation that Emperor Yonghe came up with. Otherwise, he can't understand why a former highly skilled spirit-refining martial artist would come to the Xiantian Temple and kill the blue-eyed flying tiger at the entrance, or even forcibly enter the Xiantian Temple. Isn't he afraid of being crushed by the cultivators? The higher a martial artist's skill level, the more they know about the terrifying cultivators. There are a total of 9 ranks for martial artists in the world, but 40 years ago, the martial saint, who was ranked first, was defeated miserably by the cultivators and only managed to escape with his life. Not to mention this Qiao Pifu. Breaking into the Immortal Gate is undoubtedly a death sentence. But maybe there is a chance if dealing with Saintess Wu Qingxin from the Xiantian sect. The true level of her cultivation is unknown. Since joining the Xiantian sect and being appointed as the Immortal Gate's Saintess, Wu Qingxin rarely ventured outside, spending her days in seclusion, living a very low-key life. But even so, she is still the Saintess of the Immortal Gate. Chu Xing frowned as he heard this. I'm not sure if he has the ability to temporarily unleash a high-level strength. Chu Xing hesitated. However, Emperor Yonghe's judgment is not unreasonable. It's not easy for a martial artist to reach a high level. A former high-level martial artist would have their pride and wouldn't die so easily. They should have some ways to protect their lives. Your Majesty, he hasn't even entered the Xiantian Temple yet. Maybe things can still turn around. Chu Xing had just mentioned the words turn around. Then, Qiao Mu was seen carrying the dripping blood of the tiger's head, step by step towards Xiantian Temple. This sudden move not only startled Guard Chu, but also amused the Taoists who had gathered menacingly at the entrance of Xiantian Temple. How bold! This person has committed great sins. He dares to attack the spiritual beast of the Saintess and insult our Immortal Gate. We should quickly request our senior brothers on the mountain to suppress him ruthlessly. Killing the Saintess's blue-eyed flying tiger and not only not fleeing, but also daring to approach us. A mere ordinary martial artist dares to show disrespect. However, Qiao Mu remained calm in his expression. Flee? Why should I flee? He whispered. I haven't finished what I need to do, why should I flee? His eyes looked through the crowded people, ignoring the angry Taoists, and landed on the female cultivator Mingyu at the back of the crowd. The wicked beast who kills people has already been punished, he said loudly. But those who kill like tigers and disregard human lives will also pay with their own lives. He started walking faster and faster, turning into a sprint, using the shadow steps to charge straight towards female cultivator Mingyu. Qiao Mu didn't know how strong these Taoists were, nor how long he could survive. So, he decided to give it his all and kill this so-called immortal Mingyu. How dare you, an ordinary martial artist, be so insolent? Why aren't you attacking already? Female cultivator Mingyu frowned and retreated behind the crowd. She had been a member of the Immortal Gate for about 20 years. In reality, her cultivation in the immortal path was not outstanding. Instead, she excelled in nurturing spiritual beasts. That's why she was just a servant disciple to a saintess. Even though cultivators may be seen as immortals in the eyes of ordinary people, they are far from being extraordinary. It would be foolish to fight directly with these ordinary martial artists. She actually didn't pay much attention to the undoubtedly doomed Qiao Mu, and only felt a deep sense of fear in her heart. The young tiger raised by the saintess had not yet grown, but it was unexpectedly killed by an ordinary martial artist. Especially considering that today's incident was somewhat caused by her, if the secluded saintess were to find out. She shivered in fear. At this moment, the Taoists followed the orders of Mingyu and rushed towards Qiao Mu. Are you a cultivator? This is my first time meeting a cultivator. Qiao Mu became wary in his heart, and then he was stunned to see that many of these Taoists took out swords and weapons from under their Taoist robes and swung them towards him. Wait, are you all martial artists? This time, it was Qiao Mu who was surprised. But his question only angered all of these Taoists even more. You are just a rude martial artist. Martial artists are just ordinary people, but we have now been accepted into the Immortal Gate. Sooner or later, we will learn the orthodox immortal technique and achieve immortality. Qiao Mu's innocent question made these Taoists angry and embarrassed. Seeing their reaction, Qiao Mu began to understand a little. I see, he squinted his eyes slightly. Real cultivators wouldn't be guarding this Taoist temple. You are nothing more than traitors who joined the Immortal Gate. If it was a martial artist, he would have no fear in dealing with them, as he had plenty of experience. Although these Taoists were wearing Taoist robes, most of them were just martial artists with internal strength. He took steps under his feet and rushed into the crowd alone. The two pieces of the spear hidden on his body turned and twisted, and a long spear was already attached to his hand. Facing martial artists, especially in group battles, it's more handy to use a long spear. N/O/vel/V/Jn.C//OM. You traitors. Do you know that you're facing death? The Taoists were also provoked by Qiao Mu and immediately retorted. You must be around 40 years old, right? At such an age, you're still so rash, ignorant of when to advance or retreat. It seems like you're really living like a dog. Who do you think you are? A moral saint. Ancient sages said that at 40 you should be free from confusion, but here you are, over 40 and only concerned with so-called righteousness, risking your life. As the Taoist was halfway through his speech, Qiao Mu stabbed him in the throat with his spear, causing him to die instantly. Qiao Mu kicked the Taoist's body off the spear and coldly said, being free from confusion at 40 means that I can take on 40 of you all by myself, without any hesitation. The expert warrior displayed his spear skills once again, along with the powerful heavenly demon disintegration method. No one could match his strength. However, Qiao Mu found himself deep in thought because of what the person said. Turning 40, moral sage, principles? Qiao Mu knew deep down that he was not a moral sage nor did he aspire to be one. In the past, when he acted as a righteous hero in Yen City, under the names of Qiao Mu, Qiao Lin, and Qiao Sen, others praised him for his chivalry and prioritizing righteousness over life and death. But he knew he wasn't that noble. If he didn't actively seek death and cultivate his martial arts talent until the age of 44, he might not be much stronger than Sheriff Qian. He simply fulfilled his own desire to become stronger while doing some good deeds in the eyes of others. That's all there was to it. He was never a selfless moral saint, he always had selfish motives. But, what does that matter? Is it wrong to want to appear holy in front of others, as a heroic knight, while also wanting to stand up for the weak and fight for justice? At the age of 40, one should understand their own heart, not be deceived by external things or people, and have their own principles to stick to. And the principle I stick to is... Qiao Mu looked around, his gaze passing over the people nearby. There were curious onlookers in the distance, officials with grim faces, and female cultivator Mingyu, who glared at him from behind the crowd. When he had just clashed with the people at the entrance of the Taoist temple, even the officials and citizens of Great Yan didn't stand with him, but rather pointed and whispered about him. But if he was not understood, mocked by thousands, and seen as a foolish brute, so what? He is immortal, he wants to stick to his beliefs? The world is dark, officials colluding, the court is exhausted, Immortal Gate is hypocritical. But I insist on practicing righteousness, supporting the weak, and fighting for the voice of the weak until death. You don't agree? Come and fight me then? Qiao Mu held a long spear and charged into the crowd again, laughing recklessly. Emperor Yonghe, who had been observing from afar, narrowed his pupils and his hands behind his back trembled slightly at this arrogant and indulgent posture. The commotion caused by Qiao Mu at the entrance of the Taoist temple at the foot of the mountain had become big, attracting many people to gather and watch. After all, it is not unheard of but rather unheard of for a martial artist to forcefully enter Xiantian Temple and kill the blue-eyed flying tiger of Immortal Gate. However, the back mountain behind Xiantian Temple remained calm and peaceful. The faint morning light and sunshine spread across these mountains and forests. A young man in a green robe walked slowly on the road, stepping over the short grass and getting his pants wet with dew from the grass on the side of the road. The waterfall at the edge of the cliff hung like a water curtain and made a loud roaring sound as it fell onto the small lake below. There were also cranes grooming their feathers by the lake. As the young man in the green robe approached, schools of colorful carps jumped out of the water, as if they wanted to leap up the cliff against the flow of the waterfall. The melodious sound of an ancient qin came from somewhere far away. The sound flowed like running water, entering the ears of the Taoist. Under the big tree by the lake, two middle-aged Taoists were playing chess in front of a chessboard. Neither of them spoke, they just quietly looked at the chessboard. Although these two Taoists playing chess were middle-aged, their faces were kind and gentle, giving off a hint of immortal charm. They seemed like immortals walking out of a painting, making people feel good at first sight. This was a tranquil and peaceful scene, like a peaceful paradise, truly in line with how ordinary people imagine immortals. However, it was in stark contrast to the noisy street at the entrance of Xiantian Temple at the foot of the mountain. Up the mountain, down the mountain, like two worlds torn apart. Are the two senior brothers still playing chess here? The young Taoist in the green robe smiled and walked over. Something interesting happened at the foot of the mountain Taoist temple. Don't you want to go and take a look, senior brothers? Oh? What happened? The Taoist on the left looked up. Don't be distracted, keep playing chess. The Taoist on the right remained unchanged, his eyes still fixed on the chessboard. The Taoist in the green robe said, an ordinary martial artist has come down the mountain and wants to forcefully break into Xiantian Temple. Oh. The Taoist on the left suddenly lost interest and returned his gaze to the chessboard. None of them bothered to ask what kind of trouble this ordinary martial artist had caused, nor did they inquire about the martial artist's level of strength. They are just ordinary people, not important. Senior brothers, don't you care about this martial artist breaking into the Daoist temple? This is about the prosperity of our Immortal Gate, the young Daoist in blue clothes said with a smile. Junior brother, you have not been cultivating for long and have less experience, the Daoist on the left said calmly. Just an insignificant martial artist, can't achieve anything. Otherwise, they are underestimating our Xiantian sect too much. Besides, at the entrance of the temple, there is a group of martial arts servants guarding, right? Martial arts servants. The young Daoist seemed to have heard this term for the first time. They are the servant Daoists who cultivate martial arts, the Daoist on the left chuckled lightly. Just a group of ordinary martial artists, thinking that by changing into Daoist robes, they can enter our Immortal Gate and sit on equal footing with us. Oh, junior brother, you are different. We are formal disciples of the sect, naturally different from ordinary people. The young Taoist in blue clothes was a little hesitant. But they are still under the Immortal Gate, that martial artist who broke in is not too weak. If these servants die and break into the Xiantian Temple, why care about them, said the Taoist on the left. Those who have not entered the path of immortality are like mayflies, born in the morning and dead in the evening. Cultivators can stay in seclusion for a few months or several years. Elderly cultivators from the Immortal Gate with higher cultivation might enter seclusion for 10 or even 20 years. Most ordinary people cannot live longer than a century. It is said that 70 years is already rare. Martial artists generally live a little longer, but they are still within the realm of ordinary people. In the eyes of true cultivators, they are just slightly bigger insects. Just a group of martial arts slaves, it doesn't matter if they die. There are plenty of martial artists willing to become slave servants under me, the Immortal Gate. Oh, I mean, they should be called gatekeeping servant disciples. And, these martial arts slaves are not that simple. Speaking of this, the Taoist on the left side of the chessboard became interested. 20 years ago, I traveled to Zhong province and passed through a small town, where the lord of the town was a martial artist. According to their mortal standards, he seemed to be at the 6th rank. Never mind, it's not important. That martial artist happened to see me using magic, guess what happened? He thought he had found an opportunity and insisted on kneeling down to be my disciple, asking me to teach him immortal ways, and even offering his wife and children. Of course, I didn't have the time for that, so I just left. After another year, by chance, I returned to that town. Guess what happened again? That martial artist killed his own wife and children, claiming it was to kill his desires and achieve enlightenment. Because he believed that my previous refusal was a test for him and he felt he couldn't cultivate immortality as long as he had worldly attachments. The Taoist on the left side couldn't help but laugh as he continued speaking. These martial arts slaves, ordinary martial artists, they're all the same. The Taoist on the right, who had been silent, also chimed in. Why do we need to take action to eliminate that martial artist who invaded the Taoist temple? If we don't take action, those martial arts slaves will think that we are testing their dedication to the Dao. The two Taoists playing chess glanced at each other and smiled. Moreover, isn't Mingyu down the mountain? Mingyu? Oh, you mean the servant who takes care of the spiritual beast for the saintess. When Mingyu was mentioned, these Taoists couldn't help but smile. Mingyu has only been in our Xiantian sect for about a dozen or 20 years. What kind of Dao has she cultivated? Although she possesses innate spiritual abilities, her heart is restless, and her cultivation is not refined. Because of this, she is merely a saintess's servant who tends to and cares for a spiritual beast. I heard that she is quite favored by the saintess. I assume the saintess has bestowed upon her protective talismans or similar things for self-defense. Even if her cultivation is not refined, she should still be able to handle an ordinary martial artist. At this time, the young Taoist in the green robe interjected. Speaking of which, the saintess's young tiger-like spiritual beast rushed down the mountain and was already slain by that ordinary martial artist. Speaking of this, the two playing Taoists showed a slight change in expression. Saintess, is she still in seclusion? So that's how it is, the commotion at the foot of the mountain is probably caused by that troublemaker, Ming Yu. The trouble she caused? Haha, why bother talking about her? Let's play chess, play chess. The Taoists focused their attention and resumed playing chess, without any further chit-chat, ignoring the commotion at the entrance of the Taoist temple at the foot of the mountain. The mountain regained its previous tranquility and serenity, like a fairyland. At the foot of the mountain, at the entrance of Xiantian Temple, under the heavenly demon disintegration method, Qiao Mu's whole body was filled with excitement. He held a long spear and laughed wildly. With such a posture and such bold words, even Emperor Yanghe, who knew him well, was impressed. Even the ignorant visitors in the distance couldn't help but feel dazzled and amazed, thinking to themselves, what a heroic figure. Although Qiao Mu bravely spoke his mind and displayed his skill in spear combat, but he encountered obstacles he had never faced before. Previously, in Yan City, Qiao Mu had repeatedly fought against the Qiao family's father and son, making a name for himself by single-handedly taking on a crowd. Later, he even assassinated the lord of the city in the street, and the city guard became afraid and wouldn't confront him directly. But this time was different. Qiao Pifa's name is not very famous in Hiang City. Before discussing politics and insulting the emperor, his name was only known among local officials and nearby people, but not widely known. These monks at the entrance of Xiantian Temple are not only stronger than the former city guards, but some of them also have a zeal in their eyes that Qiao Mu cannot understand. How dare the thief trespass into our sacred place, Immortal Gate? Uncultured martial artist, how dare you disturb the peacefulness of Immortal Gate? You shall be punished. There's no need for the senior brother on the mountain to take action. I can defeat you myself. Although most of these menial monks cannot be called brave fighters, they still put in quite some effort, much better than the lazy guards of Yan City Lord in the past. Prepare to die. I, Chen Fei, will surely eradicate you, you thief. A sturdy monk, as solid as a tower, shouted loudly, his voice booming and full of strength. However, after this loud roar, his gaze couldn't help but glance towards the direction behind the mountain before he charged forward bravely. The other people were first surprised, then they all understood. I, Chen Shan, am willing to sacrifice myself for Immortal Gate, and kill this rude and savage martial artist. Today, I, Wang Ming, will shed the last drop of blood for our sect, and kill this murderous criminal. I, Lu Ziming, am also willing to go through fire and water for Immortal Gate. These voices made Qiao Mu's eye twitch slightly. As someone who often plays the death assessment, he was slightly familiar with these lines. Are they performing for their boss? Am I reviewing it? Qiao Mu sneered, thrusting his long spear like lightning, piercing through two martial artists with one strike. His acting was really deadly, and he had indeed saved people. And whether these Taoists were just shouting slogans and showing their faces or really had the determination to fight, Qiao Mu didn't really care. Kill. He thrust his spear, and his body continuously released his inner strength, causing his skin and pores to ooze blood once again. A muffled sound. A strong Taoist, with a body like a tower, slapped Qiao Mu's spear from the side, and the powerful force made Qiao Mu's long spear tilt. He wore metal rings on his hands and had a cold gaze. It was Chen Fei, the Taoist who spoke first earlier. Does he really weigh that much? After the previous exchange, Qiao Mu roughly understood the level of this strong Taoist. Currently, Qiao Mu was at the early stage of the 6th rank. He relied on the heavenly demon disintegration method to unleash his inner strength exponentially. The inner strength unleashed by this strong Taoist was just slightly inferior to him. It can be estimated that he was at the later stage of the 6th rank as a martial artist. Even 6th ranked martial artists have to beg for mercy from the Immortal Gate. Are they all just gatekeepers? Qiao Mu held the spear in his hand and took a small step. You shall not proceed any further, said the burly monk Chen Fei coldly, his voice booming like thunder. Heavenly demon disintegration method. Surprisingly, he also unleashed the heavenly demon disintegration method, his body filled with immense power. Rays of energy burst from his fist, surpassing Qiao Mu in terms of strength. However, Qiao Mu simply smiled. You're using the heavenly demon disintegration method against my Qiao's family. Is this your first time using the heavenly demon disintegration method? It's too simplistic and ineffective. Chen Fei was taken aback upon hearing this. Wasn't the heavenly demon disintegration method known as a self-destructive secret technique? Based on what he heard, it seemed that it could be used multiple times in one's lifetime. He realized that this incident had escalated, something he had never witnessed since joining the Xiantian Temple. Despite the significant damage it would cause to his energy meridians, he was determined to put on a good performance. After all, why would he self-destruct if not for seeking death? After seeing him use the heavenly demon disintegration method, Qiao Mu instead advanced without retreating. Qiao Mu angrily widened his eyes, and a burst of energy erupted from his body as he courageously moved forward. This person's internal strength, after unleashing the heavenly demon disintegration method, surpassed that of Qiao Mu, but Qiao Mu didn't step back, constantly thrusting his long spear and emitting silver light. Forward, forward, forward. This burly Taoist man hammered him several times on his body. With the first 2 punches, he could still rely on his partially mastered hard skill iron cloth shirt skill to withstand the impact. With the 3rd punch, the iron cloth shirt skill failed, clearly unable to withstand the explosion of the same level heavenly demon disintegration method. The 4th punch twisted and broke Qiao Mu's left arm, rendering it powerless. With the 5th punch, a clear fist mark appeared on Qiao Mu's waist and abdomen, with fractured bones collapsing inward, creating a deep indentation and almost puncturing a hole, a horrifying sight. And the strong-looking Taoist stood still in one place, covering his throat with one hand, but unable to stop the fresh blood flowing from the wound in his throat. He couldn't understand why this martial artist only attacked without defending, exchanging injuries for injuries, insisting on fighting him head-on. He had already used the heavenly demon disintegration method, and the level of his internal strength was clearly higher than his opponent's. Clearly, he was stronger, but why, was it him who died? Qiao Mu took a slight breath and stood still, saying calmly, "The heavenly demon disintegration method is not used like this." Without the determination to forge ahead, how can a martial artist make good use of the heavenly demon disintegration method? The towering Taoist fell to the ground with a loud crash. But Qiao Mu didn't have time to catch his breath. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. In that instant, a strange intuition emerged in his mind. A ball of flame surged towards him from the side, engulfing his entire being in the blink of an eye. Behind the crowd, female cultivator Ming Yu looked coldly. She ignited a fire symbol, thinking that Qiao Pifu should. Next moment, who? Qiao Mu stepped into shadow step and his figure quickly became a faint shadow, charging out from the fire. The upper body of his sturdy armor was already burned by the flames, and his muscular upper body was also burnt and in a sorry state. But finally, he managed to burst out from the flames. Who? Qiao Mu gasped heavily, his lungs burning painfully. The heavenly demon disintegration method erupted, repeatedly causing injuries. He had cuts from knives, spears, and burns from fire. His injuries were severe. Based on Qiao Mu's experience of countless life or death battles, his body was almost at its limit. "Let's see how tough you are." Ming Yu showed no hesitation. She, being Saintess Wu Qingxin's servant, had many magical charms in her possession. However, she was reluctant to use some of the higher quality ones, as they were meant for battling fellow practitioners and she didn't want to waste them on mere martial artists. There were strong winds that swept through, forming sharp gusts like blades, creating long marks on the ground. There were also flames and bright lights that appeared, instantly engulfing and burning several figures of practitioners. However, except for the first magical charm, Qiao Mu managed to avoid the rest almost entirely. He had already learned the shadow step technique and moved with great agility. In the distance, Guard Chu, standing beside Emperor Yonghe, had a brief flicker in his gaze. Qiao Pifu's intuition is still sharp. It seems he is indeed a spirit-refining martial artist. It's just, the injuries to his spiritual soul are more severe than I expected. His spirit is clearly much weaker than that of a spirit-refining martial artist, very feeble. Let's observe for now, he hasn't revealed his trump card yet. Emperor Yonghe showed no obvious reaction on his face as he continued to weigh the pros and cons. Qiao Mu carries a spear and rushes forward, getting closer and closer to the female cultivator Ming Yu. Since the talisman from Ming Yu accidentally injured a few fellow cultivators during the chaotic battle, the circle of people around Qiao Mu gradually dispersed a little bit, which relieved some of his pressure. Seeing the distance getting closer, Ming Yu's face also became gloomy. Why haven't the senior brothers on the mountain made a move? Are they just mocking me? They think they're superior because their cultivation level is slightly higher than mine. It's just a case of the pot calling the kettle black. They have no sense of camaraderie as fellow disciples. While the Saintess is in seclusion, she knew she couldn't rely on those senior brothers from the Immortal Gate. Therefore, she could only rely on herself. She used to feel a bit reluctant to waste high-quality talismans, but now she couldn't care so much about that anymore. Etching Bonely Fire Talisman. Go! She made a hand gesture, and the yellow symbol burned, causing the air to twist suddenly. Qiao Mu, who was in the middle of charging with a spear, suddenly narrowed his pupils and glanced at his own arm. The hairs on his arm stood up at this moment. Since he learned the martial saint's spiritual technique, his unreliable intuition came alive once again. Danger! Die! 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 In that instant, he didn't have time to see where the attack was coming from. He instinctively burst forth with internal strength and swiftly rushed to the side. Next moment, a stream of red flames brushed past Qiao Mu's body fiercely. The stream of flames didn't hit Qiao Mu, but it swept up 5 or 6 nearby cultivators who couldn't dodge in time. Ah, ah, ah. In the heartbreaking cry, those few Taoists were instantly engulfed and turned into fiery figures. This cry only lasted for a single breath and then abruptly stopped, because they were already dead. Even their bodies burned quickly, and their bones were incinerated into ashes at a visible speed by the bright red flames. As a breeze passed by, those Taoists had turned into a pile of dust. Did I manage to escape? Qiao Mu only felt a burning pain in his right hand. It turned out that when the fire stream grazed past earlier, it scorched the spear he held in his hand. The bright red flames burned the entire spear, deforming and twisting it. The flames also spread onto his fingers along the spear's shaft. In an instant, he discarded the spear, forcefully shaking his hand, but he couldn't extinguish the blazing flames that were burning on him. "You are already dead," said female cultivator Mingyu calmly. "Li Fire, the fiery pain that burns your bones will not go out until your bones are completely burned, and this excruciating pain is enough to drive a person mad." The previous brief panic also disappeared, and she was now certain of victory. Dead. If I don't kill the wicked criminal who takes lives, how could I die? The fire can't be extinguished? Then let it burn. With a surge of internal strength, Qiao Mu's right arm seemed to immediately start bleeding from the pores of his skin. Heavenly Demon Disintegration Method. Unleash it completely? This explosive internal strength seemed to temporarily suppress the expansion of the flames to some extent. Qiao Mu abandoned the long spear that had become twisted from the burns and drew the long sword hanging at his waist with his right hand. His left arm was broken and deformed from the powerful blow of the sturdy roadman earlier, leaving only his right arm burning with strength. In the instant he drew out his long sword, the surging red flames spread onto the blade. However, Qiao Mu immediately unleashed his internal strength, temporarily suppressing them. Does it hurt? With his innate immortality ability and years of training, Qiao Mu had developed an inhuman tolerance for pain by the time he was 15. He could withstand a blade empty-handed and be unaffected. He looked up and saw Mingyu, a female cultivator standing several meters away. Due to the astonishing power of the fire symbol just now, the cultivators in front of her were all eager to avoid it and had scattered far away. Therefore, there were hardly any people now who could stop Qiao Mu. "You beast, the killer, is dead," Qiao Mu proclaimed loudly. "Anyone who kills others, takes lives like cutting grass, even if they are disciples of the Immortal Gate, will pay with their lives in the same way. Great Yin laws don't matter, I do. Great Yin Emperor can't protect the people's lives, I will." Almost using up all his strength, Qiao Mu bursted with a final surge of energy. The blue bricks beneath his feet cracked, and he shot forward like an arrow. His right arm and long sword were both burning in red flames, as he swiftly charged forward. A trail of fiery red light followed his figure in the air, like a shooting star. Qiao family's Qiao Pifu asks you immortal to face your death. Qiao Mu transformed into an almost invisible blur, with his burning sword carving an arc of light. A silver line flashed by. Female cultivator Mingyu, standing still, suddenly froze with an expression on her face. A bloodline appeared on her neck. In the next instant, a head soared into the sky. The head has just flown out, and the red flame suddenly lit up. Her head, which was split in half, was quickly ignited by the strange bright red flames, and in just a few breaths, it was completely engulfed. Even the bones were burned to ashes, only leaving behind traces of dust, fading away with the wind. Xiantian sect female cultivator Mingyu, at this moment, perished and vanished without a trace. Huff. Qiao Mu, who was flying forward, rolled on the ground twice, barely managed to stand up, and threw away the sword that had already started to deform in his hand. But the flames on his right arm were spreading little by little, and the remaining internal strength couldn't suppress it anymore. However, Qiao Mu didn't care anymore, because he was about to die soon. He turned around and stood beside the ashes of female cultivator Mingyu. He looked at the silent Taoist beside him, the terrified fat official, and the crowd of pilgrims who were discussing in the distance. He stood up straight, straightened his chest, and loudly recited the motto of the Qiao family: "When the world is in danger, every man has a responsibility. I am just an ordinary man, neither an official nor a wealthy person. Even though I die today, I only hope that righteousness still exists in the world." He took a long breath, swayed, and almost fell to the ground. He felt an uncontrollable exhaustion and weakness in every bone and muscle. Although he enjoyed showing off his wisdom in front of others, he didn't have the energy to appreciate the shocked expressions of others at the moment. What a pity. He turned his body and looked ahead. The Taoists around him immediately took 4 or 5 steps back. At this moment, Qiao Mu was like a human torch. Whoever goes up to him will instantly turn into ashes, just like the nearby female cultivator Mingyu. With no crowd blocking his way, Qiao Mu's gaze fell upon the sign of Xiantian Temple. A furious commoner, blood splattering 5 steps, daring to raise his blade against the immortal. The immortal of Xiantian sect was actually killed by that martial artist. When the figure with its right arm ablaze beheaded immortal Mingyu with a sword, this scene struck the hearts of the many worshippers and even the chubby official of the previous 5th rank. It felt as if their worldview had collapsed. Can immortals really be killed? That's not right. How dare he lay a hand on the immortal of Xiantian sect? All these years, the Immortal Gate's immortals and cultivators have been seen by ordinary people as mysterious and powerful figures. The immortal beings enshrined in the Taoist temple are objects of respect and worship for ordinary people. Before the Inhuman War 40 years ago, there were martial artists who dared to challenge the cultivators. However, in the past 40 years, the immortal beings have become idols worshipped by ordinary people in temples, and Taoist temples have spread throughout Zhu province's major cities. Immortal beings represent mystery and nobility. They are the ultimate image of transcendence and immortality in the imagination of ordinary people. They are like lighthouses on the sea and idols on the altar. Although the terms immortals and cultivators are somewhat complementary, they are also beings that ordinary people cannot disobey. And that person, immortal Mingyu, is already dead. With just one strike, even the body turned to ashes. In the midst of shock, they also felt an indescribable fear and panic. How could it be? How could someone kill the immortal gate's immortal? After feeling scared and anxious, they saw the figure with a burning right arm slowly walking towards Xiantian Temple, which made them feel conflicting emotions. That is sadness. This person is going to die. What a brave and heroic figure. Someone sighed softly, but dared not speak loudly. Emperor Yonghe was also looking at that figure. He originally had his hands crossed behind his back, but now his hands were instinctively clasped in front of him, appearing a bit absent-minded. Does an ordinary person have the responsibility for the rise and fall of the world? The Qiao family has such a grand scale. But which Qiao family is this? At this moment, he suddenly understood the meaning behind Qiao Mu taking off that catcher's uniform. That was not because of being scolded and threatened by officials, so he angrily abandoned his position as a constable. He was not impulsive, but had planned ahead. This is splitting his own identity, doing things on his own. If the officialdom is corrupt, abandon the official position and not involve others. In the name of an ordinary person, plead for the people, and slay the immortals. These thoughts crossed Emperor Yonghe's mind. The so-called ordinary person, neither an official nor a scholar, neither rich nor noble, actually refers to the most common ordinary people. He unconsciously applied some force on his hand, and his nails hurt his palm. Such words, such attitude, only made him, the great Yan Emperor, have a surging anger that he couldn't vent, and his face unconsciously became a little hot. If even a mere ordinary person knows to shoulder the responsibility of the rise and fall of the world, if even an ordinary person dares to go against the trend, challenge those above, and kill the immortals of the immortal gate, then, what about him, this emperor? What about him, Emperor Yonghe? Should I carry a larger responsibility? Should I strive to do better? In the tea house, he felt that this person's words were sharp, perhaps mocking him. JNN. At this moment, he finally realized that Qiao Pifa's words and actions were consistent, truly a rare hero in the world. But Guard Chu beside him interrupted his thoughts. Your Majesty, Guard Chu suggested at this moment. The etching bones Li fire is quite troublesome. Even if a humble servant like me, who is only a third-rank spirit refining martial artist, were to touch it, I wouldn't be able to extinguish it and could only sacrifice my arm to survive. And now, Qiao Pifu is already at the end of his strength. It's a dead end for him. Should I intervene and sever his arm to save him? Chu Xing is an emperor's flying fish guard, who usually silently accompanies and waits for orders, rarely making suggestions. But at this moment, as he watched that burning figure, he felt a sense of pity and spoke up. Are you going to take action? Emperor Yonghe fell into deep thought at this moment. The previous touch was just a touch, and the feeling was just a feeling. But if Guard Chu were to take action, that would be another problem. He is the emperor, not an ordinary man, so he can never make decisions based solely on his emotions. Meanwhile, Qiao Mu had already arrived at the entrance of Xiantian Temple. The miscellaneous martial artists retreated as he moved forward. No one wanted to provoke his bad luck. Qiao Mu looked up towards the inside of Xiantian Temple. Due to the recent commotion, there was no one inside Xiantian Temple, only a glimpse of the temple halls on the layers of steps in the distance. The huge incense burner at the entrance of the temple was filled with dense incense, creating a hazy and fragrant atmosphere. Through the misty scent of incense, you could faintly see the statues of the immortals inside the grand hall. These statues were all exquisitely crafted, clearly made by skilled artisans. The immortals' figures were all graceful and ethereal, with flowing robes that made them look like celestial beings. Their eyes slightly narrowed as they looked down upon the worshippers below, a look of compassion and sorrow on their faces. Each and every immortal in the temple seemed to be gazing down through the hazy smoke, all focused on the ordinary martial artist who had daringly intruded upon their Taoist temple. Thanks to the martial artist's exceptional vision, Qiao Mu could read the names on the immortals' plagues. Among the immortals standing guard was the great virtue and power, immortal Xiantian. The statue positioned farthest and closest to the entrance was slightly smaller, and it belongs to immortal Xiang. As he gazed into the distance, a sudden jolt shook his heart. An inexplicable intuition arose, directing his attention to the mountain behind Xiantian Temple. Xiantian Temple's back mountain. Two Taoists beside the waterfall are still leisurely playing chess, while the young Taoist in green robe stands by, watching the game. Suddenly, the Taoist on the left puts down the chess piece and solemnly says, Mingyu, she's dead. Even the etching bonely fire talisman was used, all killed by that ordinary martial artist. The Taoist on the right is momentarily stunned, then nods slightly. Is that so? She turned out to be even more pathetic than I expected, tarnishing the reputation of our Xiantian sect. Is it because her cultivation time was too short? Practitioners have always been inferior to cultivators in martial arts, as proven by the solid achievements of cultivators 40 years ago. So they always look down on those who practice martial arts. Although they have a low opinion of martial artists, there is one thing they must admit. The path of immortality requires many years of practice and cannot be achieved easily. The path of martial arts leads to a shorter lifespan, but it allows for faster progress compared to the path of immortality. After cultivating for over 10 years, female cultivator Mingyu was only seen as just entering the doorway of immortality. However, if a martial artist diligently trains for over 10 years, it becomes a different story. For external martial artists like Sheriff Qian, who focuses on physical training, over 10 years is enough to reach their personal peak, but after that, they enter middle age and their vitality declines. Mingyu has passed away, and that ordinary martial artist has already arrived at the entrance of Xiantian Temple. So what? Isn't it Senior Xiang who is in charge of guarding Xiantian Temple this year? Brother Xiang? It looks like he has embarked on a spiritual journey and is not within the boundaries of this mortal city. Brother Xiang is really carefree, but shouldn't it be up to you and me to take action? After all, Xiantian Temple is a sacred place of worship. If we don't do something soon, things could really go wrong. You're right, let's finish this game of chess and then take action. The two Taoists playing chess calmly discussed while continuing to play. Suddenly, all these Taoists turned their heads together and looked towards a towering pavilion on a higher part of the mountain. Saintess has come out of seclusion? Did she sense anything? Although the Saintess started practicing the path of immortality halfway through, her cultivation may not match that of a true sect disciple, but she is still a Saintess. It seems like we don't need to get involved. The Taoists continued playing chess leisurely. At the foot of the mountain is Xiantian Temple. Behind the crowd, Xu Xing looked into the distance at the figure with the burning right arm. He saw the red flames spreading slowly on his arm and couldn't help but speak up again. Your Majesty, if you don't make a decision soon, the opportunity will pass. He is a commoner, I am the Emperor. When the Emperor acts, he must plan and think carefully before taking action. We must not be hasty. After a moment, Your Majesty, do you think that Qiao Pifu has any hidden tricks up his sleeve that can be used in a desperate situation to seek a last chance for survival? Even if he does, it's gone now. Another moment later, Your Majesty, the Immortal Gate is powerful, while the Great Yin Kingdom is weak. 40 years ago, it was already struggling. What about now? It may be easy to protect him, but what about afterwards? After a moment, various thoughts flashed through Emperor Yonghe's eyes, but in the end, he only let out a small sigh. Qiao Pifu is not a young man anymore, already in his middle age, so why can he make such decisive choices? In fact, Emperor Yonghe is also in his middle age, but when Emperor Yonghe was young, he witnessed the awe-inspiring figures of ministers sacrificing themselves for the country's difficulties. During his youth, he had ambitious aspirations to become a wise ruler. However, as he entered middle age and faced the pressures of cultivators, his youthful spirit gradually faded away, leaving him only with continuous planning, constantly weighing the pros and cons. Then, go ahead and take action. After considering, he finally made a decision. In an instant, Xu Xing's hand held an extra flying knife, and his hand became blurred. Teehee! With a cold flash, in the blink of an eye, Qiao Mu's burning right arm was cut off at the shoulder. Xu Xing took a small breath. He bent his knees slightly, about to unleash his internal strength and perform lightness skill, to quickly take Qiao Pifu away. But suddenly, his movement froze, and he stood still in the same spot. Above Xiantian Temple, there was a woman in flowing white robes, riding the wind on a sword. She had a tall and graceful figure, with smooth skin and a transcendent temperament. At the same time, she exuded the vibrant energy of a martial artist. Xu Xing didn't move anymore, because he knew, the moment to save Qiao Pifu was already gone. Saintess Wu Qingxin, as a disciple of the martial saint, was already a 4th-rank martial artist before joining the Immortal Gate. Now, her cultivation in the path of immortality and martial arts is unknown, but she definitely cannot be weak. Just now, he stepped forward with a certain possibility of using his extraordinary speed and agility to secretly save the person without revealing his identity. But now, was he ultimately a step too late? Opportunity waits for no one, time won't come again. Xu Xing couldn't help but look up at Emperor Yonghe, only to see him standing there, slightly lost in thought, without saying a word. Qiao Mu was already weak and didn't realize what had cut off his arm. His right arm, separated from his body, was almost instantly engulfed in flames, burning his bones and blood to ashes. However, a mysterious intuition arose in his heart again, this time pointing directly at the sudden appearance of Saintess Wu Qingxin. The intuition cultivated by the martial saint's spiritual technique should point to someone or something related to the Wuji Association. How could it be a practitioner from the Xiantian sect Immortal Gate? Qiao Mu had this thought in his mind. Saintess Wu Qingxin glanced around, pausing briefly on the corpse of the blue-eyed flying tiger, a spiritual beast dead on the street in the distance. Then her eyes fell on Qiao Mu, and her brow slightly furrowed. Who are you? She asked, her voice cold and distant. Thinking it was someone from the Wuji Association, but upon closer inspection, realizing it was only a 6th-ranked martial artist who had already lost an arm and was nearing death with dried-up vital energy and blood. Qiao Mu spoke, someone seeking righteousness and justice. He had intended to inquire about this female cultivator's background before his death, but to his surprise, disappointment flashed across Wu Qingxin's face as soon as he finished speaking. Righteousness? Justice? How boring, she said indifferently. The Immortal Gate's actions are always right, even if they are wrong. After saying this, she only glanced at Qiao Mu and made no other unnecessary movements. Suddenly, he jumped up. At Qiao Mu's shoulder and arm where it was broken, the strange etching Bonesly fire started burning again. The fire spread very quickly and in an instant, Qiao Mu's whole body was covered in this fire, turning him into a burning fire person. Qiao Mu was burning fiercely, but he didn't die immediately. This was not because he had fought all the way here with a strong vitality, but this Saintess seemed to intentionally want to watch Qiao Mu slowly suffer from the burning pain until he died. This etching bones fire should have quickly burned a person to ashes, but at the moment, it was burning a bit slower. Do you want to torture me? Within the engulfing flames, Qiao Mu's lips on one side of his mouth slightly twitched. He turned around for one final look in his life, not to see Xiantian Temple or the Saintess, but to gaze upon the bustling crowd of worshippers filling the streets. The people were not alone, but a large group of people. Some of them were attracted by the commotion and had just come over to watch, without understanding the cause and effect. Although some people read from beginning to end, they consistently leaned towards the side of Xiantian Sect's immortal up there. Some people looked at him with pity and sorrow, some people opened their mouths in astonishment, some people frowned, and some people stared at him angrily. On this 15th day, it is appropriate to burn incense and pay respects to the gods. Burning, Qiao Mu shouted in a hoarse voice. You all should take a good look, what kind of immortal god you are worshipping. You all should take a good smell, how fragrant is this fragrance of mine, a mere mortal. In front of the eyes of the incense-worshipping crowd, at the entrance of the immortal gate Taoist temple, his body fell down in the midst of blazing flames, burning away little by little. Qiao Pifu passed away at the age of 44, 15 minutes ago. Outside the government office, the night shift officer squinted his eyes, watching the rising sun and feeling a bit annoyed, murmuring to himself. Why hasn't the person on the next shift arrived? It's already daylight. It's not that he's in a hurry to change shifts. Mainly, Captain Qiao, who has great skills and knowledge, instructed him to do a small task. Once the other officers come to change shifts, he can leave and deliver the items entrusted by Qiao Mu to Shen Qinghe's house. Dealing with the silver coins Qiao Mu packed is one thing, but this officer also wants to establish a good relationship with Qiao Mu, so he puts extra effort into this task. While he was pondering, a thin middle-aged man in official attire appeared at the gate, and it was Shen Qinghe. Lord Shen has been here at the Yamen for a long time, and he is very diligent. The Yamen officer was startled at first, and then he lifted the bag of things that Qiao Mu handed to him. If Shen Qinghe also comes to the Yamen, then it would be a bit rigid for him to rush to the Shen family mansion in the west of the town to deliver the things later, which might delay the time. Looking at the sun on the horizon, there is still some time before the half an hour after dawn that Qiao Mu instructed, but it is not necessary to be so precise about the time. Lord Shen, this is something that Captain Qiao Pifu Qiao instructed me to deliver to you last night. The Yamen officer approached and handed the thing in his hand to Shen Qinghe. Oh. Shen Qinghe nodded, casually took out the items from the bag, and found that they were the bag containing animal fur and cat fur as evidence, as well as a written statement of the case. Is there any progress in the case of impermanent monster? Why was Qiao Pifu in such a hurry, even asking the officer to deliver it in the middle of the night? It's Chen Yingxiu's handwriting. Shen Qinghe walked into the government office while casually looking around. As he kept looking, his footsteps slowed down and his expression became serious. Could this case involve a cultivator from the Immortal Gate? He quickened his pace and headed straight to the conference hall. Since the situation was complicated, he planned to summon Qiao Pifu and the chief constable in charge of the case to ask about the situation face to face. Just as he entered through the door, his expression changed. The city's chief constable, Chen Yingxiu, was lying on a bench with his eyes closed. His clothes were intact, as if he was peacefully sleeping. But knowing her temper, she wouldn't come to the government office early in the morning to sleep, right? Chief Constable Chen. Shen Qinghe frowned and woke her up. How did you fall asleep here? When Chen Yingxiu first woke up, she was a bit confused, but soon her expression changed. She checked her body and sighed with relief. When she recalled last night, she immediately felt angry and said through gritted teeth, Mr. Shen, last night, while discussing the case with me, Qiao Pifu took advantage of my unguarded moment and knocked me unconscious. He actually had the audacity to attack a colleague within these office walls, absolutely audacious. Speaking of this, Chief Constable Chen glanced at the empty desk beside her and indeed found that the documents she had been working on all night had vanished. That Qiao Pifu must have taken the written statements and case files, and the physical evidence is probably destroyed by him. This person is truly... Before she could finish her sentence, Chief Constable Chen saw Shen Qinghe shaking something in his hand with a strange expression. You mean this? Chief Constable Chen was suddenly taken aback and a bit confused. How did this item end up in Mr. Shen's hands? As the judge in charge of handling the case, if the documents of this case are submitted layer by layer according to the normal process, they can also reach Shen Qinghe's hands, but it may take 1 or 2 days. Qiao Pifu asked the guard to give this to me. Wait, where is he? Shen Qinghe realized what the problem was. Last night, Qiao Mu boldly attacked the chief constable, and clearly took away evidence and documents. He told the guard to give them to someone else. This action is really confusing. I can't understand what he was thinking. Is it just that he wants to harm women? Shen Qinghe and the other person immediately went out and stopped the guard who was on duty last night. They asked him a few questions about the situation at that time, and then furrowed their brows even more. Anyway, let's find Qiao Pifu first. If we find him, we'll naturally get some answers. Shen Qinghe didn't continue guessing what Qiao Pifu was thinking. This person's thoughts seem to be quite different from others. Since coming to Hiang City, his actions have surprised Shen Qinghe, who is known for being stubborn. So he doesn't plan to guess. He rented a house in the western part of the city, so I'll go there directly. Shen Qinghe said. No, Lord Shen, Chief Constable Chen suddenly said. Maybe we shouldn't go to the west side of the city, we should go to the north side. Last night, Qiao Pifu's strange behavior flashed in her mind. Looking back now, Qiao Pifu's transformation was very sudden. He went from being reckless and tough, not afraid of authority, to becoming an ordinary official under the Immortal Gate, bowing his head and protecting himself wisely. This suddenly gave her a very daring guess in her heart. This guess seemed far-fetched. Just thinking about it in her mind made her heartbeat accelerate and feel nervous. North side of the city. Shen Qinghe hadn't realized yet. North side, where Xiantian Temple is located, Chief Constable Chen said word by word. Shen Qinghe was taken aback, then his gaze became sharp all of a sudden. Then, let's go to the north of the city. The 7th-ranked government official quickly mounted his horse, even faster than the chief constable named Chen Yingxiu. They left one after another, leaving everyone behind. When they arrived at the street in front of the Xiantian Temple in the north of the city, they saw a scene they didn't expect. The crowded street was filled with people, who were gathered together and looking towards the entrance of the Xiantian Temple, discussing animatedly. At the entrance of the Xiantian Temple, there was a large blurry object burning fiercely. In midair, there was a woman dressed in white, her face hidden beneath her lowered eyebrows, silently watching the burning object. Further away, there were many martial arts practitioners from the Taoist temple, with strong builds, gathered around the fire. They had complex expressions and nobody spoke. Today is the 15th day, it's normal for there to be more visitors to the Xiantian temple. But there shouldn't be this many, right? And when did it become a tradition at the entrance of the Xiantian temple to burn paper offerings? The things in the fire were blurry. Chen Yingxiu and the others took a quick look, but couldn't see what was burning in the fire. They thought it might be some kind of paper used for rituals. Look up again. On the other side of the nearby street, there was a mess. There were a few bodies on the ground, broken immortal Xiantian statues, and the body of a giant tiger with wings. Shen Qinghe's heart skipped a beat and he quickly took out the shiny white tiger fur from the bag. He compared it for a while and his fingers trembled slightly. Mr. Shen, Chief Constable Chen whispered and pointed to something in the middle of the street. It was a dirty police uniform, still new, thrown casually in the middle of the street. Qiao Pifu, a bad feeling arose in Shen Qinghe's heart. Chen Yingxiu, in the crowded crowd, saw a familiar figure. Sheriff Qian. She hurried over and bombarded him with questions. What happened to the tiger with wings? Who killed it? Is the person in the middle of the road wearing a soap-colored robe Captain Qiao? Where is Captain Qiao now? In her heart, there were so many questions popping up one after another. Qian stood among the crowd, seemingly unaware. After Chen Yingxiu asked 3 times, he finally snapped out of it and looked at her, but his eyes still seemed vacant, as if he had been greatly shocked. Captain Qiao. Qian tugged at the corner of his mouth, revealing a bitter smile. He gestured towards the entrance of Xiantian Temple with his mouth. Captain Qiao, he came to burn incense today. But the incense he burned is too strong, who can endure it? What nonsense. I'm asking you where Captain Qiao is. Chen Yingxiu frowned, her voice slightly raised. Yes, he's right at the entrance of the Taoist temple. Qian's gaze still lacked focus. Chen Yingxiu frowned, and then she heard a commotion among the surrounding crowd. Fallen? Fallen. It's burning for a really long time, someone praised. Why are you speaking like this? Do you have no humanity? Someone rebuked. But he offended the immortal. She and Shen Qinghe both looked towards the entrance of the Taoist temple. Upon closer inspection, they could vaguely see the silhouette of a person-shaped object burning in the fire. With a thud, the object in the fire finally fell down, toppling over at the entrance of Xiantian Temple. The torch, burning for a long time, has now fallen. Only the flames still rise. In the main hall of Xiantian Temple, the immortals on the altar still maintained their graceful and compassionate demeanor, squinting their eyes through the swirling smoke and overlooking the person-shaped torch burning at the entrance of the Taoist temple. Qiao Mu didn't enter the door of Xiantian Temple, but just looked inside from the doorstep. After taking a few glances, he was burned to death by the approaching saintess. The fire gradually died down, and the remains in the fire turned into ashes bit by bit. The saintess stood in midair with her holy sword, remaining silent. With a brilliant flash, she gathered the corpse of the giant tiger from the street into a storage bag. Then, she swiftly departed, returning to the back mountain of Xiantian Temple. The gatekeeper at the entrance of the Taoist temple briefly caused a commotion and began to drive away the onlookers. Criminal Qiao Pifu, trespassed into the sacred grounds of the Immortal Gate, committed murder in broad daylight. His crime is unforgivable. He has been personally dealt with by the saintess, burned to death by the sacred fire, and will never be reborn again. Criminal Qiao Pifu, trespasser of the sacred Immortal Gate, committed murder in broad daylight. The congested crowd gradually dispersed. Chen Yingxiu still stood there, listening to Qian beside her, who intermittently recounted the morning's turmoil. She gazed at the ashes in the fire, her eyes losing the same luster that Qian had before. Memories from the past kept flooding into his mind one after another. This constable, who acted recklessly and always spoke strangely, didn't seem to have any intention of getting along with his fellow constables since he entered the police station. Every time he started to make a good impression, he would always say something strange. Looking back at that moment, it was obvious that he was deliberately keeping a distance from those around him. Finally, when Chen Yingxiu began to respect him and discuss details of the case with him, he immediately changed his expression and knocked him unconscious without hesitation. Then, he bravely entered Xiantian Temple alone, killed the man-eating tiger, and drew his sword against the master of Xiantian sect. In the end, he died, his martial artist's qi and blood transformed into fuel for the raging Etching Bones Li fire. She remembered the strange words intentionally spoken by Qiao Pifu when they first met. Women, don't be curious about me. Curiosity often leads to downfall. I always hated evil and treated life and death lightly. In the eyes of a person with a strong sense of justice, this magnificent image is like a firefly shining brightly in the dark. I'm afraid she might really be influenced. Now, as she looked back on it, a different kind of emotion arose in her heart. The love between men and women was naturally out of the question. In reality, Qiao Pifu only appeared to be an ordinary middle-aged man in his 40s. If a middle-aged man were to say these words, it would only seem greasy and artificial. In her heart, there was only a sense of reverence that slowly arose. He has the courage and spirit of a young person, full of youthful vigor. But despite his seeming recklessness, he is actually sensitive and thoughtful. Truly a rare and great man in the world. The young man, fearless like a newborn calf, acted with his passionate spirit. The middle-aged man had been battered by life for over 10 or several decades, and the youthful aspiration that once resided in his chest gradually dissipated. At the age of 40, it's not easy to remain steadfast, unaffected by external influences. This is also the reason why those pilgrims remained silent. The pilgrims aligned with the immortal gate are outspoken, while these people are often silent. Chen Yingxiu admired but also felt a heavy sadness in her heart. However, such a great man had already passed away. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. She hurriedly rushed here with Shen Qinghe, but didn't get a chance to see Qiao Pifu one last time. She only saw his lifeless body slowly turning into ashes, disappearing into the air as light smoke. Storyteller Zhang Chen squeezed into the crowd, listening to their discussions. Unconsciously, he clenched his fist, with his fingernails digging into his flesh. He had been telling stories of the Qiao family's father and son in Hiang City for some time. Recently, he had been evading the pursuing officials and had just arrived here after hearing the commotion. Qiao Pifu. Qiao family motto, when the world thrives or falls, every man has a responsibility. With such a posture, such bold words, it reminded him vaguely of the heroic deeds of the Qiao family's father and son in Yan City. At this moment, a breeze blew by, and the remnants of the burning flames were also blown away by the wind, leaving no trace. However, the previously burning fire, that incense, did exist after all. This is an incense of an ordinary man. The incense of an ordinary man burns his own body, showing no respect to the gods and disrespecting the heavens. This stick of incense was lit by the immortal gate's saintess, and its flickering flames have already entered the sight and hearts of the worshippers. People have their own scale of hearts. The posture and words that Qiao Pifu had before he died will be remembered by the world. Even in death, the fragrance of chivalry lingers. Under the urging of the servants, the crowd and the pilgrims gradually dispersed. The soldiers quickly arrived and collected the remains of the people killed by the fierce tiger on the street. Gradually, the pilgrims returned to the temple, and everything seemed to return to normal. Emperor Yonghe, feeling a little sad, left the crowd and turned away. When he was young, he had seen officials and generals willingly sacrifice themselves for cultivators, but Qiao Pifu's death, so heroic and tragic, being honored as a hero, was something he had never seen before. 40 years had passed, and the previous generation had almost died out. Now, encountering a Qiao Pifu, he had wanted to take the risk to save him, but in the end, it was all in vain. At the moment when the building is about to collapse, if I could leave behind a few loyal and righteous seeds, it would slightly comfort my heart, but... He sighed faintly and gradually walked away. Your Majesty, Guard Chu suddenly spoke. The flying knife that I threw earlier and severed Qiao Pifu's arm landed inside the temple of Xiantian Temple. After the disappearance of the saintess from Xiantian sect, the flying knife also vanished. It is believed that she might have picked it up. Nov. L. B/JNN. Emperor Yonghe paused for a moment. Although he had carefully weighed the advantages and disadvantages when asking Chu Xing to take action, thinking that he could take the risk of being discovered by the Immortal Gate. But when this moment truly arrived, he couldn't help but feel a heavy burden in his heart. Is there a risk of exposure? He asked in a low voice. Yes, Chu Xing replied. Although this flying knife of mine is an ordinary one with an unknown origin, the technique of throwing knives is a superior hidden weapon skill exclusive to the Flying Fish Guard, called Flying Star Hand. If it were any other Immortal Gate disciple, it would be fine. But the person who came happened to be Wu Qingxin. Wu Qingxin was once a disciple of Martial Saint and a member of the Wuji Association. With her insight, she might be able to tell that the Flying Star Hand comes from the Flying Fish Guard. Chu Xing's voice also became low. If Emperor Yonghe could make a prompt decision, he believed he could save Qiao Pifu. If Emperor Yonghe hesitated for a while longer, and gave up when Wu Qingxin appeared, then Chu Xing wouldn't be able to save Qiao Pifu. but it would be better than the current situation, where he hadn't saved anyone and yet risked being discovered by the Immortal Gate. Let's go back and ponder on a strategy. Emperor Younghee's heart sank even further. We can also investigate the Qiao family, a family that takes the rise and fall of the world is the responsibility of each individual as their motto. If there are any high-quality martial artists apart from Qiao Pifu, they might be potential warriors. Beforehand, he hesitated, but afterwards, he didn't have so many distracting thoughts. Xiantian Temple's back mountain. After returning to the quiet room inside the top floor of the building, Saintess Wu Qingxin let out a breath and pressed her chest. That 6th-ranked martial artist isn't someone sent by the martial saint, they just practice the martial saint's spiritual technique. In the world of martial arts, there is not a single person who doesn't fear the martial saint, including Wu Qingxin, who is a disciple and adopted daughter of the martial saint. So, when her intuition pointed towards the mountain below, she immediately came out of seclusion and went down the mountain to investigate. Unexpectedly, it was a false alarm. Martial saint's spiritual technique? This person is also a fool. Although that secret technique is amazing, anyone who practices it will eventually die at the hands of the martial saint. Those who cultivate the martial saint's spiritual technique will ultimately become nourishment for the martial saint, including her. So she joined the Immortal Gate Xiantian sect, actually to protect herself. Although the martial saint is scary, as long as she remains the saintess of the Xiantian sect, it should be safe to be around her. After joining the Immortal Gate these years, she rarely went out and frequently closed her doors for two main reasons. First, she feared the martial saint and dared not go out. Second, although she was appointed as the saintess, she knew she was just a flag, a symbol in the hands of the Immortal Gate. As a disciple of the martial saint, Wu Qingxin is extremely rare in the world, with excellent talent in both martial arts and immortal cultivation. However, immortal cultivation cannot be accomplished quickly. She is a late bloomer in her cultivation path, even though she has great talent. Because she has only been practicing for a short period of 20 to 30 years, her level of cultivation in the path of immortals is actually not deserving of the position of saintess in the Immortal Gate. So she secluded herself day and night, diligently practicing, trying to become a genuine saintess. Thinking about this, she waved her hand and a flying knife appeared. Are they people from the Flying Fish Guard? This might be someone close to the Great Yin Emperor. Does the Great Yin Emperor want to save that 6th-ranked martial artist? Saintess Wu Qingxin muttered to herself, and another message jade talisman appeared in her hand. Elder son, it seems that the Flying Fish Guard, who is by the side of the Great Yin Emperor, has appeared in Hiang City. She pondered for a moment, then relayed the message. After a while, the message jade talisman flickered and showed a line of writing. Understood. Wu Qingxin looked at the writing and her expression slightly froze. Not long after, the message jade talisman flickered again. Please saintess, continue to diligently cultivate, and enter the foundation building period soon. After putting down the message jade talisman, Wu Qingxin felt a little relieved. After sending such an important message that could affect the Great Yin Emperor, she felt she had contributed to the sect and could possibly receive some helpful medicine for her cultivation. Nan Province. Deep within the Qingming mountain range is where the Xiantian sect is located. At this moment, in the sect's conference hall, several elders with white hair from the Immortal Gate were having a discussion. Saintess Wu Qingxin sent a message, saying that the Flying Fish Guard of the Great Yin Emperor appeared in Hiang City, and it seems to be a martial artist who specializes in spirit refining, Elder Sun said. Oh, that's good news. Emperor Younghee, has he already arrived at Hiang City? If it weren't for his cooperation, it wouldn't have been so easy for us to deceive others and achieve our hidden agenda. These Immortal Gate elders laughed heartily. How much time is left? Is it 1 month or half a month? Anyway, it's almost here, no need to rush. The sect leader is currently in Zhong Province, carrying the treasured artifact Qiao Mu mirror of our Immortal Gate, deceiving the other 8 Immortal Gates and secretly luring the Great Yin Emperor to this Nan Province. Half a month later, on the first day of next month, the Great Yin Emperor will follow our plan and come to the main peak of Qingming Mountain to pay respects to Qingyun Temple. Emperor Younghee will disguise himself as an ordinary pilgrim and bow 3 times and kneel 9 times to the statues of our Xiantian sect's immortals in Qingyun Temple. With this kneel, the important matter will surely succeed. As the first Immortal Gate that the Great Yin Emperor bows to, our Xiantian sect will rise greatly and have the chance to be at the forefront of the 9 Immortal Gates. Although Xiantian sect is strong, there are still other 8 Immortal Gates in the world, and they are not necessarily united. To gain more benefits in the Great Yin Imperial Court, they devised this clever plan to deceive the world. In the meeting hall of the Immortal Gate at this moment, the laughter of the elders fills the air. It's laughable that Emperor Younghee is indecisive and foolish, yet he still cooperates in this way. He actually thought that weighing the pros and cons would allow him to survive under the hands of our Immortal Gate. How ridiculous. The 9 Immortal Gates, located high in the clouds, wiped out the elite warriors of Great Yin 40 years ago. So why didn't they just overthrow the current ruler and let cultivators become the kings? The real reason is unnecessary. In this era, there's no need for violence and killing. The cultivator's desire is to take resources from the human world, including the power of incense. What use does it have to be an emperor among individuals? It's like someone keeping a group of monkeys in their backyard, and each monkey is treated as an asset. Among the monkeys, the monkey king can eat the most fruit and mate with any female monkey. Why wouldn't the backyard owner become the Monkey King if it's so enjoyable? Supporting a Monkey King easily obtains the power of incense, isn't it wonderful? The Emperor Yonghe bears the eternal infamy, and the grievances of the people are only directed towards the great Yan imperial court. The immortals live high above, unaffected by worldly troubles, and continue to be worshipped by people. They have both face and substance, isn't it fantastic? And the second reason is the traditional belief in fortune. It is said that mortal emperors bear the burden of fortune, unable to live long and have the same lifespan as ordinary people. But these cultivators shouldn't get involved with fortune, as they have committed some taboos. Of course, the idea of luck seemed unreal to even these cultivators, and not all of them believed in it. Since Emperor Yonghe has already arrived in Hyang City, then this secretive plan has already succeeded halfway. The only thing to be cautious about is a small matter. Elder Sun frowned and said. An ordinary martial artist forcefully entered Hyang City's Xiantian temple and died. Such a trivial matter is not worth mentioning. What is worth noting is Emperor Yonghe's thoughts. It seems that he sent the flying fish guard to save that ordinary martial artist against my intentions. This is a bad sign. With that, the elders of the Immortal Gate fell silent. It appears that even though Emperor Yonghe is cooperating with our Xiantian sect's plan, deep down he has not fully submitted and still harbors a sense of luck. What should we do then? Keep hitting him. Don't use force. At this critical moment, we must not complicate things. If Emperor Yonghe becomes rebellious and betrays any other Immortal Gate, our plan will be ruined. If Emperor Yonghe wants to save that ordinary martial artist, let him do it. After all, a mere mortal is not important. The elders nodded in agreement. Talking about this, Elder Sun felt a bit embarrassed. But according to Saintess Wu Qingxin's message, that person has already died, couldn't be saved. Who killed him? It was Saintess Wu Qingxin herself. The elders looked at each other, and after a moment of silence, a hint of amusement appeared in their eyes. It's quite a coincidence when you think about it. Saintess Wu Qingxin, in fact, is just a symbol, a flag of sorts. Having both excellent martial and immortal talents is indeed rare, but these cultivators never pay attention to ordinary martial artists. What use is martial talent? Wu Qingxin is called the Saintess because of her last name, Wu. Martial Saints Wu. Simply put, it's just like buying a horsebone for 1,000 gold coins, a sample to show their mercy. This doesn't mean that this horsebone is very important. Over the years, many martial arts slaves have come to join Xiantian sect, but that's about it. To appoint Wu Qingxin as the Saintess of the Immortal Gate, at first, it was just to use her as bait and defeat the Martial Saint. The Martial Saint has been unresponsive for so many years, it seems like I have underestimated Wu Qingxin's value. If that's the case, what's the point of keeping her? Does she really think she is the Saintess? For the greater good, it's only right to sacrifice a pawn. Saintess Wu Qingxin, a member of the Saintess Wu Qingxin clan, didn't know yet that the important message she delivered to the clan didn't bring her any credit, but instead became a symbol of danger. The moon shines faintly. In a dark alley in the north of Hyang City, a small, scruffy-looking cat is walking in the shadows. This little cat may seem like an ordinary stray, but its fur seems to be luxuriously spread out, with a hint of shimmer. What's even more peculiar is that this cat is walking as though it's drunk, swaying back and forth. Trying to remember what happened earlier this morning, the little cat's head is still a bit fuzzy. It belched, and a tiny invisible breath of death was expelled from its body, causing it to swell and weaken. The deathly aura was so strong, it was almost overflowing. In the short and brief life of this little magical cat, it had never seen such a strong and heavy feeling of death. This is very abnormal. It also didn't understand why, because it was just a little kitty. Thinking back to the daytime, it was so excited that it started to doubt the meaning of its cat life, feeling weak all over. It originally wanted to stop that person from seeking death, but it was too tired and lacking strength. After all, being full after a meal or full at every meal, it could still tell the difference. Later, whether that person actually died or not, it wasn't quite clear to it, because it was already so excited that it fainted. The little cat continued walking in the dark alley, only to see the moonlight gently pouring down from the ground, covering everything in a silvery glow. Then suddenly it shivered all over, trembling with excitement. Because there was a mysterious figure that appeared in front, it had a strong and irresistible fragrance. This is an old man with slightly gray hair on his temples. He looks to be around 60 years old, but his eyes are lively and don't show the signs of old age. Life and death are uncertain? That's a suitable mascot for me. Qiao Mu, who had died and come back to life again, smiled faintly. With a thought in his mind, his consciousness sank into the depths of his heart. Current death assessment: A. Not respectful to gods or respectful to heaven, only burning flesh and blood for all beings. Lifespan consumed by death, 16 years. Remaining resurrection chances this week, 4 out of 5. Current age, 60 years old. Skills: Long Life Punch, Intermediate Level. Ripple Stacking Wave Power, 2nd Level, Double Wave. Martial Saint Spiritual Technique, Intermediate Level. Pure Yingwuji Skill, 3rd Level. Military Spear Skill, Advanced Level. Shadow Transformation Sword Technique, Intermediate Level. Iron Crotch Skill, Expert Level. Golden Bell Shield. Iron Cloth Shirt Skill, Intermediate Level. Shadow Step, Intermediate Level. Heavenly Demon Disintegration Method, Expert Level. Flesh Changing Skill, Proficient Level. Time flies, and years pass by. Unintentionally, I am already 60 years old. Thinking back to the young and vibrant years at the age of 15, it feels like it was just recently. With mixed emotions, Qiao Mu entered a thatched cottage by the road and untied his pants. The worry in his heart finally vanished. With a mastery of the iron crotch skill, not only could he become as solid as a rock, but he could also move up and down, left and right. Old Huang is still amazing. Qiao Mu gave a thumbs up to Old Huang, who was far away in Yen City. Just now, he made a handsome profit and received an unprecedented A rating, instantly becoming as respected as a 60-year-old despite being in his 40s. Closing his eyes, Qiao Mu reminisced about the 16 years of hard training, as if in a dream. Martial arts training is truly grueling. There are no shortcuts, only day by day, year by year accumulation of sweat and continuous perseverance, to reach this point. With hard work, comes great reward. I really am struggling. As Qiao Mu looked back on the 16 years of training, he couldn't help but feel amazed. Luckily, he didn't give up and persisted all the way to this point. Currently, Qiao Mu's long life fist is at a basic level because he was taught by Qiao Kangxiu, a blind woman. This incomplete long life fist sutra only includes the training section, with no access to the spiritual refining chapter. Another incomplete technique, the top martial skill of the ancient martial arts world, the pure Yingwuji skill, Qiao Mu was able to break through to the third level after this training. The profound child prodigy skill at the age of 60 still holds great value. There were breakthroughs in other aspects such as hard skills, light skills, and weapon techniques. What truly caught Qiao Mu's attention was the breakthrough in two different techniques. First, of course, is the well-known Heavenly Demon Disintegration method that he has already mastered. Heavenly Demon Disintegration method is truly a secret technique that I rely on for survival. Qiao Mu also felt deeply moved. This is a famous self-harm technique. Who knew that after using it repeatedly and practicing for years, he had become adept at it? When Qiao Kangxiu first taught it to him, she only hoped that he could rely on this technique for a way out of desperate situations. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. However, every time Qiao Mu used the Heavenly Demon Disintegration method, he deliberately put himself in a dire situation and came up with cool lines in various poses through deep contemplation, resulting in his own death. The mastered Heavenly Demon Disintegration method is quite different. The original Heavenly Demon Disintegration method expended the body's potential by using internal strength as a catalyst to extract greater power from the limbs and bones. But now, the mastered Heavenly Demon Disintegration method can also be performed using the qi and blood as catalysts. Just like before, when Saint Teswu Kingzin lit him up with unique flames, his whole body turned into a fragrant incense, and his blood and qi can be used as fuel. Of course, this is the Heavenly Demon Disintegration method, not self-immolation. There is a fundamental difference between the two. Another cultivation method that Qiao Mu is very interested in is called ripple stacking wave strength. According to what Qiao Kangxiu said before, back in the Hiang city's Qiao family, only the Qiao family patriarch, who had profound understanding of martial arts, reached the third level of this renowned and complex martial arts technique, the triple wave realm. And now, Qiao Mu has already cultivated to the second level, the double wave. The higher his death assessment, the more efficiently he can utilize his time. In these 16 years, what grew the fastest was his attainment in various martial arts techniques, not Qiao Mu's own martial cultivation. I wonder how Kanz now is doing now, if she has already embarked on her immortal path. Time flies and now I'm already 60. The immortal path is different from the martial path, it progresses rapidly. I guess I won't have a chance to seek support anymore. Maybe because he was getting older, Qiao Mu would often think back to the old acquaintances of his youth, like Old Huang and Qiao Kangxiu. Qiao Kangxiu was like a guide for Qiao Mu in his martial arts journey. And inside Hiang City today, Xiantian Temple, where Qiao Mu encountered practitioners of the immortal path for the first time, happened to be the renovated Qiao family courtyard from his past in Hiang. Qiao Mu closed his eyes and focused on his lower abdomen. As expected, his lower abdomen's energy sea expanded rapidly once again. This time, he directly jumped from the initial 6th rank to the initial 4th rank. A 4th rank martial artist. One more step and it will be spiritual refining. The martial arts techniques that Qiao Mu practiced now included top ancient methods like long life fist and pure Yingwuji skill, as well as modern methods like flesh changing skill and martial saint spiritual technique. In terms of the grades and quantity of his martial arts and his accomplishments, Qiao Mu, who had experienced multiple high-quality deaths, especially this A-level death, had undergone a tremendous transformation. The better someone dies, the more progress they can make in a limited time, and the more they can improve their martial arts skills. Qiao Mu finished his business in the outhouse and walked out, feeling satisfied. When a person reaches 60, they become old and tough. It truly made him happy. After feeling happy, he still had a second worry in his heart. I can't believe I'm already 60 years old. I'm already at the 4th rank and I still haven't obtained the second half of the Long Life Fist Sutra from the Wuji Association. The reason why Long Life Fist is considered a superior martial art is because it allows people to maintain their vitality even in old age. Qiao Mu has already reached the highest level of training and can't progress any further. Even though he is 60 years old, thanks to the effects of the Long Life Fist, Qiao Mu still feels energetic and doesn't notice any decline in his strength and vitality. But as time goes on and one gets older, it becomes uncertain. Where did the people from Wuji Association hide? Hurry up and let me kill them to obtain the second half of the Long Life Fist Sutra. Perhaps because of his old age, Qiao Mu started to miss his good friend with the surname Guo, who used to be very generous and helped him a lot. In the darkness of the night, Qiao Mu stopped by the side of the street, raising his eyes to look towards the distant Xiantian temple. The turmoil during the day had already ended, yet the temple still stood there, bright with lights and bustling with worshippers who came and went. Qiao Mu slightly raised his head, his gaze shifting towards the mountains behind Xiantian temple, a deep intuition growing in his heart. Saintess Wu Qingxin from Xiantian sect, she is the person my intuition is pointing to. Just as this thought arose in his mind, Qiao Mu suddenly froze, his eyes staring in the direction outside the city. In that brief moment just now, he felt a presence outside the city, similar to Saintess Wu Qingxin from Xiantian sect, that he could sense with his instincts. Could it be someone from Wuji Association? Qiao Mu glanced at Xiantian temple and looked away. Facing death during the day made him realize the gap between himself and a cultivator. Among the menial disciples he killed during the day, there was even a martial artist in the late stages of the 6th rank, yet such people are still guarding the entrance for Xiantian sect. It's easy to imagine the vast difference between Immortal Gate Xiantian sect and ordinary martial artists. Although Qiao Mu is not afraid of death, he doesn't want to die without any purpose. A regular martial artist, even if burned like incense, can only have a small impact on this dark world. Let's first take a look and see if the person my intuition is pointing to is someone from the Wuji Association. At this point, Qiao Mu also vaguely perceived the strangeness of the martial saint's spiritual technique. The next day, inside a secretive mansion in the western part of the city, Emperor Yonghe was sitting on a reclining chair, closing his eyes to rest, feeling a bit tired. After realizing that he might have offended the Immortal Gate Xiantian sect, he no longer had the interest or energy to play the disguised visit and observe the people's sentiments. Since that day, he had been contemplating strategies and resting in the mansion. Your Majesty, we have found some information about Qiao Pifu and the Qiao family he mentioned. Guard Chu appeared behind him and reported. The Flying Fish Guard is both the Emperor's personal guard and his spy. The Flying Fish Guard has been investigating Qiao Pifu's identity for a while. Initially, Emperor Yonghe's interest in Qiao Mu started because of Wang Shanhe. Emperor Yonghe wanted to find the Wang Shanhe who had protested while carrying a coffin through the newly appointed Captain Qiao. After Qiao Pifu openly discussed political matters in the tea house, Emperor Yonghe became somewhat interested in Qiao Pifu himself. After searching all the way until now, some things have finally been discovered. Is this Qiao Pifu related to the Qiao family of Hiang City that was exterminated by the martial saint? Emperor Yonghe asked. The Qiao surname is not unique, there are many people with that name in the world. If you talk about a famous Qiao family, it would be the Hiang City's Qiao family that was destroyed. Your Majesty, when the Qiao family of Hiang City was completely destroyed, the martial saint was not a merciful person, so these two Qiao family members should not be related. Qiao Pifu is like a character that jumped out of a stone, seemingly ordinary but actually very mysterious. We have investigated the lead on Shen Qinghe and it can be confirmed that Shen Qinghe's knowledge of Qiao Pifu is quite limited, even less than me, a member of the Flying Fish Guard. At this point, Chu Xing's expression also became slightly solemn. The more they investigated, the more they felt fearful. Setting aside the Immortal Gate above all else, even though the strength of Great Yan has declined over the years, it is still Great Yan. As a member of the Flying Fish Guard by the Emperor's side, naturally they are not to be taken lightly. After such diligent investigation, they didn't find any decent clues, which is truly unimaginable. Qiao Pifu is not ordinary. According to the Flying Fish Guard's guess, he is a highly skilled martial artist who has lost his spiritual soul. It seems that he was injured by a cultivator in his early years, and the spirit he showed before his death truly lives up to his past as a successful spiritual refining martial artist. Therefore, the Qiao family behind Qiao Pifu is obviously unusual. So, the following guesses are obvious. The Qiao family is a mysterious hidden family that even the Flying Fish Guard cannot trace much information about. Besides, on the side of Yan City, there are also stories circulating about Qiao family's father and son, which has led me to discover some connections between Qiao family's father and son and this Qiao Pifu. People in Yan City call Qiao family's father and son righteous men, carrying on the tradition of ancient chivalry, with dying for what is right as their family motto. And the family motto mentioned by Qiao Pifu is another phrase, it is the duty of every commoner to take responsibility for the rise and fall of the nation. Emperor Yonghe listened with a sense of longing. If these two Qiao families are the same Qiao family, I truly wonder what kind of extraordinary individuals their ancestor, who spoke these two family mottos, must have been. He sighed. Is there any further connection between these two? Emperor Yonghe asked again. Yes, Guard Chu replied. Whether it's Qiao Mu and Qiao Lin, the father and son from the Qiao family in Yan City, or Qiao Pifu from Hiang City, they all know the heavenly demon disintegration method. Emperor Yonghe. He was a bit confused, thinking, does this count as something they have in common? If it's only the heavenly demon disintegration method, it wouldn't be enough. But considering the previous clues, I boldly hypothesize and carefully infer, which leads to a guess, Chu Xing said. The mysterious and hidden martial arts family, Qiao family, with their motto of dying in the right way and the responsibility of every man in the rise and fall of the world, have the heavenly demon disintegration method passed down in their family's martial arts. Emperor Yonghe was starting to think he was going crazy. The ancestral martial art technique of Hiang City's Qiao family is the long life fist. Is the martial art passed down in the Qiao family where Qiao Pifu is from called the heavenly demon disintegration method? What kind of family is this? Aren't they afraid of the family line dying out and their bloodline being cut off? If Emperor Yonghe hadn't witnessed Qiao Pifu's resolute posture before his death, he would never believe that such a family could exist in this world. All prestigious families aim to expand and thrive by having many descendants. By producing a strong-willed and highly skilled martial artist like Qiao Pifu, the Qiao family is clearly not a small family. Then continue the investigation, Emperor Yonghe ordered. Qiao Pifu is already dead. If there are other heroic figures like Qiao Pifu from the Qiao family, and if they are willing to serve the Great Yan, perhaps in 1,000 years we can explore a martial path that is not inferior to the immortal path. Hearing this, Chu Xing, who is also a third-rank spirit refining martial artist, looked slightly saddened. Is martial arts as powerful as immortality? This grand goal is like a mirage, only visible from a distance, but unattainable. Before cultivators intervened in Great Yan, martial artists were actually the main body of the Great Yan Imperial Court. It's not an exaggeration to say that Great Yan Imperial Court stands on martial arts. However, the human body has its limits. The training of martial artists is a process of continuously pushing the limits of the human body, but breaking limits is also relative. The limit of the 4th rank is the limit of internal strength in a martial artist's stanchion. Martial artists before the 4th rank, with each advancement from 1st rank, the amount of internal strength will increase by double or even multiple times. But as a 3rd rank spirit refining martial artist, Chu Xing, when facing 4th rank martial artists like Wu Qingxin and Lord Lu, if we compare solely based on the richness of internal strength, he is not much stronger. The amount of internal strength is just one aspect. As a martial artist who has achieved spiritual refining, he is naturally more powerful. After reaching the 4th level of their inner power, the martial artist's strength had already reached the highest limit of the human body. It's not that it can't grow, but the limit of the inner strength can only be gradually increased through long years of accumulation and slow breakthroughs. It's no longer like the previous levels where the inner strength can skyrocket after a breakthrough. It is because of this that previous martial artists gradually discovered the spiritual refining method after reaching the limit of cultivating inner power, instead of foolishly continuing to stack inner strength. The spiritual refining method is naturally stronger than just stacking inner strength. But in front of a cultivator, just as he thought about this, Chu Xing suddenly felt a strong and powerful threat, surpassing his own abilities, thanks to his instincts as a spirit refining martial artist. An assassin? No, it's a cultivator, Chu Xing blurted out. Emperor Yonghe, who had been resting with his eyes closed on the reclining chair, suddenly opened his eyes. Has the time finally come? Has it only been a day since the cultivator from Xiantian sect came to visit? That flying knife that tried to save Qiao Pifu before, it seems like it caused trouble. Is this why someone is coming to ask for an explanation? Emperor Yonghe sighed quietly in his heart, stood up straight, and straightened his back. No matter how powerful Immortal Gate is, as the Emperor of Great Yan, he cannot lose his dignity in front of cultivators. Even if it's half a month later, according to the plan, he will have to go to Qingming Mountain to pay respects to the immortals of Xiantian sect. In a hidden courtyard in the western part of the city, Xiang from Xiantian sect, I greet the Great Yan Emperor. A middle-aged Taoist dressed in a red daoist robe walked in, chin slightly raised, looking directly at Emperor Yonghe. Emperor Yonghe stood up straight, with a calm expression on his face. Is the Xiantian sect here for something? He asked. Taoist Xiang, although he was actually just a low-ranking servant. In Xiantian Temple, there is a sign for Immortal Xiang placed. I came to urge you, Emperor, to start your journey, Taoist Xiang said with a smile. It's been half a month, and it's time to leave Hiang City and head to Qingming Mountain Range. Isn't it about time? Emperor Yonghe remained silent. He had already made a decision, but he naturally delayed kneeling to the Xiantian Temple immortal beings. By the way, regarding the incident of the ordinary martial artist breaking into Xiantian Temple yesterday, Taoist Xiang mentioned this, and Emperor Yonghe immediately held his breath slightly. The main business had arrived. After Saintess Wu Qingxin took away the flying knife yesterday, he has been thinking about how to deal with the Xiantian sect leader who will come to hold him accountable. He was about to utter the first word when Taoist Xiang interrupted him earnestly. What happened yesterday was indeed a misjudgment on my part, on behalf of the Immortal Gate, Saintess Wu Qingxin. We, the Xiantian sect, are after all a righteous sect, and we should handle things in a fair and just manner. Since it's Saintess Wu Qingxin's fault, then the Xiantian sect has decided to take away Wu Qingxin's title as a saintess and banish her from Hiang City. Emperor Yonghe was slightly shocked. He never expected that this matter would turn out like this. Could it be that the cultivators of the Xiantian sect are easier to talk to than the other 8 immortal gates? They even discuss right and wrong? Next to guard Chu, his heart was greatly shaken. Although he couldn't understand why, he only knew one thing. This Saintess Wu Qingxin is probably going to die soon. This woman was originally a traitor of the Wuji Association. As soon as she left Xiantian Temple, she would likely face the pursuit of the Wuji Association. Great Yin Emperor, now that this matter is resolved, shouldn't you also start your journey? Taoist Xiang smiled and said. At the same moment, outside Xiantian Temple in the north of the city, yesterday's bloodstains and signs of fighting have all been cleaned up. People are coming and going on the streets, occasionally pilgrims enter Xiantian Temple, everything is the same as before. Inside a noodle restaurant by the street, Qiao Mu chose a table near the street and sat down. He ordered a bowl of long-life noodles. Today is my 60th birthday. I'll add some beef, no, maybe lamb instead. He sat there quietly slurping his noodles, occasionally looking up at the busy street. He felt a rare sense of tranquility in his heart. Meow. About 30 or 40 steps away, a little cat peeked out from a corner of the wall and let out a meow. When it saw Qiao Mu looking over, it quickly hid again. Qiao Mu noticed that whenever this silly cat got too close to him, it would become weak and limp, collapsing on the ground with squinted eyes, as if offering itself to be picked up. He didn't hold back either. After encountering this magical cat last night for the first time, he immediately grabbed it and petted it like crazy. Since then, the cat didn't dare to get too close to him. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. At first, it only dared to follow Qiao Mu from a distance of about 40 to 50 steps away. Then it became slightly braver and approached a little closer. I wonder if the demon cat's body has gradually gotten used to the strong smell of death, or if the death on Qiao Mu's body has faded because of it. However, it doesn't matter. As long as it is willing to stay by Qiao Mu's side, that's good. The impermanent demon cat, a creature that can smell death, usually only appears around people who are about to die. The closer Qiao Mu gets to death, the happier the cat is, and Qiao Mu also becomes happier. Qiao Mu pondered, maybe he could judge how close he is to death based on the cat's reaction? He bowed his head to eat noodles, occasionally glancing at Xiantian Temple. Qiao Mu continued to stay nearby because he was actually enamored with Saintess Wu Qingxin and wanted to personally see her off. But because he had practiced the martial saint spiritual technique, his uncertain intuition made Qiao Mu believe that it would be impossible to successfully assassinate her. Perhaps the intuition's warning is mutual. Once he gets closer, Wu Qingxin should also sense it. Is it really so magical? Qiao Mu frowned. He had practiced the martial saint spiritual technique to the point of being skilled, and had gained a deeper understanding of this secret technique. He felt that there was something fishy about this secret technique. Maybe he should temporarily stop practicing it and focus on other martial arts instead. Isn't that Sheriff Qian? Qiao Mu's gaze fell on a soap-clothed constable on the side of the street. Qian, at this moment, was leading a team of constables patrolling the streets, coming and going in a hurry. There were more patrolling constables and officers on the streets near Xiantian Temple. It was clear that security was much stricter than usual. It is estimated that they were afraid of another person like Qiao Pifu, trespassing on the sacred grounds of the Immortal Gate. Suddenly, Sheriff Qian, in contrast to his serious expression, quickly put on a smile on his face and slightly bent his waist, bowing to a middle-aged man in official attire walking along the street. Isn't that Governor Lu? Whispered the diners nearby. Is Governor Lu going into Xiantian Temple? Has yesterday's incident become a big deal? Qiao Mu was slightly surprised and his gaze fell on Qian's face. Governor Lu didn't pay attention to Sheriff Qian's greeting on the street. He hurriedly entered Xiantian Temple with some guards. Qian breathed a sigh of relief. There was no trace of hatred or any other emotion on his face as he resumed his patrol. I wonder how many tales of redemption gold Qian has paid to the Laos over the years for his old father. No, there is no more redemption gold now. Qiao Mu silently watched as Governor Lu walked into Xiantian Temple. 1 cent can challenge a hero, but Sheriff Qian couldn't accumulate the 1,000 silver coins in his whole life. Inside Xiantian Temple, the main hall, Saintess Wu Qingxin silently looked at the statues of immortal beings on the altar of Xiantian Temple. The immortal beings are roughly divided into 3 levels based on their status. Led by the sect leader Immortal Xiantian, the Great Virtue, Great Power, the elders of the sect occupy the main position. The second level consists of the Holy Sons of Immortal Gate, as well as a few outstanding disciples of the younger generation. At the very bottom rank, there are attendants of Immortal Gate who protect temples, such as Immortal Xiang and Immortal Qingyang. But there is no plaque for Wu Qingxin, a saintess of Immortal Gate. One day, I will also become one of the immortals in the Xiantian sect. She looked back and saw that Governor Lu was approaching with his people. Saintess, Lord Lu said with an apologetic smile on his face. Regarding yesterday's incident with Qiao Pifu, although it was only his recklessness, it still violated the sacred grounds of the Immortal Gate. It has made me uneasy, the official said. This 10,000 silver taels is the tribute from the city, given to Xiantian Temple. Knowing that Xiantian Temple needs funds for reconstruction, I have sent it in advance. After speaking, the followers brought over a large box filled with neatly stacked silver coins. Wu Qingxin looked expressionless, her gaze cold. Even though she held the title of Saintess, it didn't quite live up to its name. Yet within the Hiang city, in the eyes of worldly figures like Lord Lu, she was still a significant figure representing both the Xiantian sect and the Immortal Gate. Governor Lu was also a martial artist of the 4th rank, and also the ruler of a province. Now that something has happened, even though he has nothing to do with it, he immediately sent 10,000 silver pieces, afraid that the Immortal Gate would find a reason to blame him. All the talk is about fearing the tiger's skin she has. As for the rebuilding of Xiantian Temple, it's just an excuse. Yesterday, that Qiao Mu burned to ashes, just as he had arrived at the entrance of Xiantian Temple. He hadn't even stepped inside, and it's just a small problem that some martial arts slaves died. Lord Liu, there's no need to worry. This matter has nothing to do with you, Wu Qingxin said calmly. Our Immortal Gate acts with integrity and would never act recklessly. Governor Liu breathed a sigh of relief and soon took his leave. Wu Qingxin glanced at the box filled with silver coins. On the path of cultivation, we should also follow the law of partnership in wealth. The worldly possessions of gold and silver are not of great help to her, but they do have their uses. After some contemplation, she gathered all the servant practitioners from the Taoist temple. Yesterday, you defended Xiantian Temple, but failed to completely stop that ordinary martial artist. As the story goes on, the servants became extremely fearful and immediately knelt down to beg for forgiveness, worried that the saintess would punish them. Stand up, there's no need to plead guilty, the saintess said calmly. Our Immortal Gate's actions, even if they are wrong, are still right. Your mistake lies in your weakness. Although you are weak, many people were injured yesterday. Despite having no achievements, you have worked hard. This is your reward, he said, waving his hand and giving some silver coins as a reward to these martial arts servants. Thank you, Saintess, the servants exclaimed excitedly, expressing their gratitude repeatedly. This Saintess Wu Qingxin is the ideal in the hearts of these servants. If it weren't for Wu Qingxin, who turned from martial arts to cultivation, becoming the Saintess, they might not have been willing to do these chores. If you serve the Immortal Gate for me, there will be rewards. If you can accomplish great feats, not only these ordinary things, but even the secret techniques of the sect may be bestowed upon you. After painting such a beautiful picture, she realized it was just an illusion. Beyond the western hills outside this city, although there are monsters roaming, there are also occasional treasures of heaven and earth. Wu Qingxin dared not leave Hiang City, but if this martial arts slave could go to dangerous places on her behalf to pick some spiritual fruits, it would be making the most of their abilities. It can only be said that the identity of the Saintess is incredibly useful. Whether it's the Lord of the Manor, Lord Liu, or the martial arts slave in the Taoist temple, they all treat her with great respect. After dealing with these trivial matters, Saintess Wu Qingxin once again took off with the wind and flew back into the building on the top of the hill. She hasn't been practicing Daoism for a long time, so she needs to make the most of her time to seclude herself. However, this time, as soon as she returned to the hill, she saw a Daoist dressed in a red robe at the entrance of the building. Saintess, I have come to inform you of an important matter, which has been decided by the elders of the sect. Taoist Xiang said with a smile. After Taoist Xiang finished speaking, Wu Qingxin's usual cold expression disappeared instantly. Clap. The sword-wielding storyteller slammed his hand on the stage and passionately said. Qiao Mu was ignited by a strange flame and became a candle. In the midst of the fire, he shouted loudly, "You all should smell how fragrant I am as a candle." The audience below was listening attentively when suddenly, a tea drinker with slightly grey sideburns in the corner cheered loudly. Great. Indeed, Qiao Mu is a heroic figure in the world of men. The cheering broke the tranquility, and soon other tea drinkers also started applauding, creating a lively atmosphere. Comfortable, said the tea drinker with slightly grey sideburns, who was none other than Qiao Mu. He looked around at the reactions of the other tea drinkers, his tail wagging happily. When he was burned before, he didn't have the energy to appreciate the expressions of others, but now he felt satisfied by watching them. The storyteller was reaching an exciting climax when suddenly a series of footsteps were heard, and a group of constables in soapy clothes entered one after another. Even in storytelling, there should be a mix of truth and fiction. This Qiao Mu committed a serious crime and has already been personally burned by the Saintess of the Immortal Gate, sentenced to eternal damnation. Why are you still fabricating stories about this criminal? The leader of the police shouted, and Zhang Chen, the sword-wielding storyteller, quickly jumped up and used his inner strength to move swiftly. Surprisingly, he jumped out of the window. This sword-wielding storyteller is not just an ordinary person, he is a martial artist with inner strength. The tea guests were slightly surprised. All these storytellers are martial artists with inner strength. Could it be related to the Tide Listening Building? Someone whispered quietly. Chase. The police officers immediately followed and the storytelling came to a sudden stop. Qiao Mu looked at the faces of the police officers and squinted slightly. These police officers were all unfamiliar faces. And the leader of them, he had no impression of. Even though Qiao Mu hadn't been a police officer for long, he could still recognize faces. Is someone impersonating a police officer? He stood up, paid the bill, and followed them. Zhang Chen, the sword-wielding storyteller, he had seen him several times and didn't want to see him being threatened or killed by anyone. Zhang Chen is a martial artist with 9th rank internal strength, skilled in lightness skills. After escaping from the tea house, he continuously used his lightness skills to escape into the deep alley. He thought he could shake off the pursuers just like before, but this time the pursuers were surprisingly close behind him. The ordinary catchers in the city are generally martial artists in the strength training stage, lacking internal strength. They are much weaker in terms of explosiveness compared to martial artists with internal strength. However, what surprised him was that all these catchers had internal strength, and even some of them seemed to have better lightness skills than him. I am in trouble this time. A figure suddenly appeared in front of him in the deep alley. It was the leader of the catchers, who had somehow already circled around to the front of the deep alley, blocking Zhang Chen's way. The pursuing catchers had also caught up and surrounded him. You guys are not ordinary catchers, considering your great skills. Zhang Chen finally regained his senses. That doesn't matter. The leader of the hunters smiled slightly and said, Zhang Chen, 31 years old. He is from Tiger City in Nan Province. When he was 14, he joined the local sword sect, Bright Moon sect, and when he was 20, he married his fellow disciple from the section. At the age of 31, he traveled with his wife to Yan City. There, he was humiliated by the son of the local city lord, Guo Yan, in front of everyone. He was almost taken into the palace as a slave. Shortly after this incident, he voluntarily became a storyteller. He doesn't talk about martial arts stories or strange stories, but he loves to tell the stories of Qiao's family. Am I right? The expression on Zhang Chen's face had frozen. Although he didn't consider himself important, he couldn't believe that his background and origins had been so clearly revealed. It filled him with an inexplicable fear, even more than if someone had tried to kill him with a sword. I only have one question for you. If you can answer it, you'll live? The fake leader of the hunters said with a smile. You used to tell the story of the 3 people from Qiao family in Yan City, and now you're telling the story of Hiang City's Qiao Pifu. So, is this Qiao Pifu related to the Qiao family in Yan City? Are they from the same Qiao family? Zhang Chen was slightly taken aback. Only now did he understand that he had attracted the attention of these mysterious people because of the Qiao's family. It is estimated that he was targeted by them because he had previous contact with the Qiao's family. I don't know. Zhang Chen pondered for a long time, and could only say that. Don't know? That's not a good answer. The catcher kept smiling, but the smile gradually turned cold. Since you don't know, why did you specifically talk about Qiao Pifu and the story of Yan City's Qiao family's father and son? Are you trying to deceive me? Zhang Chen was stimulated by the feeling of being killed, instinctively tensed his body, but still mustered the courage to say, I was indeed saved by the Qiao family, so I am grateful, which is why I became a storyteller. But what I want to be is a storyteller who spreads the righteous deeds of the Qiao family, not someone who tells stories for them or spreads their reputation. As long as we have a sense of righteousness and take action, does it matter if our surname is Qiao or if we come from the same family? The catcher was slightly stunned. Zhang Chen stood straight and serious, saying, I am just a storyteller who enjoys telling stories about heroes. I have no connection with the Qiao family. It's just a coincidence that the famous heroes lately happen to have the surname Qiao. The constable stared at Zhang Chen expressionlessly for a long time, until Zhang Chen felt a shiver down his spine and his hair stood on end. Then, the constable suddenly smiled. There's one more question. If you answer correctly, you'll stay alive. There aren't many wanderers in this world who dare to speak the truth. Are you willing to join Tide Listening Building and become a storyteller for them? Tide Listening Building. Zhang Chen blinked his eyes, feeling a bit confused. Yes, you are just a simple 9th rank, even though you are 31 years old, but joining a small sect like Tiger City's Bright Moon sect is normal to have limited knowledge and experience. The captain smiled lightly and said, after the Inhuman War, Martial Saint became known as a warrior saint, and with his own strength, he broke through the entire previous martial arts world. Shaolin, Weidang, Kongtong, Huashan, the 4 major martial arts families. All the old martial arts sects and families have turned to dust. On top of the bodies of the old martial arts sects, a formidable entity emerged, surpassing any sect or family, Wuji Association. But there is still a mysterious martial arts force that survives in the world, not destroyed by the Wuji Association. This is our Tide Listening Building, a gathering place for collecting strange events and storytellers. The captain laughed and said, Tide Listening Building has a long history, even surpassing 1,000 years, and it has existed since the previous dynasty. 50 years ago, Tide Listening Building produced a person, and perhaps you have heard of him. He proclaimed himself, the legendary All-Known Man. Zhang Chen's heart suddenly shook. The legend of the All-Known Man is well known among the martial arts practitioners. He loves to arrange weapon catalogs, hero lists, and he never misses any strange events in the world of martial arts. He probably knows what kind of organization the Tide Listening Building is. As the centuries pass and dynasties rise and fall like the changing tides of the sea, the storyteller sits atop the building, listening to the ebb and flow of the world, recounting stories. The police officer continued. The people in this Tide Listening Building can be roughly divided into 2 groups. One group takes risks to spread the truth, often running afoul of the authorities or even cultivators. The other group focuses on telling strange stories, not caring much about whether they are true or not. If you join, which group would you like to be a part of? This person said he was inviting Zhang Chen to join, and Zhang Chen wondered if he had no other choice as a mere 9th rank. What kind of strange stories do the second type of people spread? Zhang Chen asked. He was a bit curious. The constable just smiled. For example, in my Tide Listening Building, there's a storyteller known as the eavesdropper. He loves to tell stories about counting down the top 10 most beautiful women in the martial arts world, and counting down the top 10 worst crotch rips in the martial arts world, things like that. Zhang Chen. He almost wanted to ask the constable to tell him more. After thinking it over, he finally made a decision. Such colorful events are indeed eye-catching, but I would rather be part of the first group. Okay. The head catcher clapped his hands instantly. From now on, you will be the storyteller of Tide Listening Building. Nov. L. B / JNN. But for now, I have important matters to attend to. You follow him and leave first. The head catcher waved his hand and summoned a constable, instructing him to swiftly escort Zhang Chen away. Then, he turned back with a smile and looked towards a direction in the deep alley. Are you a friend of Wuji Association? The head catcher exclaimed loudly. Your Star Xian envoy from Wuji Association has already issued a pursuit order. Instead of urgently hunting down Saintess Wu Qingxin, the former martial saint disciple and now a member of Immortal Gate, you've come to listen by the corner of my place. Have you wandered into the wrong place? Upon hearing this, Qiao Mu, who was hiding in the shadows, not only didn't run away, but even voluntarily stepped forward. This kind of mysterious power is usually accompanied by danger, and danger means death. He naturally went after it eagerly. Qiao Mu stepped out from the shadows and walked up to the impostor headman. Wu Qingxin is, after all, the saintess of Xiantian sect. It is not easy to hunt her. But before that, I would like to take care of the rats in the alley. Qiao Mu stepped forward, looking coldly at the impostor constable. He just liked this kind of mysterious power. Wuji Association is also Qiao Mu's enemy, and it would be a good thing for him if he could stir up some trouble. Unexpectedly, as soon as he said this, the impostor headman scrutinized him from head to toe. Oh, so you're not a member of Wuji Association, but close enough. He immediately smiled slightly. Did you practice the martial saint spiritual technique? Then you can also be considered as a half-member of the Wuji Association. Someone like you, the local Star Xian envoy also likes to recruit. If you go now, you might even catch up with the Saintess hunting mission. Martial Saint hates inhuman beings and he also hates the Great Yan Imperial Court. This former disciple has become an inhuman dog, which naturally angers the Martial Saint. However, Wu Qingxin is a talented individual who cultivates both Immortal Dao and Martial Dao. She was also a former disciple of the Martial Saint. We must not underestimate her. I can see that you are a person with exceptional skills. If you were to kill Wu Qingxin, it could be considered an achievement within the Wuji Association. Who knows, you might even gain the favor of the Martial Saint. Qiao Mu felt a little flutter in his heart when he heard it. The martial arts techniques he currently possessed only cover the first half of the top-notch martial arts like the Long Life Fist Sutra and the pure Yingwuji skill in the spiritual refining method. The Martial Saint spiritual technique is a spiritual refining secret technique that allows low-level martial artists to cultivate, but it is still different from true spiritual refining martial arts. If Qiao Mu wants to advance further in the martial arts, he will eventually have to get involved with the Wuji Association. Where can I find the Star Xian envoy of the Wuji Association? Qiao Mu asked directly, no longer hiding his intentions. Didn't you already practice the Martial Saint spiritual technique? Those who have mastered it can naturally have a vague connection with each other. So why come and ask me? The fake bounty hunter chuckled lightly, displayed his light footwork, and quickly disappeared into the dark alley. Qiao Mu didn't chase after him because from their brief conversation, he obtained some important information about Saintess Wu Qingxin. Qiao Mu was more worried about Saintess Wu Qingxin's safety than chasing after the mysterious Tide Listening Building storyteller. I have to be the one to defeat Wu Qingxin. I can't let anyone from the Wuji Association take it away. He stepped out of the deep alley, closed his eyes lightly, and silently operated the Martial Saint spiritual technique. The sometimes vague intuition became slightly clearer at this moment, guiding Qiao Mu towards a certain location in the west. What surprised Qiao Mu was that there were multiple figures that he could vaguely sense at that location. In the west, that should be the whereabouts of the Wuji Association's Star Xian envoy and others. Qiao Mu opened his eyes. The Wuji Association's Star Xian envoy has gathered experts to hunt down Saintess Wu Qingxin. With this thought in his mind, Qiao Mu cast another glance towards the direction of Xiantian Temple in the north. Surprisingly, there was no intuitive sense towards Xiantian Temple's direction. This represents the present Saintess Wu Qingxin. Maybe she is no longer at Xiantian Temple. Listen to a storytelling, and the holy maiden just suddenly ran away? It's my fault for being cautious about the Martial Saint spiritual technique, always afraid of being sensed by Saintess Wu Qingxin's intuition. Otherwise, if she left Xiantian Temple, I should have felt something. Qiao Mu walked out of the deep alley and followed his vague intuition, heading west. While walking on the road, he heard the nervous expressions of passers-by, constantly discussing something. I heard that the Saintess of Immortal Gate has been stripped of her position as a Saintess. Did the fairy make a mistake? Was she punished by a higher fairy? I told you that Qiao Pifu from a couple of days ago didn't seem like a bad person, but astonishingly he was burned alive by the Saintess of Xiantian sect right at the entrance of the Taoist temple. So you're saying that Qiao Pifu is a true hero? I just saw someone telling his story, but he was chased away by the government's catchers. I knew it. Someone who can speak those words must be a heroic character. Justice is in the hearts of the people. The crowd was discussing, and Qiao Mu, who was originally in a hurry, couldn't help but stop and listen to their praises. Qiao Mu didn't expect that he would suddenly be vindicated and public opinion would turn around. He felt a little relieved after hearing it. After all, he died for the people, even though his life was not valuable and his tolerance for pain was far beyond ordinary people, but being burned alive was definitely not a pleasant experience. However, the reason for the change in public opinion made him slightly uneasy. Qiao Mu was burned alive, and a portion of the people still stood on the side of Immortal Gate, and there were clearly more people speaking favorably about Immortal Gate. And now, the public opinion has unexpectedly shifted due to a change in Immortal Gate's attitude. Immortal Gate has actually revoked Wu Qingxin's title as a saintess. His heart sank slightly, and he prepared to take a step and leave. As they walked a few steps further away, the people continued to talk. Fairness lies in the hearts of people, and it seems that all the Immortal Gate members are indeed wise and sharp immortals. Even if the saintess of Immortal Gate made a mistake by burning Qiao Mu, who had pleaded for the people's lives, right on the street, Xiantian sect would decisively expel the saintess from Immortal Gate. The wise and sharp immortals can handle situations fairly. They are truly not ordinary people. Qiao Mu listened, feeling confused. He opened his mouth to refute, but couldn't come up with any words. In the end, he could only walk away silently. Following his instinctive feeling, Qiao Mu arrived at the west side of the city. Before leaving, he secretly went back to the leased residence and took all the silver coins given to him by Wang Songhe. Guided by his intuition, he arrived at an inn. It was unusual because the inn's door was tightly closed, and there were a few big men with swords guarding outside. Qiao Mu's intuition guided him, right inside this inn. After thinking for a moment, he walked straight towards it and was immediately stopped by the big man at the door. The inn is closed today, can't you say the door is closed? Go somewhere else. I am a guest of your master, said Qiao Mu directly. The two big men glanced at each other but remained cautious. If you know our master, do you know his name? Is it safe to talk about this here? Qiao Mu deliberately looked around, saw no one around, and then slowly said, your master is Wuji Association's Star Xian. As soon as they were halfway through their conversation, the two big men's faces changed dramatically and their eyes frenziedly signaled for Qiao Mu to be quiet. Oh no, even in this Hiang city, there are still Xiantian sect cultivators. How can this person dare to say such things directly? Aren't they afraid of getting into trouble? At this moment, a voice came from inside. Let him come in. Upon hearing this, the two big men opened the door and Qiao Mu stepped into the inn. He noticed that there were already 7 or 8 customers sitting at tables in the lobby. One of them was a middle-aged strong man, and the other was a swordsman in white. They had clearly also practiced the martial saint spiritual technique. When Qiao Mu had just entered, they made eye contact with him for a brief moment before quickly looking away. The 8th person has arrived, and it seems to be a 4th rank. The swordsman in white smiled and said, although I haven't seen him before, he has also practiced the martial saint spiritual technique. It seems he is not an ordinary person, he added. As soon as these words were spoken, the gazes of the others towards Qiao Mu subtly changed. Those who can practice the martial saint spiritual technique are extraordinary martial artists, with the potential to reach the 3rd rank by embarking on the spiritual refining method. Sitting at the same table as Qiao Mu was a swordsman who appeared to be around 50 years old. He nodded to Qiao Mu as a sign of acknowledgement. Brother, you don't seem to be a member of the Wuji Association. Like me, are you also here for the spiritual refining technique? The middle-aged swordsman took the initiative to start a conversation. He was a 4th rank martial artist, and could tell that Qiao Mu was also at the same level. Impressed by Qiao Mu's strength, he took the initiative to strike up a conversation. Yes, indeed. Qiao Mu nodded in a pretentious manner. Brother, you must be around 60 years old. Despite your age, you appear to be full of vitality and energy. You must have practiced a superior internal martial art. The lifespan of a martial artist is not much longer than that of an ordinary person. Qiao Mu, who is 60 years old and still full of vitality, is not relying on ordinary internal martial arts, but rather on his accomplished long life fist technique. In the eyes of the swordsman, this is considered a sign of superior internal power. The martial arts I practice, I learned from the Wuji Association, but unfortunately, I only have half of it. The swordsman lowered his voice and said, to obtain the second half of the spiritual refining technique, I have to deal with the Wuji Association. Qiao Mu suddenly realized upon hearing this, that this swordsman was in a similar situation, both lacking further advanced techniques. Could it be that the Wuji Association did this on purpose? He asked quietly. They give out the first half of the advanced technique for a relatively low cost, but they hold on to the second half. If we want to progress further, we have to work for them. The swordsman hesitated for a moment and then answered. Isn't it normal for the Wuji Association to not easily share the techniques they've obtained by force? Moreover, since the arrival of the Wuji Association, the martial arts world has undergone significant changes compared to the past. Martial artists like us can now obtain advanced techniques from the Wuji Association through various means, which would have been impossible in the past. Qiao Mu also thought it made sense. Perhaps this is why Guoyan, a Wuji Association 6th ranked martial artist, was able to obtain half of the pure Yingwuji skill, guessed Qiao Mu. In the past, the pure Yingwuji skill was known as the exclusive skill of the Weidang sect, and only a few disciples of the sect could practice it. The martial saint broke through the barriers of the past martial arts world and seized the secret manuals of the prestigious sects. Since then, members of the Wuji Association could obtain these top-level skills at a low cost. The swordsman sighed and said, In the past, the high-level skills were held tightly by the major martial arts sects. Even disciples with slightly lower talent were not taught the core techniques. Having half of a high-level martial arts skill is already sufficient. Even if the best martial arts skills were given to martial artists from all over the world, most people wouldn't be able to reach a very advanced level. There are no shortcuts in martial arts. Martial artists like you and me, who have achieved the 4th rank in training, have all gone through years of daily practice. Ordinary martial artists don't have this perseverance. Indeed, it took me many years of daily practice to reach where I am today, nodded Qiao Mu. After chatting with the swordsman for a while, he became slightly impatient and asked when they would depart to hunt down Saintess Wu Qingxin. The swordsman in the white robe seemed to be the leader among the group and responded at this moment. Once the Star Xian envoy appears, and once the two of them are ready, especially the famous 4th rank expert, Su Cheng with his soul hook technique, we can set off n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. With 10 experts ranging from 4th rank to 5th rank, there should be no suspense in dealing with Saintess Wu Qingxin. We have to wait longer? Qiao Mu glanced at the surrounding customers and furrowed his brow. With a lineup like ours, not to mention hunting down a single Saintess Wu Qingxin, we would have a good chance of safely breaking into Governor Lu's mansion in this city. Why do we still have to wait? Another stubborn martial artist, the middle-aged man who also practiced the martial saint spiritual technique, said with impatience on his face. Wu Qingxin is not only the immortal gate saintess, but also a disciple of the martial saint in the past. How could she be weak? She is now practicing both immortal cultivation and martial arts. Even if she is no longer a saintess, she is still extraordinary. For example, the etching bonely fire talisman that Wu Qingxin is good at is completely unstoppable for us martial artists. We can only dodge using light skills. Is she really that powerful? Qiao Mu was skeptical. Before he was burned to death, he was only at the 6th rank. Now, after 16 years of hard training, he has reached the 4th rank and feels a great improvement in his strength. Ignorant, the middle-aged man shook his head. A few days ago, that Saintess Wu Qingxin burned a martial artist to death with the etching bonely fire talisman at the entrance of the Taoist temple. That martial artist Qiao Pifu who was burned to death was no ordinary person. It is said that he used to be a highly skilled martial artist in spiritual refining. But in front of that fire talisman, he still had to die. Is that so? Qiao Mu was visibly surprised. Have you been living under a rock? The strong man scoffed. It is said that Qiao Pifu had a mysterious hidden family behind him. He is not an ordinary martial artist. He even insulted the emperor and was able to be released from prison unscathed. His background is tougher than iron. But even such a character can be completely destroyed by a single fire. Seeing Qiao Mu's shocked expression, the strong man also felt greatly pleased. Just as he was about to continue speaking, a blurry figure flashed by. It was a mysterious person wearing a black robe and a black star mask on their face. Star Xian envoy. Respected envoy. The people immediately bowed their heads in respect. No need to wait, let's depart immediately. Saintess Wu Qingxin is no longer in this city, Star Xian envoy said directly. The other 3, including the famous soul snatcher Su Cheng, are ambushing Wu Qingxin outside the city. And, there are 3 more. The swordsman in white clothing was taken aback, realizing that the numbers didn't add up. There are a total of 10 people. 3 are blocking outside the city, so why are there 8 people in this inn? The Star Xian envoy quickly felt something strange and looked around, finally fixing their gaze on Qiao Mu's face. Who are you? Their voice turning cold. The others immediately caught on, and the atmosphere became tense. Inside a small Taoist temple at the foot of Qingming Mountain, the plump Taoist nun Lingling Taoist priest called Qiao Kangxiu over, her face serious. Cans now, I recently heard some important news. In your hometown, Hiang City, a martial artist with the last name Xiao has recently died. Lingling Taoist priest had visited Hiang City's Jiao family when Qiao Kangxiu was a child, and she was one of the few people in the world who knew that Qiao Kangxiu was the last orphan of the Hiang City's Jiao family. That person's name is Qiao Pifu, do you know him? After speaking, Lingling Taoist priest looked at Qiao Kangxiu's face with a little anticipation, hoping to see if she would get excited and have a sudden breakthrough. I don't know. Qiao Kangxiu slightly opened her left eye, revealing a white expanse, and reached out to touch the stone wall in front of her. Whether she used her hand to feel, gently tapped with her fingers to listen to the sound, or got closer to sniff, it all indicated that this was just an ordinary stone wall. But in her eyes, this wall simply didn't exist at all. She turned her head and looked at Lingling Taoist priest, but instead of seeing a plump nun, she saw a young girl in a dress with braided pigtails. Lingling Taoist priest noticed Qiao Kangxiu's actions and felt a strange envy in her heart. Her eyes are even more extraordinary than her exceptional spiritual aptitude. They don't seem like something an ordinary person can possess. As Star Xian envoy looked at Qiao Mu's face, the atmosphere in the room gradually became tense. The swordsman with a bushy beard sitting closest to Qiao Mu also had a slight change in facial expression, quietly placing his hand on the sheath of his waist. Only Qiao Mu remained calm and composed. You can simply call me Qiao Zhong. Tide Listening Building informed me that you want to hunt Saintess Wu Qingxin this time. He embarked on this journey with love at first sight, to bid farewell, so he purposely changed his name to show his sincere affection for the Saintess. At the same time, he didn't forget to use Tide Listening Building as a shield. If tied listening building is an enemy of Wuji association, then this action is like adding fuel to the fire. If tied listening building is on good terms with Wuji association, then waving the big flag can help him blend in. After saying these words, he carefully observed the expressions of everyone, trying to determine the relationship between the two organizations. The Star Qian envoy was wearing a mask, so you couldn't see any specific change in his expression. But the middle-aged strong man behind him started talking. Star Qian envoy, how about I find out his true abilities? After saying that, he stood up tall, leaped towards Qiao Mu, and threw a powerful punch towards his chest. However, Qiao Mu didn't dodge. When he stood up from the bench, he secretly used his strong skill, Golden Bell Shield Iron Cloth Shirt skill, ignoring the strong man's punch. He also threw a punch towards the strong man's abdomen, just like he did. You fight your fight, I'll fight mine. Let's see who's tougher. It would be best if you are stronger and can defeat me. The strong man was about to pounce, although his face changed slightly, he couldn't change his move while he was in the air. Puff puff. But with 2 consecutive muffled sounds, Qiao Mu's robe was blown up by the strong wind, and a clear fist mark appeared on his chest. Under the impact of tremendous force, he took a slight step back. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. Without considering Iron Crotch skill, Qiao Mu has achieved a high level in 2 hard skills, Golden Bell Shield and Iron Cloth Shirt skill. Although it's impossible to completely block the attacks of 4 5th-rank martial artists, it is possible to reduce the damage. The strong man who was about to pounce stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Are you skilled in hard skills? It's rare to live up to 60 years old. The strong man regained his balance and turned around as if nothing had happened. Then, with his back to Qiao Mu, he rolled his Adam's apple up and down, quietly swallowing a little blood that welled up in his throat. The level of his internal strength is on par with Qiao Mu's. If it were a normal fight, the outcome is still uncertain. But Qiao Mu stubbornly refused to dodge and relied on his strong skills to face the challenge head-on, trying to prove that he was tougher than anyone else. He was not good at using his strength and naturally found himself at a disadvantage. So you practice martial arts that rely on strength. It's impressive that a martial artist who focuses on external techniques can live to this age, the strong man smiled. The strong man was just testing the waters this time, showing off his strength in front of Wuji Association's Star Qian envoy, but he had no intention of fighting Qiao Mu to the death. After one move, he turned and left. After taking a few steps away, and seeing that Qiao Mu was far enough from him, he said again, although your strength is admirable, it can only deal with martial artists like me. No matter how skilled you are in physical training, when facing Wu Qingxin's etching bones Li fire, it's like using firewood against a blazing inferno. The others nodded in agreement. In this room, there are several martial artists at the 4th rank of inner power. If placed in the old martial arts world, a 4th rank martial artist would already be considered a top-notch expert. It was only after the establishment of the Wuji Association that more 4th rank martial artists started to appear. The burly man calmly licked his Star Qian envoy badge. But even a 3rd rank spirit refining martial artist, relying solely on internal strength, may not be able to withstand Saintess Wu Qingxin's symbol fire. The martial artists felt a sense of unease in their hearts. Even the Star Qian envoy of the Wuji Association could only nod in agreement and said, "That's right. You all need to be careful of Wu Qingxin's symbol fire. In the face of etching bones Li fire, the only chance for a martial artist is to rely on evasion. By utilizing lightness skills to move swiftly within a small area and dodge the symbol fire. Is it really that powerful?" Qiao Mu questioned once again. The Star Qian envoy glanced at him and said, "Once touched by the etching bones Li fire, flesh, bones, skin, and blood will all burn to ashes. This etching bones Li fire cannot be extinguished by water or buried by earth. Even if one's internal strength erupts, it can only temporarily suppress the burning speed of the Li fire, but cannot extinguish it. Once a martial artist is contaminated by it, there are only 2 options, either sever the arm for survival, or face death. There is no third possibility. Therefore, one can only rely on lightness skills to evade before being hit, and naturally it will be unobstructed." Upon seeing the approving expressions of those around him, Qiao Mu also began to question in his mind. Could he have chosen the wrong skill tree? At present, besides his expertise in the heavenly demon disintegration method, he has actually practiced more in the realm of physical strength, including the Iron Crotch skill. Pure Yingwuji skill, as the top-notch martial art of Wudang, is also a martial art that cultivates both internal and external skills. It can be considered as a half-top-tier hard skill. Qiao Mu has now practiced it to the 3rd level, which can also enhance his body's resistance to attacks. It is also with the help of these several hard skills that he was able to withstand the attack from the strong man just now, only sustaining minor injuries. In the battles Qiao Mu has experienced in the past, almost all of them were one against many, fighting for life with life. He could only last longer with the help of his physical strength. And in a battlefield with one against many, there's not much room for displaying light skills. If it hadn't been for Sheriff Qian giving him a book called Shadow Step a few days ago, he still wouldn't have practiced at all. Your strength is good, and you excel in hard skills. Your internal strength has reached the 4th rank, Star Qian envoy looked at Qiao Mu and commented. And you've also practiced the martial saint spiritual technique, so you can also be considered as a half-member of the Wuji Association. Although it's an uninvited guest, it's still acceptable. Just like the speculation of the Tide Listening Building's fake capture head, the Starxian envoy of the Wuji Association quickly accepted this unexpected guest after seeing Qiao Mu's skills. The Starxian envoy naturally knows the secrets of the martial saint's spiritual technique. Regardless of what this unexpected guest Qiao Mu wants to obtain, he will eventually become the martial saint's nourishment, so the Starxian envoy doesn't pay too much attention to it. Well then, let's depart, the Starxian envoy said. Among the 8 of you, there are 4 people who are at the 4th rank and 4 people who are at the 5th rank. This is a team with the potential to break through and become high-ranking officials in the government and governor's mansion. Among you, there are members from the Wuji Association as well as skilled individuals from outside. But that's not important. Whoever can kill the traitor Wu Qingxin, regardless of background or origin, will receive generous rewards. This is a rule set by Martial Saint. With that, the Starxian envoy paused and continued, saying, Su Cheng has already taken the lead. He has also practiced the Martial Saint's spiritual technique and can use his intuition to locate Saintess Wu Qingxin. Just now, he has already sent me a signal, indicating that he has found the trace of Wu Qingxin. There's no time to waste, let's set off. Including the Starxian envoy, the group of 8 people left the inn, mounted the pre-prepared horses, and rode off. With this, Qiao Mu and the others left the city through the west gate. Old Hu, how strong is that soul-captivating hand Su Cheng that the Starxian envoy mentioned? Qiao Mu rode his horse alongside the bearded swordsman he had spoken to earlier and asked at the same time. The bearded swordsman called himself Old Hu and didn't give a specific name. The other 7 people were similar, either only giving their last names or using titles like Thunderhand or Jade-Faced Flying Dragon. Qiao Mu was the only one who gave his full name. So, this Su Cheng with the soul-captivating hand is a famous 4th-rank expert, just like you. It is said that he once fought against 2 4th-rank martial artists at the same time and managed to kill one and escape from the other by risking his own life, the swordsman said. As long as they haven't reached the level of spiritual refining and are just cultivating their internal strength, they are considered 4th rank. Therefore, there can be a significant difference in strength among 4th-rank martial artists, and Su Cheng is obviously one of the stronger ones. Among all of us, he is the most well-known person. Even if he's not the strongest, I'm afraid he's not far behind. The Martial Saint's spiritual technique is a mysterious technique created by the Martial Saint. It focuses on spiritual cultivation and those who can master it have the potential to reach the level of spiritual refining, including Su Cheng, and you, by the way. The swordsman was talkative and spent the whole journey chatting with Qiao Mu, giving him a lot of knowledge about the martial world. As time passed, the group of people rode their horses wildly for 10 miles, but the Starxian envoy at the front suddenly pulled on the reins, gesturing for Qiao Mu and the others to be on guard. They saw a bright flame lighting up beside the road ahead. As they approached, they realized that the flame was a blazing fire with a blurry human figure inside. A sharp wooden stake pierced through the lower part of the blurry figure, emerging from its mouth, pinning the person to the burning side of the road. Our instinctual guide has led us here. He just died recently. The swordsman in white named Jade-Faced Flying Dragon furrowed his brow and spoke. Is he Su Cheng? The group gathered around the blazing wooden stake for a while, and the atmosphere grew heavy. The soul-fetching hand Su Cheng is dead. We just left the city and haven't even seen the saintess yet, the swordsman with a stubble sighed. This Wu Qingxin is just as ruthless as that martial saint. Everyone understood that Wu Qingxin's action was meant to intimidate. The death of a skilled person, especially in a horrifying way, naturally brings fear. He was just burned to death. Wu Qingxin deliberately controlled the burning speed of etching Bonesly fire to make this person barely alive, attracting our attention and leading us here, Qiao Mu explained, drawing from his experience. So dealing with Wu Qingxin requires caution and not relying solely on physical strength, Starxian envoy warned. If we let our guard down, we could end up like Su Cheng, turning to ashes. Su Cheng made the mistake of relying too much on his strength and went after Wu Qingxin alone. My intention was only for him to delay Wu Qingxin, but unfortunately, we were too late. Su Cheng was already dead, but there were still several people in the group who had practiced the martial saint's spiritual technique. After a brief moment of shock, they followed their instincts and continued on the journey. As long as they weren't completely dead, Wu Qingxin wouldn't be able to escape. Noon. Qiao Mu and his companions arrived at a temporary inn by the official road to rest for a while. Most of them in the group were martial artists ranked above the 5th rank. However, even if they had reached the 5th rank in internal strength, they were still ordinary flesh and blood. Naturally, they would feel hungry and tired, just like their horses. The group of 9 people were not familiar with each other, except for the mysterious Starxian envoy. They had met for the first time, so they didn't talk much. After Qiao Mu ate and drank his fill, he brought along some food and walked out of the inn. He waited quietly for a while and then heard a rustling sound coming from the grass. The little kitten popped its head out of the bushes to look at him. So you followed me out of the city, huh? Can't outrun a horse? Well, after all, you are a demon cat. The little kitten had eaten its fill, but instead of going far away this time, it leaped behind Qiao Mu and landed in his shadow. Its figure gradually turned into a black phantom until it completely disappeared. Hiding in the shadow? Such a peculiar ability. Qiao Mu was slightly envious. Each demon creature had unique abilities, cultivators had various methods, but only martial artists took a beating. Walking back to the inn, the remaining few people had finished eating and were resting. The swordsman with the bushy beard who had spoken to Qiao Mu earlier chose a corner table for himself during the break, and started reading a thin hardcover book. Is that swordsman reading a book? Qiao Mu suddenly became interested. Martial artists are not scholars or literati. How could they take out a book to read while chasing after a saintess? That's why he couldn't help but take a few more glances. The martial artist's excellent eyesight allowed him to see the big characters on the cover of the hardcover book at a glance. Asshole pointing hand. Qiao Mu immediately became excited. He had only two hobbies in his life, being a saintly person in front of good people, and mastering martial arts techniques. A cup ointment technique? I haven't practiced that yet. After thinking for a moment, Qiao Mu decided to approach the swordsman. Old Hu, are you studying a secret book? So diligent. Qiao Mu approached him. Old Hu, the swordsman, looked up at Qiao Mu with a slightly surprised expression. Then he made a sound, instinctively raising the book in his hand, as if he didn't want Qiao Mu to see its contents. Stingy. Qiao Mu also knew that most martial arts experts in the world cherished their martial arts secret books. Although Martial Saint had broken into the major martial arts sects and collected many martial arts secret books, he couldn't change the perception of martial arts experts. So it's actually quite normal for Old Hu not to want him to see the contents. Old Hu, you and I are different from them. We are not members of the Wuji Association, but just wanderers in the martial world for the sake of the spiritual refining technique. Qiao Mu laughed and said, since both of us are restricted by the Wuji Association when it comes to martial arts secret books, why don't we share and discuss the ones we have? I can also exchange this book, asshole pointing hand, with a similar level martial arts technique. What do you think? Qiao Mu is now at the 4th rank, and not just an ordinary 4th rank, but a super skilled 4th rank. So, for every martial arts he has mastered, it took years of hard training and he is very familiar with them. Give him some time and he can directly copy the martial arts manual word for word from his mind. That's why he made this proposal. Unexpectedly, Old Hu's expression became even more surprised when he heard these words. You want to swap my book for a martial arts manual, he exclaimed. Yes, I haven't seen a manual for pressure point techniques yet. Are you willing? Qiao Mu asked. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. I am willing. Old Hu's expression seemed to be half smiling. Without saying much, he generously handed over the hardcover book in his hands to Qiao Mu. So generous? Truly a fellow practitioner. Qiao Mu glanced through the book and suddenly froze. There weren't many words in this manual, almost all of it was filled with illustrations, and the content of these illustrations. Asshole pointing hand? Isn't that a pornographic picture? Qiao Mu's voice raised a bit, causing the people around to look over. Of course not, said the bearded swordsman, Old Hu, with a serious expression. This secret manual is called The Art of Lovemaking. Isn't the name already clear enough? Qiao Mu. On the way to chase Saintess Wu Qingxin, he took the time to glance at the Art of Lovemaking secret manual. Old Hu, with his thick eyebrows, big eyes, and bearded face, looked to be in his 50s. It's surprising that he's not an ordinary person. It makes people suspect that this person's pursuit of Saintess Wu Qingxin has some other purpose. Thinking about this, Qiao Mu instinctively moved slightly further away. The bearded swordsman seemed to notice the change in Qiao Mu's gaze, so he kindly explained. Actually, things are not as you imagine. Have you also seen those haughty, inhuman beings in Heiang City who see themselves above others? I was thinking, since our martial artists cannot defeat the cultivators, is it because martial artists have shorter lifespans? If our lifespan is short, maybe we can pass on our skills to the next generation. With each child born and each grandchild born, the descendants are boundless. As long as these skills are passed down from generation to generation, gradually improved, perhaps one day we can truly develop martial arts to a level that can rival immortality. Qiao Mu was stunned after hearing this, almost amazed by Old Hu's grand ideals, and only snapped back to reality after a while. Is this your reason for studying the art of lovemaking? Old Hu confidently said. Although I am not skilled in the art of lovemaking, spreading the art of lovemaking may allow the people of Great Yan to multiply more. For the sake of everyone, I, Old Hu, am willing to put in this effort. Since you are so proficient in the art of lovemaking, you must have a lot of offspring, right? Qiao Mu couldn't help but make a sarcastic comment. Unexpectedly, Old Hu was taken aback by these words and sighed heavily after a while. They say that having children will ensure a comfortable old age, but raising children is a different story. Qiao Mu was momentarily stunned. Although he was already in his 60s, this topic was indeed beyond his comprehension, so he abruptly changed the subject. Do you have any other martial arts manuals? Perhaps we can exchange and learn from each other? Other than the art of lovemaking. Yes, Old Hu was about to speak, but then Star Xian envoy approached. Besides Su Cheng, the two remaining Ruan brothers who hadn't arrived yet, have also been completely burned by a fire from Wu Qingxin. But before the Ruan brothers died, they found the direction for us, said Star Xian envoy. In the depths of the forest, there is a village known as the Guo family village, called the Saintess village. Deep in the forest, Wu Qingxin's face turned serious, riding on a big paper crane as it flew into the distance. In her hand, a shining message jade talisman, which displayed the final message from the elder of Xiantian sect. 50 ways of the grand path, 49 ways of the heavens, and 1 way of escape for people. Wu Qingxin, despite being expelled from the sect and losing your title as a saintess due to your mistakes, every hardship is a test. As long as you can reach the Xiantian sect's gate deep in the Qingming mountain range, you can still become a disciple of our Xiantian sect. The sect will still welcome you with open arms. Wu Qingxin's face turned slightly dark, and her hand unconsciously gripped the message jade talisman so tightly that it almost broke. What slim chance, once outside Xiantian temple, where is there any slim chance? Perhaps. Immortal Gate never considered me one of their own. As a disciple of martial saint and a saintess of Xiantian sect, she had certainly become quite well known over the years. Once she left the city, she knew that she would inevitably face a relentless attack from the Wuji Association. How easy would it be to rush all the way to the Xiantian sect's main gate? Not to mention, the people of Xiantian sect have deliberately taken away some of the protective artifacts previously bestowed upon the saintess. I can't rely on Xiantian sect anymore. If I can make it to the saintess village in the mountains, perhaps there is a glimmer of hope. Wu Qingxin pondered to herself. Over the years, she hardly left Xiantian temple. However, she secretly sent a martial arts slave from the Taoist temple to build a small temple in a remote village. In this small temple, people worship her as such an Immortal Gate saintess. It is against the Immortal Gate rules to privately establish a temple in a rural area, especially if the statue being worshipped is herself. That's why she can only act in secret. She has never visited this small village since joining the Immortal Gate many years ago. By harnessing the long-stored power of faith in the village, if I can break through to the foundation building period all at once, then it would truly be a chance for new beginnings. If I succeed, I can return to the sect later. Immortal Gate disciples in the Qi refining period are not extraordinary or strong physically. If they have a short cultivation time and engage in close combat, there is indeed a possibility of being defeated by ordinary martial artists. Wu Qingxin, who has practiced martial arts since a young age and is also a disciple of Martial Saint, is originally a 4th-rank martial artist. If she were in the martial world, she would be considered a skilled expert and wouldn't fear close combat, as she doesn't have this weakness. As long as it's not Martial Saint himself, or any other Martial Saint disciple ranking higher than me. Wu Qingxin had made up her mind, but after careful thought, she still had an inexplicable feeling of fear. Is it my intuition, instinctively sensing danger? Since she started practicing the path of immortality in the Martial Saint's spiritual technique, she stopped cultivating, but her intuition still remained sharp. Could it be that the Martial Saint has really come? She had run away from the Wuji Association for many years and had not seen the Martial Saint since then, but the fear that the Martial Saint had implanted in her when she was young had not subsided. The intuitive perception in the Martial Saint's spiritual technique works both ways. If the Martial Saint is also here in Nan province and heading towards me, then my intuition should also respond. Wu Qingxin had already mastered the Martial Saint's spiritual technique many years ago, and based on her experience, she could indeed sense the existence of the Martial Saint. So here comes the question. If it's not the Martial Saint, then where does this inexplicable feeling of fear come from? While she was thinking, suddenly there was a sound of something piercing through the air. A big arrow, surrounded by a chilling aura, came shooting through the air, instantly piercing through the paper crane beneath her. Without the paper crane, she could only fall downwards. Standing 100 steps away, the Thunder Hand of the 4th rank retrieved his bow, with a slight satisfaction on his face. Chase, Qiao Mu and the others were all experts with internal strength at the 5th rank or higher, so they covered the distance in an instant with their explosive internal strength. Waiting for them was a fiery red blaze that grew larger as it faced the wind. Wu Qingxin, who had fallen from the sky, stood in midair on a flying sword and silently looked down at them, a talisman burning with a gust of wind. Etching Bonely Fire Talisman, go. The sudden flames rushed forward, instantly enveloping the group of people. Unlike the Saintess's companion, the female cultivator Mingyu, that Qiao Mu had met before, the spell fire unleashed by Wu Qingxin spread rapidly, covering an area of several tens of meters in the blink of an eye. Hide. For ordinary martial artists, this spell fire is extremely difficult to deal with. If they get even a little bit of it on them, they would either die or lose an arm. Wu Qingxin's spell fire had just appeared and already covered an area of several tens of meters, immediately causing those with weaker agility to be burned by the flames. When facing this cultivator's etching Bonesly fire, the only option for the martial artist was to hide, and the people who dared to chase and kill Wu Qingxin, the Martial Saint's disciple, naturally had their own methods. The jade-faced flying dragon, dressed in white, had the best agility among them. With swift movements on the trees in the forest, he used his momentum to avoid the swift flow of fire in the air, and Qiao Mu's method was to charge. He not only didn't hide, but also pushed the surprised swordsman, Old Hu, out of the range of the flames. At the same time, he swung his sword forward, suppressing the fiery momentum, and that strand of red flames silently wrapped around his right arm holding the sword. Shadow Step Heavenly Demon Disintegration Method. He stepped forward again, unleashing his internal strength from both feet. He faced the unstoppable Li fire head-on and rushed towards Wu Qingxin like an arrow released from a bow. This sudden attack not only surprised the swordsman, Old Hu, and the others, but also caught Wu Qingxin off guard. She was about to activate a talisman, but Qiao Mu charged towards her. His sword, surrounded by auras and Li fire, struck straight at her. How dare you? She clasped her hands together, abruptly unleashing her internal strength in her palms. She caught the descending sword with her bare hands. At the same time, she bent her knee and performed a knee strike to Qiao Mu's abdomen, sending him flying backward. Wu Qingxin glanced at her hands, which were burnt by the Li fire. Without hesitation, she quickly extinguished the fire that the martial artist couldn't avoid. It only burned a layer of skin on her hands. Up. She stepped on the flying sword and soared into the sky again, disappearing in an instant before everyone's eyes. She escaped again. Why didn't you chase her? Qiao Mu glanced at his slowly burning right arm, then turned around and saw two blurry figures engulfed in flames, turning into ashes in the wind. After a short fight, Wu Qingxin only used up some magical power and had minor injuries on her hands, while Qiao Mu's side had already lost 2 people. Those 2 were both 5th-ranked fighters with subpar agility. They couldn't even withstand the first round of fire spells and were quickly reduced to ashes. Qiao Zhong, why did you push me just now? Old Hu, the bearded swordsman, approached Qiao Mu while observing his burning right arm, a strange expression on his face. Because you haven't exchanged secret techniques with me yet. It would be a shame if you died. Qiao Mu pondered. In reality, he didn't think too much about it. He was just used to risking his life to save others, so he instinctively charged forward earlier. Truly, like a soft-hearted woman. Old Hu slowly shook his head, looking at Qiao Mu's burning right arm and drawing his long blade from its sheath. After Wu Qingxin left, the strange red Li fire gradually weakened and didn't turn into a raging fire. Only a few piles of ashes were left in the same place, which were the ashes of 2 5th-rank martial artists. Plus the 3 people who were burned to death beforehand, including Su Cheng, the Soul Hook Hand. Among the 11 people recruited by Star Xian Envoy, nearly half were lost. And Wu Qingxin's only injury was caused by Qiao Mu risking his life to rush forward and burn her hands with Li fire. Don't worry, both martial artists' internal strength and cultivators' magic power require a long time of rest to recover, said Star Xian Envoy in a deep voice. Wu Qingxin is already a discarded child of the Xiantian sect, so it's impossible for her to have a large amount of elixirs for recovery. She has already consumed a lot, otherwise why would she have fled? When her strength is depleted, it will be time for her to be killed. Did the Star Xian Envoy of the Wuji Association plan to exhaust Wu Qingxin to death? No wonder he gathered 10 people this time. Qiao Mu had this thought in his mind, while his arm continued to emit internal strength, fighting against the burning etching bones Li fire. Qiao Zhong, don't move. The bearded swordsman's expression became serious as he approached Qiao Mu with his sword, which shimmered with cold light. He stared closely at Qiao Mu's arm. In a flash of cold light, he quickly swung multiple consecutive strikes with his sword. A large chunk of flesh entwined with Li fire was forcefully carved out, causing Qiao Mu's arm to become a bloody mess, with blood gushing out. That large chunk of flesh, once separated from Qiao Mu's body, burned away in the blink of an eye, and on Qiao Mu's bloody arm, the burning had also ceased, as if the precise strikes had cleanly separated the burning flesh from the relatively intact flesh and bones. The bearded swordsman casually threw the long sword entangled with Li fire, planting it in the ground, where it quickly deformed and twisted within the burning Li fire. Wasn't it said, that once entangled by Wu Qingxin's etching bones Li fire, one must cut off their arm to survive? Qiao Mu was slightly surprised. L.B//JNN. At first, he thought he was again being ignorant, but as he looked around and noticed that everyone, including the Star Xian Envoy from the Wuji Association, was focused on the bearded swordsman, he snapped out of it. The swordsman said calmly, "Your inner strength is not bad. You can temporarily suppress the spreading of the Li fire. The fire hasn't reached the bones yet, so there is still hope. Of course, I'm just giving it a try and I'm not certain. If I can't stop the spread of the Li fire, then I'll have to make another strike and cut off your arm. You're amazing, my friend. Your sword skills are so precise, it's like carving tofu with a dragon-slaying knife." The white-robed swordsman, jade-faced flying dragon, also praised. It seems that those who dare to pursue Wu Qingxin all have their own unique skills. This swordsman has truly reached a high level in martial arts. This swordsman's hand is so steady and accurate. It's as if the legendary butcher, Pao Ding, is carefully slicing open Qiao Mu's arm, fast and precise. With each consecutive strike, not only does it cut through flesh, but it also avoids harming the bones. With just one move, the serious injuries that could have crippled Qiao Mu were turned into minor injuries. These two are really tough. One dares to use a knife, and the other dares to just stand still and let him attack. The strong man muttered to himself. The hunting team this time was temporarily assembled by Star Xian Envoy, and there wasn't much communication or trust among the members. However, the cooperation between the two during this mission surprised him. "Old Hu, your knife skills are amazing." Qiao Mu swung his arm, which was still bleeding, and quickly bandaged it. "It's just some minor paths, nothing worth mentioning," Old Hu casually said. "Didn't someone from Tide Listening Building introduce you?" People from Tide Listening Building are well informed. Only those who have achieved high rankings in power, strength, and skill can truly be impressive. Compared to them, what does my modest knife skill amount to? Power, strength, skill, can you explain them in detail? Qiao Mu asked eagerly. "Qiao Zhong, you're not young anymore, how come you've never heard of this before?" You've been training in martial arts behind closed doors for so many years. The swordsman was a little surprised but explained, considering Qiao Mu had just saved him from being attacked. In the old days of the martial arts world, they only vaguely distinguished between internal and external martial artists. Since the rise of the martial saint, the current martial arts world has gradually explored three paths in martial arts. The path of blood and flesh martial arts is pursued by a group of martial artists who constantly seek physical strength and vibrant energy. They possess great strength and are similar to the previous external martial artists. The path of internal strength martial arts believes that internal strength is the foundation of a martial artist. Even in old age, as long as their energy and blood don't decline too much, their internal strength can continue to grow. The older they get and the longer they practice, the stronger their internal strength becomes. Some of them even believe that as long as they break through the limit of their lifespan, they will eventually be able to compete with those cultivators by relying on their ever-growing internal strength. Just like the former head of the Qiao family in Heiang City, who trained in the long life fist to a profound level. Even in his 80s, his energy and blood remained vigorous, and his internal strength was incredibly powerful. He ranked in the top 10 on the strength list in the Tide Listening Building, known throughout the world. As for the path of techniques and skills martial arts, it's like someone like me who specializes in studying extraordinary techniques and cunning moves, dedicating ourselves to mastering various martial arts skills to a high level. The most famous legend in the martial world is about an elderly martial arts master whose strength had declined with age, but his sword skills were extraordinary. He defeated a strong martial artist from the imperial court using only a wooden sword. Any martial artist who excels in strength, technique, and skill can earn a place on the top 3 rankings at the Tide Listening Building. Besides that, there is also a higher rank in spiritual refining martial arts, but I don't know much about it. Even someone like you, Old Hu, a martial artist of the 4th rank, couldn't make it onto the rankings. Qiao Mu asked hesitantly. Hihi, I'm just a beginner. Old Hu laughed and then said, earlier, were you thinking about exchanging martial arts secrets with me, which made you push me away? Yes, Qiao Mu blinked his eyes. That's a terrible lie. There's no such foolish person in this world. Old Hu shook his head. Weren't you planning to read The Art of Lovemaking for the world? How can such a grand ideal die here? Qiao Mu casually remarked. Do you really believe it? Old Hu frowned for a while, then took out a few paperback books from his pocket and threw them at Qiao Mu. Qiao Mu took a closer look, and all the titles on the books were not very serious, such as The Art of Recognizing Sense, Hard Hitting with a Big Stick, Cloud Searching Hand of the Yellow Dragon, and so on. No matter what you think, now you and I are even. Old Hu, the swordsman, glanced at Qiao Mu's right arm and calmly said, I don't need your help, and you don't need to meddle in this. All right. Although Qiao Mu wasn't afraid of death, he didn't want to put himself in unnecessary danger. It's better this way. After all, this swordsman with a stubble beard seemed like a strange person. His sword skills were meticulous. What if Qiao Mu ended up being secretly saved by him and got into the same predicament as he did with Wang Songhe in the past? At that moment, everyone had already taken care of their injuries and continued to chase after the saintess. As the sky grew darker and the mountain wind rustled, the leaves in the entire forest rustled along with it. In the wind, there were faint and eerie cries like ghosts and wolves. As they got closer, they saw a faint flickering fire beneath a distant big tree. It was a middle-aged village woman in her 40s or 50s, and her arm had accidentally touched that strangely fire. It was now burning and she couldn't help but scream in pain. It's Wu Qingxin again, intentionally torturing people. Qiao Mu's gaze turned cold, and he was the first to rush forward. Stay still, he immediately shouted, reaching for the sword hilt at his waist. He had learned from previous experiences with fire and knew that this fire burned fiercely. He needed to quickly cut off the person's arm to avoid being burned to death. However, just as Qiao Mu stepped forward, the woman with the burning arm had a look of fanaticism on her face that he couldn't understand. She lunged towards him. Burning holy fire, consume my body. Protect our saintess, I die without regrets. Qiao Mu's eyes flashed, and in an instant, he stomped on the burning village girl's stomach, crushing her under his foot. But before him, there were more and more flickering flames. Sacred flame, burn my remains. In the wilderness, suddenly there appeared around 40 to 50 people, their bodies aflame, their faces filled with fervor as they rushed towards him. These dozens of people seemed like ordinary villagers, but it seemed as if Wu Qingxin had concealed their presence with some kind of magic, deceiving Qiao Mu's sharp senses. Looking back now, he only found that the bearded swordsman and the others were standing about 10 steps away, with no intention to approach. Only he charged forward alone. He is too soft-heart. It's not easy to survive until this age in the world as it is today, Old Hu sighed softly. They weren't certain if this was a trap, but these few people were deeply involved with the Wuji Association and wouldn't easily show kindness to save the burning village girl in the wilderness. So that's how it is. Qiao Mu's face turned slightly cold as he trampled on the burning village girl. He rushed forward to save people, knowing that he wouldn't die, so he dared to step on traps and act recklessly. It turns out that no innocent person was tortured by that Wu Qingxin, only fools who were in cahoots with the tiger. Qiao Mu breathed a sigh of relief. Then he swiftly swung the sword in his hand, beheading the village woman who was still reaching out for him with great effort. He didn't die because he was agile and quick to react, while the village woman really wanted to kill him. Although he shows mercy as a woman, it doesn't seem like his condition is critical yet. Not too serious? The bearded swordsman commented as he approached. The burly Thunderhand and others in the distance were wary of this fire and didn't come close. They only drew their bows and threw hidden weapons from afar to kill these villagers who were on fire. The bearded swordsman was the only one who dared to approach and engage in combat. He looked expressionless at the villagers and muttered, "Ignorant people blindly worship gods and idols, their minds filled with teachings that can't be saved. They must be killed." He had excellent sword skills and was able to enter the crowd of villagers on fire without getting a single spark on him. The bearded swordsman went straight into the crowd, swinging his sword and attacking as if there was nobody around. His sword skills were extremely precise, every strike aimed at vital points, each strike taking a life. Jade-faced Flying Dragon and the others in the back only threw hidden weapons from a distance, observing from the side, their faces showing a hint of surprise when they saw this scene. With their strength, they naturally surpassed these villagers who were on fire. But as long as they were a bit careless and caught a single spark, they couldn't extinguish it, either dying or being left maimed. They didn't possess the meticulous sword skills of the swordsman, so they didn't approach for close combat. It's not that they were afraid to risk their lives, they just didn't want to fight to the death with ordinary villagers. The person recruited by Starxian Envoy this time is quite extraordinary, the burly man Thunderous Hand commented. Is it true that the Hu family's master of swordsmanship is unknown on the three boards? Even if their internal strength is slightly inferior, they should still be famous on the martial arts skills and techniques board. Although they don't appear on the power, strength, and techniques board, there is a famous swordsman surnamed Hu on another list of the Tide Listening Building, Jade-faced Flying Dragon suddenly added. What list? Is there something more prestigious than the power, strength, and techniques board? Thunderous Hand asked again. Naturally, it is the hero list that all-known man ranked decades ago, the top 10 martial artists in the world. Jade-faced Flying Dragon startled everyone with this revelation, capturing their attention. Among the most famous figures in the mortal world, Tide Listening Building was best known for all-known man from the martial world 50 years ago. The most famous thing that all-known man did was create a hero list, evaluating the heroes of the martial world. Martial Saint, 40 years ago, was the top-ranked general in the imperial court and also the #1 martial artist. He was thriving in the court and was vaguely considered the top martial official of Great Yan. The military officer leader, also known for his ability and power in government, rather than his personal strength. At that time, the martial saint was strong, but not yet the leader of martial arts. In fact, before and after the Inhuman War, the martial saint ranked 11th on the hero list of all-known man in the martial arts world. It is well known that there are 2 in the top 1, 5 in the top 3, and 20 in the top 10. And those who can be ranked in the top 10 in the world by all-known man are naturally the top 10 outstanding individuals. The 10th on the hero list at the time was a swordsman surnamed Hu, exclaimed Jade-faced Flying Dragon. It is said that this swordsman used to be a chef in the palace and had been hunting and killing various rare monsters for 20 years in the palace kitchen. One day, a third-rank assassin broke into the palace and tried to knock out the chef. Qiao Mu's heart was moved. Does this plot sound familiar? Then, the assassin who ranked third was swiftly beheaded by the royal chef who had raised his butcher knife for the first time. From then on, he left the palace kitchen and trained with the cow cleaver knife, becoming the most renowned swordsman in the world. When it comes to the extraordinary stories of the martial arts world in the previous era, everyone is filled with nostalgia. The martial arts world of the old days, before the Inhuman War, was completely different from the present. They could only catch glimpses of that bygone era through stories passed down by their ancestors. Jade-faced Flying Dragon became more and more engrossed as he spoke. Whether it's the all-known man or the hero list, they are all things of the past now. With the arrival of the Inhuman War 40 years ago, the old martial arts world quietly faded away, and the hero list became a relic of the previous era. The elite troops of Great Yan were completely wiped out in the war, with only the martial saint surviving. As the sole survivor, he later resigned from his official position and disappeared into the world of martial arts amongst the common people. After the Inhuman War, countless people placed their hopes on the top 10 experts of that time, hoping they could turn the tide and defeat those Inhumans. But eventually, they fell silent and disappeared without a trace in the following years, with no news whatsoever. Some say they suffered a tragic defeat just like the martial saint, or even died in battle. Others say they became slaves to inhuman martial arts. 40 years have passed, and still no one knows what happened to them, and gradually, no one cares anymore. Since then, the hero list has become nothing more than a piece of waste paper, and the so-called top 10 heroes in the world are nothing compared to the Inhuman. And this swordsman with the surname Hu and his swordsmanship. Jade-faced Flying Dragon's gaze fell on the sword of the swordsman with sideburns.n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. He had seen the previous swordsman cut off Qiao Mu's arm swiftly and cleanly, avoiding every vital point and bone with precise strikes, ultimately leaving Qiao Mu injured but not disabled, which was no easy task. You don't happen to think that he is the former 10th in the world, the leading master in swordsmanship, do you? Thunderhand asked. That is certainly not possible. Jade-faced Flying Dragon shook his head. But it's possible that he is a descendant or a successor of the former master of swordsmanship, isn't it? Everyone suddenly became a little confused. This swordsman is very violent. Without any hesitation, he uses his sword to take the lives of those villagers who are on fire. If this person is really a descendant of the inhumane leader of the knife sect who was killed, then it makes sense. While speaking, jade-faced flying dragon glanced at Star Xian Envoy from the corner of his eye, but Star Xian Envoy was completely covered by his cloak and mask, showing no emotions at all. At this moment, most of the villagers who were on fire have been killed. The remaining people who tried to attack Qiao Mu and the others were burned to death by Li fire, letting out terrifying screams before dying. Further away, the villagers who were holding pitchforks were terrified and ran away. Swordsman Old Hu didn't chase after them, he stood still, leaning on his sword and catching his breath. As you get older, it's normal for your vitality to decline, he sighed. You don't need to guess anymore, I am indeed no longer in the top 3 of the Tide Listening Building. His hearing ability was outstanding. Even in the midst of a fierce battle, he heard the discussion of jade-faced flying dragon and others behind him. I have used up a lot of my internal strength. I will need your help when I meet Saintess Wu Qingxin next. That's natural. Old Hu, you should rest for now. The others naturally nodded in agreement. From beginning to end, Star Xian Envoy didn't take action. He only instructed Qiao Mu and others to fight. Now, he continues to wave his hand to command. Since there are so many villagers from the mountains, we must have already arrived at the Saintess village. Follow them. The group used light steps to sprint for a while. Soon, the path ahead suddenly opened up, revealing a village in the mountains. The village is not very big, but right now every house has its doors and windows closed. Nobody is making a sound, it is quiet like a ghost town. But everyone is a martial artist with sharp senses, so they naturally realize that there are many villagers hiding in these houses. Qiao Mu takes the lead and kicks open a tightly closed wooden door. Inside the door, there is a middle-aged farmer and his wife and daughter, holding pitchforks with frightened faces. Qiao Mu has seen this farmer who is holding a pitchfork before. He saw this person earlier behind the crowd on fire, and later he was scared to death by Old Hu and ran away. Tell me, where is your Saintess Wu Qingxin? Qiao Mu demands. However, these villagers, although fearful, remain tight-lipped and cannot provide any useful information. All your people have been burned to death, and you are still protecting your Saintess. The farmer's face turns even paler after hearing this. Beads of sweat appear on his forehead. He had witnessed with his own eyes the villagers who were burned to death by Li, which obviously gave him immense mental pressure. Saintess is the celestial of Xiantian sect, how could she be wrong? They didn't have enough sincerity just now, so they couldn't withstand the burning of the holy fire. They died because of their own sins. The farmer muttered to himself. Qiao Mu squinted his eyes, slowly unsheathing his sword, and looked at the little girl behind the farmer with a cold gaze. The little girl said with wide eyes, her pitch-black pupils trembling intensely, hesitatingly saying, I don't know. At that moment, swordsman Old Hu's sigh could be heard at the door. You won't get any answers by doing this. In the past 40 years of the Inhuman War, the trend of seeking immortality and worshipping gods has spread across the imperial court. The celestial being is extraordinary and detached from worldly affairs. They have achieved immortality and possess immense power. As a result, they have become the object of admiration for many people, a guiding light in the human realm, and an idol in the realm of the divine. The ignorant people blindly worship gods. Even if their beloved deities are wrong, they would deceive themselves and make up a suitable reason. They put on this collar by themselves. Asking with your mouth won't lead to any results. After speaking, Old Hu took a step forward and crossed over Qiao Mu. Before he could react, a flash of light appeared from his hand with a knife. Sigh. The farmer, covered in blood, stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Have you ever heard of Lingqi? The bearded swordsman said lightly. They say the most skilled executioner can put a person through 1,000 cuts without killing them, making them experience every bit of pain, draining the last drop of blood. This is much more prolonged and painful than those who were burned to death in the past. Guess, how many cuts can you endure? And your wife, your daughter, how many cuts can they endure? The farmer's body trembled like a sieve, his face pale as he pointed in a direction. The original name of this Saintess village was Guo Family Village, just a simple little village nestled among the mountains. After Wu Qingxin built a temple here, it came to be known as Saintess Village. In the northeast corner of the village, there is a lonely temple where the mountain dwellers bow 3 times and prostrate themselves 9 times every day. Although the population of the village is not thriving, the incense is still continuous. Cultivators who are more powerful don't care about these trivial incense offerings, but for Wu Qingxin, who is not qualified to enter the Hiang City Xiantian temple, it is as precious as a treasure. At this moment, in that temple, amidst the lingering fragrance of incense, there is a white-clad woman sitting cross-legged. Her posture and demeanor vaguely resembled the statue behind her. At this moment, Saintess Wu Qingxin sat cross-legged at the entrance of the temple, closed her eyes, and rested. However, she could hear hurried footsteps, shouts, and the sounds of a fight getting closer and clearer. Can't delay much longer, can we? She let out a slight sigh and stood up. This Saintess village was secretly established by her servant who had great martial arts skills. If it wasn't for the purpose of buying time to break through to the advanced stage of spiritual cultivation, she wouldn't have allowed these devoted followers to willingly sacrifice themselves. If I hadn't been feeling restless and unable to calm down, how did it come to this? I can only kill them all first and then figure it out. She stood up, grasped a long sword beside her, her expression turned cold, and she murmured softly, Besides the hidden Star Xian envoy who doesn't show themselves, there are a total of 6 people. In front of her, Qiao Mu and others had arrived. 2 groups of people met, without any wasted words, and charged at each other. Except for swordsman Old Hu, who was catching his breath and recovering behind with a sword, the other 5 people rushed forward and surrounded Saintess Wu Qingxin. Wu Qingxin had already achieved the 4th rank 30 years ago. Even though she had turned to cultivating the path of immortality, her martial arts cultivation was still extraordinary. Swinging her long sword flawlessly, she surprisingly had superb swordsmanship and was surrounded by 5 people without any confusion. Brute Bull Divine Strength Technique. The strong man with a thunderous hand gripped the huge axe, and his muscular arms bulged. The already exaggerated and fierce muscles expanded even further. Let go. Just with a loud sound, although Wu Qingxin blocked the axe with her sword, the sudden increase in force made her unable to stop it, and her long sword flew out of her hand. Just as everyone was about to attack, they saw the flying sword turn in the air, swiftly piercing through the thunderous hand of the strong man's throat, and then returning to Wu Qingxin's hand. 5. Wu Qingxin made a gesture and suddenly there were 5 identical Wu Qingxins, each holding a sword and facing a person. This cultivator can make copies of themselves. As everyone was astonished, the 5 Wu Qingxins started fighting fiercely. They were surrounded by red flames of Li fire. They abandoned their swords and instead opened their arms to embrace the people in front of them. Caught off guard, several people were instantly engulfed by the flames of the Saintess. The burning Wu Qingxin's body quickly twisted and distorted in the fire, revealing several lifelike paper men. In an instant, including Old Hu who was at the back, everyone was engulfed in a sea of fire. Only the Wuji Association's Star Xian envoy, who had not yet joined the battle, remained unharmed. However, even he felt a bit uneasy at this moment. The etching bone Li fire talisman is almost unbeatable for martial artists. Once it touches you, even a 3rd-ranking spirit refining martial artist cannot escape. They can only cut off their own arm to survive. If the arm is touched, it will be cut off. If the leg is touched, it needs to be chopped off. But if both hands and feet are tainted by the flames, is there any way to survive? Cutting off both hands and feet? In that case, one would become like the livestock awaiting slaughter in front of Wu Qingxin. Although swordsman Old Hu has superb and intricate knife skills, there are still things he cannot accomplish. Could it be that after just seeking survival by cutting off flesh earlier, now he has to cut off all of his body? 0. Wu Qingxin glided through the air, standing on a flying sword and reappearing above, looking down at the 5 or 6 people trapped in the fire. The outcome is determined. Ordinary martial artists can only master skills in boxing, martial weapons, and kung fu. How can they compare with the ever-changing spells and techniques of the immortal path? At this moment, the village was no longer quiet. People from all directions flocked to the entrance of the Saintess temple, gazing from afar at the human bonfire. It felt like a festive celebration. The sinners have all been set on fire, destined to burn in purgatory for eternity. The sky gradually darkened, and the night was about to come. The mountain wind blew, causing the red flames at the entrance of the temple to dance. This fire was the only light and heat in the village. Saintess Wu Qingxin, who was standing on a flying sword, stood in midair, her figure illuminated by the fire. She wore a white robe that fluttered in the wind, with a tall and extraordinary figure, overlooking the fire below. Her silhouette faintly resembled the Saintess statue enshrined in the temple behind her, just lacking a touch of the statue's compassionate and sorrowful essence. This sight, witnessed by the villagers of Saintess village, was undoubtedly a miraculous manifestation of a divine being. The villagers from all around also gathered from afar. They were too scared to come close, so they just looked at the Holy Maiden temple from a distance and circled around the wildly dancing fire, bowing 3 times and prostrating 9 times. This fire was the only source of light and warmth in the village at the moment. If someone who doesn't know what's going on sees this scene, they might think it's a festive celebration in this mountain village, with people gathering around bonfires for a wild carnival. The Saintess has truly appeared. The villain who entered the village was burned by the sacred fire and condemned to eternal damnation. The divine fire burns away all earthly sins. The earthly realm is full of hardship. The governance of the great Yin dynasty is worn out and in a state of despair. Taxation in the capital city is burdensome, but in the mountains, there are no taxes. Only in the mountains can one find the Saintess. And in the midst of those raging flames, Qiao Mu put down the hands that were surrounded by Li's fire and blocked his vision. He opened his eyes and heard the villagers murmuring and chanting. So annoying. He lowered his arms and his internal strength as a 4th-rank martial artist gradually surged through his entire body, flowing through his meridians and limbs. When he was in the city of Hiang, he saw people who always sided with the Xiantian sect and spoke for the immortal masters of the Xiantian sect. When he was in the city of Yan, he also saw scholars who were too afraid to speak up and those who yielded to the power of Guoyan and engaged in debates. But in both Yan and Hiang cities, he also saw soldiers who dared to steal a bowl of hero courage soup and constables who persisted in investigating cases despite the heavy pressure from the immortal gate. He thought that no matter how dark the world was, there would always be a sense of justice within people, even if they were too afraid to speak up. But this small village hidden in the mountains and forests, this village that revered the Saintess, completely changed his perception. In fact, I am getting older now. I should be more steady, otherwise it won't fit my character portrayal. He murmured to himself in the fire. Originally, I wanted to learn to be discreet and go with the flow, but every time it ends up like this. I can't control myself. He lowered his head. Let's meet again next time. His entire body was filled with strong internal power, shining and blazing like fire. Heavenly demon disintegration method. He didn't care at all about the entangled Li fire on his body. Isn't it just death? Whether it was being burned by Li fire or experiencing death, he had gone through it more than once. This figure burst out of the fire, like a cannonball, and collided with the white-robed saintess standing in midair, balanced on her sword. A crisp sound was heard from the area. The long sword that was burnt by Li fire, with great force, smashed into the flying sword in front of Wu Qingxin in an instant, causing a loud noise. Wu Qingxin reached out and grabbed the flying sword that was flying backwards, and her figure couldn't help but fall down, landing at the entrance of the temple that was unaffected by the flames. The villagers who were kneeling around the sea of fire suddenly stopped praying. Did the saintess in the sky fall down because of the evil person burning in the fire? Phew. Several figures ran out from the flames, with some Li fire burning on their bodies, but it was burning slowly. The powerful internal strength can temporarily suppress the burning of Li fire, but it can never completely extinguish the fire. They didn't immediately join the battle, but watched the scene of Qiao Mu and Wu Qingxin fighting, feeling a hint of luck in their hearts. He's quite a brave guy. I hope he can buy us some time, so that we can figure out how to escape the burning of this Li fire. Those who are willing to accept the summons of Star Xian Envoy and come to hunt down Wu Qingxin, a disciple of martial saint, are naturally martial artists who have a high opinion of themselves and great ambitions. Originally, they all had some hidden skills to varying degrees, but due to various concerns, they didn't use them right away. As a result, they were caught off guard and dragged into Wu Qingxin's sea of fire. Their survival instinct made them hopeful, thinking that maybe they could learn from the skilled swordsman with a beard and find another way to get rid of the burning etching bones Li fire on their bodies. Only Qiao Mu stepped forward to fight to death. Die. The burning longsword in Qiao Mu's hand gradually started to deform, and he had to constantly pour in internal strength to resist the burning of the Li fire, slashing and chopping again and again. The flames gradually surrounded his whole body, yet he seemed completely unaware, only focusing on his sword play. His shadow transformation sword technique had already reached a certain level of mastery. With each swing of his long sword, it seemed to split into multiple images and left behind several vague flame traces in the air. Why can't you just quietly burn to death? Wu Qingxin's expression remained cold, but she felt a bit irritated deep inside. The existence or disappearance of the etching bones Li fire was entirely in her control, so as long as she reacted in time, she would not be burned by the flames. However, if this Qiao Mu approached her completely engulfed in fire, even if she didn't fear the etching bones Li fire, she would still be somewhat cautious. I can die. Qiao Mu, with flames swirling around his feet, seemed like a terrifying demon in the eyes of the villagers, showing a fierce smile. You cannot live. Using the mastered heavenly demon disintegration method, Qiao Mu, who had just reached the 4th rank, suddenly burst out with internal strength several times stronger. With each sword strike, there was a powerful gust of wind, causing the surrounding flames to sway and dance. Crack. After being burned by Li's fire for a long time, Qiao Mu's sword in his hand finally deformed and twisted, the blade no longer intact, as Wu Qingxin's sword cleaved it in half. Without a sword, I will use my fists. Qiao Mu then decisively discarded the sword in his hand and fiercely punched with both fists. Without fists, I still have feet. His body was burning, but his movements showed no hesitation or pause. Compared to Jade and the others who were meditating behind, the figure in this scene appeared more decisive and tragic. This Jiaozhong is not an ordinary person. Jade-faced flying dragon stood up, his eyes filled with sadness. He had tried every method, but still couldn't escape the strange etching bones Li fire. Not only him, but the others also faced the same issue, and they all failed, unable to succeed. No matter how hard they tried, the flame was always like a stubborn disease, impossible to shake off or extinguish. Their hearts were filled with darkness, and despite trying everything, they couldn't find any hope, until they saw Qiao Mu making another choice. We martial artists should be like this. Wu Qingxin didn't leave us any way out, even if it means death, she shouldn't get away with it. Let's go together. The swordsman Jade-faced flying dragon, dressed in white, angrily yelled. Any martial artist who dares to chase and kill Saintess Wu Qingxin is skilled at the level of the 4th or 5th rank, and their character is not inferior. Previously, they held on to a glimmer of hope, always feeling that they were different and could find a way to survive death. But now they can't anymore. In a situation where all hope is lost, they finally exhaust all their strength and launch a full attack. Mount Tai Sword, opening mountain style. Tai God Fist. Little Diamond Palm. These few people, following Qiao Mu's lead, in this desperate situation, attack without defense, not seeking to save their lives, only wanting to accompany Wu Qingxin to the afterlife. Ripple stacking wave strength. Double wave. Qiao Mu, like the others, stood tall with flames swirling around him and threw a punch. As the fist struck, a rolling internal strength spread like ripples in water, with waves overlapping. Ripple stacking wave strength double wave. Nov, L, B //JNN. With the combined power of a bright and a dark force, multiplied several times by the heavenly demon disintegration method, the attack struck Wu Qingxin's abdomen, causing her previously calm and composed expression to be thrown backwards into the embrace of the Saintess temple. The mountain people were in turmoil, but those whose lives were in imminent danger paid no attention. This etching bonesly fire arose because of Wu Qingxin. Hurry up and kill her, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Inside the temple, Wu Qingxin fell to the ground, her face pale and her white clothes stained with blood. The stark contrast to the compassionate saintess behind her was striking. She glanced back at the saintess image behind her. In the end, is it still a separation between immortals and mortals? Over the past 20 or 30 years, she has secluded herself to practice bitterly. Her qi refining cultivation progress is actually much faster than her fellow disciples, but she has always been stuck at the foundation building bottleneck, unable to make any progress. She had thought that because she was not a true saintess, and didn't hold a position in Xiantian Temple, she lacked the support of incense and vows. With great difficulty, she spent many years gradually gathering followers in the mountain village, establishing temples. She had thought that with years of accumulation, she could make a breakthrough in one fell swoop. But at the critical moment, she was always restless and unable to calm her mind. Even if it meant sacrificing her followers, she could not achieve the moment of ascension she had hoped for. If you kill me, do you think you can live? Don't be so self-righteous. She gently curled her lips. At this moment, she still had some strength to fight, but her heart was as bleak as the martial artists consumed by the fire of Li. Even a spirit-refining martial artist of the third rank would be powerless against the bone-etching fire of a qi-refining cultivator. Even if we take a step back, even if you manage to survive, you will eventually die. Her gaze fell on Qiao Mu and the others, who had arrived at the broken temple. After practicing the martial saint's spiritual technique, there was only a dead end ahead. Haven't you realized something is wrong? How can this secret technique make practitioners have a telepathic connection with each other? No matter how I try to escape, I can't escape your sensing. Wu Qingxin drew her sword and continued to fight fiercely against these burning martial artists, all while keeping a big smile on her face. What martial saint? What telepathic connection? What kind of spiritual refining secret technique that even low-level martial artists can practice? This is the secret technique created by the martial saint himself back then, in order to easily track and hunt down practitioners of the martial saint spiritual technique. When they heard this, Qiao Mu and the others were briefly taken aback, and their movements paused for a moment. Wu Qingxin kept swinging her long sword, occasionally letting go of it, all while continuing to speak, trying to shake their minds. After the inhuman war, the martial saint emerged as a revered figure in martial arts, comparing himself to the great sage of Confucianism. It has been 40 years since then. During these 40 years, he traveled through Zhu province, establishing the Wuji Association and gathering 3,000 exceptionally talented martial arts geniuses as adopted children and disciples. The martial saint taught his best techniques and skills to 3,000 disciples, including the martial saint's spiritual technique. Those who were able to practice the martial saint's spiritual technique, whether they were martial saint disciples or other exceptional martial artists, would eventually become nourishment for the martial saint. Decades ago, the martial saint had 3,000 disciples. Can you guess how many are still alive? Anyone who practices the martial saint's spiritual technique is nothing more than nourishment for the martial saint. When this news reached the ears of the crowd, it stirred up a storm of astonishment and fear in their hearts. With their minds in turmoil, even their attacks momentarily faltered, giving Wu Qingxin a precious moment to catch her breath. Wu Qingxin multitasked, manipulating her flying sword while also increasing the strength of her voice. From the moment you started practicing the martial saint's spiritual technique, your fate was already sealed. Even if hiding at the ends of the earth, the martial saint will follow his instincts to kill you one by one. Even if seeking refuge in the immortal gate, like me, I can only struggle for a moment and will eventually be considered a discarded pawn by the immortal gate. Wu Qingxin initially only tried to shake their spirits, but as she spoke, sadness overwhelmed her heart. For several decades, she lived between the immortal gate and the martial saint, secluded in cultivation all day long, but in the end, she still reached this point. She sadly smiled and said, "From the vast sky and earth, from the rivers and lakes to the temples, from the secular world to the immortal gate, there is no longer the chance for you and me to survive." Before her words had even fallen, Qiao Mu used his internal strength to slap her back, causing her to stumble forward 2 steps and spit out blood. "Please continue speaking, I'm listening. Say more." Qiao Mu was calm and composed. JNN. He remained calm as if the fire didn't burn on him. Any martial artist in this world, who can reach the rank of 4th level, cannot rely solely on practicing in seclusion. They must go through many battles. No matter how much experience they have gained from their battles, when faced with a life and death situation, it is nearly impossible for their state of mind to remain undisturbed. Jade faced Flying Dragon, and the others had to endure the pain of being burned by the fire while also using their internal strength to suppress it. At the same time, they had to fight their enemy, Wu Qingxin, with all their might. Their hearts were already tight with tension. But Qiao Mu was different. He fought desperately as effortlessly as going to the bathroom. As Wu Qingxin spoke about the secrets of the martial saint, Qiao Mu's attack didn't slow down at all. He treated Wu Qingxin as a real combat target. He was practicing the essence of the long life fist and ripple stacking wave strength on the sandbag. In fact, Qiao Kangxiu taught him this secret technique when he was in his 20s, as a member of Hiang City's Qiao family. Now, in his 60s, Qiao Mu's stacking wave strength has only just broken through to the second level, the level of double wave. He hit Wu Qingxin's back heart with a punch. The strength of his hand surged with two forces, one bright and one dark, like waves crashing. There were two light sounds as the punch landed. For a skilled martial artist, when they throw a punch, their maximum force is 10 times their strength. And this ripple stacking wave strength is about not exhausting all your strength and leaving room for more. With each punch, only about 60 to 70% of their strength is used, but in that very short moment of explosive power, a second wave of force is delivered. When the two waves of force are combined, they become as powerful as crashing waves, unleashing a destructive force of more than 100%. Double wave, using 60% of my strength. While Wu Qingxin was talking non-stop, Qiao Mu used the shadow step technique and suddenly appeared behind her, throwing a punch. Double wave, using 70% of my strength. The simultaneous eruption of the two waves of force generates a destructive power of 140%, causing Wu Qingxin to stumble once again. However, after being repeatedly sneak attacked by Qiao Mu, she became cautious and used her internal strength, so this time she only stumbled momentarily. A martial technique that surpasses full power? Is this your reliance? It's like sitting at the bottom of a well and looking at the sky. Wu Qingxin just sneered. She studied under the martial saint, so her perspective was extraordinary. When she followed the martial saint in her early years, she had seen all kinds of top-notch martial arts and techniques. When Qiao Mu charged at her again, she swiftly attacked with both palms, intending to directly face off against this 6-decade-old martial artist who had just entered the 4th rank. However, behind her, a flying sword, as fast as a cold star, traced an arc and quickly aimed for the back of Qiao Mu's head. It was foolish of her to confront Qiao Mu head-on, especially since this was not a one-on-one duel at all. Punches against punches, palms against palms, she didn't aim to completely defeat Qiao Mu head-on. As long as she could block his attacks, that flying sword could silently sever his head. Qiao Mu didn't entice the flying sword being controlled by Wu Qingxin in secret. However, he paid no mind to it, and he even relished it. Compared to dying once again under the scorching flames of Li Fire, going down to the underworld together with Wu Qingxin wouldn't be bad either. Old Hu, and jade-faced flying dragon. I'll go ahead first. Qiao Mu had a smiling expression, looking calm, but suddenly unleashed his hidden internal strength. Double wave, exerting 70% of my power, plus the heavenly demon disintegration method. Within every bone and muscle in his body, Qiao Mu unleashed a vigorous internal strength several times greater, causing a sharp, tearing pain in his arm veins in an instant. Boom, boom. With multiple times the powerful force and the simultaneous eruption of stacking wave strength, the sudden surge of power from Qiao Mu far exceeded Wu Qingxin's expectations. Under the immense force, her hands twisted, deformed, and broke bones, with the broken and twisted arm bones piercing into her chest. Blood gushed out as she took several steps back. The jade-faced flying dragon and the others didn't stand idly by either. The clear sound of metal clashing rang out. Jade-faced flying dragon used his light skills and, in the blink of an eye, he raised his sword and sent the flying sword aimed at the back of Qiao Mu's head flying away. The other two martial artists whose bodies were on fire took the opportunity while Wu Qingxin staggered back, and stabbed her in the back with their knives and swords. Wu Qingxin froze, her eyes wide open, and the flying sword that was knocked away finally fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Her chest no longer rose and fell, her breath stopped abruptly. The villagers from the surrounding mountain village were first filled with fear and panic, but then they started making a lot of noise and commotion. It's over. Jade-faced flying dragon, standing behind Qiao Mu, sighed softly and looked at the Li fire swirling around his hands and feet. The fire of this Li fire was a bit smaller, but it hadn't been extinguished. If it's over, why did you save me? Qiao Mu turned around and glared at jade-faced flying dragon. Originally, he didn't want to get too involved with the Wuji Association. Just now, he had a few words with Old Hu, promptly stopping his actions. Unexpectedly, there was another twist in the story. Jade-faced flying dragon didn't understand Qiao Mu's words, but it didn't matter because he was soon going to be burned to death. Wu Qingxin died, but Etching Bones Li fire still hasn't disappeared, it's just a bit slower. Jade-faced flying dragon's voice sounded tired. This time, Star Xian Envoy assembled a team of 11 people, including several 4th rank members. However, in the end, they suffered a complete defeat. I heard that the Etching Bone Li Fire Talisman is a symbol specifically designed by the Immortal Gate to target ordinary martial artists. There's no chance of winning head-on, even a 3rd rank spirit refining martial artist can only rely on extraordinary intuition to dodge. I thought Saintess Wu Qingxin's cultivation in the path of immortality wouldn't last long, and we would have a chance to win. But I underestimated her. Perhaps facing death, Jade-faced flying dragon, who was previously dignified, started to babble. The martial artists whose hands and feet were on fire each sat in meditation, channeling their internal strength. Even though they knew they were doomed, they still wanted to struggle one last time. Someone sighed, and the atmosphere suddenly became heavy. And with a sigh, the bearded swordsman walked out from the sea of fire. Unexpectedly, he not only had a steady breath, but also didn't have a single spark on him. Old Hu, you. At this moment, everyone realized that something was wrong. Without saying a word, the bearded swordsman placed his hand on the sheath of his waist, his hand became blurry. More than 10 bright and sharp sword lights flickered one after another. Then, blood spurted out and chunks of flesh flew in the air. Including Qiao Mu, 4 martial artists were covered in blood. There was even one 5th-rank martial artist whose arm was instantly cut off by the bearded swordsman. While the crowd was shocked and angry, they were stunned to find that the swirlingly fire around them had disappeared with that bright sword light in the air. Did the fire of etching bones Li go out? Jade-faced flying dragon felt a strong shock in his heart. He vaguely sensed that this was completely different from the amazing swordsmanship displayed by the stubble-faced swordsman earlier. No matter how exquisite the swordsmanship, it is only a skill that can separate burning flesh from intact flesh. But they have already been burned by the Li fire for some time. Perhaps the Li fire has already penetrated their bones. How can it be divided? Did someone forcefully extinguish the Li fire? Is it by a more powerful internal strength or some other kind of power? It turns out there are martial artists in this world who can deal with the Li fire of cultivators. Jade-faced flying dragon soon had no room for thought. Because in the instant when the stubble-faced swordsman made his move, an extremely intense trembling feeling suddenly emerged. He instinctively tensed up his whole body, and even his breathing seemed to pause. Qiao Mu glanced down at his own body. The flames that were enveloping him had already extinguished. On the part of his skin that had not been burned by the flames, one could see his hair standing on end. This is a strong intuition that was cultivated through the martial saint's spiritual technique, warning him crazily, dead, dead, dead. This intuition was even stronger than when Qiao Mu first encountered Mingyu, the female cultivator who released the etching bone Li fire talisman. It was as if even normal breathing required great effort. It wasn't just Qiao Mu and Jade-faced flying dragon who practiced the martial saint's spiritual technique. Even Saintess Wu Qingxin, who should have already died with her chest pierced by a sword, began to tremble slightly at this moment. First her fingers trembled, then her pupils, and finally her entire body. She slightly lifted her head and her trembling pupils looked at the person before her. Unbeknownst to them, a bright moon rose from behind the clouds, and faint moonlight passed through the mountains and forests, showering the ground in silver. In her eyes, the bearded swordsman walked slowly, step by step, getting closer and closer. As he took his steps, the lingering fire on the ground around him gradually extinguished. It seemed as if even the mystical fire of the ordinary martial artist's magic would bow down and disappear in front of this man. The bearded swordsman's face slowly transformed, changing his features and becoming a completely different and unfamiliar face. It was a face that couldn't be pinpointed to a specific age. His deep eyes resembled an old man who had seen the sorrows of the world, but there were no visible age spots or wrinkles on his face. His countenance was broad, firm, and composed, but his brows were slightly furrowed. His long hair fell casually on his shoulders, displaying a grayish-white color that only middle-aged people possess, yet it was also thick like that of a young person. Especially under the faint illumination of the night, it seemed to have a subtle shimmer. Qingxin, I sent you to the Xiantian sect for cultivation for a full 20 or 30 years, and gave you so much time to perform, but... The man looked down at the dying Saintess Wu Qingxin under his feet, disappointment evident on his face. Is this it? Martial Saint. Wu Qingxin raised her head, clenched her teeth, and her captivating face looked slightly ferocious at this moment. The martial saint's spiritual technique is a two-way sensing. Even though you created this secret technique, you cannot hide your own traces in only one direction. Why? Because I am a martial saint, said the martial saint casually. Just because the martial saint from 20 or 30 years ago couldn't do it, doesn't mean the present martial saint can't do it. If the martial saint can't keep up with the times and continue to break through, how can I be considered saintly? How can the martial path contend with the immortal path? The iron rule of the martial saint's spiritual technique cannot be broken unless it is disassembled. So, I specifically created another secret technique called the Xianming Contain Breath technique. It contains the spirit of the martial artist, leaving only the level of training, evading the vague sensing of intuition. Wu Qingxin's pupils slightly contracted. She wanted to say something, but couldn't find the words. The cultivation of the immortal path is unknown for its length of time. She closed herself off every day, practicing bitterly, hoping to transcend the distinction between mortal and immortal, as if 2 or 3 decades were as fleeting as a blink of an eye. But the martial saint is different. The martial saint said lightly, I named you Qingxin because I hope your mind is clear and free from distractions, but your mind is slightly lacking. Your aptitude for martial and immortal cultivation is actually not bad, it's just your temperament that is lacking. How can you enter the spiritual refining method with such a fearful heart towards me? If your mind wavers and you dare not break through in martial and immortal cultivation, are you afraid that after breaking through, you will also die at my hands, lose confidence in your choices, and completely collapse your Taoist heart? At this moment, the remaining flames around completely vanished. The flickering of the etching bones Li fire was in Wu Qingxin's control. The martial saint didn't intentionally extinguish the remaining fire on the ground, but the fire crawled and disappeared on its own. This means that Wu Qingxin has completely lost control of her mind. The fire went out and the faint moonlight in the forest became the only source of light. In the moonlight, Martial Saint stretched out his hand, and his arm expanded visibly at an incredible speed. This was not the result of a strong martial artist tensing their muscles. The arm appeared to enlarge by a whole circle. Qiao Mu and the others could clearly see that the bones in Martial Saint's palm were making a light cracking sound, as his hand grew from the size of an ordinary person's hand to bigger than Wu Qingxin's face. What kind of immortal have you been practicing all these years? He extended his thumb and index finger, pinching Wu Qingxin's cheek and lifting her whole body off the ground. Disobedient and useless children are meant to be killed. So, finally, I ask you. Martial Saint put away his previously absent-minded expression and sternly questioned, "What is martial arts?" The voice of Martial Saint echoed in the mountains, carried far away by the cold mountain wind. Wu Qingxin's body began to tremble involuntarily, as if she had returned to her timid childhood self. She couldn't help but answer, "Martial arts emphasize physicality. The process involves refining and transforming energy into internal strength, which then strengthens the body. When the body is strong, the senses are sharp, and the dantian is filled with internal strength. One can embark on the path of the spiritual refining method." What is martial arts? Martial Saint's expression showed no change as he asked again. She cautiously replied, "Martial arts, in essence, is the pursuit of combat." What is martial arts? Martial Saint asked once more. Shaking, she said, "Martial arts means putting down weapons before picking them up. It is a spirit that transcends mere aggression. A true warrior is fearless and invincible, guided by compassion rather than a thirst for violence." Martial Saint silently watched him, still without any expression on his face. "Are you trying to beat around the bush because you're studying cultivation? You can go to hell." Martial Saint's face showed impatience. The so-called martial arts is just a fist. He clenched his fist as big as a sand pot and said loudly, "A big and hard fist is martial arts. Martial arts is the kung fu that can defeat and kill enemies. Weakness is a sin, and those who lag behind will be beaten. We martial artists should strive for self-improvement, constantly strengthen ourselves, and make our fists bigger and harder." He tightly clenched his fist, and under the moonlight, his fist gradually grew larger. The veins on his arm looked fierce like earthworms, and even slowly wriggled. "Then, I'll ask you again, what is Wuji?" he asked. This time Wu Qingxin didn't answer immediately, but pondered for a while before replying. The Wuji Association's purpose is Wuji, to break through the prejudices of the old martial arts world, gather the top secrets of martial arts from all over the world, and elevate martial arts to a higher level, to fight against not only immortals, but also inhuman beings. Seeing that the martial saint showed a hint of impatience, she quickly continued. The pinnacle of martial arts is to reach the extreme of martial skills. The path of immortality emphasizes the spiritual soul, while the path of martial arts emphasizes the physical body. They are merely different in direction, without superior or inferior. The ultimate goal of martial arts is to defeat immortals using martial techniques. No, to train your fists to be as big and strong as inhuman, is the epitome of martial arts. Just like not knowing how to answer multiple-choice questions, Wu Qingxin's mind was in chaos, with all the answers she could think of or couldn't think of blurting out of her mouth. Meanwhile, the martial saint simply shook his head gently. "We martial artists, if we only train our fists to be bigger and stronger, and act tyrannically by overpowering the weak, what is the difference from being inhuman? Martial arts aim to prevent war, and preventing war is the essence of martial arts," the martial saint declared. This answer was the same as the previous answer that Wu Qingxin had denied, and she wanted to argue a little, but dared not. Then, what about the so-called extreme of martial arts? The martial saint raised his head, gazing at the moon, bathed in its faint moonlight. The muscles on his body looked strong and impressive, like a beautiful marble sculpture under the moonlight. The pinnacle of martial arts lies in the ultimate strength to conquer all things inhuman and bring eternal peace to the world. This is the way of the martial artist. After saying that, he fell silent. Wu Qingxin's pupils slightly dilated between his two fingers. Her youthful face quickly shrunk, wrinkled, and lost its vitality, like withered yellow leaves. Then her head drooped heavily, and she died completely. The martial saint bathed in moonlight, with well-defined muscles as strong as steel. And Wu Qingxin's body, between his fingers, withered away completely, finally slipping through his grasp like a falling leaf. Jade-faced flying dragon and the others looked up at this man's statue-like figure, their hearts trembling just like they did with the previous Wu Qingxin. People's name is like the shadow of a tree. Earlier, Jade-faced flying dragon spoke confidently, talking about the regrets and emotions he had from the martial arts world that passed 40 to 50 years ago. And now, they had encountered the person who single-handedly ended the old order of the martial arts world. Martial Saint. A person who achieved great martial arts skills and proclaimed themselves as the second greatest martial artist in the world, but had long been the leader of the martial arts world. His very existence was a bloody monument in the history of martial arts. From the moment he appeared, the martial arts world was divided into ancient and modern. They were faced with a martial saint standing in front of them. They felt a strong instinct of fear, like a lamb encountering a fierce tiger, and had no thoughts of opposing it. Everyone who practiced martial arts in the world feared the martial saint. This was the consensus among martial artists, a lesson taught by the martial saint through decades of sacrifice and bloodshed. On one hand, many martial artists respected and admired this holder of the martial arts, and even hoped that this legendary martial saint would one day use martial arts to defeat the immortals and bring them down from their high positions. But on the other hand, they also had a deep and genuine fear within their hearts. This martial saint was not someone to be taken lightly. He shattered the old order of the martial world, destroyed numerous famous martial arts families, and seized martial arts secrets. This was not accomplished through persuasive charisma or limited martial arts competitions. It was achieved through killing. Qiao Mu also took a deep breath. The martial artist had sharp senses, and he also practiced the martial saint's spiritual technique. At this moment, his body's intuition was sounding the alarm like the jade-faced flying dragon. When a person is extremely fearful and suppressed, they feel tightness in the chest, shortness of breath, and their heart beats faster. Their legs feel heavy and difficult to lift, as if filled with lead. And at this moment, he was trying hard to overcome the instinctual fear of this body. Is his facial change due to the flesh-changing skill? Using powerful spirit to control the transformation of flesh and blood, thereby changing one's appearance. Qiao Mu had also practiced this newly developed secret technique of the martial saint, so he quickly began to guess. However, he still felt a great sense of unreality in his heart. It was difficult for him to believe that the swordsman who used to read the art of lovemaking in his spare time and the renowned martial saint in front of him could be the same person. So, the swordsman old who from before was just your disguise, martial saint? Qiao Mu asked in a deep voice. Was everything about the Tide Listening Building's rankings just your nonsense? Is that why your last name is Hu? The sound came out. Martial saint still hadn't reacted, and the faces of jade-faced flying dragon and the others behind were already pale. Why did you provoke him? Ask him why? Seriously? None of these people dared to make a sound, trying their best to minimize their presence, afraid of attracting martial saint's attention. And what about this Qiao Zhong? He actually spoke at this moment? Has he never heard of martial saint's fearsome reputation? If it weren't for Qiao Zhong being the first to stand up from the sea of fire and confront Wu Qingxin, also fighting alongside them, they would all go up and strangle him first. Under the moonlight, martial saint slowly turned around. It's not really a lie, his gaze locked onto Qiao Mu, revealing a slight hint of surprise. Indeed, my name is not on the list at the Tide Listening Building. After all, what qualifications does Tide Listening Building have to use my martial saint's name, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om? After saying that, he stared at Qiao Mu with great interest. Several decades ago, he did indeed do as Wu Qingxin said before, establishing the Wuji Association and gathering martial arts geniuses from all over the world. Martial saint is extremely ruthless, often wiping out entire families, but he always shows mercy to exceptionally talented geniuses, accepting them as his disciples or even adopting them as his own children. Martial saint's spiritual technique is a spiritual refining technique that can even be practiced by low-level martial artists, with a focus on one's character. Character is also a basic requirement for reaching the third rank in spiritual refining method. With Qiao Mu's current elderly body, he naturally has no connection whatsoever with being a martial arts genius. What martial saint wants to see more in someone is not their martial arts talent, but their character and willpower. In such a short time, have you already overcome your psychological fear? Martial saint murmured. Just based on this, your character is even stronger than a pure-hearted person. And you're not young anymore, you must be in your 60s, right? To act like this at your age, it's worth a few more words from me. As the saying goes, a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. Young people are stubborn. In the past few years, Martial Saint has encountered young people who dare to confront him head-on. But when people get older and wiser, they often know when to advance or retreat, consider the pros and cons, and think carefully before taking action. So, Qiao Zhong, who is already in his 60s, still acting like this in front of him, indeed made him take a closer look. Jade-faced Flying Dragon and others also looked at Qiao Mu with surprise, only Qiao Mu himself remained calm. In fact, he didn't praise Qiao Mu as highly as Martial Saint did. He only had a strong desire for self-destruction, overcoming his instincts for survival. The old who you mentioned died decades ago. I killed him. Speaking of this, Martial Saint glanced at Jade-faced Flying Dragon with a smile or a sneer. Weren't you excitedly talking about old who earlier? Haven't you realized yet? This statement made Jade-faced Flying Dragon snap out of his reverie and gave rise to an incredible suspicion in his heart. Previously, he speculated that the bearded swordsman Old Hu might be a descendant or disciple of the former leading master of swordsmanship decades ago. But according to Martial Saint's current meaning, could it be that the face of that swordsman is indeed the former leading master of swordsmanship from decades ago? Considering Martial Saint's actions, it's afraid that this renowned figure from back then didn't die at the hands of cultivators but fell victim to Martial Saint's poisonous hands? So, your words are mostly true, and Wu Qingxin's words are also true. Qiao Mu smiled faintly. He has heard many lessons before. But it's one thing to talk about lessons, and another thing to act on them. Qiao Mu, who was born to live forever, didn't feel much respect facing the great Yan Emperor, the Martial Saint, and the Immortals. And, he still remembered the goal he had set at the beginning. The reason he wanted to assassinate the Emperor was actually to use the great Yan Imperial Court to kill the Martial Saint. And the reason to kill the Martial Saint was Jiao Kangxiu's deep-seated hatred. Qiao Kangxiu was Qiao Mu's guide in martial arts, even though they have now gone separate ways. She once said that she wanted to personally avenge the Martial Saint, not let Qiao Mu do it for her. That was Jiao Kangxiu's choice. But Qiao Mu also had his own choice. At this moment, he took a deep breath and walked towards the tall and majestic man, his steps heavy like lead. Just now, you spoke eloquently about the great principles with Wu Qingxin, advocating for ultimate peace through the use of extreme force. But what you have done is to exterminate all the powerful families in the world, using your 3,000 disciples as nourishment to achieve your own martial arts. I have only heard that cultivators can suppress the Great Yan Imperial Court with their imposing presence, but after the defeat of the martial saint, they didn't slaughter the immortals, but instead turned their blades towards the weaker martial artists in the mortal world. The strong wield their blades against the stronger, while the weak wield their blades against the weaker. If someone like you were to truly defeat an immortal, can you really bring everlasting peace? These words directly made Jade-faced Flying Dragon and the others break out in a cold sweat. Just listening by the side, his heart couldn't help but beat faster, afraid that in the next second the martial saint would become furious and turn Qiao Mu into dust. On the other hand, the martial saint remained calm and expressionless upon hearing this. For a very long time, nobody dared to point their finger at me and insult me. He also smiled slightly. People nowadays only know of my fame as martial saint, but they don't know that martial saint isn't born as a martial saint. Ripples appeared in his deep and mysterious gaze. 40 years ago, I wasn't a martial saint, but rather a top-ranked general of the current era, ranked 11th in the entire kingdom. If we talk about individual martial prowess, the top 10 experts of that time were all beneath me. There is no number 1 in the world of literature, and there is no second in martial arts. Ranking among martial artists is already a challenging task. If there were truly a recognized hero list, with the top 10 martial artists accepted by all, then the strength of the top 10 would definitely surpass the 11th position by a wide margin. Therefore, in the ancient martial world of 40 years ago, martial saint couldn't even be considered the top martial artist. If there was someone who was the strongest since birth, undefeated all the way, then either they were confined to a small world, or they were cheating. The world is very big, and there are countless clever people wherever you go. Even martial saint was not the strongest in his time. After the Inhuman War, I quit my official position and entered the martial arts world, and after creating the martial saint spiritual technique, the first thing I did was to find the top 10 martial arts masters in the world and meet them. Besides telling about the immense power of the Inhuman, I also did something. Martial Saint said lightly. I taught them the complete Martial Saint spiritual technique and agreed to have a decisive battle 10 years later. The only victorious one after 10 years would be Martial Saint. As soon as these words were spoken, Jade-faced Flying Dragon and the others felt their hair stand on end and couldn't say a word. Their initial reaction was shock, unable to express their astonishment. If listening to Wu Qingxin saying that Martial Saint taught 3,000 disciples before was like achieving greatness through the bodies of the people, it was like playing a game of raising insects. So if you listen again at this moment, you will feel something different. It turns out that this Martial Saint's pet raising game is not the first time. Even the Martial Saint himself is just one of the strongest insects. No, he is not the strongest. In the 10-year battle of the strongest martial artists 40 years ago, he was the weakest one. He didn't swing his sword at the weaker ones, but aimed his butcher knife at himself, forcing himself to fight to the death against the strongest ones of that year. The person who survives until the end will become the Martial Saint. The Martial Saint is not a chosen one. Over these years, more than just the top 10 martial artists in the world, 3,000 disciples, and 100,000 followers have died by his side or at his hands. He is not one, but many. He is a representation of martial artists from a previous era, a combination of the strongest martial artists from that time. After the initial shock, Jade, Flying Dragon, and others felt a deep bone-chilling cold and fear. It turns out that the top 10 on the hero list didn't die at the hands of cultivators, but at the hands of the Martial Saint. They may have even died in the same way as Wu Qingxin. No wonder Martial Saint, who was ranked 11th in the world 40 years ago, could be called a saint through martial arts, and single-handedly destroyed the martial arts of the past. Characters like Martial Saint, who carry many secrets and have deceiving intentions, might face a dead end if one day their secrets from many years ago are revealed in front of them. In the past, anyone in the top 10 in the world could become a Martial Saint. I am just the last one standing. This is the principle of me, the Martial Saint. Martial Saint lowered his eyelids and looked down at Qiao Mu beneath him. So, what is your principle? My reason? Qiao Mu fell silent for a moment. This Martial Saint is more determined and powerful than any character he had encountered before. This kind of power is not physical strength, but strength of mind and character. Regardless of whether his actions are right or wrong, he remains steadfast in his beliefs. Such a person cannot be swayed by mere words. My reason is morality, Qiao Mu said in a low voice, facing the towering Martial Saint. A noble person seeks not to harm others for the sake of their own survival, and is willing to sacrifice themselves for righteousness. You speak of your reason, but what I see is that it is not you who sacrifices, but the top 10 martial artists in the world, your 3,000 disciples, and the countless lives affected. So, why doesn't the Martial Saint die? This saying kills the heart. Qiao Mu didn't fully trust the Martial Saint's beautiful words because his hands were stained with countless blood. Jade-faced Flying Dragon and others instinctively glanced at the towering Martial Saint, but only saw him squinting slightly without revealing any expression. Qiao Mu took a deep breath. After thinking, and going through this period of time, his previous physical fears gradually subsided and his feet also became lighter. Qiao Mu wouldn't miss any chance to risk his life and seek high-quality opportunities for death. In the unbelieving gaze of Jade-faced Flying Dragon and others, Qiao Mu took a breath, clenched his fist, and faced the mountain-like figure of the Martial Saint, assuming the starting position of the long life fist. The truth of a martial artist is not spoken, but shown through their fists, he said in a deep voice. You are strong, you are right. I'm weak, I'm guilty. Let's see if your martial saint's reasoning is right, or if my Qiao Zhong's reasoning is right. Do you want to challenge me? Martial saint laughed. He laughed loudly, his mouth almost reaching his ears, revealing 2 rows of 40 clean white teeth. Well. He took a step and stood at the entrance of the saintess temple. The faint moonlight fell on his shoulders, as if his body was glowing slightly, making this person's figure appear more divine and godlike. He gently gestured a finger at Qiao Mu. Come up, and meet your death. Under the moonlight, the two stood facing each other, one tall and one small, a striking contrast. Qiao Mu's body was already in his 60s, although much stronger than an ordinary 60-year-old, but compared to Martial Saint's mountain-like physique, it appeared thin and small. Under the moonlight, the frail old man in his 60s imitated the movements of the Martial Saint and opposed the Martial Saint's gentle finger movement. Come down and let me lead you to your death. Under the cover of night, the Martial Saint walked slowly into the not-so-spacious Saintess temple. With a wave of his fan-like palm, he easily flipped over the roof of the temple, causing the Saintess statue to fall and crumble. Taking a step forward, his massive body squeezed into the tiny temple. He sat on the shrine, propping his chin with one hand, quietly waiting for Qiao Mu's challenge. Qiao Mu didn't immediately attack. Instead, he took the time to adjust his breath. His body was already in poor condition after being burned by the Li fire and using the heavenly demon disintegration method. It wasn't just Qiao Mu. The jade-faced flying dragon behind him was in slightly better condition, but still not good. The previous strike from the Martial Saint not only destroyed the Li fire, but also caused them to bleed profusely and suffer serious injuries. What do we do now? Run, someone suggested quietly. Run? How could we possibly escape? This time we boarded the thief's ship of Martial Saint. There's no chance of surviving. Jade-faced flying dragon could only force a bitter smile. They witnessed with their own eyes how Martial Saint sucked Wu Qingxin dry under the moon. This demonic act of consuming humans, combined with Martial Saint's recount of past secrets, made them fully aware of their impending death. You see, they, martial artists who had practiced the Martial Saint's spiritual technique, were just like the previous Wu Qingxin who would face Martial Saint's Qiao Zhong, all fodder for Martial Saint. Immortal eats humans, but still retains some dignity, allowing the world to struggle and survive. Martial Saint, on the other hand, they couldn't help but glance at Wu Qingxin's corpse lying in the forest. This ethereal and pure-hearted immortal gate saintess, now almost just a thin layer of skin covering her bones, looked terrifyingly dead. It sent shivers down the spines of these wanderers of the Jianghu who were accustomed to seeing the dead. After facing Martial Saint head-on, the fear they felt towards Martial Saint surpassed even that towards the lofty immortal. Jade-faced flying dragon, if that Martial Saint truly holds the world in his heart, then why would Qiao Zhong challenge him? Isn't that seeking death? A one-armed martial artist asked. His arm was cut off by Martial Saint, and now he was losing blood and had a pale face as he sat on the ground. The only surviving martial artist at the moment, aside from Jade-faced flying dragon, were 2 others. Among them, Jade-faced flying dragon had the highest martial arts skills and the widest experience, so he instinctively asked at this moment. Didn't you hear what Qiao Zhong said? Sighed Jade-faced flying dragon. Whether it was Jade-faced flying dragon or the other 2 surviving martial artists, reaching the 4th rank naturally meant they had considerable experience. They wouldn't believe everything Martial Saint said. Regardless of their intentions, based on his actions, Martial Saint was even more cruel than immortals. Just after finishing his meal and wiping his mouth clean, he turned around and said that in fact, he had secretly plotted for 40 years, preparing to save the world. Who would believe that? They didn't believe it, and naturally neither did Qiao Mu. Having doubts is a normal human trait. After all, shortly after Qiao Mu came into this world, a friend named Guo kindly told him the truth about conflicting feelings. Qiao Zhong didn't debate the right or wrong of Martial Saint's principles because he knew that someone like Martial Saint could not be convinced by words alone. What he was questioning was Martial Saint's humanity. That's why he said, a true noble person values righteousness more than life itself, and is willing to sacrifice their life for righteousness. The Martial Saint, whose hands were stained with blood and who frequently killed people, made it difficult for them to trust him. After all, based on the information known to Jade-faced flying dragon and Qiao Mu, it was never Martial Saint who made sacrifices. Of course, Martial Saint also didn't care whether Jade-faced flying dragon and others trusted him or not. At this moment, Qiao Mu finished adjusting himself and stepped towards Martial Saint who sat in the ruined temple as steady as a mountain. Jade-faced flying dragon and the others widened their eyes, keeping his figure in sight. Why should a grasshopper try to shake a tree? This elderly man, who is over 60 years old, cannot possibly be a match for the legendary martial arts master. They knew that after Martial Saint had finished with Qiao Mu, it would be their turn. Ever since Martial Saint revealed his identity, they knew they had no chance of survival. They hadn't met the same fate as Wu Qingxin yet, but that was only because Qiao Mu caught Martial Saint's attention. However, he was soon going to die. Qiao Zhong, do you need a weapon? A voice sounded from the woods. It was Star Xian Envoy speaking. Star Xian Envoy had been observing silently from the sidelines all along. This was the first time he spoke or got involved in the battle. How about a long spear or a long sword? Qiao Mu said. His weapon had already been twisted and deformed by Wu Qingxin's flames, rendering it unusable. A long spear came flying through the air, and Qiao Mu caught it with his outstretched hand. He took a deep breath, stumped his foot, and dashed forward like an arrow, his long spear shining like a cold star in the night. Ding! The tip of the long spear stayed on the fingertip of Martial Saint. In an instant, Martial Saint only extended a finger and blocked the attack. The full-force stab of a fourth-rank martial artist was unable to pierce the skin of Martial Saint's fingertip, leaving no trace. Come again. Qiao Mu held the long spear and thrust it forward. In the dark night, specks of cold stars flickered, and the aura swirling around the spear tip left a streak of light in the darkness. The weapon Qiao Mu initially used was a long spear, and the only one that reached the great accomplishment was the military spear skill he used at the beginning. This kind battle skill is to repeatedly practice a simple stab attack until it is mastered. However, no matter how Qiao Mu attacks, Martial Saint just sits on that divine seat without moving, not even changing his posture. The only thing moving is his right index finger. No matter how his long spear moves in his hand, from which angle he attacks, Martial Saint's index finger always appears before his spear tip. You've trained this military spear skill quite well. Were you once a soldier in the Great Yan Army? Ha! Martial Saint was once a high-ranking military officer who led troops into battle, but in the midst of the fight, he leisurely recalled his past. In the first half of my life, I had smooth sailing in martial arts. At the age of 20, I became the top martial arts scholar. By the age of 30, I achieved spiritual refining. At 40, I was already a first-ranked martial artist and a first-ranked general in the court, commanding numerous elite soldiers. In the first half of my life, I made great strides in martial arts and had a smooth career in the government. I mingled with high-ranking officials and top martial artists. When I returned victorious from expeditions, the common people cheered along the way, and the emperor bestowed honors upon me. At the age of 45, the Inhuman War broke out, and only then did I realize that all the beauty of my earlier life was like a fleeting illusion, and that civilization and gentleness have always been just a pretense. The Martial Saint once again tapped on the tip of Qiao Mu's spear. Ding! With a crisp tremor, the spear tip shattered and disintegrated, breaking the spear into two pieces. I only realized at the age of 45 that the biggest truth in this world is survival of the fittest. The so-called civilization is just a disguise. He lightly moved his index finger, causing all the sword light illusions that had just emerged in the temple to disappear, once again blocking the swift sword light. You want to know why it's always others who sacrifice and why it's not me, the Martial Saint, who dies, right? The Martial Saint's gaze gradually turned cold. Because they are weak. He bent his index finger and gently flicked it on the sword blade. Buzz. With a loud trembling noise, Qiao Mu flew backwards, blood flowing from his torn mouth. The essence of the world is the survival of the fittest, he said slowly. N/O/vel/B//in.C//OM. By this time, both the long sword and spear that Qiao Mu had were shattered, leaving him with only his fists. Yet he didn't retreat, and his charge became even more fierce. Heavenly Demon Disintegration Method. Ripple Stacking Wave Strength Double Wave. With both fists striking, his body filled with boiling energy, he lunged towards the seated Martial Saint on the temple. At this moment, the Martial Saint even retracted his index finger, sitting still and allowing Qiao Mu's thunderous fists to land on his chest. Bang! Bang! In a soft sound, Qiao Mu's body trembled slightly, and his clenched fists made a clear cracking sound. Being weak is a sin, Martial Saint sighed lightly. And I, who survived till the end, am even stronger than them all. Finally, he extended one hand. After this hand stretched out, it quickly swelled and grew larger. Boom, boom. The small dilapidated temple had completely collapsed. Under the moonlight, Martial Saint once again used his index finger and thumb to pinch Qiao Mu's face, lifting him up high. This scene was exactly the same as before, except that between Martial Saint's two fingers, a different person had appeared. Jade-faced Flying Dragon and the others who were watching from afar were immediately tensed in their hearts. Qiao Mu, who was held between the two fingers of Martial Saint, was bleeding heavily and his bones were shattered, but he still tried to smile. Martial Saint, can you defeat an immortal after just eating me alone? If you want to call it eating, go ahead, Martial Saint replied casually. Of course, it's not enough. Judging by Martial Saint's actions, if he could defeat cultivators, then he would be able to defeat all the immortals in the world. As he said this, his gaze swept over Jade-faced Flying Dragon and others in the distance, causing them to tremble unconsciously. You are a bit weak, not even worthy of being absorbed by me, he said with slight disappointment. Ha ha ha. Qiao Mu, who was squeezed between the fingers, burst into a loud laughter. Martial Saint, do you know who I am? I am from the Qiao's family. Boring. Martial Saint furrowed his brows slightly. Before willingly sacrificing yourself, but then regretting it before death? Using your family background to pressure me. Take a guess, how many great clans have been destroyed by me? How many Qiao families? My Qiao family is naturally unique. Qiao Mu said loudly without blushing or panting. Martial Saint, I, Qiao Zhong, am only the weakest in the Qiao's family. I'm already in my 60s and haven't even started spiritual refinement. It's truly shameful. However, above me, there are still many elders and experts in the Qiao family, hidden and retired. Martial Saint was slightly surprised. What was this person talking about before his death? Planning to betray his own family? Only hearing Qiao Mu continue loudly. Martial Saint, you have taken countless lives, all for the sake of your own martial arts. My family motto, which is not seeking survival at the expense of benevolence, willing to sacrifice oneself to achieve benevolence. In that case, you as the Martial Saint and my family from the Qiao's family are a perfect match, aren't we? The elderly man in his 60s, held between the fingers of the Martial Saint, burst into laughter at this moment. What's the meaning of eating those weaklings who are even inferior to me? Martial Saint. His smiling face suddenly disappeared, and he shouted loudly. Let me ask you, if you were to devour every bit of flesh and blood from my Qiao's family, will you be able to slay an immortal? Under the cover of the night, jade-faced flying dragon and the others listened to the terrifying conversation between the elderly Qiao family member and the Martial Saint, feeling shaken and almost collapsing to the ground. Let me ask you, if you were to devour every bit of flesh and blood from my Qiao's family, will you be able to slay an immortal? This statement was deafening, causing jade-faced flying dragon and the others who were observing to feel suffocated and have difficulty breathing. A brave eater. A brave one who let him eat. The conversation between Qiao Zhong and Martial Saint completely exceeded the understanding ability of these wanderers. What does this Qiao Zhong want to do? Betray the family. Those two martial artists looked at jade-faced flying dragon beside them. This jade-faced flying dragon's mind also stalled for a moment. If Qiao Mu suddenly spoke, willing to sacrifice himself who was already destined to die, in order to save them, his temporary teammates, they could still somewhat understand. After all, although these kinds of characters were extremely rare and mostly lived in the stories told by storytellers, they were not completely non-existent. However, sacrificing one's own family to save these few strangers they had just met? This obviously doesn't make sense. Qiao Zhong must have had another purpose, perhaps there really exists a powerful Qiao family. He challenged Martial Saint in the name of Qiao's family. Jade-faced flying dragon could only think of this explanation. Challenging Martial Saint to a life and death battle in the name of Qiao's family, using the blood and flesh of Qiao's family to fill Martial Saint's voracious mouth. As for what Qiao Mu said, there are still many powerful hidden clan elders in his family. The more jade-faced flying dragon thought about it, the less likely it seemed. He considered it as mere words to appease Martial Saint, exaggerating the situation. After all, Qiao Zhong is not young anymore. He claims to be in his 60s. Even if there are stronger elders in his family, how many could there be? The lifespan of an ordinary martial artist is not much longer than that of a normal person. The 85-year-old Martial Saint can't be counted, of course. Someone like Qiao Zhong, a martial artist who is still energetic at 60 years old, is already a rare and exceptional practitioner with high accomplishments in internal cultivation. The leader of Qiao family in Heiang City was originally destroyed. He practiced Qiao family long life fist, which is said to be extremely powerful. Despite being 80 years old, his vitality and blood remained strong. 100 years ago, Qiao family in Heiang City produced a martial arts master who was 100 years old and had strong vitality. He was already a well-known figure in the world, and even the great Yan Emperor at the time heard of this matter and specially invited him to the palace to teach him the secret of longevity. So, how many elders and experts in the Qiao family that Qiao Zhong mentioned could be older and stronger than him at the age of 60? Martial Saint understood this better than people like jade-faced flying dragon. Therefore, in response to Qiao Mu's words, he just lightly pulled the corners of his mouth, revealing a smile that made people like jade-faced flying dragon shudder. What Qiao family? If such a large clan really existed in this world, I would have destroyed them long ago. However, your fighting spirit is not bad. He loosened his fingers. Qiao Mu, who had already been squeezed into unconsciousness, fell to the ground. Since you have already decided to die, then I will let you continue to live in hardship and let the Qiao family behind you seek revenge. Challenge me, it doesn't matter how many come. The Martial Saint thought that Qiao Zhong was just talking tough before he died and didn't take it too seriously. You are the same. The Martial Saint turned his head and looked emotionlessly at jade-faced flying dragon and the others in the distance. You can continue to fear and hate me. Remember today's weakness and powerlessness as a weakling, then continue to live in hardship and survive. Remember, every dog has its day. He spoke with great emphasis. Go become stronger, train in martial arts, and one day stand in front of me again, challenge me like Qiao Zhong did, try to kill me, or die by my hands. The Martial Saint stood tall and looked down on jade-faced flying dragon and the others, who were almost collapsed on the ground. Killing me is your only chance at survival. Not kill us? No, it's not that he won't kill us, but rather that it's not yet the right time, right? In the eyes of the Martial Saint, we, the fruits, are not yet ripe. Jade-faced flying dragon had a distressed expression. He deeply looked at the Martial Saint and Qiao Mu, who had fallen to the ground with serious injuries, as if wanting to deeply imprint these two people in his mind. Then, supporting the other two who were also seriously injured, he turned and left. Only one of them, a fifth-ranked martial artist with a severed arm, didn't move. His arm had been severed by the Martial Saint with a single blow earlier. Why are you standing there? Hurry up and leave. Jade-faced flying dragon frowned, urging him. The Martial Saint is unpredictable. If you don't leave now, he might change his mind later. Leave? Where to? I've also practiced the Martial Saint's spiritual technique. In this vast world, where would there still be a place for us to stay? The martial artist with the severed arm could only give a bitter smile. After today's escape, for the rest of my life, I will live in fear, feeling anxious and helpless every day. This made jade-faced flying dragon fall silent for a moment. Wu Qingxin is stronger than all of them, and her talent is much stronger. She reached the 4th rank many years ago, and later she switched to cultivate the path of immortality and was honored as a saintess by the Immortal Gate Xiantian sect. Including Wu Qingxin and the 3,000 disciples, even the previous generation's strongest martial artists, they are all the nourishment to achieve the rank of martial saint. No matter how hard they practice, how far can they progress? The martial artist with the severed arm clenched his teeth, his hair bristling, and stared at the martial saint. I would rather die here than become one with a cannibalistic demon like you, become your prey. He swung his long sword with his remaining left arm, aiming to slash his own neck. However, this slash didn't come down. As a gentle breeze swept by, the one-armed fighter's eyes shrank, and his body was suddenly covered by a large shadow. The martial saint appeared behind him. Did I allow you to die? The martial saint lightly pinched the knife in the one-armed fighter's hand with 2 fingers, and the long blade shattered loudly. As weaklings, your lives are no longer in your hands. Suicide? What use is there in wasting life like that? You'd best let me take care of you. He lightly clasped the one-armed fighter's head with 2 fingers, as if squeezing fragile porcelain. What kind of martial saint are you? Clearly, you are a demonic creature that feeds on humans. The one-armed fighter, held in the martial saint's hand, shouted angrily. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. If I am a demonic creature, then what is an immortal? The martial saint laughed uproariously in the darkness of the night, his laughter echoing far into the forest. In the next second, just like Wu Qingxin before, the one-armed fighter's body quickly withered, falling from the sky like leaves. His character is decent, but his strength is a bit weak. He turned around. Jade-faced flying dragon and another remaining martial artist barely displayed their light skills, flying away into the distance. Master, should we just let them leave like this? Star Xian Envoy, who had been silent all along, asked. If they leave, this matter will likely soon spread throughout the world. Then let it spread throughout the world. Martial Saint casually said. During the 40-year Inhuman War, starting from when I established the Wuji Association to spread top-tier techniques, the number of martial artists ranked below 4th rank has far exceeded any previous generation in the martial arts world, but no martial artist has emerged who can challenge a cultivator. If things continue like this, they will ultimately become slaves to inhumans. He walked onto the grass, holding the severely injured 60-year-old Qiao Mu in his hands, as a powerful aura surged into the frail body, seemingly healing him. After a long while, Qiao Mu slowly woke up. Why not kill me? To use me as bait, to attract Qiao's family, he said. If you kill me, Qiao's family can still be able to find you. Shut up, the martial saint said coldly. Whether you want to die or not, it's up to you. But whether you can die now is up to me, it has nothing to do with you. The martial saint lowered his head and looked at the withered and decaying body of Wu Qingxin next to him. You're still a bit weak, not good enough. Qiao Zhong, even though you're old, if you have such determination and spirit, you must still have potential. It's not time for you to die yet. Since you have the will to die, why not use your body to do something for me? You wanted the spiritual refining technique, right? If this happens, I will give you the best martial arts. Qiao Mu, just a moment ago, we were fighting each other to the death, and now you want me to do something for you? Oh, don't rush to refuse. Listen first, with your determination, you probably won't refuse. Martial Saint held Qiao Mu between his 2 fingers and gazed calmly at a towering mountain range in the distance. That is a famous scenic spot in Nan Province, called Qingming Mountain Range. The main peak of the Qingming Mountain Range is Qingming Peak, soaring into the clouds. On top of it, there is a renowned Taoist temple bustling with worshippers called Qingyun Temple. You dying in my hands right now would be too insignificant. Martial Saint said nonchalantly. If you were to assassinate the current Great Yin Emperor and confront the inhumane Xiantian sect, wouldn't that be even better? When it comes to cultivators, a hint of darkness appeared in Martial Saint's deep black eyes. Let me see how brave you are. When faced with a true cultivator in the clouds, how much of your courage will remain? Qiao Mu doubted the humanity of Martial Saint, and Martial Saint felt the same. A determined and powerful martial artist cannot be convinced with words. If this matter succeeds and you manage to survive, I will give you the most advanced martial arts techniques. I look forward to seeing you again many years later. If you die, the powerful elders from your family that you spoke of will seek revenge. I will handle them all. Martial Saint didn't ask if Qiao Mu was willing or not. The principles of martial artists aren't spoken but shown through fists. Since his principles are stronger, it's only natural for him to make the decision. He tightly pinched his fingers together, and after finishing speaking, immediately knocked him out. Devouring Qiao's family, filling my appetite? Haha, the martial saint simply laughed. It doesn't matter what Qiao Mu thinks. It doesn't matter if there is a Qiao family behind him. Of course, if there is a powerful Qiao family that can also impress the martial saint, saying those words just now, then the martial saint would seriously consider. In the end, the 60-year-old man named Qiao Zhong standing in front of the martial saint is not strong enough. The martial saint looked at him with respect, listened to him speak a few more words, but it was because of the determination and fighting spirit that the old man displayed, not his strength. Qiao's family. Which Qiao family is this? Martial Saint asked the Star Xian envoy behind him. Qiao is just a common surname, and the Martial Saint has wiped out more than one Qiao family. Qiao Zhong's identity is unknown. But when it comes to the Qiao family in Nan province, there should be two, said Star Xian envoy. The first one is the Hiang city's Qiao family, which has already been exterminated, practicing the long life fist. But they have been wiped out. Speaking of this, Star Xian envoy glanced at Martial Saint. It's not the Hiang city's Qiao family. Martial Saint said calmly. I only left a strange little girl from the Hiang city's Qiao family. Could there still be other clan members? It has nothing to do with this matter. Please continue. Although Qiao Zhong displayed the Qiao family's long life fist and stacking wave strength, the long life fist sutra had already been taken away by Martial Saint and circulated within the Wuji association to a small extent, making it difficult to trace Qiao Zhong's origin. The second one is a few well-known individuals with the surname Qiao recently causing quite a stir in Yan City and Hiang City. Star Xian envoy mentioned this with a slight toothache. The former Yan City city lord, Guo Yan, was actually killed by Qiao Sen, which was also due to his misjudgment of the intelligence. But unexpectedly, the Qiao family, who was originally judged as non-existent by the Star Xian envoy, gradually became famous and even appeared in front of the Martial Saint, speaking those awe-inspiring words. It sounds like there might be something to look forward to. Let me eagerly await the revenge of the Qiao family, the Martial Saint said, signaling with his eyes to the Star Xian envoy. The Star Xian envoy, wrapped in his robe, stepped forward and lifted Qiao Mu's body, quickly disappearing into the night. However, the Martial Saint didn't leave immediately, but stood at the edge of the dilapidated temple, looking up at the moon. Not long after, another figure gracefully arrived. It was a middle-aged man with a blood-stained robe, a determined expression on his face. He had a long gash across his waist, almost cutting him in half, but very little blood flowed from it. What was even more astonishing was that the flesh around this narrow wound was slowly wriggling, gradually healing itself. Since you've come here, you must be the one who led the Xiantian sect away, the Martial Saint asked. The blood-stained middle-aged man didn't immediately respond, but instead cast a glance at the withered corpse of Wu Qingxin, furrowing his brows slightly. Martial Saint, he said in a deep voice. If one day I die, it will not be for you. Oh, Wu Qingxin, Martial Saint smiled lightly. You can try to kill me, but your heart is not set on that. Wu Qingxin has the same last name as Martial Saint, and he was also one of the 3,000 martial arts geniuses of the past. Among these 3,000 disciples, Wu Qingxin is special. She left the nurturing grounds of the 3,000 disciples early and joined the Immortal Gate. Wu Qingxin, on the other hand, was different. The 3,000 disciples of the past were martial arts geniuses that Martial Saints spent 40 years searching for throughout the world. Each one is extraordinary, exceptionally talented, and has received guidance from the strongest warrior in the martial arts world, Martial Saint. They practice the best martial arts techniques. Among the 3,000 disciples of that year, the number of those still alive today is actually less than 100. Wu Qingxin is one of the 3,000 disciples who survived through this brutal selection process. He is still able to stand by Martial Saint's side to this day, not because he is strong enough. It's because even if one's martial arts skill is exceptionally strong, it's still difficult to compare with Martial Saint. He is alive because he is useful. Wu Qingxin's weakness lies in her state of mind, but you, Wu Qingxin, Martial Saint said casually. In today's world, being righteous can be a fatal weakness. Hiang City. In the morning, sunlight lit up the sky, and a new day began. People walked back and forth on the street, occasionally stopping to chat. It was a calm and bustling scene, just like any other day. Just coming out of the familiar clinic, jade-faced flying dragon felt like he was in a different world when he saw this scene again. Yesterday morning, they received a summons from Wuji Association's Star Xian envoy to participate in the hunt for Saintess Wu Qingxin. 1 day and 1 night passed. Out of the 11 people who participated in the hunt, only jade-faced flying dragon and a 5th-rank martial artist survived. What they saw and heard during this day and night was beyond their understanding of the martial arts world. In the first half of the night, Wu Qingxin was very dangerous. With the etching bone-li fire talisman in her hand, she almost burned everyone to ashes. They were nearly destroyed. But compared to the Martial Saint who had been lurking in front of them all along, Wu Qingxin's threat was like night and day. After hiding for 40 years, the Martial Saint finally appeared. And Qiao Zhong, remarkably, even discussed the topic of cannibalism with the Martial Saint. Martial Saint, jade-faced flying dragon, his eyes somewhat lifeless, chanted. Is this the strongest martial artist? Is this the pinnacle of martial arts? Thinking about this, jade-faced flying dragon instinctively glanced towards the direction of Xiantian Temple in the north of the city. The surrounding streets of the temple had been mostly repaired. The traces of the fight when Xiao Pifu died had almost completely disappeared, and the number of pilgrims passing by was similar to before. He withdrew his gaze, feeling only a sense of confusion in his heart. Immortal cultivation? Martial arts? Is there a path that someone can walk on here? Jade-faced flying dragon, what do you plan to do next? Asked the 5th-rank martial artist. Are you comprehending the spiritual refining technique given by Star Xian envoy? Martial Saint doesn't value the weak. If we practice a bit slower, we should be able to live a little longer. When they left the village of the Saintess, the Star Xian envoy of the Wuji Association also handed them 2 ordinary manuals for cultivating their spiritual abilities before leaving. It was a reward for their mission of hunting the Saintess. Saintess Wu Qingxin is dead, and we finally obtained the long-awaited spiritual refining manual. We should be happy, but thinking about what happened last night, they didn't feel any joy, only deep fear. We can't act like nothing happened. Jade-faced flying dragon put the spiritual refining manual in his arms. Of course, he wouldn't give up on the technique, but before that, he had one more thing to do. I will go find someone from the Tide Listening Building, Jade-faced flying dragon suddenly said. Among the 11 people gathered by Star Xian Envoy this time, Jade-faced flying dragon is the most knowledgeable and experienced. The reason for this is actually because he had previous contact with Tide Listening Building and learned many secrets from them. He said, Tide Listening Building is the most well-informed force in the martial arts world. With their abilities, they might be able to handle this heavy news about Martial Saint and spread it out in the shortest time. And Qiao Zhong cannot die in vain. It seems like his life and death are still uncertain, but if he falls into the hands of Martial Saint, his fate is sealed. Jade-faced flying dragon remembered the encounter with the old man in his 60s and felt quite shaken. If Martial Saint dares to eat, he dares to make people eat, even making him eat a few more members of the Qiao family. He could only say he was greatly shocked. If Tide Listening Building can spread the news, Qiao family should also come to know. Although we don't know which Qiao family this Qiao Zhong belongs to. After hearing the news, what kind of decision will Qiao family make? Will they go to rescue Qiao Zhong, or as Qiao Zhong said, sacrifice themselves as blood relatives of Qiao's family to fill Martial Saint's insatiable appetite? Jade-faced flying dragon naturally doesn't know the answer to this question, he can only do his best. The martial artist of the 5th rank thought for a moment and then said, so, I will also try to spread the news of the Martial Saint through official channels. After all, I am just a minor official in Hiang City as a 5th rank martial artist. Maybe in a few years, we will be defeated by the Martial Saint, but until then, I will not let the Martial Saint have an easy time. They quickly said goodbye and went their separate ways. After Jade-faced flying dragon left, he immediately went to a familiar tea house in the west of the city. He spoke a secret code to the owner and requested a private room. Not long after, a storyteller dressed in a green robe with a sword entered. Is this the famous Jade-faced flying dragon in Hiang City? I've heard that he is a skilled fighter of the 4th rank. Zhang Chen entered the room with a smile on his face. He reluctantly joined the Tide Listening Building. But thanks to joining the Tide Listening Building, he had the opportunity to encounter a skilled fighter of the 4th rank, which he would not have had access to based on his own strength and status. Tide Listening Building is famous for its strong intelligence abilities, and this is thanks to the informants spread throughout Zhu Province. Many of the strange events and stories are actually provided by wandering adventurers like Jade-faced flying dragon. Is it a true story or a strange tale? Zhang Chen asked with a smile. If it's a true story, Tide Listening Building would ask the informants for more information to confirm its authenticity. If it's a strange tale, it's not necessary. The truth doesn't matter, as long as it's entertaining and grabs people's attention. It's a true story, Jade-faced flying dragon sighed. But this true story is probably even more extraordinary than any strange tale. You mustn't be afraid when you hear what I'm about to say. The notorious Martial Saint has appeared once again, and he's actually a man-eating demon. He even killed the strongest martial artists from the previous generation's hero list top 10. True story? Are you serious? Are you being silly or am I being silly? Mr. Clairaudience looked at Zhang Chen in disbelief. Mr. Clairaudience is the code name of a member of the Tide Listening Building, just like the famous all-known man in the past. And he, Mr. Clairaudience, was actually the storyteller who pretended to be a fake catcher and forcibly brought Zhang Chen into the Tide Listening Building yesterday. Although I, Mr. Clairaudience, belong to the unusual news faction in the Tide Listening Building, I prefer to talk about the top 10 scandalous stories in the martial world. But this Martial Saint matter, it's tens or hundreds of times more sensational than those scandalous stories. He suddenly became enthusiastic. In his actions, he didn't really care about what was true or false, he valued the element of oddness. But this Martial Saint matter indeed seemed absurd to him. I've decided on this matter, I will go to the tea house later, Mr. Clairaudience said slowly. Although he made a decision, there was still something that puzzled him. If this is true, considering the way Martial Saint acts, how could he let both Jade-faced flying dragon return to Hiang City alive? What is he thinking? Is he intentionally spreading this matter through these two people? n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Although he has been dormant for 40 years, why did Martial Saint choose to reveal the truth of the previous generation of martial arts at this time? With a squinted gaze, Clairaudience looked into the distance at Xiantian Temple in the north of the city, lost in thought. Have you heard? At the entrance of the tea house, Clairaudience tapped the shoulder of a familiar customer. There have been wild rumors about Martial Saint lately, saying that he has finally appeared. Yes, it is said that the top 10 martial arts experts from the previous era all died at his hands, sighed the familiar customer. I really didn't expect this. So it wasn't the Inhuman who killed the top 10 experts, but it was the Martial Saint. The martial arts world of the previous era actually came to an end at the hands of the Martial Saint's family. No wonder many major sects like Shaolin and Wudang were destroyed. The top 10 experts of that time didn't appear at all, turns out they had already died. After conversing with the regular customer, Clairaudience moved on to the next familiar customer. Have you heard? About the Martial Saint, they say he's a A demon who eats people. The familiar customer turned his head and, without waiting for clairaudience to finish speaking, eagerly continued the conversation himself. Just a few days ago, that martial saint fought a wild battle outside the city with the immortal gate Saintess Wu Qingxin. They fought passionately under the moonlight, and in the end, he mercilessly drained the holy maiden. Can you believe that martial saint is such a beast? He did such a thing to his own disciple whom he had raised for so many years, completely devouring them. Clairaudience, n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Wait, where did you hear about this? Clairaudience gasped in shock. Tide Listening Building? Oh, do you know about Tide Listening Building? It's the most mysterious force in the martial arts world. Even Shaolin and Wudang were destroyed, but they couldn't defeat Tide Listening Building. Let me tell you, that Tide Listening Building actually loves spreading gossip like this. For example, there's someone who claims to have this special ability called clairaudience. Ahem. Even if it's the Tide Listening Building, we still need to provide evidence when discussing matters, clairaudience said calmly, without blushing or gasping, and continued. What you're saying is too unbelievable. What's so unbelievable? Actually, I was there at the scene, and I even fully documented this incident, said the familiar customer, looking around and then mysteriously taking out a small notebook from their pocket and handing it to clairaudience. Clairaudience, confused, took it and casually flipped through a page. The martial saint looked down on the immortal gate Saintess, with the same cold, arrogant, and wild expression as always. There was no warmth in his tone, like an eternal icy mountain. Woman, you're playing with fire. If you dare to leave my side, not even the immortal gate can protect you. Qingxin, your weakness is that your state of mind is not clear enough. Let me take a look at how much progress your state of mind has made. Clairaudience closed the book silently and had a slightly vacant expression. The book peddler, with a smiling face, pointed their finger in front of the listener. One piece of silver coin. Encountered a book peddler. These people are quite swift in their actions. It has only been a few days since Martial Saint appeared, and they have already arranged erotic stories. The book peddler, seeing clairaudience remained silent, thought it wasn't to their taste. So, they took out another small book. Don't like it? I have even more exciting ones. This is a martial arts secret manual that even Martial Saint praised. Just 2 pieces of silver. Clairaudience stared at the book peddler holding the book titled Asshole Pointing Hand and fell into deep thought. Not long after, he held a stack of books in his hands and walked outside, only to run into Zhang Chen's strange gaze. That book peddler is quite talented, with quick movements. Perhaps he possesses the qualifications of a storyteller from the fantastic faction, Clairaudience explained forcefully. I want to thoroughly examine his writing skills. If they pass, maybe we can recruit him to join our Tide Listening Building. Zhang Chen had nothing to say. He was just a newcomer recruited by Clairaudience. Whatever the seniors said, he would go along with it. Putting aside this small matter, Clairaudience stuffed the books into his bag and continued. The matter of Martial Saint has already become well known. Originally, I thought of stirring up the waves and spreading the news a bit more, but now it seems unnecessary for us to get involved. This matter itself is already a colossal tsunami, why add fuel to the fire? Clairaudience sighed. If this event was not shocking enough and didn't spread widely, how could there be booksellers rushing to produce and sell popular books? By the way, Zhang Chen, weren't you interested in the story of Qiao's family? In this major event where the Martial Saint appeared, a member of Qiao's family also made an appearance. Qiao Pifu died at the hands of Saintess Wu Qingxin, who burned him alive at the entrance of Xiantian Temple. And right after that, the elder Qiao Zhong from the family participated in the hunt for the Saintess organized by the Wuji Association. Little did they expect that this matter would involve the Martial Saint, and even Qiao Zhong fell into the hands of the Martial Saint. That Qiao Zhong is quite an extraordinary person, Zhang Chen said, feeling somewhat touched. He is a storyteller from the Tide Listening Building who had direct contact with the legendary jade-faced flying dragon, so the impression was particularly deep. If what Qiao Zhong said is true, that there are more and stronger members of the Qiao's family in this world, then that would be great. Zhang Chen let out a sigh. The strongest figures in the martial arts world turned out to be people like the Martial Saint, truly shocking the storytellers from the Tide Listening Building. While they were talking, there was suddenly a commotion in front of the market. Vaguely, you could see that 2 travelers were arguing, and they were getting angry and started fighting right there in the street. Zhang Chen and Clairaudience leaned in to listen, and they found out that this disturbance was actually related to the Martial Saint incident. These 2 travelers were originally drinking and chatting at a nearby restaurant, but they got into an argument because they were discussing the Martial Saint. Martial Saint is the last hope for martial artists like us. The swordsman drank his wine, his face turning red, and he angrily exclaimed at that moment. Although inhumans and us humans come from the same origins, have they ever treated us humans as equals? In their eyes, we are mere mortals, ordinary people. Martial Saint is the strongest in the world of martial arts. If there's anyone who can stand against immortals, it's him. He is the strongest, and his hope is the greatest. What a load of nonsense. The swordsman also drank wine and spoke in a very refined and friendly manner. Can the Martial Saint really represent anything? Can he represent us humans? Can he represent martial artists? You crooked fool! If the Martial Saint eats you tomorrow, would you also make a contribution to the world of martial arts? The swordsman suddenly choked and his eyes widened. What does it have to do with me? The martial saint consumes high-level martial artist, while I am only at the 8th rank. So it turns out you're just talking without considering the consequences. The swordsman also got drunk, his steps were a bit unsteady. 30 years ago, the martial saint consumed the top 10 experts in the world. In the past 20 or 30 years, the martial saint consumed 3,000 disciples. So what about now? What about in the future? If he has nowhere else to go, do you think he would devour you? You're making something out of nothing, and this is a world where the strong dominate the weak. The swordsman's face turned dark, he drew his sword and began fighting with the swordsman. The surrounding audience formed several circles and cheered loudly. The martial saint is a top martial artist who has been in seclusion for 40 years, distant from ordinary people and merely a legend of the rivers and lakes several decades ago. The people of Great Yan have short lifespans, and when it comes to events decades ago, it may have been a generation or two away. So even though it is said that martial saint feeds on martial artists, this knife cannot harm ordinary people at the moment. Fight, fight fiercely. I want to see rivers of blood. In the crowd, several Xiantian temple monks watched this scene and found it amusing. We don't need to intervene. These ordinary martial artists can bash their own brains out. Perhaps martial saint didn't expect that even after his secret was exposed, there would still be martial artists who saw him as the last hope of humankind. Hehe. That's why these mortals are so interesting. After watching for a while, the monks saw soldiers arriving, and even Governor Liu himself came. With an angry face, they arrested the two intoxicated martial artists. Let's go back to the temple. Luckily, we have already joined Xiantian Temple. We have become part of the Immortal Gate and are no longer ordinary martial artists. These low-ranking martial artists smiled and discussed. The martial saint's matter is actually not a small matter. If we report it to our senior brothers on the mountain, will it be considered an achievement? Can we receive the teachings of the profound sect from our senior brothers? These men were joking and returned to the Taoist temple. Deep in the Qingming mountain range is the Xiantian sect. Disciple Xiang, I respectfully greet the elders. Taoist Xiang bowed to the elders in the main hall of the sect's temple. Taoist Xiang served as an official in the Xiantian sect, responsible for guarding the mortal city's Taoist temple. As a result, he also had the lowest position in the Xiantian temple in Hiang City. The incense and offerings at the lowest position in the Taoist temple are equivalent to the wages of an official in the Immortal Gate. As an official, he naturally possessed the strength that was enough to suppress ordinary martial artists in the eyes of the elders of the Immortal Gate. Xiang, you didn't even manage to capture that martial saint. Elder Sun frowned. We expelled Saintess Wu Qingxin in order to pacify Emperor Yonghe's heart and prevent trouble, but it actually attracted the martial saint. The martial saint has been a hidden rat in the gutter for 40 years, but today, because of a character named Wu Qingxin, he showed up. In the beginning, they appointed Wu Qingxin as the saintess, but their true intention was to use her as a bait and lure out the martial saint. As a result, the martial saint hid for 40 years, and just when the Xiantian sect cultivators thought they had misjudged Wu Qingxin's value, the martial saint made his move. This person is deceitful, and now that they have appeared, they must have some ulterior motive. It's a pity that the path of immortality is the right way. This martial saint has fallen into the demonic path, strayed off the right path, and in the end, it will all be in vain, Elder Sun said lightly. Without Wu Qingxin, we have an even bigger bait. Emperor Yonghe. If he dares to come to Qingming Mountain, the martial saint, then let's just get rid of him and completely eliminate any future trouble. For Xiantian sect, Emperor Yonghe's visit to the immortal beings in 7 or 8 days is much more important than a mere martial saint. Opening his eyes, he saw an unfamiliar ceiling. Qiao Mu looked around and saw that it was a simple and ordinary house. Did the people from Wuji Association bring me to this unfamiliar place? Qiao Mu instinctively touched his face, feeling a slight shock in his heart. The skill of changing flash, the disguise technique of the flesh changing skill, right. A stranger, a middle-aged man, suddenly appeared at the door, smiling as he looked at him. Qiao Mu fell silent for a moment. Guo Yan, Qiao Mu's good friend, gave him a book called Flesh Changing Skill. From the moment he arrived in Hiang City, he disguised himself using the makeup techniques described in the book, pretending to be Qiao Pifu and Qiao Zhong at different times. Flesh changing skill is a special technique that is not strictly a martial arts secret manual. The first half of the book that Qiao Mu received teaches various skills such as makeup, disguise, and bone shrinking, showing people how to change their appearance. The second half of the book teaches how to directly control one's own flesh and blood by using the power of a martial artist, allowing them to change their appearance and adjust their body. In other words, the true flesh-changing skill can only be used by martial artists who have reached the 3rd rank of spirit refining, as it is a miraculous technique with a high level of difficulty. Qiao Mu has become skilled in using the flesh-changing skill, which means he has mastered the art of makeup and can use it flawlessly in his daily life, making it difficult for others to recognize him. But things are different now. While Qiao Mu was unconscious, his disguise on his face was removed. It seems that this flesh-changing skill was actually created by the martial saint. Can his makeup skills deceive others, and even deceive martial saint? But it doesn't matter. Even Qiao Mu's true appearance is already 60 years old. And Qiao Pifu is already dead, without being exposed. What is he afraid of? Who are you again? Qiao Mu didn't deny it, and asked directly. My name, Wu Qingxin. Wu Qizhen looked at Qiao Mu with a strange look in his eyes, but this name immediately made Qiao Mu alert. Wu Qizhen seemed to understand what Qiao Mu was thinking and explained with a smile. That's right, I am also one of the 3,000 disciples of Martial Saint. The number of the 3,000 disciples from the past who are still alive today is only 100. As for me, Wu Qizhen, I can actually be considered as the 70th among the 72 wise men under the Martial Saint. 3,000 disciples, 72 wise men. This Martial Saint really thinks highly of himself, huh? Qiao Mu shook his head secretly. He was deeply wary of both the Martial Saint and Wu Qizhen. However, Wu Qizhen ignored Qiao Mu's hostility and continued to explain himself. The so-called 72 wise men who are still alive today are not only powerful in martial arts cultivation, because no matter how strong their martial arts cultivation is, it is still difficult to compare to the Martial Saint. Each of the so-called 72 wise men possesses at least one talent or unique skill, and they can even be said to surpass the Martial Saint in a certain aspect. This is the key to why we are able to survive until now. Are there 72 wise men who surpass the Martial Saint in a certain aspect? Qiao Mu squinted his eyes. He had personally experienced the power of the Martial Saint, and this was definitely the strongest person he had ever seen in his life. So this Wu Qizhen, who seemed ordinary and friendly, must be someone of significance. Wu Qingxin is special among the 3,000 disciples. What makes her special is that she escaped the cultivation field of the 3,000 disciples and didn't participate in this bloody trial. Although Wu Qizhen is not ranked high among the 72 wise men, since he is still alive now, he should be far superior to Wu Qingxin. Qiao Mu got up from the bed, stretched a bit, and suddenly realized a problem. The injuries on my body are already almost healed. Qiao Mu has a lot of experience with injuries and the heavenly demon disintegration method. Before this, he experienced the burning of the etching bones Li fire, challenged the Martial Saint, and used the heavenly demon disintegration method multiple times. His entire meridian system had torn injuries, and both of his fists were fractured. Such injuries could actually heal so quickly, which is simply more outrageous than that cunning Wang Songhe. Your injuries are indeed a bit tricky, Wu Qizhen smiled. If treated with ordinary medical skills, it would probably take several months to half a year lying in bed. But even though you are not young, you have already reached the 4th rank and your qi and blood are not declining. You are not an ordinary person, and I am the same, so naturally we can use some more radical medical methods. Your talent surpasses that of a Martial Saint. Could it be in the field of medicine? Qiao Mu asked tentatively. He was trying to find out more information about the Martial Saint. Medicine. Wu Qizhen smiled, neither confirming nor denying. Qiao Zhong, I have already heard about what you have done, daring to challenge the Martial Saint and saying such words. It is indeed quite bold. The Martial Saint doesn't kill you because he believes that even though you are old, you can still make further progress and should be able to step onto the path of spiritual refining method. Not just you, but also the jade-faced flying dragon and another martial artist of the 5th rank. Speaking of this, Wu Qizhen paused, his expression looking a bit complicated. In the past, the Martial Saint only targeted spirit refining martial artists of the 3rd rank. Someone like you is actually considered a martial arts prodigy. Unless necessary, he wouldn't bother with you. After all, the key to the Martial Saint's spiritual technique is not just absorbing internal strength, that's just a side effect. The real key is absorbing the spirit of spirit refining martial artists. Spirit. Qiao Mu was puzzled. But deep down, he felt something was not right. His conversation with Wu Qizhen went too smoothly. He didn't even need to use any tricks, yet this person willingly revealed important information? Absorbing the spirit of martial artists? Are you saying that this Martial Saint spiritual technique can also take in a person's personality, memories, and soul? Qiao Mu continued probing. At these words, Wu Qizhen gave him a strange glance. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. What are you talking about? The Martial Saint spiritual technique is just a martial arts technique. It's not that mysterious. Can it really absorb people's souls? Isn't it already mysterious enough? After facing the Martial Saint, Qiao Mu realized a very obvious fact. This Martial Saint is completely different from other martial artists in the martial arts world. They're not even in the same style. Without considering their strength, just comparing the modern martial arts created by the Martial Saint, they are completely different from the ancient martial arts of the past. While Qiao Mu was training the Iron Crotch skill in Yin City, the Martial Saint was training things like the Martial Saint spiritual technique and the flesh-changing skill. The Martial Saint is an extraordinary figure. Perhaps only under immense pressure and in human circumstances can such a genius like him be born. And much of his strength is attributed to the Martial Saint's spiritual technique, sighed Wu Qizhen. Thanks to this secret technique, the Martial Saint's achievements in the spiritual refining method have reached an unprecedented level. People in the martial arts world only know that the Martial Saint is extremely powerful and unbeatable, but they have no idea of the extent of his true strength. The world doesn't know, the people in the martial arts world don't know, and even the 9 immortal gates have no idea how strong he is now. Even the immortal gate doesn't know how strong the Martial Saint is. Qiao Mu doubted the exaggeration in the words of this Martial Saint's disciple. Judging from Martial Saint's style, it is certain that he cannot defeat cultivators. Otherwise, he would not continue hiding, but would immediately wipe out the cultivators. Cultivators have always looked down on ordinary martial artists and have never considered them as real opponents, Wu Qizhen sneered. But they don't know how much the secular martial arts have progressed under the Immortal Gate's pressure on Ju province for the past 40 years. Or even if they know, they don't care. After all, cultivators have long lifespans. For the great cultivators among them, 40 years is just a few times of seclusion. But it's different for us martial artists. For Martial Saint, these 40 years are like half a lifetime. 40 years ago during the Inhuman War, Martial Saint was 45 years old and already ranked first among martial artists, 11th in the world. At that time, he didn't yet have the Martial Saint spiritual technique. Now, 40 years later, things have naturally changed greatly. Since Martial Saint established the Wuji Association, he has broken into many renowned sects, collected the top secret manuals from all over the world, and founded the Wuji Association. This allows martial artists from all over to obtain excellent techniques from the Wuji Association at a low cost. Qiao Zhong, have you also received top martial arts directly or indirectly from the Wuji Association? I'm sure you understand this. In the past 40 years, the number of martial artists practicing superior martial arts in the world is more than 10 times that of the previous martial arts community. And the number of 4th-rank martial artists is actually much higher than in any previous era. However, martial saints don't need 4th-rank martial artists, they need spirit-refining martial artists, or even those who can use martial arts to defeat immortals, to change the current order where cultivators are superior to martial artists. Qiao Mu calmly walked towards the door and casually asked, since this martial saint is so powerful as you say, why haven't I heard about him killing many cultivators from the 9 immortal gates? Because in today's martial arts world, there is only one martial saint. Although martial saint is strong, he knows that he is no match for the Xiantian sect leader. Martial Saint, though powerful, knows that he is far from being a match for the Xiantian sect leader. And the cultivators of Xiantian sect have long lifespans, and the accumulation of their long years is astonishing. There is more than just the sect leader who is strong. Is the sect leader of Xiantian sect the imagined enemy of the Martial Saint? Qiao Mu was a bit surprised. So, is this the reason why the Martial Saint continues to hide and stay low? He asked. If the people from Immortal Gate were to know the true strength of the Martial Saint, they might fear ordinary martial artists and try to exterminate many martial artists, including the Martial Saint, to prevent future troubles. While speaking, Qiao Mu calmly walked to the front gate. From the courtyard, all he could see were a cluster of low, messy houses, and there was a faint smell of urine and feces in the air. The more Qiao Mu looked at the surrounding scenery, the more familiar it became to him. Is this the residential area in the outer city of Yan City? Qiao Mu paused for a moment, finally recognizing it. Yan City, the Lord's residence. Big brother, there's been a big commotion in Hiang City recently. Don't call me big brother, call me the Lord. Even though this is the Lord's residence, we must be more cautious in our actions, don't be careless. In the study of the Lord's residence, Wang Songhe was rebuking his subordinate mountain bandit Zhang Kui, who had suddenly barged in. Ever since Qiao Sen stabbed City Lord Guoyan in the street, Wang Songhe also obtained the flesh-changing skill. He deeply felt that as a mountain bandit, he could at most protect a small village hidden among the mountains. With a large group of people, they wouldn't be able to deceive the government of Great Yan. So he used the flesh-changing skill to change his appearance and entered Yan City. The former city lord Guoyan was both scheming and powerful. During his rule, he held all the power, and the other officials and powerful figures in Yan City were far inferior to him. After Guoyan and his son were killed by Qiao Mu, Wang Songhe expended some effort to subdue the various smaller forces within Yan City and assumed the position of city lord under a false identity. Wang Songhe used to be a high-ranking official in the imperial court. His skills and strength were far superior to the ordinary forces in Yan City. It was quite easy for him to handle Yan City, so there was no suspense left. Zhang Kui agreed with what he heard and nodded. Sure, big brother. You should read the news about Yan City first before we talk. This is news from the Tide Listening Building. Although it's almost spread everywhere. Wang Songhe quickly glanced over the news and his gaze froze instantly. The Martial Saint. Can it still bring news about him? What is he paying attention to? And Hiang City is also a place of troubles. Wang Songhe let out a sigh. In the past, he gave Qiao Mu a recommendation letter and planned to recommend Qiao Sen, who had suffered a great injury, to become a small constable in Hiang City, so that he could temper his overly sharp edge. After 10 or 8 years, when Qiao Sen's injuries recovered completely, perhaps he could become a strong assistant for Wang Songhe. But soon after, news spread that the former head catcher of Hiang City, Qiao Pifu, was killed and burned by the Immortal Gate Saintess. Although he didn't know the false name Qiao Pifu, based on the style of his actions, it was not much different from that of Qiao Sen. If I had known he would be so bold, why did I recommend him to be a catcher? Instead, it ended up costing his life. Wang Songhe let out a small sigh. At that moment, a servant knocked on the door and entered the study. Master Wang, there is a guest surnamed Wu who claims to be an old friend of yours, passing by Yan City and wishing to pay a visit n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Old friend. Wang Songhe furrowed his brows. His current identity was a false name, Wang He. He randomly took on this name after entering Yan City, so how could he have any old friends? Then please invite him in, Wang Songhe pondered. It may seem like trouble is coming, but we'll handle it when it comes. If there's anything fishy, we'll deal with it when we meet. What's there to be afraid of? After a short while, Wang Songhe stared at the martial saint sitting in the study, dumbfounded. Wang Shanhe, don't you know how to serve tea to old acquaintances? Martial saint said calmly. Tea is for guests. We have different paths and cannot work together. Wang Songhe also realized and his face turned sour. Wang Songhe, originally named Wang Shanhe, was once a high-ranking official in the court and served as the Minister of Justice. Both were skilled in different fields, with Wang Songhe being slightly younger in age, but they could still be considered as contemporaries. Of course, when Wang Songhe was the Minister of Punishments, he was just a pure civil official without any martial arts or cultivation skills. Therefore, his position and fame in court were far inferior to the martial saint, who was already the leader of the military officials at that time. However, many of the civil officials and military generals from that generation 40 years ago have died, and very few have survived till now. Moreover, most of them are already very old. The martial saint, who was unrivaled in martial arts, and Wang Songhe, who started cultivating after the age of 40, can be considered as two exceptional survivors. These two people can also be regarded as remnants of the officials from the previous era. If the paths are different, we cannot work together. Wang Shanhe, you devoted yourself to the cultivation path, only to become a small-town lord from a second-rank official. Where does your path lie? Martial saint asked calmly. Among the Inhumans, there is the belief in fate. Wang Shanhe, you are cultivating the path of immortality, serving as a worldly official, and even having thoughts of secretly forming a rebel army. Will this grant you eternal life? What use do I have for eternal life? I only study magic and not immortality. If the path of immortality is stronger, then I will cultivate it. If the martial path is stronger, then I will practice martial arts. Sadly, this martial path. Wang Songhe looked at the martial saint before him with a complex expression. The person he knew was the ambitious first-rank military official 40 years ago, not the 85-year-old martial saint who devoured people's lives to enhance his own. You have your path, and I have mine, martial saint said. My martial arts is to use extreme strength, to slay all Inhumans and bring eternal peace to the world. Martial saint, do you still need to talk about this sense of righteousness in front of me? Wang Songhe's face showed little emotion. He was calm. The first-ranked general from 40 years ago said these words. He said that you hold the world in your heart, and I believe him. But now, with hands stained with blood and having slaughtered half of the martial arts world, how can you make me believe? Over the years, Wang Songhe had also heard about the infamous deeds committed by the martial saint, so he didn't harbor much fear or respect for the martial saint in front of him. There are no saints in this world at all. Talking about righteousness all the time but ultimately being a coward who cherishes life and fears death, how rare is that? He stood up and shouted. No matter how much righteousness is spoken, once blood is shed, human nature will decline. Martial saint, how much humanity do you have left? Whether you believe it or not, it has nothing to do with me. The martial saint casually touched his ear, paying no attention. Wang Songhe was speechless for a moment. I hope to see the day when you sacrifice for the martial arts, rather than having others sacrifice for your sake, said Wang Songhe coldly. But I'm afraid I won't live to see it. Even if I cultivate the path of immortality and have a longer lifespan than an ordinary person, I may not be able to wait for that day. If I die, the martial arts will cease to exist, and there will be no one to resist the path of immortality. So I cannot die, said martial saint. Wang Songhe fell silent for a moment. Martial saint is the strongest in martial arts, surpassing anyone else, so according to his survival of the fittest philosophy, he is more important than any other martial artist in the world. If he were to die, it would only be after all the other martial artists have perished, and martial saint would be the last one to sacrifice himself. No matter how you put it, it's all up to you, said Wang Songhe, shaking his head. Before all the martial artists of the martial world are gone, no one can know whether you are a selfish person who demands the price of the entire martial world for your own achievements, or a sacrificial person who truly wants to make sacrifices. Not bad, martial saint nodded too. He wouldn't prove his innocence, nor did he care about it. After speaking, he stood up directly and walked towards the door. Wang Shanhe, come with me to meet someone, martial saint said. Wang Songhe was slightly surprised. Do you really think I came all this way to catch up with you? Don't think too highly of yourself, martial saint said lightly. There's a person who has used the flesh-changing skill to change his appearance. He is also surnamed Qiao, and you have had contact with Qiao's family more than once, right? Yan City, in the outer residential area. Qiao Mu walked out of the door, looked around, and gazed at the familiar scenery of the past. In the outer area of the old Yan City, there were many empty houses. This time, the Wuji Association clearly found a vacant house in the outer area to temporarily stay in. Wu Kijun didn't stop him from leaving. Instead, he stood there with interest, holding his chin and observing Qiao Mu's every move. At the entrance of the courtyard, after looking around, faint footsteps could be heard in the distance. A passerby living in the outer area was coming over. Walking in the alley was a middle-aged man who looked like an old farmer. He had a big smile on his face, showing his yellow teeth, while chatting with people passing by. It seemed like the middle-aged man noticed Qiao Mu's gaze, so he turned around and looked at him, slightly surprised. Old Huang. Qiao Mu didn't expect to bump into an old acquaintance as soon as he arrived in Yan City. In a hurry, he turned his head and walked back into the courtyard. Qiao Mu's flesh-changing skill was currently only at the stage of makeup and disguise. Because he was knocked out by Martial Saint, his disguise was exposed, so the current Qiao Mu appeared with his original face. The current Qiao Mu is actually 60 years old. But because Long Life Fist has already achieved a certain level, Qiao Mu's vitality has not declined until now, and he looks younger than the ordinary 60-year-old men from the Great Yan Imperial Court. It's just because of the disguise, Qiao Mu intentionally makes himself look like a 60-year-old man in his daily life. Wu Qichen observed Qiao Mu's reactions with a thoughtful expression. As you can see, we are in Yan City. He explained the details of the plan to assassinate the emperor. To the west of Yan City lies the Qingming mountain range. So, for now, we will rest in Yan City. The best opportunity to assassinate Emperor Yonghe is when he is on his way to Qingyun Temple. However, unfortunately, our Wuji Association still doesn't know the exact whereabouts of Emperor Yonghe. The Star Xian envoy from the Wuji Association used to come to Yan City to find Emperor Yonghe's trace and also met Guo Yan. However, it was clear that the information of the Star Xian envoy had a small deviation. Although Emperor Yonghe had already arrived in Nan province, he was not in Yan City at that time but in Hiang City. Qiao Mu was shocked when Wu Qichen briefly told him about the assassination of the emperor. As the emperor of Great Yan, Emperor Yonghe's every move was not just his own business. If he were to bow to the Xiantian sect's immortals, even in the identity of an ordinary pilgrim instead of the Great Yan emperor, it would definitely have serious consequences. No wonder the Wuji Association has a plan to assassinate the emperor. Qiao Mu sighed softly. And for Qiao Mu, there was no psychological burden to assassinate this emperor who was known for his incompetence. Therefore, this operation was indeed in line with the interests of the Martial Saint. Not to mention, Martial Saint also offered Qiao Mu an irresistible condition, the best martial arts secret techniques. Wu Qichen continued, the time for the Great Yan Emperor to visit Qingyun Temple is the first day of next month, which is about 7 or 8 days from now. If we fail to find the trace of the Great Yan Emperor and assassinate him before the first day, the hope of success will be very slim once it reaches the first day. If not necessary, Wuji Association also doesn't want to directly ascend Qingyun Temple of Xiantian sect, as that means directly confronting Xiantian sect head-on. Not only is it highly likely to fail in assassinating the emperor, but there is also a possibility of being completely wiped out by Xiantian sect.n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. After finishing speaking, Wu Qichen said solemnly, Qiao Zhong, assassinating the emperor is an extremely dangerous action. Even for Martial Saint, it can be equally dangerous, and you may have to face the cultivators of Xiantian sect. Martial Saint involving you in this matter is actually to train you as a future martial arts seed, or martial arts resource. If you die, it's your own fault for being weak. If you can survive, then you will have passed his test. He will give you the best martial arts secret techniques. So, try hard to stay alive. Qiao Mu had been listening attentively, but when he heard this, he became a little confused. When Martial Saint mentioned it before, he hadn't grasped its meaning, but now he saw a spark of hope. His mission, unexpectedly, was to stay alive? Does that sound too difficult? Can he just die? Would that count? For Qiao Mu, it would be much easier to die than to live. If I want the top secret techniques in Martial Saint's hands, I must restrain my reckless desires and do my best to preserve my own life during the mission to assassinate the emperor. This is too difficult, I'm afraid I can't control it. Qiao Mu was amazed. However, when he carefully thought about it, he was already 60 years old now, although his energy and blood remained strong due to the half-long life fist. But if a few more years passed, he might face the dilemma of physical aging and declining energy and blood. So he really needed the second half of the Long Life Fist Sutra in the hands of the Wuji Association, preferably getting it immediately. Before obtaining the complete Long Life Fist Sutra, I definitely shouldn't take reckless risks. I should cherish my life, at least for now. I'll take risks once I have it in my hands. Qiao Mu thought this in his mind. While deep in thought, outside the door, footsteps were heard again, and the unexpected person who entered was someone Qiao Mu didn't expect. One of them was Martial Saint, and the other person was disguised as Wang Songhe. As soon as Wang Songhe entered the door, his gaze immediately fell on Qiao Mu's face. Qiao Sen, he unconsciously blurted out, feeling shocked and overwhelmed. Not long ago, he heard the news of Qiao Pifu's death, and he was burned to ashes by Saintess Wu Qingxin in front of everyone's eyes. How could he appear in Yan City again? Among the former Qiao's family, from Qiao Mu to Qiao Pifu, they all died in front of everyone's eyes. The only survivor was Qiao Sen, who successfully assassinated Guo Yan back then. He glanced at Wu Qichen standing beside him and suddenly realized, if this wise person took action, perhaps there was a way to treat Qiao Mu's meridian injury, without having to suffer for 10 or 8 years. He thought to himself, after Qiao Sen left my hideout, did he mix with the people from Wuji Association? Did he end up turning his misfortune into fortune and healing his injuries? Is that already deceased Qiao Pifu from Hiang City, another Qiao family member? Oh, it's nothing. I made a mistake. The Qiao Sen I know is actually younger than you. Wang Songhe quickly understood. No matter if the person in front of him is Qiao Zhong or Qiao Sen, he shouldn't have revealed it. Because the martial saint next to him is not a good person, it is not a good thing for Qiao to be standing with the martial saint. But all of his words and actions were being observed closely by the nearby martial saint.